It seemed like nothing more than a shoddy antique painting worth 80,000. Everyone was mocking you, a penniless ex-con, for being a sucker, yet you decisively swiped your card to buy it. Just as you put away your credit card, ignoring the disdainful glances from the wealthy and business tycoons around you, a buzzing sound exploded in your mind. Ding! Divine appraisal triggered, appraisal complete. Pale golden code flickered wildly across your retina. Without hesitation, you snatched the brush and unrolled the scroll right there in public. Amid the crowd's gasps, the first layer of Shin paper shattered, the second layer became soaked with water, until the third layer was slowly revealed. A pungent, time-worn scent of ink instantly filled the air, and the court lady in the painting seemed to come to life. Dense clusters of imperial seals glowed red as an authentic Tang boho masterpiece worth tens of millions was brought to light, plunging the entire antique shop into an eerie, deathly silence. A prison holds the world's most formidable combatants. Even a single inmate released onto the outside world could send shockwaves through an entire region. And within that prison, there is a godlike man to whom all inmates must obey. Until one day, when this man steps out of the prison, the entire world begins to tremble. Chapter 1: He is the God of the Prison. Seoul, 4th Dungeon. A full regiment of soldiers is stationed here, equipped with all manner of advanced military gear simply because the world's most terrifying prisoners are held within its walls. Each of these prisoners possesses extraordinary abilities. Some are bloodthirsty demons, while others are military legends who once struck fear into the hearts of their enemies. Of course, there are also some incredibly powerful chableheads. On this particular day, inside the prison block, a sudden commotion erupted. This was because a new prisoner had been admitted that day, the world's third-ranked mercenary leader, known as the Wolf of the Jungle, who had been arrested and imprisoned. He was accused of massacring more than 60 people along the border of Dragon Nation. At that moment, just as the prison block's door slammed shut, the burly man with a shaved head and a wolf's head tattooed on his scalp strode in with a swagger, his eyes gleaming with a hint of ferocity. He strut arrogantly past the exercise yard and made his way to cell number 7, where he was to be housed. Inside, a young man was lying on his bunk, flipping through a book. The next moment, there was a loud thud. The burly, bald man kicked the bed frame and said coldly, "Go ask the guard yourself to transfer me to another cell. I don't like sharing a room with anyone." The young man slowly stretched, sat up, and sized up the burly man standing before him. Standing 1.8 meters tall, weighing nearly 200 kg, with a face radiating murderous intent and a chest thick with hair, he looked exactly like a wild man who'd just escaped from Shenangjia. "In this prison, might makes right. Since you want to hog this room all to yourself, then one-on-one?" the young man said with an amused expression. By now, a crowd of inmates had gathered outside, though their eyes clearly held a hint of pity. The burly man's expression froze for a moment. He's got guts. He had once killed 21 mercenaries with his bare hands and was known as the Wolf King in the jungles of Gassia. This young man was as skinny as a monkey, yet he dared to challenge him to a one-on-one fight. In an instant, the burly man let out a sinister cackle and clenched his fists. "Kid, if you want to die, I'll grant you your wish." With that, he eagerly swung his fist at the young man. But the next moment, the young man vanished from his sight. Immediately afterward, he felt a tight grip on the back of his collar, and his entire body was hurled through the air as if riding a cloud, slamming violently onto the ground. His body, weighing over 200 kg, sent a shockwave that made the whole room shake. The young man didn't even glance at the worthless piece of trash lying on the ground like a dead dog. Instead, he turned to the group of guys standing at the doorway watching the spectacle and bared his teeth, asking, "Pretty cool, huh?" These guys, any one of whom could stir up a huge storm out there, all broke into fawning smiles at that moment, nodding their heads like chicks pecking at grain. "Cool, boss, you're so cool. Truly worthy of being Naelin's successor." Upon hearing the name Naelin, a hint of nostalgia flashed in the young man's eyes. Come to think of it, it had been a year since Naelin had been released. He owed every bit of his martial arts skills to Naelin. That old guy had even said he'd have a surprise waiting for him when he got out. It's been a whole fucking year, and he still hasn't come to see me. Just then, a guard pushed through the crowd from outside and walked in. He glanced at the jungle wolf lying there, showing little surprise, and said with a smile, "Boss June, the auspicious hour has arrived." It's time for you to be released. That's right, today was the day June was to be released. Influenced by that superstitious Naylan, June had chosen noon as the auspicious time for his release. All right. June smoothed out his clothes and followed the guard out. The inmates gathered outside the prison block immediately stood at attention the moment they saw June appear. Boss. Hello, boss. Voices rose one after another. I'm leaving soon. You guys all need to calm down and stop causing trouble for the guards. Oh, and that jungle wolf guy, make sure to lock him in the isolation cell for 3 days and don't give him any food. Running over to the 4th dungeon and acting so cocky, he needs to learn some manners. June said as he bid farewell to the crowd. Got it, boss. Don't worry, we'll take good care of him. Soon, June left the prison block with the guard. Just as he reached the front courtyard, a woman in military uniform walked toward him, her bearing crisp and commanding. Judging by the single star on her shoulder, she was already a general, and so young at that. The moment he saw her, June couldn't help but stop in his tracks. It wasn't that he was stunned by her rank, but rather that her face seemed strangely familiar. It was Zhu, his high school classmate. Zhu had always been quite mysterious back in school, and she was remarkably skilled. Rumor had it she came from a family of military generals, but after graduation, he hadn't seen her again. To meet her again, and in a place like this, of all places. Zhu recognized June as well. Seeing him in his prison uniform, she couldn't help but furrow her brow slightly. Are you June? June nodded. Yes. I never expected we'd run into each other here. I haven't heard from you in years. Zhu replied, on the contrary, I've actually heard others talk about you. It's not your fault you ended up in prison, but I never imagined you'd be locked up here. You must have gone through a lot these past 3 years, right? Once I'm out, it'll be a relief. As he spoke, he took a pen from his bag, wrote a phone number on a note, and handed it to June. It's been 3 years, a lot has changed out there. If you need help, give me a call. After all, we were classmates. I still have official business to attend to. We'll talk another time. With that, he walked right past June. He's a former classmate of mine. His girlfriend was molested by a rich kid, so he attacked the guy and was sentenced to prison. I heard his girlfriend later married the rich kid he injured. Back in school, he was an excellent student. He should have had a bright future. It's a shame spending 3 years in a place like that would ruin even the best person. Zhu said as he walked. 2 colleagues followed beside him, their expressions largely unchanged. He was just a young man who'd gone astray, completely out of their world, incapable of evoking any empathy. Human joys and sorrows have never intersected. June took off his prison uniform and changed into a clean set of casual clothes. After saying goodbye to a few guards, he walked out the prison gates. But the moment he stepped over the threshold, he saw a row of black sedans parked ahead, well over 100 of them. Standing beside each car was a man in black wearing sunglasses. The instant June appeared, they all bowed in unison. Greetings, young master. Chapter 2, Naylan's Gift. Young master? June looked at the crowd of men in black bowing in unison toward him, feeling somewhat bewildered. My family has been poor farmers for 8 generations. When did I become young master? Surely these people haven't mistaken me for someone else? Just then, the middle-aged man leading the group straightened up and strode over to June. My name is Liang Yong. I've come to welcome you, young master, on Naylan's orders. Naylan? Naylan? June's eyes widened instantly. Naylan was the one who had taught him martial arts. June knew his surname was Naylan. Young master, please get in the car. We'll talk in detail on the way. All right. Since it was arranged by Naylan, June naturally complied. But he couldn't help but wonder, who exactly was Naylan? June got into the car, and the entire motorcade turned in unison, driving off into the distance. Meanwhile, Zhu, having just finished her official duties, walked out of the prison. Watching the departing motorcade, a hint of admiration flashed in her eyes. Which big shot was released from prison today to warrant such a grand display? With her professional eye, she could easily tell that these cars had undergone the most specialized military modifications. They were in no way inferior to the vehicles reserved for the top brass in the military. Inside the car, June sat in the back seat, while Liang Yong sat in the front passenger seat, turning around to speak to June with a respectful expression. The big boss knew that the young master was returning to Chuzhou, so he has arranged everything. He has also ordered me and the others to stay here and be at your service, young master. Where is Naylan? I'd like to see him, June said. Liang Yong shook his head. The big boss still has some business to attend to. Once he has finished, he'll come see you, young master. Also, the boss asked me to give this to you. Liang Yong handed June a photograph. The photo showed a beautiful girl, with an address written on the back. It was none other than his ex-girlfriend. He heard she married an abuser. A hint of self-mockery flashed across June's lips. He clenched the photo in his hand and crumpled it into a ball, his emotions churning. The car drove for an hour. They returned to Chuzhou. Liang Yong led June to the base of a skyscraper. This is the Junlin Syndicate. The big boss just spent 20 billion to buy it, a gift specifically for you, young master. It's now registered under your name, Liang Yong said with a touch of pride. That Naylan family really is wealthy. June was taken aback as well. He followed Liang Yong into the building and up to the top floor. The entire Junlin Syndicate's top brass had been waiting there for quite some time. Upon seeing June walking ahead of Liang Yong, everyone's heart skipped a beat. June's identity was now all but confirmed. They just hadn't expected the company's boss to be so young. The next moment, these power brokers of the Junlin Syndicate rushed forward one after another to shake June's hand. June noticed a young woman with long, wavy golden hair. Liang Yong introduced her. This is Yen, the president of the Junlin Syndicate. Hello, boss. Yen extended her delicate hand. She smiled radiantly, exuding such charm that even June was momentarily mesmerized. He then confidently took her hand in his. Accompanied by Yen, June gained a general understanding of the Junlin Syndicate's main business operations. Then he stood up and left. In truth, even if Naylan hadn't given June so many gifts, he was already quite wealthy. While in prison, there were quite a few financial tycoons, and by learning stock trading from them, June had made a fair amount of money. He still had tens of millions. As he was leaving, Liang Yong handed June a gift box. Young master, this is the pu'er tea I bought according to your request. It's absolutely top tier. Great, thanks for your hard work. June patted Liang Yong on the shoulder. The pu'er tea was a gift for his aunt. Since his parents' passing, she had been his only living relative. Over the years, his aunt had visited him in prison time and again, and now that he was out, the first thing June thought of was showing his gratitude to her. Young master, are you sure you don't want me to drive you? Liang Yong couldn't help but ask. No need. I'll call you if I need anything. June waved his hand without looking back and stepped into the elevator. As soon as he reached the first floor, June spotted a graceful figure. Zhu? He hadn't expected such a coincidence, running into her twice in one day. At that moment, Zhu had taken off her military uniform and was wearing a black bodysuit that hugged her shapely figure, accentuating her femininity even more. Zhu also saw June and paused for a moment, slightly startled. Then she smiled and said, June, what are you doing here? You're not here to apply for a job, are you? The Junlin Syndicate has just been established. We're currently recruiting talent. So, how did you feel about your interview? June looked taken aback for a moment, but not wanting to explain further, he simply replied, it went okay. Seeing that June didn't seem eager to discuss it, Zhu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. To come here for a job interview right after getting out of prison, this classmate of hers really had some drive. Unfortunately, what company would hire an ex-convict? For a moment, a sense of pity welled up in her heart, and she couldn't help but say, the CEO of Junlin Syndicate is a friend of mine. Why don't I put in a good word for you? June declined, no, thanks for the offer, but I have some things to take care of, so I'll be heading out now. With that, June walked right out. He and Zhu weren't from the same world. Zhu shook her head. This old classmate of mine still has such a strong sense of pride. He clearly needs this job desperately right now, yet he won't let me help him. He just doesn't understand that pride is worthless in this cruel society. June left Junlin Tower, unfolded the note in his hand, and followed the address to an upscale residential complex. His aunt's husband was a businessman who'd been doing quite well these past 2 years and had moved into a new house. This was June's first time there. He went straight to building 19 and rang the doorbell. "Who is it?" A woman's voice came from inside. Hearing that familiar voice, June felt inexplicably moved. After a few seconds of silence, he finally spoke up, "Auntie, it's me, June." His aunt's voice, filled with surprise and delight, came through immediately. Soon, June took the elevator up to the 13th floor. When she opened the door and saw June, his aunt, Li Mengyun, had tears welling up in her eyes. "You're finally here. Why didn't you tell your aunt? I could have come to pick you up. Come on in." Li Mengyun welcomed June inside with boundless warmth. She kept holding June's hand, reluctant to let go. Inside the room, sitting on the sofa, was a portly man, his uncle, Bai Jingting. Bai Jingting had a square face and was half bald, but sitting there, he exuded an air of authority. Among June's relatives, Bai Jingting was considered quite capable. However, because June had been quite mischievous as a child, his uncle had never really taken a liking to him. Li Mengyun pulled June over to the sofa and had him sit down. "Junior, why don't you chat with your uncle for a while? I'm going to cook dinner for you. Your sister will be back soon, too. You two were the closest when you were little." After Li Mengyun left, Bai Jingting handed June an apple and said, "Here, have some." June took it, looking as shy as a timid child. "Now that you're out of prison, what are your plans?" "Well," June stammered a bit. To be honest, he really hadn't thought it through yet. Bai Jingting couldn't help but furrow his brow. Although he hadn't particularly liked this nephew, he used to be a good student and had even gotten into a prestigious university. He was considered one of the more promising members of the Li family. But after going to prison, he come out as a reformed convict. All that college education had been for nothing. Now that he was out, he didn't have a single plan. It seemed he'd truly been wasted away in prison, which deeply disappointed him. June's just gotten out, how would he know what to do? Isn't your company hiring right now? Why don't you let June work at your company? Li Mengyun said from the kitchen. Upon hearing this, Bai Jingting immediately furrowed his brow. "My company has specific requirements for hiring, and June didn't major in that field." To be honest, he didn't want to bring June into his company. June had always been stubborn since he was a kid, and Bai Jingting didn't want him causing trouble. "I heard driving for ride-hailing services is pretty lucrative these days. Why don't you rent a car and become a driver?" Bai Jingting said. June smiled, "No, thanks." Bai Jingting couldn't help but snort lightly. He has been to prison, yet he is still unwilling to roll up his sleeves and work. He still thinks of himself as a graduate of a top-tier university. Chapter 3, Sovereign Estate. As they spoke, the sound of a door opening could be heard. A beautiful girl walked in. Her hair was tied in a ponytail, and she wore a pair of round sunglasses on her fair face. After entering, she kept her head down, reading a message on her phone. "Wei, it's been a long time." June stood up from the sofa. Only then did Wei suddenly look up. When she saw June, a look of surprise clearly flashed across her beautiful eyes. She looked over her older brother, whom she hadn't seen in 3 years. When they were kids, she used to follow June around everywhere, always asking him to take her out to play. But now, time had changed the paths they'd taken. Wei hung her bag on the coat rack nearby and, looking down, spotted the poor tea June had left by the door. Curious, she opened the box. But the very next moment, she furrowed her brow. "The packaging is so shoddy, it's all black. Is this even drinkable?" After saying that, she put the tea back with a look of disgust. Just a few days ago, she accompanied a friend to a tea shop to buy tea. The packaging there looked high-end at first glance. June's gift, on the other hand, was truly a sight to behold. Your brother just got out and doesn't he have any money? Regardless of whether the tea is good or bad, it's just a token of his appreciation. Lee Mengyun scolded, her brow still furrowed. Wei stuck out her tongue, then walked over and sat down on the sofa. Seeing his daughter return, a hint of a smile appeared on Bai Jingting's usually stern face. Soon, dinner was ready and served. Her uncle-in-law, Bai Jingting, poured himself a glass of wine without waiting for anyone else, then looked at his daughter. Xiao Wei, you'd barely started your internship when the company changed owners. How has work been lately? Wei replied as she served herself some food. Great. Junlin's benefits are way better than before. Junlin really is a cash-rich company. I heard that when they acquired Chinka, they paid a 20% premium right off the bat. It completely stunned our former boss. Oh, and there's one more thing, the owner of Junlin came to the company for an inspection today. Dad, guess how old the company's owner is? Someone who can spend 20 billion to buy a company must be in his 40s or 50s, right? Bai Jingting said. No. Wei waved his hand. You're way off. Junlin's CEO is only in his 20s. Hearing this, both Bai Jingting and his wife looked surprised. Jun, however, remained impassive as he picked up a piece of meat and placed it in his bowl. What do you think? Is that a surprise? It's not just you two, my co-workers were surprised too. It's just a shame that the boss only made it to the top floor before leaving so quickly. We didn't get to meet him, so we have no idea what kind of young prodigy he is. Listening to his sister talk about him, Jun couldn't help but feel a bit odd. After finishing lunch and chatting with his aunt for a while, Jun took his leave. Jun, do you have a place to stay? Lee Mengyun was a bit worried about Jun's living situation. Auntie, don't worry. I've already rented a place. After Jun left, Bai Jingting turned to his wife with a stern expression. Lee Mengyun, think before you speak from now on. The company isn't mine. Didn't you know your nephew just got out of prison? You're just bringing anyone and everyone into my company. Upon hearing this, Lee Mengyun immediately took offense. What's the big deal? He's my nephew. What's wrong with asking you to find him a job? In an instant, the couple began arguing. Wei, who was nearby, got a headache from the commotion and simply left to go shopping with her best friend. After leaving his aunt's house, Jun arrived at Shizi Domain. It was a villa community. It was also one of the gifts Nalan had prepared for Jun. But just as he reached the entrance, Jun saw an SUV speed past. He thought he caught a glimpse of Zhu inside the car. Could she be living at Shizi Domain too? Jun couldn't help but sigh. What a twisted fate, I've run into her 3 times in one day. Shaking his head, he walked straight inside. The villa exuded an antique charm, with red walls, black-tiled roofs, and intricately carved balustrades. 2 stone lions stood at the entrance, looking majestic and imposing. Above the main gate, a plaque bore the 4 gold-embossed characters, Sovereign Estate. Upon seeing these words, Jun was left speechless. This was undoubtedly Nalan's handiwork. Naming the newly acquired company Junlin Syndicate and giving the villa such a name clearly showed how much thought Nalan had put into it for him. A warm feeling welled up inside Jun. Meanwhile, Wei had gone shopping with her best friend and was now sitting in a bubble tea shop, venting to her. Yuhan, this is so annoying, my parents are fighting again. What happened? Dressed in a pale yellow mini dress, Yuhan naturally exuded a certain older sister charm. Even the way she sipped her milk tea seemed incredibly elegant. It's all because of my cousin who just got out of prison. My mom insists he work at my dad's company, but my dad isn't having it. They're arguing so much it's giving me a headache. Oh, so that's what it's about. Yuhan smiled slightly. That's easy to fix. Xiao's been thinking about how to impress you lately. Just give him a chance, and he'll take care of your cousin in no time. At the mention of Chow, Wei's eyes lit up. He was a wealthy young man she'd recently met, young and well off, who'd been pursuing her lately. I don't think that's a good idea. Wei hesitated. What's wrong with it? If you're too shy to call, I'll make the call. With that, Yuhan pulled out her phone. After a brief conversation, she immediately beamed and said, Wei, Chow said they're working out at the martial arts gym in the city center. He wants us to go find him. Call your brother and tell him to come along. Meanwhile, June was standing by the window when his phone rang in his pocket. Brother June, are you busy right now? There's something I want to talk to you about. Could you come to the Genoa Martial Arts Hall in the city center? Sure. June put his phone away. He really didn't have anything else to do at the moment, and besides, this younger sister had been the closest to him when they were kids. He left Shizi Domain, hailed a taxi, and headed to the Genoa Martial Arts Hall his sister had mentioned. At the entrance to the martial arts hall, his sister and her best friend, Yuhan, were waiting. When Wei saw June get out of the taxi, she briefly introduced the two of them to each other, and they walked into the martial arts hall together. The hall was located in the basement, and as soon as they stepped inside, they heard the sound of heavy blows coming from within. On the ring, two young men wearing boxing gloves were trading blows back and forth in a lively sparring match. You're here. A tall young man walked over with a smile on his face. His gaze toward Wei carried a hint of intensity. At the same time, his eyes subtly swept over June. I suppose this must be Brother June. Leave your job situation to me. That would be a huge help. Wei said hurriedly. It's no big deal. Why be so formal between us? Chow laughed heartily, a hint of smugness playing at the corners of his mouth. In the spectator stands in the distance, a few young men were pointing and whispering among themselves. The new girl Chow's got his eye on is pretty. Looks like it won't be long before young Master Zhang gets her into bed. No doubt about it. Chow's got top-notch moves when it comes to picking up girls. Some young girls are always dreaming of marrying into a wealthy family, but they don't even look at their own backgrounds. Chow already has a fiancé. He's just playing around. The basement was noisy, and they were far enough away that although the group was chatting quite freely, Wei couldn't make out a word of what they were saying. Only June furrowed his brow. Just because others couldn't hear didn't mean he couldn't. Chapter 4, Wei, this older brother is a bit of a headache. Hearing their conversation, June's opinion of Chow plummeted to rock bottom. He suddenly turned to Wei and said, Little sister, I need to talk to you. With that, he pulled Wei aside. That Chow has ulterior motives toward you. He is no good. You'd better stop hanging out with him from now on. What did you say? Wei's eyes widened as she stared at June in disbelief. Brother, has your time in prison gone to your head? Chow was kind enough to help you find a job, and yet you're bad-mouthing him. I just heard them talking about how Chow has a fiancé and is just messing around with you. June explained. Hearing this, Wei was so furious she burst out laughing. With such a long distance between us and this place being so noisy, how did you even hear that? June, you've really let me down. Just then, Chow and his group overheard the argument. Instantly, their faces turned grim. June, is it? I'm only calling you Brother June for Wei's sake, but I hope you won't say things like that again. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rough with you. Chow glared coldly at June. In his eyes, June was nothing more than a convict. If it weren't for his interest in Wei, he wouldn't even deign to glance at him on the street. He defined it a stain on his dignity. I'm warning you, too, stay away from my sister, or I won't hold back. June retorted bluntly. You. Chow's face darkened. Just then, Yuhan, who was standing nearby, stepped in to smooth things over. Chow, June just got out of prison. He doesn't know any better. Don't take it personally. As she spoke, she shot June a glare. June, apologize to Chow right now. How dare you threaten to be rough with him? Chow is the third-place winner of the city championship. One punch from him and you'll shit yourself. Ha! June curled his lip in disdain. If it weren't for fear of scaring his little sister, June could make a scumbag like Chow vanish from the face of the earth in a matter of minutes. As the boss of that hellhole of a prison, June was no saint.
So, Brother June, you're looking down on me and think my skills aren't worth your time?
Well, do you dare step up onto the stage and spar with me?
Chow clenched his fists.
To be honest, he couldn't resist the urge to take June down.
June couldn't help but sneer. This kid actually dared to lay a hand on him?
Perfect, he'd teach him a lesson, so this bastard wouldn't get any ideas about going after his little sister.
So he nodded, fine, let us spar. As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone nearby looked taken aback. Yuhan furrowed her brow even more. June, are you out of your mind? We've all told you that Chow is the third place winner of the city championship. You still want to go up there? Did a donkey kick you in the head?
Wei, standing nearby, quickly chimed in, Chow, my brother doesn't know any better.
Don't take him seriously. No.
Chow shook his head. Wei, since June wants to give it a try, I'll just play along with him. Don't worry, I won't go too hard on him. As he said this, Chow flashed a mischievous grin. Not too hard, sure, I'll just beat him up enough that he can't get out of bed for half a month at most.
He thought to himself.
June, however, couldn't be bothered to waste words on someone like that and walked straight toward the ring. Upon hearing that Chow was about to fight someone, the crowd immediately grew excited.
Who is this guy who dares to take on Chow?
Chow's punches pack a serious punch. I heard he's that girl's brother, just out of prison.
So what if he's been to prison?
A few days ago, I beat up a guy who'd just gotten out. He claimed to be the big shot on the block, a real tough guy in a fight, but I almost beat him until he coughed up blood. Compared to us pros in the fighting circuit, ordinary people are just trash. A buzz of chatter rose from the crowd.
June had already stepped onto the ring.
Just then, Chow walked up as well. He tossed June a pair of boxing gloves, but June immediately flung them to the ground.
I don't want this crap.
Authentic martial arts involve many hand techniques, and gloves would limit his performance. Of course, against a small fry like Chow, June could knock him out without even using his hands. He simply didn't like wearing gloves.
Chow's expression turned cold. This kid was getting a bit cocky.
He clenched his fist and tossed his gloves aside as well.
Then I won't use them either.
Just as a referee nearby raised his hand to signal the start, Chow charged toward June. With a swift lunge, he threw a punch straight at June's cheek.
Good. A wave of cheers rose from the crowd below.
The speed and explosive power were nothing short of perfect. Wei, however, couldn't help but feel worried. Chow had clearly promised her he'd go easy on June, but judging by the force of that punch even from this distance, she felt a chill run down her spine. June stood rooted to the spot, making no move to defend himself. He seemed frozen in shock, not moving a muscle.
I thought he had some skill. Is that all he has got?
I bet young Master Zhang will knock him out in one round. A few of Chow's rowdy friends burst into loud laughter. But the next moment, just as Chow's fist was less than a centimeter from June's cheek, June suddenly moved.
He sidestepped, dodging the punch.
Then, seizing the momentum, he grabbed his opponent's arm, pulled him in, and landed a ferocious hook that slammed hard into Chow's face. Chow immediately spun around and crashed to the ground, completely knocked out of commission.
In an instant, the entire venue fell silent.
Chow had competed in professional combat sports and even won third place, yet now he'd been knocked out, and with just one move, no less.
Wei's mouth dropped open wide.
In her memory, June had been nothing more than a bookish, weak-looking guy before he went to prison. Although he had beaten up that rich kid to protect his girlfriend. He grabbed a knife from a nearby butcher shop to do it. He wasn't actually that strong in a fight.
Yuhan's jaw nearly hit the floor, and he started babbling incoherently. Holy shit, that was brutal. A few of Chow's hoodlum friends immediately surrounded June, glaring at him menacingly.
June pointed at them defiantly.
Anyone who is not convinced, come on up and give it a try.
Hearing this, they all fell silent instantly. Chow wasn't weak, yet June had knocked him down. Stepping up now would only be asking for a beating.
Cowards,
June said disdainfully, then walked straight off the ring.
I'm going to take a walk outside. If anything comes up, give me a call, June said to Wei. Wei nodded instinctively. The next moment, June was already heading out the door.
He taught the guy a lesson. If he still didn't learn his lesson, June wouldn't mind leaving him with a mark he'd never forget next time. Meanwhile, Chow, still reeling from the blow, struggled to his feet on the ring.
He simply stared at June's receding back and clenched his fists. He really lost face today.
At the same time, a hint of apprehension flashed in his eyes.
Having an older brother like Wei was a bit of a headache. Chapter 5, He ambushed me. Chow, are you okay?
Only after June had walked away did Wei remember. He hurried onto the ring, supported Chow, and asked with concern. Chow rubbed his slightly swollen cheek and shook his head.
I'm fine. Your brother has no class. He actually ambushed me. I could tell he was just an ordinary guy.
I was afraid of hurting him, so I went easy on him.
Chow protested. Right. It's all his fault.
I'll apologize to you on his behalf,
Wei said repeatedly.
However, up close, the scent of Wei's perfume stimulated his sense of smell, instantly making Chow's heart race.
Wei, why don't we go to a bar?
I know a new one that just opened. It has a famous singer performing there, and the decor is really stylish.
Well, Wei hesitated.
She wasn't a child anymore. How could she not understand the look in Chow's eyes?
Going to a bar under the influence of alcohol could easily lead to something happening.
Although she was quite taken with Chow, she didn't want to give herself to him too soon. She still needed to get to know him better.
Wei, what are you afraid of?
Don't you trust my character? If you don't go, I'm going to be a little upset. Besides, your brother hit me.
If it weren't for you, do you think I'd have let him get away with it so easily? Can't you at least make it up to me? Yuhan chimed in from the side. Yeah, Wei, let us just go have some fun. Oh, okay. Wei finally nodded hesitantly. Then let us head out right now.
Chow's eyes immediately lit up, and he casually placed his hand on Wei's shoulder. Meanwhile, June had already left the martial arts school and arrived at the nearby antique market. Naylin had given him a company and a villa, and Naylin's favorite thing was jade. June planned to find a piece to give to Naylin the next time he saw her. As soon as he stepped inside the shop, he saw an elderly man haggling with the shopkeeper.
Shopkeeper, this is clearly a replica from the Ming or Qing dynasty. The original is still on display at the Jinling Museum. You're asking me for 100,000 for a replica? That's a bit of a rip-off, isn't it?
The elderly man was dressed in a Zhongshan suit, wearing a pair of cloth shoes on his feet. His hair was slightly graying, and he wore gold-rimmed glasses. He was accompanied by 2 bodyguards, and it was clear at a glance that he was no ordinary figure. The shop owner wore a flat-brimmed hat with a pigtail sticking out from the back, which reminded June of a holdout from the Qing dynasty. Especially with the large black mole above his lip, he had the natural look of a shrewd merchant. At that moment, the shop owner chuckled. Mr. Zhou, you can't say that. Although this lady's portrait is a replica, it dates back to the Ming and Qing dynasties, so isn't it still an antique? Besides, if I name a price, you're free to make an offer. Just give it a shot, you never know, we might reach an agreement.
50,000. The elderly man held out his palm. The shop owner shook his head.
Mr. Zhou, that's a pretty harsh offer.
Besides, as a big-time businessman with a net worth of 10 billion, do you really care about this little bit of money?
The old man chuckled. A net worth of 10 billion didn't just blow in on the wind, and in my eyes, this piece is worth exactly 50,000. The shop owner insisted. 80,000, that's my final offer.
Not a single fin less.
The old man hesitated for a moment, then set the scroll down. Shop owner, then you'd better wait to sell it to someone who knows its true value. June glanced at the scroll, his eyes lighting up, and stepped forward.
I'll take it. 80,000.
The elderly man, who had just set the scroll down, looked taken aback. The shop owner standing nearby, however, wore a look of delight.
You're a straight shooter, young man. Will you pay by credit card or mobile payment? Credit card. June simply tossed a bank card onto the counter. The elderly man standing nearby finally couldn't hold back any longer.
Young man, I really shouldn't butt in when you're buying a painting by Nayland, but I said it's worth 50,000, and that's what it's worth.
You're offering 80,000, you're probably going to lose 30,000 on this. June smiled at this. Not only will I not lose 80,000, but I'll actually make a profit of 8 million. What did you say?
Hearing this, the old man couldn't help but laugh.
Young man, you haven't been watching too many TV dramas, have you? Thinking you're here to snag a bargain?
I've already told you this is just a Ming or Qing dynasty replica, painted by an unknown artist.
My offer of 50,000 was actually a high price.
To think you'd make a profit of 8 million on top of that. Young people these days, they haven't even developed an eye for art, yet they dare to come here hunting for bargains. The two bodyguards behind him also looked at June with a hint of contempt. At that moment, fearing June might change his mind, the shop owner swiped his card right away.
After the transaction went through, he began packing the painting for June. Wait a minute. To everyone's surprise, June stopped him. Do you know how to mount paintings, shop owner? Hearing this, the shop owner burst out laughing. Young man, that's a funny question. This is how I make my living, of course I know how. What, do you want me to have this painting mounted?
2,000 yuan, and I'll take care of it for you.
I've already spent 80,000 on your painting, shouldn't you throw in the mounting for free? June said with a laugh. The shop owner shook his head. Framing is a craft.
2,000 isn't expensive, and I'll replace the roll with one made of sandalwood, quality guaranteed.
The shop owner said emphatically.
In the end, he just wouldn't give him a break.
2,000 it is, then. But I'm not asking you to frame it, I need you to peel off one layer of the painting.
In the past, the Xian paper used for paintings was made up of several layers stacked on top of each other, so it could be peeled off. Hearing June's words, the shop owner couldn't help but chuckle softly. He understood what June meant. June believed there was a secret hidden within the painting.
As a professional antique dealer, he hadn't noticed anything unusual about the painting. This young man must have watched too many TV dramas.
Young man, I can certainly peel it off for you as long as you pay for it.
Just go ahead and peel it off. I'll pay you well. All right. The shop owner immediately brought over a basin of clean water.
He then took out a brush no bigger than a nail clipper, dipped it in the water, and began brushing the edges of the scroll. The paper was highly absorbent. The moment the brush touched it, the water was instantly soaked up. After the shopkeeper brushed the area 3 times, a thumb-sized section at the corner was completely soaked. The elderly man, who had been about to leave, couldn't help but stop in his tracks, staring intently at the shopkeeper's movements. The shopkeeper reached out and rubbed the corner a few times. The scroll, which had been a single piece, immediately split into 2 sheets of paper. However, the hidden painting he had imagined did not appear. If the trick had been exposed so easily, the person who mounted the painting would have wasted all that effort for nothing. Young man, now you know that easy money isn't so easy to come by, right? You'd better go home, study for a few more years, and then come back out. Consider the 80,000 yuan a lesson learned. The old man shook his head, his tone clearly carrying a hint of admonishment. A hint of smugness crept onto the shop owner's face. If they actually found a painting within a painting, not only would he have been thoroughly humiliated, but it would have broken his heart financially. Now he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. But to everyone's surprise, June remained unfazed and said calmly, "Keep peeling." Well. The shop owner looked a bit hesitant. This painting is made with cooked Xian paper, which is quite brittle. If you keep peeling, it might get damaged if you're not careful. Don't make me pay for it later. Don't worry, I definitely won't make you pay for it. June said impatiently. This young man really won't learn his lesson until it's too late. The shop owner shook his head and picked up the brush again.
Even the old man standing nearby felt a headache coming on for June's sake. Soon, the third layer of Xian paper was peeled away. The moment it was peeled back, the shop owner's hand trembled slightly. Chapter 6: My Sister Got Beaten Up. When the shop owner peeled back the third layer of paper, the old man and the two bodyguards couldn't help but be drawn in, their breathing becoming slightly ragged. Although they knew full well that June was about to be humiliated, at a moment like this, it still felt like the reveal of a lottery result. Just then, the shop owner's hand trembled, and with a snap, the layer that had just been peeled back tore open. The old man's heart skipped a beat. He muttered, "What a shame, a perfectly good painting, ruined just like that. That's 80,000 yuan. The two bodyguards looked on with pity in their eyes. This kid was dressed so plainly he didn't look like a wealthy person. 80,000 yuan might be his life savings from several years of work. He'd come to the antique market hoping to snag a bargain, just like everyone else, and now it's all gone down the drain." However, the shop owner swallowed hard and, ignoring the tear, continued peeling it back. As the entire sheet of paper was slowly peeled away, the shop instantly fell silent. Beneath the second layer of Xian paper, a lifelike portrait of a maidservant revealed itself. Although it bore some resemblance to the first layer that had been peeled off earlier, anyone with even a passing knowledge of art could tell at a glance that the craftsmanship was extraordinary. The one above looked stiff and lifeless, while the figure in the painting beneath seemed as if it might come to life at any moment. Especially with the dense array of seals covering it, every single one confirmed that this was the genuine article. The shop owner stared at the painting, his body swaying slightly. He sold an authentic Tangbohu for 80,000 yuan, a loss so massive it left him penniless. An authentic Tangbohu could easily fetch 10 million and might even command a higher price at auction. Although this painting is very well disguised, the mounting technique used on a forgery is typically an antique-style mounting. Generally, for antique-style mounting, the materials such as the paper tube and scroll lens are selected from the very best, but the materials used in this painting are quite ordinary. Given that such a complex mounting technique was used, yet the wood is of the poorest quality, this suggests someone is trying to conceal something. June explained calmly. At that moment, the old man's gaze toward June had completely changed. He prided himself on being a veteran expert in antiques. He'd spent half an hour studying the scroll just now, yet he hadn't noticed what this young man had spotted at a single glance. "You're quite impressive, young man. My name is Zhou Bingkuan. I enjoy collecting antiques. You're a true connoisseur, perhaps we could exchange ideas more often. Since you enjoy collecting antiques, do you happen to have any fine jade?" June's eyes lit up. It wasn't easy to find a piece of fine jade in this antique market. On the contrary, seasoned collectors often had quite a few treasures in their collections. If the other party had any, he might as well buy them. "Of course. I also enjoy collecting jade and have quite a few fine pieces. I run an antique museum on Nansha Street. As it happens, we're hosting an exhibition there in 3 days. You're welcome to come take a look then. If you see anything you like, just take it." Zhou Bingkuan could tell June wasn't an ordinary person and was eager to befriend him. However, June shook his head. He didn't want to accept a gift for nothing. He certainly didn't want to owe anyone a favor just for a piece of jade. Besides, this old man didn't seem like the type to make a loss on a deal. "Alright, see you in 3 days." June had the shop owner wrap up the painting and paid 2,000 for the labor. The shop owner was now feeling the sting of the loss, but in the antique business, once a price is set, there's no going back. He'd misjudged the piece, so he had no one to blame but himself. After leaving the shop, June headed straight back to his villa in the Shizi domain. Meanwhile, Wei and her companions had arrived at a bar. The lights were dim. No sooner had Chao and the others sat down than a bald middle-aged man approached them. The man was burly and muscular, with a tattoo of a dragon crossing a river on his body. He exuded a strong underworld aura. This instantly put Wei and the other women on edge. But to their surprise, as soon as the man approached, he burst into laughter. "Isn't this young Master Zhang? Your presence here truly graces my establishment." With that, he instructed a waiter to bring Chao and his group a complimentary bottle of fine liquor. Only then did he leave. Chao instantly felt incredibly proud. Even Wei's gaze toward Chow took on a touch of admiration. Chow really pulls a lot of weight. Even the bar owner came over personally to say hello. Of course. Chow never comes here without spending tens of thousands of yuan. He is their cash cow. Amid the flattery from those around him, Chow couldn't help but feel smug. The next moment, he raised his glass. Wei, let us have a drink together. Let us clink glasses. The people around them cheered. Wei's cheeks flushed slightly, but she didn't refuse. After downing her drink, Chow hurriedly poured Wei another glass. Before long, Wei was starting to feel a bit tipsy. Just then, the bar began to fill up. A drunk young man staggered over and accidentally bumped into Chow, who had just stood up to raise his glass, spilling liquor all over him. Chow flew into a rage and shouted, "Don't you have any eyes, you son of a bitch?" The young man was no pushover either and immediately fired back with insults of his own. He even cursed out Chow's ancestors going back 18 generations. Chow had already had a few drinks, and with so many girls watching, he certainly couldn't back down. So, emboldened by his courage, he kicked the young man, sending him flying more than 2 meters away. After all, Chow had trained in Sanda. 2 or 3 ordinary burly men couldn't even get close to him. The young man was sent flying and landed on the ground, howling in pain. It took him a few minutes to recover before he hobbled to his feet, shouting, "You'll pay for this." With that, he ran out of the bar. Chow, however, didn't care in the least. He picked up his beer and swirled it around in his glass. Only the bar owner, watching from the second floor, couldn't help but let a hint of concern show in his eyes. "Keep drinking, keep partying." Chow laughed heartily. He didn't take a petty thug like that seriously at all. But not long after, there was a loud clang, and a group of burly men, each about 1.78 meters tall, burst through the bar's entrance. As soon as they entered, they immediately ordered the waitstaff to turn off the music, plunging the bar into silence. Several staff members stepped forward to ask what was going on, but the bar owner stopped them. The next moment, those men walked straight toward where Chow and his friends were sitting. Chow and his friends were so drunk they hadn't even realized what was happening yet. It wasn't until they were right in front of them that they recognized the blonde-haired young man Chow had beaten up earlier. But they weren't intimidated. They stood up and snapped, "Who the hell are you? What do you want?" "I'm the third-place winner in Sanda." As he spoke, he swung his fist defiantly. A few young men standing nearby also stood up. Many of them were also trained in Sanda and were all hotheads. The next moment, there was a loud smack. A slap landed squarely on Chow's face. Seeing this, a few of Chow's buddies nearby grabbed the liquor bottles off the table and were about to charge forward. But the leader sneered, "I don't give a damn what kind of fighting you've trained in. You dare hit Brother Dong's younger brother? Looks like you're tired of living." "Brother Dong? Which Brother Dong?" Chow asked instinctively. The burly man spat out the words one by one, "Anchi Street, Wadong." The moment that name was uttered, Chow and his crew, who had just been seething with rage, instantly felt as if they'd been doused with a bucket of cold water, and a hint of fear flashed in their eyes. Wadong of Anchi Street was considered a major figure in Suzhou. He worked in freight, run a sand quarry, and was now in the real estate business. His rise to power had been steeped in bloodshed. Provoking him could easily get you killed. And given Huadong's influence, he faced no consequences for killing someone. "Let us go. Our brother Dong is waiting for you. He has a short temper, don't keep him waiting too long," the burly man leading the group said coldly. Instantly, Chow and his crew, who had been so arrogant just moments ago, all obediently put down their bottles and, like prisoners, filed out of the bar in single file. As soon as they stepped outside, they were shoved into a minivan and driven to a private club on Anchi Street. "What are we going to do?" Wei was terrified and asked in a trembling voice. Chow's face had turned pale as well. "Don't worry. I'll mention my dad's name in a moment. It should work." Soon, they were led into a room at the club. More than a dozen people stood in a neat row. On the sofa inside the room, a middle-aged man was sipping tea. "Brother Dong, my father is Zhang Yud. There must be some misunderstanding between us." Chow stammered. Bang! Brother Dong, who had been sipping his tea, suddenly stood up, slammed Xiao's head down onto the table, then grabbed a glass teapot from nearby and smashed it down on his head. Crack! Tea and shards of glass flew everywhere. I don't give a damn who you are. You hit my little brother, so you're going to pay the price. If your dad shows up, I'll beat him up too. After saying that, he took a tissue handed to him by one of his henchmen and wiped his hands. He sat back down on the sofa and said coldly, "All of you, get on your knees." Seeing Xiao beaten like that, the others didn't dare offer the slightest resistance. They all obediently knelt on the floor. Wei was already a nervous wreck, tugging at Yuhan's sleeve. "What are we going to do?" Yuhan was also panicking, her voice breaking as she said, "I don't know either." Meanwhile, June, who had been admiring a painting of court ladies, suddenly heard his phone ring in his pocket. It was a call from his younger sister, Wei. As soon as he answered, Wei's tearful voice came through the line. "Brother, come save me. I'm at the Yunting Club on Anxi Street. They're forcing me to sleep with them. There are so many of them. What is going on?" June immediately furrowed his brow. Damn it, she dares to call? She's asking for trouble. Just then, he heard the sound of a phone hitting the ground, followed by the sharp crack of slaps. June's expression instantly darkened. No matter how wrong his sister might be, it wasn't anyone else's place to hit her. He immediately stood up and dialed Liang Yong's number. "Get some men to Anxi Street right away. My sister's been beaten." "Yes, sir." Liang Yong replied crisply on the other end of the line. He could tell the young master was furious. 5 minutes later, more than a dozen black sedans sped straight toward Anxi Street. Chapter 7: June's Influence. Inside the Yunting Club. Brother Dong sat sipping his tea, lost in his own thoughts. A group of young men and women knelt there, not daring to breathe a word, trembling with fear. Wei, her hair in disarray, had several distinct handprints clearly visible on her face. "Damn it, you actually dared to call for help? I guess you really want to die." A burly man grabbed Wei by the hair and slammed her head against the wall twice with a thud. Not a single person nearby dared to make a sound. "Enough." At that moment, Huadong spoke up. "She is such a pretty girl, it'd be a shame to beat her up. I, Huadong, am a reasonable man. You beat up my younger brother, so naturally you'll have to pay the price. You like making phone calls, don't you? Let them make them. Each of the guys brings $1 million in ransom. As for the girls, just stay here and serve Brother Dong for one night. $1 million for one night, you guys are making a killing." Hearing this, the women shuddered even more. Wei was already crying from fear. Who would come to save her? 20 minutes later. The door to the private room opened. The parents of the boys filed in one after another. Among them was a tall, middle-aged man who burst out laughing the moment he stepped through the door. "Brother Dong, the youngsters were being thoughtless and offended you. As soon as I heard about this, I rushed over to apologize." It was none other than Xiao's father, Zhang Yud. As a private entrepreneur in the city, he had met Huadong a few times before. Huadong gave a forced smile and said, "Oh, look who is here, Mr. Zhang. Did you bring the $1 million? Zhang Yud's expression froze. "Brother Dong, the kids were being reckless. I'm apologizing on their behalf. Let us just call it even at $1 million. My ass." Huadong immediately launched into a tirade. "I said $1 million, and I mean $1 million. Who the hell do you think you are? One fin short, and I'll make sure your son loses a body part." Zhang Yud was also startled by Huadong's ferocious demeanor. He forced a smile and said, "Brother Dong, $1 million is a bit much. How about you lower the amount a little?" Just then, the door to the private room suddenly swung open. Instantly, everyone fell silent and turned to see which parent had arrived this time. To their surprise, however, the one who walked in was a young man in a tracksuit, none other than June. The moment he saw June, Wei's eyes lit up with joy. But worry quickly followed. June knew a little kung fu, but how could he possibly take on Huadong? As soon as June walked in,
he spotted Wei with his hair all disheveled, and his eyes narrowed instantly.
Wei, are you okay?
Wei shook her head. Although her head was throbbing, she didn't dare say so.
You go ahead. I'll handle this here, June said.
Wei was still a bit bewildered. June had already grabbed her arm and pulled her out the door.
Meanwhile, Huadong and his men stood there dumbfounded, staring after June as he left, wondering, who is this guy? He just casually took her away like that. He'd completely thrown Huadong and his men off guard.
Before Huadong could even react, June, who had just stepped outside, came back inside. His gaze swept across the crowd, and when he spotted Yuhan crouching there realizing she was his sister's friend, he said, "You should go, too."
Hearing this, Yuhan hurriedly stood up.
But after taking just 2 steps, a burly man who had finally snapped out of it blocked her path. June's expression darkened, and he walked over and kicked the burly man squarely in the gut.
The 1.8-meter tall man was sent crashing into the wall by June's single kick. "Go," June said. Yuhan whispered a quiet thank you, then headed for the exit.
By then, Huadong had fully come to his senses and was staring at June.
"Friend, what line of work are you in?"
Judging by how clean and decisive June's strike had been, few of his own men could match him. Having cut his teeth on the streets for many years, Huadong naturally had a keen eye for such things.
"It doesn't matter which scene I'm in. What matters is that you hit my sister." Huadong let out a cold laugh. "So what if I hit her? I'm going to sleep with her anyway."
As he spoke, he ordered his men, "Hurry up and chase those 2 girls back here, don't let them get away." No sooner had he finished speaking than a burly man charged straight for the door. But the moment he opened it, he retreated with his hands raised.
A gun was pressed against the man's temple. In an instant, the entire private room fell silent.
Everyone stared in astonishment at Liang Yong, who had just appeared.
Especially at the dark muzzle of the gun, glinting with a cold light. Everyone was shocked. Who was this person who had just appeared at the door, carrying a gun? Could he be someone June brought along?
Huadong narrowed his eyes, a hint of wariness flashing in his gaze.
Anyone who carried a gun wasn't just an ordinary person. He was starting to lose his grip on June's true background.
"You hit my sister.
Isn't it time to settle the score?" June walked up to Huadong with a smirk, sizing him up from head to toe.
Just as Huadong was about to speak, there was a sharp smack. A crisp slap landed squarely on his face. The blow sent Huadong stumbling backward.
One of Huadong's subordinates standing nearby immediately flew into a rage, grabbing a chair and preparing to attack. "Damn it, how dare you hit my brother Dong!" Thud. With a dull thud, a bloody hole appeared on the burly man's forehead.
The chair in his hand clattered to the floor with a clatter, and his body fell straight backward.
"Ah!"
A wave of terrified screams instantly filled the room.
Everyone was petrified. "Shut up!" June roared impatiently.
The noise these guys were making was truly infuriating. The screams stopped abruptly.
Everyone covered their mouths in fear. But the terror in their eyes only grew deeper.
Just then, Liang Yong strode right in and pressed the gun against Huadong's head. The muzzle, having just fired, was still scorching hot. At that moment, Huadong, a veteran of countless battles, was on the verge of breaking down. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead.
It was terrifying.
If the other man's hand trembled even slightly, his head would explode.
Let us talk this out." Huadong swallowed hard and said in a trembling voice. "Take out one of his legs. That'll teach him a lesson," June said coldly.
The next moment, Liang Yong lowered the gun's muzzle. With a bang, a spray of blood erupted from Huadong's thigh, and he collapsed onto the ground. June didn't even spare Huadong a second glance. Instead, he turned to Zhang Yud.
"Keep your son in line.
If he dares show his face in front of my sister again, I'll break all 3 of his legs."
Upon hearing this, Zhang Yud was so terrified he nodded frantically. Who would dare mess with this terrifying figure? "All right, everyone, get out of here."
As soon as June finished speaking, everyone inside, already terrified out of their wits, rushed toward the exit. Only after everyone had left did June, with his hands in his pockets, stroll leisurely out of the private room.
Outside the private room,
Huadong's henchmen were all crouching in a row, clutching their heads.
Beside them, burly men in black were pointing guns at them, all men brought by Liang Yong.
What should we do with these guys?
Liang Yong couldn't help but ask. Break one leg on each of them as punishment. With that, June strode out the door. Meanwhile, a wave of agonized screams echoed from inside the club.
Chow and the others, who had just fled the club, heard the sounds and were so terrified their legs began to tremble. It wasn't until they stepped out of the private room and witnessed that scene that they realized just how powerful June's influence truly was.
Not long after leaving the club, June received a call from his younger sister, Wei.
"Brother, are you okay?"
"I'm heading home. Don't worry. Everything's been taken care of."
June hung up the phone and returned to the villa in Shizi Domain.
Early the next morning,
June had Liang Yong drive him to his aunt's house, and he bought some calming tonics for his sister. She must have been terrified yesterday. As soon as he walked in the door, he saw his uncle, Bai Jingting, glaring at him angrily.
"June, how have you been taking care of your sister?"
If Chao's father hadn't arrived in time yesterday, the consequences would have been unimaginable.
Chapter 8, Super Soldier King.
June was taken aback by his uncle's words.
What was going on?
"Dad, I went to the bar on my own. It has nothing to do with Brother June."
Wei hurriedly interjected.
"At least he'd spoken up for him." June set the supplements down on the table beside him.
He walked over and sat down across from the sofa, asking, "Wei, how is your injury?"
"I'm fine."
Wei was holding an egg against his face.
"June, it wasn't until after I ran out yesterday that it hit me. Huadong's influence is so vast, and I was worried you'd get into trouble. But I heard everyone walked out unscathed in the end."
Chao's father must have settled it with money, right?
So that's how it was.
June finally understood. Did Chao contact you again after he got out?
June furrowed his brow slightly. Wei shook his head, "No. I called him, but he didn't pick up. I don't know what's going on. It's driving me crazy." Hearing this, June couldn't help but say, "Wei, it's actually a good thing Chao isn't contacting you. He's no good." At those words, a hint of displeasure flashed across Wei's face. Standing nearby, his uncle Bai Jingting scowled and said bluntly, "June, just mind your own business.
You don't need to meddle in your sister's affairs.
I think Chao's a decent kid, and I know his father, Zhang Yid. He is a well-known entrepreneur in the city. Your sister marrying him is a real step up for her. You, on the other hand, should just be happy for her. Don't let the fact that she is doing better than you make you feel resentful." Bai Jingting spoke without holding back. He was fully supportive of his daughter's relationship with Chao. But after this incident, Chao had actually stopped answering his calls, and that was the real source of his rage.
"Uncle, I'm Wei's brother. How could I possibly harm her?" June couldn't help but sigh.
Wei was really unlucky to have a father like this. Seeing how unwelcome he was, June didn't want to stay any longer. After offering Wei a few words of comfort, he stood up to leave.
"June, stay for lunch before you go." His aunt, Li Mengyun, tried to persuade him to stay. "No, thanks.
I've got some things to take care of."
"Don't make him stay."
At that moment, Bai Jingting snorted coldly.
He didn't even bother to find a decent job after getting out of prison. He just loafs around all day, a hopeless case.
June couldn't be bothered to argue with him. He opened the door and nearly collided head-on with a slender figure coming toward him.
It was Yuhan.
Upon seeing June, Yuhan paused for a moment, then smiled.
"June, thanks for what you did yesterday."
"It was no big deal."
June nodded and walked straight into the elevator.
His uncle really didn't know a good thing when he saw it. If it weren't for his aunt's sake, he wouldn't have bothered to stop by at all.
After June left, Yuhan walked into the house. "Yuhan is here."
Seeing Yuhan, Bai Jingting's face broke into a slight smile.
Yuhan's father ran a company, and Bai Jingting was happy for his daughter to have friends like her.
Yuhan, my daughter Wei called Chow a few times, but no one picked up.
You're on good terms with Chow, could you give him a call and see what's going on? Yuhan shook her head with a wry smile. Uncle, Chow isn't just ignoring Wei's calls, he's not answering mine either.
His friends seem to have vanished into thin air.
I have no idea what's going on.
That kid really, if he has something to say, he should just talk it out face to face.
What's with not answering the phone?
Bai Jingting sighed with regret. Such a great catch, it would be a real shame if this opportunity were to slip away.
Oh, right, I just remembered. Yuhan suddenly slapped her forehead.
I heard from Chow and the others that they're going to Nancha Street the day after tomorrow to see an antique exhibition.
We'll definitely find him there. Chairman Zhou's Antique Museum? Bai Jingting's eyes lit up instantly. Chairman Zhou is the president of our Chuzhou Chamber of Commerce. Since he is hosting this antique exhibition, many big business tycoons will be attending.
When the time comes, Uncle will take the two of you along to broaden your horizons.
Sounds great. Yuhan immediately broke into a smile.
Wei, standing nearby, looked a bit hesitant. Since Chow won't answer his phone, wouldn't it be a bit inappropriate for us to just show up at his place? Bai Jingting, however, set a stern face.
What kind of talk is that? What's wrong with that?
Besides, we're going to see the antiques, we're not going specifically to find him. At worst, it'll just be a chance encounter. Bai Jingting knew his daughter cared a lot about saving face, so he said this on purpose.
Sure enough, Wei nodded. All right, then. Meanwhile, June, seething with anger, returned to the villa in Shizi Domain.
As soon as he reached the villa's entrance, he spotted a sports car parked there. Before June could step forward to investigate, the door swung open, and a young man with a hooked nose, wearing a leather jacket, stepped out.
Eagle, what are you doing here? And aren't you hot wearing a leather jacket in this sweltering heat?
Eagle's real name was Yin Jiqian, Longwei's top military elite, proficient in all types of firearms and possessing superhuman combat prowess.
But because he had massacred prisoners of war, he'd been locked up in Seoul's 4th dungeon for half a year.
Of course, Eagle had been incredibly arrogant when he first went to prison, but after June hung him from a tree and beat him for 3 days, he'd been content to be an underling ever since. Seeing June made him happier than seeing his own father. In June's words, this guy was just a total jerk.
I just heard the boss was out of prison, so I came running over to pay my respects, didn't I?
Eagle chuckled. This guy put on a cold, ruthless facade in front of outsiders, but in front of June, he was always a total sycophant. He stepped up to June, and the next moment, he suddenly reached out to grab June with lightning-fast speed.
June shook his head.
This guy's personality hasn't changed a bit, he still loves to sneak attack me, but he is nowhere near my level. He sidestepped the attack and then threw a punch. Eagle's body instantly curled up like a shrimp, flying backward like a fired missile and slamming into the wall behind him. June clapped his hands and smiled dismissively. You're a dog who can't change his spots. Eagle quickly scrambled to his feet and grinned as if nothing had happened. The boss is the boss, still as awesome as ever.
Come inside and sit for a bit. June opened the villa door, and Eagle followed him inside.
He took the opportunity to slip off his leather jacket. Inside, the walls were lined with all kinds of firearms, clanging as they lay there.
Aren't you the one who never leaves home without a gun?
I carry a gun to protect myself from others. But in front of the boss, even a grenade launcher won't do me any good.
So, what brings you here? June spoke up.
Instantly, Eagle's expression turned serious as he pushed an envelope toward June.
Boss, I've recommended you to the military headquarters to serve as the chief instructor of the Eagle Guard. As long as you're willing to join, the Eagle Guard's capabilities will definitely see a qualitative leap. Not interested. June cut him off immediately. Boss. If you have nothing else, you can leave.
June narrowed his eyes. Eagle stared at June's face, waited for a long time, and, realizing June's mind was made up, could only sigh.
I'll leave the letter of appointment here. Boss, whenever you change your mind, you can join any time. With that, he walked out of the villa and drove away in his sports car. But just as he got into the car, from another direction, an SUV screeched to a halt. Ju opened the door and stepped out, his face filled with shock. Eagle, the super soldier king? I must be seeing things. Eagle is a legend in the military, hailed as the king of special forces, and he actually lives here. Amidst his shock, a gleam of fervor flashed in Ju's eyes. I've always hoped to receive guidance from Eagle. Unfortunately, he is as elusive as a ghost, and his rank is far too high for me to have access to his information. I never imagined I'd search high and low in vain, only to run into him right here. The third day. June had Liang Yong take him to South T Street, stopping at Qinghu Bank along the way. This was a private bank established jointly by several of Longwei's financial conglomerates, providing savings and asset custody services to ultra-high net worth clients. They did not accept clients with assets below 10 billion. June had also come into contact with one of the conglomerate heads behind the scenes while in prison, and that person had opened an account for him. Moreover, all the wealth June had acquired in prison had been stored in the Blue Fox Bank's vault through this person. June had come today specifically to deposit this painting of court ladies by Tang Bohu into the vault for safekeeping and, while he was at it, to withdraw some cash. Since Zhou Bingkuan was eager to befriend him, he might not accept June's money when the time came, so June had no choice but to prepare cash and offer Zhou couldn't refuse. It was a towering European-style building with the 4 large characters Qinghu Bank inscribed on its facade. Numerous luxury cars were parked at the entrance. June told Liang Yong to wait for him in the car, then walked into the bank carrying the painting. Welcome. May I ask what you'd like to do today, sir? As soon as he entered the lobby, a pleasant voice greeted him. A beautiful woman in a black uniform smiled at June. But the moment June looked up, both he and the woman froze in their tracks. Lu Qi, June's ex-girlfriend. June had gone to prison specifically to protect her. Yet she hadn't visited him even once in 3 years and had married the rich second-generation heir who had tried to assault her. June never would have imagined he'd run into her here. Chapter 9, Encountering his unfaithful ex-girlfriend. At that moment, both of them were stunned. Lu Qi wasn't particularly tall, but she had a great figure and was strikingly beautiful. Back then, she had June completely smitten. For Lu Qi's sake, he scrimped and saved throughout college, spending every penny he saved on gifts for her. But he never imagined she would betray him the moment he went to prison. It would have been one thing if she'd been with someone else, but the fact that she married her abuser left June utterly disheartened. Lu Qi finally came to her senses, her gaze now cold and distant. June, so you're out of prison. But don't bother me anymore. I'm married now, there's no future between us. A hint of sarcasm crept onto June's lips. Married to the rich kid who assaulted you? Lu Qi, how come I never saw this side of you before? In truth, ever since he was released from prison, June had no intention of seeing Lu Qi again. Whether she married her abuser or some random guy, it was none of June's business. Running into her at the bank was purely a coincidence. But hearing her speak so coldly, June couldn't help but feel angry. So what kind of woman am I? Are you saying I should marry someone like you, an ex-con? June, stop daydreaming, and don't harbor any illusions about me. Who is harboring illusions about you? June cut her off bluntly. Even if you threw yourself at me right now, I'd still find you repulsive. You're not good enough for me. Lu Qi immediately reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She nearly leaped to her feet and screamed, "What did you say? I'm not good enough for you? Why don't you take a good, hard look at yourself? And if you think I'm not good enough, why did you chase me all the way to the bank? It's just so you can keep fawning over me." Lu Qi had initially felt a bit guilty upon seeing June, but now her true, spiteful nature was fully exposed. Who chased you to the bank? I'm here to conduct business. Ha! Lu Qi couldn't help but laugh out loud. June, do you even know what kind of place this is? Qinghu Bank only serves clients with a net worth of over 10 billion. What business do you have here? This just exposes your ignorance.
You'd better leave right now, or I'll call security. June, however, couldn't be bothered to pay her any mind and strode straight inside. The sign read VIP Client Reception Room.
June, stop right there. Lu Chi panicked as she watched June head in that direction.
If her superiors found out that she was the one who brought June here, she'd be in for a reprimand. After all, she'd only landed this job thanks to her husband pulling some strings. The people she dealt with here were all bigwigs in the Chuzhou business circle. It was precisely because of this job that she held such a high status within the Zheng family. Many of the Zheng family's business deals relied on her connections to get things done. There was a common understanding in the banking industry that a lobby manager wasn't really a manager, it was just a fancy-sounding title. But even so, countless people in Chuzhou would kill to get this lowly lobby manager position, including many heiresses from wealthy families.
How could she let June ruin her job like this?
But wearing high heels, she had no chance of catching up to June. After running just a few steps, she accidentally twisted her ankle and fell to the ground. When she looked up again, June had already opened the door and walked inside.
It's over. That bastard got out of prison just to ruin me. Why didn't he die in there?
Lu Chi cursed venomously. She had completely forgotten why June had gone to prison in the first place. Meanwhile, June had already entered the VIP room. Inside, a man dressed like a manager was bent over, writing something. Hearing a noise, he immediately looked up. June didn't waste any words with him. He placed the painting of a court lady directly on the desk and said, "Put this in my safe deposit box. And I need to withdraw some cash." Someone who had risen to the position of manager was, of course, in a league of his own compared to a social climber like Lu Chi.
Although June was dressed plainly, his tone of voice and aura were not something an ordinary person could possess.
The manager immediately stood up respectfully. "Sir, please have a cup of tea first. I'll take care of this right away."
"Could you tell me your name?"
"June," June said indifferently. After the manager brewed a cup of tea for June, he entered June's name into the computer. The next moment, June's profile indeed appeared on the screen. However, most of the information was hidden, with only 9 stars displayed in the level column. Qinghu Bank had its own unique credit system, with 9 stars representing the highest level. The manager's hand trembled involuntarily. Looking at June, he almost dropped to his knees. So much so that even he who had seen it all found himself stammering slightly. "Mr. Li, a client of your caliber is beyond my authority to handle.
I'll call the bank president right away."
"No need. Just process my registration. I'll deposit the items and leave."
"Certainly."
The manager nodded hurriedly. After guiding June through fingerprint verification, he led him to a metal door. "Mr. Li, please scan your iris again to unlock the door."
June nodded.
The iris scan was quickly verified, and the door slowly opened, leading into June's private vault. The vault was like a dressing room. The first cabinet held a stack of gold bars. Antiques in times of prosperity, gold in times of turmoil. This gold was set aside for emergencies. It was also something the head of the conglomerate had told June: families like theirs would never put all their eggs in one basket, but instead invest across various sectors. No matter how the global situation might change, their wealth would never suffer a major blow. In addition, there were some antiques, rare medicinal herbs, and the like. In the cabinet in the farthest corner sat a stack of cash. June placed the painting of the court lady on a shelf, then instructed the manager, "Pack up 1 million for me." As he spoke, he tossed a black plastic bag to the man. The manager was instantly taken aback. Mr. Li, that 1 million in cash weighs nearly 20 Gene. A single plastic bag might tear," the manager cautioned. "Then put another plastic bag over it." June tossed another black plastic bag at him.
"Manager."
Although 2 plastic bags would be strong enough to hold it, putting 1 million in plastic bags seemed a bit too casual. But then again, given June's status, 1 million really wasn't much of a sum. Soon, the million was packed up. June picked up the bags and walked out. The manager respectfully followed behind him to see him off. In the lobby, Lu Qi, who had witnessed the whole scene, was completely dumbfounded.
What on earth was going on? You can go back to work now. No need to see me off,
June said to the manager, then walked straight out. Lu Qi could see that June's plastic bag seemed to be filled with neat stacks of bills. Instinctively, she followed him outside. She watched as June opened the car door, placed the bag of money on the seat, got in, and drove off, quickly disappearing down the street. Lu Qi, however, remained standing there in a daze.
June just got out of prison.
He knows his family's situation all too well. There's no way he could be a VIP at Qinghu Bank, let alone drive a car worth several million. He must have been withdrawing money for someone else. He only took a bag of cash. There was no need to go into the vault. A single check would have been enough. That's why someone else had him do it for them.
Right, that must be it. He just a lackey. What is he trying to show off to me? I almost fell for his act. Chapter 10, My boss wants to see you. June, young man, have you arrived yet? Remember, you absolutely have to come.
Halfway there, Zhou Bingkuan called.
Don't worry, Boss Zhou. I'll be there soon.
After hanging up, the car had already pulled into the parking lot. June got out of the car, carrying a plastic bag.
Liang Yong, you go ahead and take care of your business.
I'll call you if anything comes up.
June waved to Liang Yong.
He noticed that Liang Yong had stayed in Chuzhou. Besides working for him, he was busy with other matters, likely at Nalin's behest. However, Liang Yong hadn't mentioned it, and June never asked. At that moment, a large crowd had already gathered at the museum entrance. All were dressed in their finest, wearing luxury watches, and exuding an air of distinction. They were the elite of Chuzhou's high society.
Seeing the antiques was secondary. Their main goal was to meet Zhou Bingkuan, the president of the Chamber of Commerce.
Before he even had a chance to step inside the museum, he heard a surprised voice. June, what are you doing here? Turning around, he saw his younger sister Wei, his uncle Bai Jingting, and Yuhan. The three of them had just arrived at the entrance. I heard there was an antique exhibition, so I came to take a look, June said with a smile.
June, is this the kind of place you should be coming to? You never even look for a proper job after getting out of prison. What are you doing just wandering around aimlessly every day?
Bai Jingting scolded him disapprovingly. Lately, he'd been growing increasingly displeased with June. I'm here to see if there's any good jade to buy,
June replied honestly. Buy jade? Do you know how expensive it is here?
Prices start at over 100,000, and you actually have the nerve to say that.
And what's in that bag of yours? Let me see it,
Bai Jingting said, his face stern. He was afraid June had picked up some bad habits in prison. At an antique fair like this, he didn't want the guy getting any funny ideas.
It's money in there, June said. He wasn't afraid of his uncle finding out about his current situation.
In fact, it was his uncle who had always been looking at him through tinted glasses.
It's broad daylight. Are you talking in your sleep?
Forget it, I can't be bothered to look. Just remember, there are a lot of important people here today, so keep it down and don't pull any stunts. Bai Jingting snorted coldly, but the next moment, he forced a warm, spring-like smile onto his face as he greeted a portly man.
Mr. Chen, you're here too.
So it's Mr. Bai. I wasn't planning on coming, but Chairman Zhou called to invite me. How could I possibly refuse Chairman Zhou's invitation? Bai Jingting immediately stood at attention with respect.
Chairman Zhou is a prominent figure here in Chuzhou.
I was hoping Mr. Chen could introduce me to him later. June couldn't be bothered to read his uncle's mood here. While his uncle was chatting with Mr. Chen, he walked straight into the museum.
You must be Mr. June?
As soon as he entered the museum, a man wearing a bow tie approached him.
June nodded. That's me.
Mr. Zhou and the other business owners are chatting right now.
They asked me to take you upstairs.
All right. June smoothed out his clothes and followed the man up to the second floor.
The first floor housed the museum's exhibits, while the second floor was a private area.
In the room on the second floor sat 5 or 6 portly men, all prominent figures in Chuzhou. Among them was a woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses. She was elegant and graceful, yet exuded the aura of a powerful businesswoman, seated next to Jo Binkuan. In such settings, seating arrangements are carefully considered. The fact that she was seated in the first seat on the left spoke volumes about her status, second only to Jo Binkuan among those present. A man who looked like a scholar took the initiative to address her. "President Gu, the Junlin Syndicate has just secured that plot of land in South City. I wonder if we might be able to get a piece of the action on this project?" This woman was none other than Yen, the CEO of the Junlin Syndicate. "Of course. The Junlin Syndicate still relies on your support here in Suzhou." Jo Binkuan, sitting nearby, burst out laughing. Yen has already joined the 10 billion club at such a young age. In the future, none of us Nalan types will be able to hold a candle to her. I'd say Yen is the obvious choice for the next Chamber of Commerce president. Hearing this, Yen immediately feigned consternation. "Chairman Zhou, aren't you putting this junior in a tough spot?" Ha ha ha. Instantly, everyone in the room burst into laughter. "By the way, Chairman Zhou, hasn't that friend you're waiting for arrived yet? He should be here soon." Jo Binkuan replied. "That friend may be young, but he is a connoisseur of antiques. That's why I wanted to introduce him to everyone. I hope you'll all look out for him in the future." "Of course. A friend of Mr. Zhou's is a friend to us all." The scholarly-looking middle-aged man laughed heartily. But just then, a knock came from outside. "Come in," Jo Binkuan said. June walked in carrying a plastic bag. This manner of entrance left the business owners present looking somewhat taken aback. At that moment, Yen suddenly stood up and asked, "Chairman Zhou, is this the young man you've been waiting for?" Jo Binkuan was puzzled by Yen's strong reaction, but he nodded anyway and said, "Yes. I met June 3 days ago." "Why, does Mr. Gu know him too?" The other business owners around them also looked on with curiosity. At that moment, Yen left her seat and walked toward June. "Boss, why are you here?" "Oh no, I'm not at the office right now. I've run off here to drink tea and appreciate jade." "You're not going to dock my pay, are you?" Yen said with a charming smile, her tone tinged with a touch of playfulness. June smiled faintly, "Of course not. With a beauty like you, Mr. Gu, how could I possibly bring myself to dock your pay?" Their exchange sent a shockwave through the hearts of all the business owners present. Could this man actually be the mysterious boss of the Junlin Syndicate? Half a month ago, the Junlin Syndicate had forcefully acquired Shinka Group, even poaching the entire original management team. At the same time, it had made several major investments in quick succession, thoroughly establishing its reputation. Otherwise, among so many bigwigs, Yen Wun-ti have been seated next to Jo Binkuan. However, there had always been various rumors about the Junlin Syndicate's boss behind the scenes. They never imagined it would be June. "I really didn't expect it, young brother June, you truly are a man of few words." Jo Binkuan suppressed his shock and laughed heartily. The others also stood up one after another to shake hands with June. June took a seat right next to Yen. Even Yen's gaze toward June carried a hint of curiosity. Not to mention the others present, even she knew very little about this boss. "Now that Boss Lee is here, it's time for me to bring out my most prized treasures." With that, Jo Binkuan clapped his hands. Immediately, several waiters walked in carrying wooden trays. Soon, several antiques were arranged on the table. "These are some of my personal treasures. Feel free to take a look. Especially you, Mr. Lee, you're a connoisseur, after all." June smiled. "It's just a matter of luck." Among the items were calligraphy, paintings, and blue and white porcelain. June's gaze was instantly drawn to a jade pendant featuring two fish, placed in the center of the table. "Mr. Zhou, I wonder if you'd be willing to part with this jade pendant?" June asked. A hint of a smile flashed in Jo Binkuan's eyes. He had actually set this jade pendant aside for June. Of course, it wasn't exactly top tier after all. He had previously believed June wasn't yet worthy of such a piece. Had he known June's true identity, he would have brought out several other jade pieces instead. "If you like it, Mr. Lee, feel free to take it," Jo Binkuan said. "Mr. Zhou,
why don't you name a price? June picked up the jade pendant and examined it.
The design of the twin fish was very simple and rustic, in keeping with Taoist philosophy. Nalan would probably like it. When buying jade, it's all about fate. It's not necessarily the case that the more expensive, the better.
Since you want it, Mr. Lee, here's my offer.
Zhou Bingkuan held up 2 fingers, signifying 200,000. But June knew this jade was worth far more than that. It could easily fetch 800,000 to 900,000. Mr. Zhou, there's no need to go easy on me. I'll pay 1 million.
With that, June placed the black plastic bag on the table.
He pulled the bag open, revealing neatly stacked bills inside. Instantly, the other business owners were all taken aback. What era is this, carrying around so much cash? Especially when it's packed in a plastic bag. Even Yen, standing nearby, was at a loss for words.
This businessman's behavior was truly unique. Mr. Lee, aren't you making a fool of me? How can I possibly make money off you?
Zhou Bingkuan feigned anger. Seeing June's attitude as if to say, if you don't want the money, I won't buy it, he finally sighed.
Mr. Lee, to be honest, the reason I'm so insistent on giving you this jade is that I actually have a favor to ask.
Zhou Bingkuan had figured it out too. It was impossible to get June to owe him a favor, so he might as well get straight to the point.
Oh, I wonder what it is. June also looked a bit curious.
He'd long since realized that Zhou Bingkuan wasn't the type to take a loss. Sure enough, he had an ulterior motive.
Mr. Lee, you're knowledgeable about antiques.
I've recently been looking to buy a piece of jade from the south, but the price is so high that I'm a bit unsure.
I'd like to ask you to take a look at it for me.
I wonder how high the price must be for a wealthy man like you, Mr. Zhou, to hesitate to make a move?
June asked.
Zhou Bingkuan noticed the curious glances from those around him. After a moment's hesitation, he held up 1 finger.
100 million.
At that, everyone present showed a slight flicker of surprise. None of the people there were worth less than 100 million, but a jade piece priced at 100 million was already considered astronomical. June thought for a moment, then nodded.
All right, I'll take care of it. Then thank you, Mr. Lee.
What followed was a scene of warm camaraderie. June stayed for a while, then got up to leave. Now that he had the jade, he had no interest in staying here to exchange pleasantries with this group.
Boss, let me walk you out.
Yen saw that June was leaving and hurriedly stood up.
No need. Just keep enjoying your tea.
June simply waved her off. This left Yen momentarily stunned. She, a stunning beauty, had offered to see him off and yet he turned her down. A sense of frustration welled up inside her.
June walked down from the 2nd floor, intending to leave immediately.
Just then, a burly man in a black suit blocked June's path.
Mr. Lee, is that you? My boss would like you to come with him.
The man's voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. June noticed the calluses on the man's hands. He must have practiced martial arts.
Sorry, I'm busy.
June glanced toward a middle-aged man standing not far away, flanked by numerous subordinates just like the man in front of him, exuding a menacing aura.
Mr. Lee, my boss is Huang Cua. He'd like to meet you.
The burly man's voice remained as unruffled as ever, though a hint of displeasure had already begun to stir within him. His boss was a figure of such stature that even Zhou Bingkuan treated him with the utmost respect. This young man before him might be a bit of an enigma, but he was certainly not in the same league as his boss.
I have no interest in meeting him,
June said coldly, taking a step to leave. A chill flashed in the burly man's eyes. He hadn't expected that even after mentioning his boss's name, the other party would dare to be so disrespectful. It was downright arrogant. Just as the burly man was hesitating whether to step in and subdue June, a voice came from behind, "Dashin, come back." The burly man shot June a vicious glare before turning and returning to the middle-aged man's side.
June, meanwhile, walked out of the museum with a nonchalant air.
Elsewhere, the burly man grumbled indignantly, "Fourth master, I don't think this kid is anything special. It's just that Huadong is such a good for nothing.
Why don't I take some men and take him out right now? That has some attitude." Huang Siyue chuckled softly. Chapter 11, You're not in Jichang, are you?
No sooner had June stepped out of the museum than he received a call from his uncle-in-law, Bai Jingting. June, I saw everything that happened in the museum just now.
You actually offended Huang Siyue. You're asking for trouble. I advise you to leave Chuzhou immediately and go into hiding. Huang Siyue's influence is beyond your imagination.
Bai Jingting said furiously over the phone. June couldn't help but scratch his head.
He'd forgotten his uncle was also at the museum. It looked like he'd have to get Liang Yong to investigate who this Huang Siyue really was, so he could root him out completely.
Uncle, don't worry.
I'll take care of it, Jin said. You'll take care of it? How? With your life?
On the phone, Bai Jingting's voice rose several decibels. He was clearly annoyed. June's tone, however, remained calm.
Uncle, just relax. I'm not a kid anymore, and that Huang Siyue isn't all that.
I'll drop by his place one of these days and have a word with him. I'm sure he'll listen.
What?
Bai Jingting was so furious he nearly threw his phone.
Who do you think you are? You're just asking for trouble, kid.
Wei, who was standing nearby and had heard the voices on the phone, couldn't help but chime in. Brother June, just listen to my dad this time.
Huang Siyue is really not someone you can afford to mess with.
June gave a wry smile and had no choice but to say, Uncle, actually, that day at the Yunting Club, I was the one who led the men who injured Huadong, and I was the one who told Chao and the others not to contact my sister.
I'm fully capable of handling Huang Siyue, you can rest assured.
Shut up. On the other end of the line, Bai Jingting was absolutely livid.
Do you really think I'd believe something like that? Don't you even look at your own background?
You really dare to spout such nonsense?
I've said my piece. Listen if you want, or forget it. If you're determined to court death, there is nothing we can do to stop you. With that, he hung up the phone.
June shrugged.
What a mess. He told the truth, so why wouldn't anyone believe him?
Meanwhile, Bai Jingting walked out of the museum with his daughter and Yuhan. Chao hadn't shown up today, leaving Bai Jingting seething with frustration.
Look into this for me. Who exactly is Huang Siyue? June called Liang Yong.
Although he didn't care much about Huang Siyue, June couldn't just let such a potential threat linger.
I know Huang Siyue.
He is a major figure in the Chuzhou underworld. Huadong is one of his underlings.
He is a vicious, ruthless man. Who knows how many lives he has taken? Find out where he is tonight.
I'm going to have a word with him, June said.
Got it.
Liang Yong replied promptly on the other end. June hailed a taxi by the roadside.
Driver, Shizi Domain Villas.
The driver couldn't help but turn his head and take a second look at June. He hadn't expected this unassuming-looking young man to live in Chuzhou's most luxurious villa community. Truly, you can't judge a book by its cover. As soon as they reached the entrance to the villa community, June opened the taxi door and stepped out. Since registering outside vehicles entering the villa community was a hassle, June hadn't asked the taxi to drive all the way inside. Just as he stepped out of the taxi, an SUV drove up toward him. The SUV stopped, and a head poked out the window. It was Zhu. Today, Zhu had her hair tied back in a ponytail and was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt, a simple outfit, yet one that exuded a sense of bold, spirited charm.
June, what are you doing here?
Zhu looked at June with some surprise. I live right here, June said.
The look of astonishment in Zhu's eyes deepened. I wonder which building you live in. Me? I live in building 9.
Upon hearing June's words, Zhu's expression instantly turned cold, and she said, June, your name isn't in Jichang, is it? Zhu clearly remembered that building 9 was the home of Eagle, the king of special forces.
June claiming to live in building 9 was clearly nonsense.
She had originally felt great sympathy for June, but now, seeing her former classmate act so hypocritically, she couldn't help but feel disappointed.
June just stared blankly at Zhu, thinking to himself, is she crazy? That makes no sense at all.
Seeing June staring at her blankly, Zhu assumed she'd been caught in a lie and felt mortified.
so she shook her head. I'm the owner of Villa number 13. If you're having any trouble here, you can come to me. With that, she got back in her car and drove off. June was at a loss for words. Are people really this weird these days? He shook his head and walked toward the villa. Fortunately, the security guard had gotten to know June over the past few days and immediately saluted him. Welcome home, esteemed homeowner. If Shu had seen this, he would have known that June hadn't been lying. That same evening, June received a call from Liang Yong. Young master, that Huang Siyue went to the Dream Sing bar. What should we do next? Okay, I got it. Don't worry about anything else. June hung up the phone and stretched. Once he dealt with Huang Siyue, he would investigate who exactly had locked him up in the fourth dungeon all those years ago. You have to understand that a place like the fourth dungeon is where the most vicious criminals are locked up. The fact that I ended up there just for injuring some low-class rich kid feels really strange. The family of the rich kid I injured clearly wouldn't be able to pull something like this off. Naylan said she'd look into it for me once she got out, but so far, there's been no news. Chapter 12, Picking Up a Beauty. June headed to the Dreamfield bar alone. But the moment he got out of the car at the bar's entrance, he heard a commotion. He saw a sleazy-looking young man who appeared to be drunk harassing a pretty girl. The girl tried to walk away several times, but they kept blocking her path and pulling her back. June couldn't help but stop in his tracks, a distant look crossing his eyes. It reminded him of 3 years ago, when Zhang Yang had harassed Lu Qi just like that, and he grabbed a knife from the butcher shop next door and charged at him. It was that moment of impulse that had changed the course of his life. Just as June was lost in thought, a fragrant breeze swept past him. The girl ran frantically to June's side, grabbed his arm, and pleaded, "Bro, help me." Before June could even react, the drunken youths surrounding him closed in on him. One of them, a tall, skinny guy with an earring, pointed his finger at June's nose and snarled, "Get lost. Don't fucking stick your nose in." As he spoke, he pulled a switchblade from his pocket and waved it in front of June's face. I don't actually know her. June's face betrayed a hint of fear. The lanky young man immediately bristled with contempt. If you don't know her, then get the hell out of here. Don't be an eyesore. Are you looking for a beating? The woman beside him was on the verge of tears. In her desperation, she grabbed at the first lifeline she could find and hid behind June. After all, June was the only man there. Sure enough, why would he help her? But I can't stand people like you who bully girls. Hearing June's words, the young man's face froze for a moment, then he snapped angrily, "What the hell? Are you messing with me?" As he spoke, he snapped open his switchblade. The cold, gleaming blade flashed as he waved it in front of June's eyes. June smiled faintly and said, "You're overthinking it. I wouldn't even bother with you if I bought 2 gene of chicken, but just for fun." Hearing this, the woman hiding behind June couldn't help but burst out laughing. Feeling provoked, the young man raised the knife and lunged viciously at June's chest. "I see you're asking for it." But just as the dagger was halfway through its thrust, the young man was flung backward like a kite whose string had snapped. Instantly, everyone froze in shock. June's speed was too fast, they hadn't even seen how he struck. At that moment, the alcohol sobered up most of the young men, and fear crept onto their faces one by one. These small-time thugs, though they often got into fights, had never seen anyone this fierce before. "Get lost," June said coldly. There were far too many of these good-for-nothings in the world. The next moment, the men helped the scrawny young man back to his feet, and one by one, they fled in disarray like stray dogs. June looked at the beautiful woman, who was still in a daze, and said, "It's so late. You should go home." Only then did the woman snap out of it. "Thank you for coming to my aid. But could you let me stay with you for the night? I had a falling out with my family, ran away, and I'm completely broke." As she spoke, she looked at June with pleading eyes. June thought for a moment. Since he'd run into her anyway, he might as well see it through, so he nodded. "All right, but I need to take care of something at the bar first. By the way, what is your name?" "My name is Shui."
What's yours?
Nandong? A thoughtful look flashed across Jun's eyes. There weren't many people with the surname Nandong. My name is June. Let us go.
June said casually, then walked into the bar.
It had to be said the bar's decor was incredibly luxurious, resplendent with gold and splendor.
As soon as June stepped inside, a waiter came over to greet him. The bar was brightly lit, and a band was playing English songs June hadn't heard before. June kept his hands in his pockets as he scanned the room. Sure enough, he spotted Huang Xiyue and his group on the second floor. What would you like to order, sir?
The waiter asked in a gentle voice. A bottle of red wine and a fruit platter, June said.
Soon, the wine and fruit platter were brought to the table.
Shui opened the bottle and poured June a glass.
Seeing June reach for it, she hurriedly stopped him. Once the wine is opened, it's best to let it sit for about 10 minutes. That's when the flavor really comes out.
Hearing this, June smiled and shook his head.
Although he'd heard others talk about this in prison, he hadn't paid much attention to it.
However, Shui clearly knew a thing or two about wine. 10 minutes later,
Shui picked up the glass, examined the color of the wine, and only then handed it to June with satisfaction. Have a taste.
June picked up the glass and took a big gulp. It's passable,
he remarked with a straight face. A female waitress who had just walked by couldn't help but roll her eyes surreptitiously. What a hick, judging by the way he drank just now. He clearly doesn't know a thing, yet he is acting like he is some high society type. The two sat together, but Shui didn't drink. He simply ate fruit from the platter and fell silent. After all, they just met and didn't have much in common to talk about.
Meanwhile, June sipped his drink, his gaze occasionally drifting toward the second floor.
His target today was Huang Xiyue. Just then, he saw Huang Xiyue get up and, accompanied by several henchmen, walk down the stairs, seemingly ready to leave. June immediately stood up and said to Shui, "We should go." A look of astonishment crossed Shui's face. She hadn't even touched the red wine or the fruit platter. But seeing that June had already stood up and was heading for the exit, she hurriedly followed him.
Chapter 13, I'll just maim you at most. June ran out of the bar. He saw Huang Xiyue and his group heading toward a minivan.
There were 8 henchmen in total, including the burly man who had blocked June's path earlier that day, apparently named Dashin. At that moment, they had already opened the doors and were about to get in.
"Stop right there!" Just then, June suddenly shouted.
Instantly, Huang Xiyue and the others turned to look and saw June standing at the bar's entrance.
"It's you?" Huang Xiyue's eyes narrowed involuntarily, and a jolt of surprise shot through him.
He thought June had brought men to ambush him, but after waiting for over 10 seconds and seeing no one behind June, he finally relaxed. With a cold expression, he said, "Kid, you've got some nerve, coming to see me all by yourself." After saying that, Huang Xiyue leaned casually against the car door and lit a cigar. The burly men behind him slowly spread out and began to encircle June.
"Huang Xiyue, didn't you want to see me earlier today? Now that I'm here, shall we have a proper chat?" June appeared calm and composed.
Seeing June like this, Huang Xiyue felt a slight twinge of apprehension. After all, June was the kind of man who wasn't afraid to kill. He was no pushover. But Huang Xiyue thrived on taking on tough challenges. He'd taken down countless desperados over the years. He immediately gave a cold smile and said, "Huadong is still lying in the hospital, and there's that brother who died. I know you must have some connections, but if you lay a finger on my men, you'll pay the price. If you don't die, I won't be able to explain this to my men." June shrugged and said, "Since you want to kill me, go ahead.
I'm right here. But I'm tough. I doubt you'll be able to take me out." Huang Xiyue blew a smoke ring and roared with laughter. "Tough?
I'd like to see just how tough you are.
Dashin, I'll leave this to you."
With that, he blew another smoke ring into the night sky. In his eyes, June was already a dead man. The burly man named Dashin clenched his fists and advanced toward June with a savage grin.
"Kid, you were pretty cocky earlier today, weren't you?
Now, even if you got down on your knees and begged me, I wouldn't let you live."
Is that so?
June smiled faintly and said, I'm not as ruthless as you.
At most, I'll cripple you, but I'll still spare your life. Boom.
The moment his words fell, the burly man's body snapped into a shrimp-like curve and flew backward like a fired cannonball, crashing into the roadside.
Instantly, the onlookers froze in shock.
June's strike was so fast that they didn't even have time to react. By the time they heard the sound, Dashi had already been sent flying. A hint of shock flashed across Huang Cu's eyes, only to be replaced by pure murderous intent as he shouted, "Attack him together!
Kill him!"
The men snapped out of their stupor and charged straight at June.
Thud! Another dull thud echoed through the air.
A burly man was kicked by June, sending his body soaring more than 2 meters into the air before crashing heavily to the ground. June was like a tiger among sheep, knocking down 7 or 8 men in an instant with a single punch each. One of the men had his arm twisted into a pretzel by June. His piercing scream sent chills down everyone's spine.
Huang Cu was terrified.
He turned and dived straight into the minivan, shouting, "Let us get out of here."
The next moment, the minivan spewed black smoke and sped off. June was about to give chase.
Just then, Shui, from behind him, said timidly, "June, don't leave me behind." This made June stop short. Only then did he remember he was still with a girl.
Shui walked over to June's side and said, "I know who that man is, Huang Cu. He is not someone to mess with. But since you saved me, I can do you a favor in return. Once I get home, I'll have my dad step in and help you settle this matter. How about it?"
June couldn't help but take a fresh look at Shui. Knowing full well who Huang Cu was and still saying something like that, her family must be quite influential.
"You don't need to guess. Who I am doesn't matter.
What matters is that we're friends now, and friends should help each other," Shui said.
"No need.
I can handle this Huang Cu myself."
June smiled.
By now, the car was long out of sight. But he won in a hurry.
He pulled out his phone and called Liang Yong. "Is there any way you can track down Huang Cu right now?"
"Yes, young master. Since you asked me to keep an eye on him, I had my men install a tracking device on his car.
I'll be able to locate him right away."
After saying that, he gave a few orders to the people beside him. Just over a minute later, the voice on the phone rang out again.
"Young master, the tracking data shows that Huang Cu is currently heading toward the suburbs."
"As far as I know, Huang Cu has a manor out in the suburbs. It's also his headquarters. He keeps a lot of thugs there, all living in that manor. He has probably headed there."
"Do you want me to bring some men along to help?"
"No need," June refused outright.
"I can handle this on my own."
After hanging up, he turned to Shui and said, "You'll have to come with me to the suburbs. Of course, I could also give you some money so you can stay at a hotel. I didn't bring my ID or my cell phone, so I can't stay at a hotel. I'll just stick with you,"
Shui said. Chapter 14, The Terrifying Young Master.
They hailed a taxi and headed straight for the estate in the suburbs.
Sitting beside him, Shui suddenly remembered and asked, "What are we going to the suburbs for?"
June narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a voice laced with a hint of coldness, "We're going to uproot the problem completely."
Half an hour later, June arrived in front of a manor. It covered an area of about 10 mu.
Although it was nighttime, the courtyard was still brightly lit. At the entrance to the vermilion lacquered gate stood 2 massive stone lions, looking extremely imposing. At the same time, June received a call from Liang Yong, confirming that Huang Cu was currently inside this compound. June stepped out of the darkness, walked straight to the gate, grabbed the door knocker, and knocked a few times. Unfortunately, there was no response from inside.
Meanwhile, inside the estate,
Huang Cu was sitting on a sofa in the main hall, his face ashen, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Beside him stood a burly, bald man with a string of English letters tattooed on his neck. "Boss," he said furiously, "someone actually dared to go after you. I'm going to take care of him right now." The burly man pulled out a handgun and slammed it down on the coffee table. Behind him, a group of men with menacing expressions began to shout in unison.
"That's right, boss. When have we ever put up with this kind of humiliation? We can't lose face here in Suzhou. Huang Xiyue lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. This kid's a bit of a mystery.
Dashin is one of the strongest fighters among you, yet even he couldn't block a single move from him.
Looks like we'll have to use guns.
But he's got a crew backing him up, and they're armed too.
To take him out, we'll have to wait until he's alone. Boss, I'll send people to investigate right away.
Leave this to me, I'll send him to meet the Grim Reaper within 3 days, said the bald man.
Huang Xiyue nodded.
I trust your abilities, of course, but don't let your guard down. Above all, don't let him get close, that kid's martial arts are too strong.
The bald man nodded. Then you get some rest, boss.
I'll go look into that kid's background right away. Elsewhere, after knocking on the door a few times with no response from inside, June turned to Shui and instructed, find a place to hide first.
Things are going to get a bit bloody when the fighting starts.
With that, he launched a flying kick at the front door. The 2-meter-tall bronze door, along with its frame, was sent crashing to the ground by June's single kick.
The deafening roar cut through the quiet night.
As the gate crashed down, a cloud of dust billowed into the air.
At the same time, Huang Xiyue and the others inside the house were startled awake.
Soon, several figures burst out. The bald, burly man led the charge, holding a handgun and pointing it directly at June's position.
Who goes there? Where's Huang Xiyue?
Tell him to come out and face his death. June paid no heed to the gun pointed at him, instead fixing his gaze directly on the crowd. Huang Xiyue finally got a clear look at June, a mixture of surprise and suspicion flashing in his eyes. He hadn't expected June to catch up so quickly, though he had no idea how many men June had brought with him this time.
So it's you.
With that, the bald man chambered around, released the safety, and fired a shot at June.
Bang!
The bullet spun rapidly through the air. But in the next instant, June had vanished from sight.
Just as the bald man was puzzled, searching for June's figure.
The next moment, he felt a tingling sensation in his wrist, and the gun in his hand was gone. By the time he realized what had happened, the muzzle was already pressed against his forehead. In an instant, cold sweat broke out on the bald man's forehead. Just as he was about to speak, there was a loud bang. The bullet pierced the back of his head, and his burly body crashed to the ground.
Attack him now!
Huang Xiyue shouted as soon as he came to his senses, his heart pounding with terror.
This June was like a ghost.
But the words had barely left his mouth when he felt a sharp pain in his throat. Immediately afterward, with a crack, his neck was snapped clean off.
June casually tossed Huang Xiyue to the ground.
There were more than a dozen of Huang Xiyue's henchmen in the courtyard, but within 5 minutes, they were all dead. June wiped his palms with a wet wipe, then pulled out his cell phone to call Liang Yong.
Huang Xiyue and his men have all been taken care of. I'll leave the cleanup to you.
Oh, and send another car to pick me up.
I can't get a cab here. Got it. On the other end, Liang Yong replied with his usual one-word answer. He always followed June's orders to the letter. But if you listen closely, you could detect a slight tremor in his voice.
Liang Yong had looked into Huang Xiyue's organization. There were no shortage of skilled fighters among his men on the run, and now they were all dead. True to his reputation as the big boss's chosen one, his methods were just as terrifying as the big boss's.
Stepping out of the estate, Shui emerged from the darkness and asked, her voice trembling slightly, "Are you okay?"
She had heard the gunshots just now.
"I'm fine. Let us go. Someone will be here to pick us up in a moment," June said. Shui nodded. At the same time, she instinctively glanced back toward the estate. Under the lights, she could vaguely make out the bodies lying haphazardly on the ground, and her face turned deathly pale.
"Have you studied martial arts?"
Shui couldn't help but ask.
"A little." June took out a cigarette and silently lit it.
"Did you fire that shot just now?" "No."
June shook his head.
"So, even when others fired at you, they missed. What do you do for a living?" "I'm a jobless drifter who just got out of prison." Shui didn't press the matter further. Just then, the headlights of a car swept toward them. Soon, two cars pulled up in front of June and Shui. Lian Young opened the door and stepped out. Seeing that June had brought a beautiful woman with him, he looked slightly surprised. Immediately afterward, he said, "Young master, you get in the car and head back first. Leave this to me." "All right." June got into the car and drove off immediately. Huang Xiyue, once a prominent figure in Chuzhou City, would vanish without a trace after tonight. Chapter 15, June's Identity. The car drove back to the city and pulled into the Shizi Domain Villa. When she got out of the car, Shui couldn't help but be stunned. This was the finest villa in Chuzhou, one that started at 300 million. June opened the villa door and walked inside. Shui followed closely behind. "I'll be on the third floor. You can pick any room you like. And if you're hungry, there's food in the fridge." With that, June strode up the stairs. Shui looked around at the empty villa, listening to June's footsteps upstairs, and couldn't help but wonder, living in the most luxurious villa in Chuzhou, with dedicated henchmen, and possessing such incredible combat skills, so much so that even a gun couldn't harm him, what kind of person was June, really? It was as if a veil of mystery shrouded him. He claimed he'd just been released from prison, but would someone as formidable as him really need to serve time? As far as Shui knew, to put it simply, as long as a family had even a modicum of influence, they could almost always avoid prison unless they committed an exceptionally serious crime. Because tonight's experience had been so thrilling, Shui didn't feel sleepy for the time being. She poured herself a glass of water and sat down on the sofa. That's when she noticed an envelope sitting on the coffee table. The envelope was June's personal property, and she shouldn't have looked at it, but out of curiosity about June, she found herself opening it on a whim. Then she saw the words "Letter of Appointment" in large print. "The Eagle Soaring Guard cordially invites Mr. June to serve as chief instructor." The Eagle Soaring Guard, one of Longgui's most mysterious special forces units. Upon reading the text on the letter of appointment, Shui's eyes filled with disbelief. She had heard her father talk about the Eagle Soaring Guard. It was said that every member was a top-tier warrior, shrouded in legend, and now they were actually recruiting June to serve as chief instructor. What is an instructor? It's the person who teaches those warriors their skills. June must be incredibly talented. She put the letter of appointment back into the envelope, feeling uneasy. Shui walked into her bedroom and lay down on the bed. Half an hour later, she rolled over. An hour later, she rolled over again. 2 hours later, she rolled over once more. Unable to sleep, she kept thinking about today's events, everything related to June, which made her heart grow lighter and lighter, until she finally drifted off in a daze just as dawn was breaking. But she'd been asleep for less than an hour when a thudding sound woke her up. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she followed the sound. In the basement gym, she saw June boxing, moving extremely slowly, just like the elderly ladies practicing Tai Chi in the park. But every time his feet struck the ground, the entire building seemed to tremble. Those seemingly gentle movements harbored terrifying power. Just then, June finished a set of punches. He took a deep breath, pressed his hands lightly against his lower abdomen, and exhaled in one swift burst like a sharp arrow, causing a whistling sound to rip through the air. Shui was completely mesmerized. After finishing his routine, June turned around and asked, "You're awake? Where do you live? I'll have someone take you home." "No need. Just lend me 300 yuan for the fare, and I'll take a taxi back on my own." As she said this, Shui felt a bit embarrassed. After all, she and June were complete strangers. Not only had she spent the night at his home, but now she was asking him for money. This was hardly befitting the dignity of Miss Nangong. "Sure." June smiled and handed Shui 300 yuan. "Then I want to see you out." With that, June walked back to his room to change. Shui, holding the money, walked out of the villa alone. Once she stepped through the front gate, she couldn't help but glance back. Last night had been an unforgettable one for her. As a model daughter, she'd never experienced anything so thrilling before. But the thought that even June hadn't tried to take advantage of the situation to win her over despite her being such a beauty, Could it be that my charm has faded? At that thought, Shui couldn't help but pout. After Shui left, June, who had just finished changing, received a call from his aunt, Li Mengyun. June, today is my birthday. Come over to my place for dinner. I'll cook something delicious for you. Okay. Before heading to her aunt's house, June stopped by Zhou Bingkuan's museum. Since it was her aunt's birthday, June wanted to pick out a gift for her from Zhou Bingkuan's collection. This jadeite bracelet is made of top-grade ice-type jadeite. Since Mr. Li wants to give it to your aunt, I think it's the perfect choice. Upon hearing that June was coming, Zhou Bingkuan had set aside his work and was waiting for him at the museum. June had the bracelet packaged and was about to transfer the payment to Zhou Bingkuan. Zhou Bingkuan flatly refused. Mr. Li, haven't you forgotten that you promised to help me appraise that jade last time? That was a piece worth 100 million. Compared to that, if I were to accept payment for this bracelet, you'd be slapping me, Zhou Bingkuan, in the face. Zhou Bingkuan insisted on not accepting payment, so June finally gave up. If you ever need my help in the future, Mr. Zhou, I'll do my best to assist you. Hearing June's words, Zhou Bingkuan's eyes lit up instantly. That was exactly what he'd been waiting to hear. He cheerfully saw June out the door and hummed a tune all the way back to his office. His beautiful secretary, who was meeting June for the first time, couldn't help but ask, "Boss, who was that just now?" "The chairman of the Junlin Syndicate." Zhou Bingkuan replied casually. A look of astonishment flashed across the secretary's eyes. Is he that young? Meanwhile, June had already arrived at his Aunt Li Mengyun's house. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Chao sitting on the sofa, watching TV with his younger sister Wei. When Chao saw June enter, a look of panic flashed across his face, but he quickly regained his composure and greeted June with a slightly defiant tone. "Brother June, you're here." Chapter 16, Chao shows up again. The moment he saw Chao, June couldn't help but furrow his brow. Chao, however, stood up of his own accord and walked over to greet him. "Brother June, it's been a few days. You're looking even more handsome. Last time, you said Wei didn't like me and told me to stay away from her. That really hurt my feelings. But it wasn't until Wei called me yesterday that I realized it was you trying to break us up. I don't know what I did to offend you." Chao spoke loudly. June simply replied indifferently, "Chao, you're pretty bold." To be honest, June hadn't expected Chao to dare show up in front of Wei. And on top of that, he was spouting nonsense and framing him. His uncle, Bai Jingting, had already turned pale with anger and shouted, "June, why are you trying to ruin things between Wei and Chao? No wonder Chao didn't answer Wei's calls last time, so you were the one pulling the strings. Does seeing your sister do well really make you so jealous?" Standing nearby, Li Mengyun hesitated several times, then finally couldn't hold back any longer and said, "Jingting, June isn't that kind of person. There must be some misunderstanding here." Chao chimed in from the side, "That's right. Maybe June just has a slight misunderstanding about me. Don't worry, June Wei and I are together, and I'll never let her down. I'll take good care of her." When Chao said the words "take care of," he deliberately paused for a moment, causing a cold glint to flash in June's eyes. Chao was acting a bit cocky today. He didn't know where he got the nerve to speak to him like that. He fixed his gaze on Chao's eyes and said, "Chao, have you forgotten the warning I gave you at the Yunton Club? If you show your face in front of Wei again, I'll break all 3 of your legs." As soon as those words left his mouth, everyone in the room looked taken aback. Chao, however, laughed with a hint of amusement. "Brother June, don't get so upset. Why are you threatening my safety now? Do you really hate me that much? But I genuinely care about Wei. Please, stop meddling in this." Standing nearby, Bai Jingting's frustration with June had reached its peak. "June, I hope you'll stop meddling in matters concerning your sister. Your sister approached Chao that day to help you find a job. I never expected you to be so petty. You've really let me down. It's one thing to have been in prison, but if your character is ruined, that's when you're truly finished." Bai Jingting's words were quite harsh, directly accusing June of poor character. Chao, however, couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth curl up.
At that moment, even Wei walked over, a hint of displeasure on her face. She walked straight up to Chow, wrapped her arm around his, and looked at June, saying, "Brother June, I'm very grateful that you were able to get here in time at the Yunting Club. But that doesn't mean you can make decisions for me, nor does it mean you can threaten Chow. I'll let this one slide, but if it happens again, don't blame me for not recognizing you as my older brother." All right. Maybe June just has a misunderstanding about Chow. Li Mengyun stepped in to smooth things over. Today was her birthday, and it was also the first time her daughter's boyfriend had come to visit, so she certainly didn't want things to end on a sour note. Chow's no good. He's only with Wei for fun. He even has a fiancée. Uncle, you're in the Chuzhou business world, you can look into it yourself. I'm only doing this for Wei's own good, June said. Chow hurriedly explained, I really don't have a fiancé. Brother June, even if you don't like me, you shouldn't make up these lies to frame me. June shot Chow a cold glance. If they hadn't been at his aunt's house, June would slapped him senseless. Wei shot June a disappointed look. Her cousin really had some serious character issues. Just then, Li Mengyun pulled June inside and had him sit down. June, take a seat for now. Auntie's going to cook. Okay. June nodded. In this family, only his aunt could offer him any warmth. As for his uncle and little sister, to be honest, they were just two idiots, completely taken in by Chow. Wei, in a little while I'll take you down south for a vacation. The scenery there is picturesque. We'll stay in a beachfront villa and enjoy some time, just the two of us, Chow said to Wei. Sounds great. Wei nodded. The ocean, the beach, a villa, it was the life she longed for. But as soon as she said it, June couldn't help but frown. If the two of them went south to have fun, wouldn't that mean his little sister would fall into the hands of that bastard Chow? He turned to look at his uncle, but saw that his uncle didn't seem to think there was anything wrong with it. On the contrary, he looked quite happy. Just then, the doorbell rang. He opened the door, and a woman walked in. June recognized her as his uncle's younger sister, by Shirong Wei's aunt. June also addressed her as aunt. Shirong is here. Dinner will be ready any minute. Li Mengyun said with a smile as she emerged from the kitchen. Bai Shirong's husband was also in business. Uncle Bai Jingting's success today would not have been possible without the support of his brother-in-law. Bai Shirong was carrying a gift box. As soon as she stepped inside, she said, I knew it was your birthday, sister-in-law, so I specially picked out a jade bracelet for you. As she spoke, she took a box out of the gift bag and opened it, almost as if to show it off. A green bracelet was revealed before everyone's eyes. You didn't have to bring a gift just for coming. Li Mengyun said this, but she was clearly delighted inside. Auntie, I brought you a gift, too. Only then did June remember, and he took out the gift he bought. When he opened it, it was also a jade bracelet, but compared to Bai Shirong's, June's appeared greener and more translucent. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew slightly awkward. It's not the act of bringing duplicate gifts that's scary, it's who comes up short that causes the embarrassment. Bai Shirong stared blankly for a few seconds before saying, Isn't this June? When did you get out of there? Your jade is so translucent, this must be worth hundreds of thousands. It isn't fake, is it? Like her brother Bai Jingting, Bai Shirong wasn't very broad-minded. Seeing that June's bracelet seemed to be of better quality than her own, she couldn't help but blurt it out on the spot. Besides, the quality of June's bracelet was indeed a bit too good to be true. How could a penniless young man who'd just gotten out of prison afford such a high-quality bracelet? Chapter 17, Fake? As soon as Bai Shirong spoke, the room fell silent. Even Li Mengyun's expression froze. That's right, June, a young man who'd just been released from prison and didn't even have a steady job. Where would he get the money to buy a jade bracelet worth hundreds of thousands? So there was only one other possibility, a fake made of resin or glass. Bai Shirong chuckled, her tone laced with sarcasm. June, don't blame your aunt for speaking up, I'm just a little curious. Wei shot June a look laced with annoyance. This was going too far. If you couldn't afford jade,
You could have given something else, but how could you deceive people with a fake?
Bai Jingting snorted coldly.
He always thought June had questionable character, and now he looked down on him even more.
Only Li Mengyun felt a twinge of sympathy for her nephew.
So what if it was fake?
It was still a gesture of goodwill.
Besides, where would her nephew get the money to buy a real one? The thought was what counted.
Watching her nephew being mocked by so many people left a bitter taste in her mouth.
It was her own fault, too.
She knew full well her nephew had no money, yet she insisted on claiming it was her birthday. She should have given him some financial support. Only Chow believed that the jade June had given was real. After all, judging by June's demeanor at the Yunting Club that day, giving a genuine jade bracelet would have been perfectly normal. Of course, he was only too happy to see June make a fool of himself and be misunderstood, so he certainly wasn't going to come to June's defense. However, June, the one at the center of it all, showed little emotion on his face as he said calmly, "Of course it's not fake.
How could I possibly give Auntie something fake? This ice-type jade bracelet is a birthday gift I picked out especially for her."
As soon as those words left his mouth, the expressions on everyone's faces varied.
Bai Jingting said coldly, "Fake is fake.
If you've made a mistake, just admit it. It's not unforgivable. But to keep denying it stubbornly like a dead duck, that's just ridiculous." As he spoke, Bai Jingting picked up the two bracelets from the table.
"Take a look at Aunt Xiao Rong's bracelet. It's filled with a fibrous structure. That's what real jadeite should look like.
I may not be an expert on jadeite, but I know the basics.
Now look at your bracelet. It's so transparent, it's clearly just glass. What more can you say? It's okay to be poor, but you can't lie. You have to be honest and upright."
Bai Jingting scolded him.
"That's right, June. If you can't afford a gift, you could just said so. You could even asked me to lend you some money. How could you lie?"
Chow added, exaggerating the situation. Wei turned her head away, clearly deeply disappointed in June. June, however, remained calm as he looked at his uncle Bai Jingting and said, "There are only two possibilities for jadeite containing no fibrous inclusions. One is that it's made of glass, and the other is that its quality is exceptionally high."
"Uncle, how can you be so sure it's fake? What if it's actually of higher quality than Aunt Shirong's? You really are stubborn."
Bai Jingting was livid.
"Fine, if you say it's jade, then it's jade.
Anyway, I won't let your aunt wear it."
"What if there are chemicals inside that could be harmful to her health?"
Bai Jingting sat down, his face dark with anger. Bai Shirong carefully picked up her bracelet.
"I spent 20,000 yuan on this bracelet. Sister-in-law, you should put it on in a moment."
She glanced at June's bracelet again, picked it up to examine it, then casually tossed it onto the table. "June, don't take advantage of the fact that we don't know anything about jadeite to argue with us here. Your uncle Baekhyun will be here soon. He knows a thing or two about jadeite. Just let him take a look, and he'll tell us if it's real or fake." Hearing Bai Shirong's words, Li Mengyun looked a little flustered. June was already embarrassed enough. If he were exposed right then and there, he'd truly have nowhere to hide his shame.
"I don't think that's necessary."
Li Xiaoyun hurriedly interjected to stop her. After all, she cared deeply for June.
Even if June gave her a fake, she'd still be happy. "Why not? I think it's absolutely necessary."
Bai Jingting coldly cut his wife off.
"I think your nephew's character is highly questionable.
When Baekhyun arrives, if it turns out to be a fake, let him learn a lesson. If he is full of lies even to his own family, you can imagine what kind of person he is." June sat down on the sofa, while Bai Shirong called her husband to ask when he would arrive. After hanging up, she said excitedly, "Baekhyun said he is on his way and will be here in about 5 or 6 minutes." Sure enough, shortly after she hung up, there was a knock at the door. She opened the door, and a handsome middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses walked in.
Once inside, he greeted everyone with a smile. "Bro, what's with the long face? Don't you welcome your brother-in-law?" Feng Bo Xian said jokingly.
As for this brother-in-law, whose business was bigger than his own, Bai Jingting really didn't dare to act like a big shot.
He forced a smile and said, "Not at all. I'm just annoyed by your sister-in-law's nephew." By this time, Bai Xiaorong was already eagerly grabbing her husband's hand. "Baekhyun, you're just in time. Quick, tell everyone, is this bracelet real jade?" She immediately picked up Jun's bracelet and held it out for Feng Boxian to examine. At the same time, she couldn't help but glance in Jun's direction, her eyes brimming with a touch of smugness. "Kid, you're all talk, aren't you? Just wait and see how you'll be humiliated," Bai Xiaorong thought excitedly. Bai Jingting, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. "That's right, Boxian. Take a look at this jade bracelet." "Sure." Feng Boxian nodded with a smile, eager to get started. He enjoyed collecting jade and had even studied the subject under experts, so he could be considered something of an expert himself. Now that he had a chance to show off his skills, he was more than happy to do so. "Let me take a look." With that, he took the bracelet. But as he held it up to the sunlight, his expression gradually grew serious. Chapter 18, Zhou Bingkuan is my friend. Seeing Feng Boxian's grave expression, Li Mengyun's heart sank. "Boxian, whether this bracelet is real or fake, it's just a token of the child's affection. Let us just eat quickly and stop looking at it." Li Mengyun was truly afraid that Feng Boxian would say the bracelet was fake. That would really be a huge embarrassment for Jun. But no sooner had Li Mengyun finished speaking than Bai Xiaorong impatiently interjected, "What are you saying, sister-in-law? Jun just said it's real. If it's real, then what's there to worry about? You have such a wonderful nephew who bought you a top-grade jade bracelet. You should be happy." Bai Jingting turned to Jun. "Jun, do you still insist the bracelet is real?" "Of course." Jun gave a faint smile. Even at a moment like this, not a single flicker of emotion could be seen on his face. "You sure know how to put on a show." Bai Xiaorong pursed her lips. Meanwhile, Feng Boxian's expression grew increasingly grave. Finally, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. "Bo Hyun, is it real or fake? Just say something," Bai Xiaorong said impatiently. She was desperate to know the answer. At that moment, Feng Bo Hyun looked at Jun and asked, "Where did you buy this bracelet?" "A friend gave it to me," Jun replied. Feng Boxian looked at everyone and said, "This bracelet is no ordinary piece. It's top-grade ice-type jadeite with very few impurities. Even when held up to the sunlight, you can only see a few faint flecks. To put it bluntly, this is the finest jadeite bracelet I've ever encountered in all my years dealing with jadeite. As for its value, it should be worth over $1 million." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the room froze in place. Bai Xiaorong, Bai Jingting, Wei, and Li Mengyun all stood there dumbfounded, their heads buzzing. Not only was the bracelet genuine, but its quality was also exceptional. Feng Boxian's claim that the bracelet was worth over $1 million was simply staggering. Jun had long anticipated the bracelet's value, so hearing Feng Boxian reach this conclusion felt entirely natural to him. Since it was a gift for his aunt, what was $1 million? In fact, if his aunt hadn't called so suddenly, he would have found her a top-tier imperial green jadeite. To anyone who has been kind to Jun, he'll repay them 1,000, 10,000, or even 100 million times over. It was only then that Bai Xiaorong realized, "Bo Hyun, you're not just saying that to save this kid's face, are you? This kid just got out of prison. How could he possibly have enough money to buy jade like this?" Feng Boxian shook his head. "I may not be an expert, but after dealing with jade for so many years, I can still tell the difference between real and fake." Well, Bai Xiaorong didn't know what to say. If it had been anyone else, she might have thought they were in cahoots with Jun, but her husband would never do that. Chow, standing nearby, looked a bit disappointed. He'd been hoping to see Jun make a fool of himself, but unfortunately, someone who knew their stuff had shown up. Wei and Bai Jingting, father and daughter, were still in a state of shock. A jade bracelet worth $1 million from Jun? How could that be? No matter how they thought about it, it seemed utterly unbelievable. Li Mengyun felt as if she were in a dream. She was the one who most hoped her nephew would make something of himself, but $1 million, it was simply beyond comprehension. So it turned out everyone had misunderstood Jun.
He hadn't fobbed anyone off with a fake bracelet at all. Instead, he'd given his aunt a genuine treasure. By the time Li Mengyun realized this, her eyes were already reddening, and her heart was overflowing with emotion. Bai Jingting, on the other hand, felt his face grow hot, as if he'd been slapped across the face. He'd been so scornful toward June just a moment ago. Now that he thought about it, he'd been nothing but a clown. But the biggest slap in the face went to Bai Shirong. Just a moment ago, she'd been jumping up and down with excitement. This turn of events was like being slapped in the face with the sole of a shoe.
June, actually, I have one more question.
At that moment, Feng Boxian suddenly spoke up, his expression somewhat solemn.
Uncle Boxian, just say what's on your mind.
June said. Although his wife, Bai Shirong, was a bit annoying, Feng Boxian had a gentle and refined demeanor. He seemed like a man of good character.
What I want to ask is, was this bracelet really a gift from your friend?
After Feng Boxian finished speaking, he stared intently at the changes on June's face. As soon as the words left his mouth, the room fell silent once more.
Indeed, if it were true a bracelet worth over $1 million, what kind of friend would be so generous? Giving away $1 million for nothing.
If June were lying, and the bracelet wasn't a gift from a friend, then surely it couldn't have been stolen, could it?
At that moment, even Li Mengyun's expression grew tense.
She didn't believe her nephew would do something like that, but it was really hard to explain. The others all furrowed their brows. There were indeed many suspicious points about this matter. June, however, nodded confidently. Of course, I'm certain a friend gave it to me.
What's your friend's name?
Feng Boxian immediately pressed him, as if interrogating a criminal. His name is Zhou Bingkuan.
June had nothing to hide. Zhou Bingkuan? The chairman of the Chuzhou Chamber of Commerce, that billionaire worth 10 billion? Are you sure? Before Feng Boxian could speak, Bai Jingting couldn't help but interject.
Zhou Bingkuan was a top-tier figure among Chuzhou's business elite. Someone of Bai Jingting's standing wasn't even a lowly errand boy in comparison. And yet June was claiming that Zhou Bingkuan was his friend. Bai Shirong couldn't help but sneer. June, stop making things up.
Do you think we can't get in touch with Zhou Bingkuan, so you're just blowing this way out of proportion? You're a convict fresh out of prison. How could Zhou Bingkuan possibly be friends with you? You must have stolen that jade bracelet.
Bai Jingting nodded in agreement.
June, tell us the truth.
If you really stole it, turn yourself in now. You might get a lighter sentence. This bracelet is worth $1 million.
Just then, Feng Boxian's expression suddenly changed. A thought struck him, and he said, June, you didn't steal this bracelet from Zhou Bingkuan's private museum, did you?
As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone's expressions changed.
Given Zhou Bingkuan's status, stealing a bracelet from his museum would be like provoking a powerful figure. It was practically asking for death. For Zhou Bingkuan, crushing June would be as easy as squashing an ant.
Li Mengyun was on the verge of tears.
June had only just been released. Was he really going back in already? I'm not bragging. Zhou Bingkuan really is my friend. Don't let your imaginations run wild.
June said exasperatedly. He was at a loss for words with a bunch of relatives like this. He'd come here to celebrate his aunt's birthday, only to be met with all sorts of suspicion. He really wanted to walk up and slap each of them across the face. Especially Bai Shirong. Why did she have such a sharp tongue? June, the fact that you'd say something like that shows you don't understand what kind of person Zhou Bingkuan is, Feng Boxian said, his expression still grave.
The world isn't as simple as people imagine. For those with money and power, killing someone is truly as easy as squashing an ant. In Feng Boxian's eyes, June was just a nobody, no different from an ant. I'll say this one more time, and this is the last time. I really didn't steal that bracelet.
Zhou Bingkuan and I are genuine friends.
Believe it or not. June said impatiently. All right, June.
Since you insist on saying that, let us verify it right here and now.
Otherwise, none of us will be able to eat in peace.
Feng Boxian spoke up. I happened to see Chairman Zhou at the banquet the other day and got his number. Whether it's true or not, all we need to do is make one phone call, and the truth will come to light.
Chapter 19, It turns out to be true.
June, because the stakes in this matter are so high, I have to make this call.
I hope you understand. Fong Boxian took out his phone but still addressed June.
In fact, at that moment, he was beginning to trust June a little. When he mentioned knowing Zhou Bingkuan's number, he'd been watching June's expression closely and June had remained completely calm. Normally, even someone with the strongest nerves would show some sign of unease in a situation like this.
All right. June nodded.
He didn't really care either way if Fong wanted to make the call, so be it.
Baekhyun, what is there to talk about with him?
Just call him. This kid is the classic type who won't learn his lesson until it's too late.
Why steal from Zhou Bingkuan of all people? Isn't that asking for trouble?
Bai Xiurong said loudly. The way she spoke, it was as if June were already a thief.
Xiurong, keep your mouth shut. We won't know the truth until we make the call.
Bai Jingting interjected. He, too, thought his younger sister was being too loud. There would be plenty of time for sarcastic remarks once they had the results.
Wei and Li Mengyun both nodded in agreement.
If they didn't make this call, none of them would be able to rest easy.
Under everyone's watchful gaze, Fong Baoxian dialed the number.
In that instant, everyone's hearts tightened, and the room fell so silent you could hear a pin drop.
Hello, who is this?
A deep voice came through the phone. June, who had just parted ways with Zhou Bingkuan, recognized it as Zhou Bingkuan's voice. At that moment, Fong Boxian grew nervous, and his speech became slightly stammering.
Chairman Zhou, it's Fong Boxian, chairman of GUN Trading.
We exchanged numbers last time.
Oh.
Zhou Bingkuan's voice on the other end was indifferent.
What is this about? He clearly didn't think much of the owner of such a small company.
In fact, given Zhou Bingkuan's status, he really had no need to remember someone like Fong Boxian. The gap between them was simply too vast.
Fong Boxian didn't think much of Zhou Bingkuan's attitude.
If Zhou Bingkuan had been overly enthusiastic toward him, that would have seemed unusual. Chairman Zhou, there is something I'd like to verify with you. It's my sister-in-law's birthday today, and her nephew. Please keep it brief. Zhou Bingkuan cut Fong Boxian off immediately.
Yes. Fong Boxian nodded hurriedly. I'd like to ask you if you know a young man named June?
During that brief phone call, Fong Boxian's forehead broke out in a dense sheen of sweat. Zhou Bingkuan's aura was so overwhelming that even over the phone, it made him extremely nervous.
June?
Upon hearing the name June on the other end of the line, Zhou Bingkuan's demeanor immediately changed. As the chairman of the Junlin Syndicate, even Zhou Bingkuan couldn't fathom June's true identity, but he knew it was anything but ordinary. After all, it would be impossible for someone his age to own such a massive enterprise without some formidable connections. June was also someone Zhou was eager to befriend.
Mr. Fong, may I ask what your relationship with June is?
Oh, I'm his uncle-in-law, said Fong Boxian. Indeed, according to the Wei family's generational hierarchy, he was June's uncle-in-law, even though they weren't related by blood in the slightest. On the other end of the line, Zhou Bingkuan spoke up, June and I are friends. I admire and respect him greatly.
I'm not sure what brings you to call me today.
Zhou Bingkuan was also a bit puzzled. The other party was beating around the bush, and he couldn't figure out what he was getting at. Zhou Bingkuan said June was his friend.
The others in the room were already staring wide-eyed.
They found this news hard to believe. Chairman Zhou, here is the thing. June brought a bracelet here today, saying you gave it to him. I specifically called to thank you. Upon hearing Zhou Bingkuan say that June was his friend, Fong Boxian naturally couldn't voice his suspicion that June had stolen the bracelet, so he used the pretext of gratitude to verify the facts, a move befitting a seasoned veteran. The climax was about to unfold.
Everyone held their breath.
Li Mengyun, in particular, felt her heart racing. Only June remained calm and unconcerned.
I gave it to him.
June said he wanted to get his aunt a birthday present, so I gave him the bracelet. It's only 100 or so 10,000, no need to thank me.
Hearing this, everyone's eyes widened in shock.
It really was a gift from Zhou Bingkuan to June, a bracelet worth over $1 million, given away just like that.
How could this kid be so lucky to have befriended a big shot like Joe Binkuan?
Standing nearby, Bai Shirong felt embarrassed, but that was quickly replaced by intense jealousy.
June, a penniless kid fresh out of prison, what gives him the right?
As for Li Mengyun, she was so moved that her eyes welled up with tears. All the love she poured into this nephew hadn't been in vain. A million yuan jade bracelet, given to her just like that. Since you're June's uncle-in-law, feel free to come to me if anything comes up.
I have some work to attend to, so I won't keep you any longer. Zhou Bingkuan's magnetic voice rang out once more.
All right, Chairman Zhou, please go ahead with your work.
I'll pay you a personal visit another day. Feng Boxian hung up the phone, his voice trembling. The way he looked at June now was completely different. June, I apologize for doubting you before. I might need you to put in a good word for me with Chairman Zhou in the future. Feng Boxian said, his tone clearly laced with flattery. Uncle Boxian, you're too kind. June smiled but didn't respond directly.
He wasn't a 3-year-old child who would blindly do someone's bidding just because they sweet talked him a bit.
Brother June, how did you meet Zhou Bingkuan?
Wei, standing nearby, finally couldn't help but speak up.
That's right, June had only been out of prison for a few days. How could he have met such a big shot as Zhou Bingkuan? It was simply too intriguing. The others also turned their gaze toward June, waiting for his answer.
I was browsing the antique market the other day and happened to run into Chairman Zhou.
We both like antiques, so we got to know each other. June said casually.
As for the specific details, he didn't go into them. He couldn't be bothered to explain to these people.
Just by strolling through an antique market, you managed to meet a big shot like Zhou Bingkuan?
That is some seriously good luck.
Everyone was marveling.
Even Chow felt a pang of unease. June, my uncle-in-law's words were a bit harsh earlier, but it's because he cares deeply. He is only being strict out of love. You mustn't hold a grudge against him. Bai Jingting suddenly spoke up, patting June's shoulder affectionately. But June felt nothing but contempt in his heart.
Did his uncle even deserve to use the excuse of tough love?
Still, for his Aunt Li Mengyun's sake, June said nothing and merely nodded slightly.
All right, everyone, let us have some cake, Li Mengyun said.
At the same time, she pressed the bracelet into June's hand.
June, you've just been released and don't have much money on you. This bracelet is too valuable, I can't accept it.
Take it and sell it for cash. Save up to marry a wife someday.
June couldn't help but feign anger. Auntie, this is my token of filial piety. If you want to take it, I'll smash it to pieces. You naughty child, oh my. Li Mengyun, exasperated, pinched June's cheek.
But June had been stubborn since childhood, and she was genuinely afraid he'd smash the bracelet that would break her heart.
Fine, I'll take it. Can't I just take it? But I'll keep it safe for you.
When you marry, I'll give it to your wife as a family heirloom.
As far as Li Mengyun was concerned, the bracelet worth $1 million was already incredibly valuable. All right. June was a bit resigned as well.
The atmosphere during the meal was a bit awkward, but June could clearly sense a shift in everyone's attitude toward him.
But that wasn't actually what he wanted. After the meal, June excused himself and left.
Before leaving, he shot Chow a warning glance. But Chow pretended not to notice, which infuriated June so much that he couldn't help but want to go over and teach him a lesson. When he walked downstairs, Liang Yang's car had already been waiting for quite some time.
Getting into the car, June lit a cigarette and asked, "How's the investigation going?"
It turned out that after noticing something off about Chow, June had sent a text message instructing Liang Yang to look into Chow's background.
Liang Yang replied, "I've got it all figured out. Chow's uncle is back. His uncle's name is Zhang Biao.
He has been making his way in Beijing all these years and has a certain reputation on the streets. Because of his martial arts skills, he is known as Tiger Head Bodyguard and is considered a lackey of the Yin group. Just last month, Ndonglai, the eldest son of the Yin family's third branch, successfully took the reins, and as Ndonglai's right-hand man, Zhang Biao is now a powerful figure within the Yin group."
The Yin family of Beijing? June had actually heard of this family. They were considered one of the more influential families in the capital. No wonder Chow dared to challenge him. It turned out he had a powerful backer. Chapter 20. Do you have a girlfriend? June had just returned to his villa in Shizi Domain when he spotted a sedan parked at the entrance. As June got out of his car, the sedan's door swung open, and a tall, beautiful woman stepped out. It was Shui. What are you doing here? June was a bit surprised to see Shui. Are you here to pay me back? After all, he'd given Shui 300 yuan for her fare when she left that day. Although he didn't really care about the money, she had technically borrowed it from him, so it was only natural for her to repay it. Shui smiled and said, I'm not just here to pay you back. To thank you for taking me in, I'd also like to treat you to a meal. I wonder if young Master Li would be so kind as to join me. If you refuse, I'll be very upset. After saying that, Shui looked at June with an expectant expression. To be honest, June had barely eaten anything today at his aunt's house. The initially haughty yet later obsequious attitude of his uncle, Feng Boxian, and the others had left him feeling a bit annoyed. Going out for a bite to eat wasn't a bad idea. Besides, he had saved Shui's life, so it was only right for her to repay him. So June nodded, sure. Soon, June got right into Shui's car and left the villa. Meanwhile, Liang Yong leaned against the car door, smoking a cigarette and watching the departing car thoughtfully. His young master sure was popular with the ladies. Shui drove June to a private dining spot, the kind of place only insiders in their circle would know about. The surroundings were beautiful and serene, with a touch of the winding path leading to a secluded spot charm. Perhaps guests came here not just for the food, but also to enjoy the sense of being far from the hustle and bustle. The owner was an elegant young woman who, upon meeting them, affectionately addressed June as Miss Nangdong. At the same time, she subtly glanced at June's face. This was the first time Shui had brought a man to the restaurant alone. This naturally piqued her curiosity about June's identity. Miss Nangdong, the dishes you ordered are ready. Shall we begin? The young woman asked. Let us begin. Shui and June made their way to the private dining room. At a private dining establishment like this, the patrons were far from ordinary. As they passed one of the private rooms, June couldn't help but take a second look. Inside, he spotted two familiar figures, Yan and Zhu. The two of them were actually dining together. He recalled the last time he'd run into Zhu downstairs at the Junlin Syndicate. Zhu had mentioned knowing the president of the Junlin Syndicate, which must have been Yan. He sat down in the reserved private room. June pulled out a cigarette and was just about to light it when he overheard Zhu and Yan talking in the adjacent room. Zhu, I asked you to come out today because I have a favor to ask of you, Yan said first. Yan, we're as close as sisters. Just say what's on your mind, there's no need to make a big deal out of it. Zhu's tone carried a hint of reproach as she said this, sounding displeased. All right. My mistake. Yan hurriedly shook Zhu's arm in a playful, pleading manner. Only after a smile appeared on Zhu's face did she speak. Recently, our Junlin Syndicate just acquired a plot of land in the south and is planning to build a commercial district there. A construction company wanted to take on our project, but their bid was too high, so we didn't hire them. As it turns out, that construction company isn't a legitimate business. They're holding a grudge and sending people to cause trouble every day, bringing our project to a standstill. I sent someone to negotiate with their boss, and he said he wants to meet with me tomorrow. This company operates in a despicable manner. I did some digging. They like to settle things with their fists. But as you know, I'm a respectable businessman. So you're asking me to step in on your behalf? Zhu asked. She came from a family of martial artists and possessed exceptional martial arts skills. Of course not. Yan shook his head hurriedly. Zhu, what kind of person are you? Asking you to deal with those thugs would be like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Besides, given your status, it's not appropriate for you to get involved in this sort of thing. I just want you to introduce me to a skilled martial artist, someone who can help me keep things under control. I know you've been training in martial arts since childhood and know quite a few masters. Zhu nodded upon hearing this and said, "So that's what it's about. I should have handled this matter personally, but my position is indeed a bit sensitive. As for martial arts masters, I happen to know a master Wu in Suzhou. He practices internal martial arts and is very powerful. He should be more than capable of keeping the other party in check." "That's great, Zhu. You've really taken a weight off my shoulders," Yin said happily. June listened, lost in thought. A construction company actually resorting to such underhanded tactics. The Junlin Syndicate was his company, after all, and yet Yan Han-ti reported this to him. But come to think of it, as the company's president, Yan naturally couldn't bother the boss with every little thing that would make her look incompetent. She probably wanted to handle it herself. Still, now that he'd heard about it, he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. June was so deep in thought that he didn't notice Shui, sitting next to him, pulling out her phone and secretly taking a photo of him. They say a man is most charming when he is focused, and at that moment, June looked absolutely captivating in Shui's eyes. By the time June snapped back to reality, Shui had already put her phone away. The dishes began arriving one after another. "June, you're having dinner with a beauty like me, and you're still spacing out isn't that a bit much?" Shui said pointedly. "I'm really sorry, I was just lost in thought for a moment." June laughed. Since he was actually a bit hungry, he picked up his chopsticks and began serving himself. "So, June, do you have a girlfriend?" Shui suddenly asked, catching June off guard. "Ha? I'm just a former convict fresh out of prison. How could I possibly have a girlfriend?" At that moment, the image of Lucci flashed through June's mind. This woman he had once loved deeply was the one who had hurt him the most. "That's good, then," Shui blurted out, and immediately, her face flushed crimson. Chapter 21, The Highest Realm of Fist Mastery. "Ha?" June stared at Shui in astonishment. Shui's face was burning hot. Her usual grace and confidence had completely vanished. She dared not meet June's gaze and kept her head down, shoveling rice into her mouth. After the meal, Shui added June on WeChat and gave him her phone number, but she didn't leave with him. "I have a friend who is also at this private dining spot. I'm going to find her first," Shui said. "Okay, then I'll be going." June took out a napkin and wiped his mouth. To be honest, this meal was much more enjoyable than the ones he had at his aunt's house. Stepping out of the private dining room, June couldn't help but glance up toward the stairs leading to the second floor. When he walked in, he sensed someone watching him from the shadows. However, he hadn't sensed any hostility. Thinking about it now, it must have been the friend Shui had mentioned. He didn't give it a second thought and headed straight for the exit. Meanwhile, the stunning woman standing by the staircase couldn't help but pat her chest in relief. Just as Shui said, this guy has such keen observational skills. I was hiding so well, yet he almost spotted me. Just then, Shui walked up the stairs. "Shunning, what do you think? Isn't he handsome?" Shunning shook her head. "I don't see what's so handsome about him, but this man does seem a bit dangerous." "And have you ever considered that he might be deliberately trying to get close to you?" "Impossible." Shui shook her head immediately. "When I came to Chuzhou, it was a completely spontaneous decision. There's no way he could have arranged all this in advance." Shunning sighed. "Even if that were the case, you two aren't a good match. He might have some influence in Chuzhou, but your family is different from others. Not even the most prominent power in Chuzhou is a suitable match for you. Besides, if you really end up with him, you might end up hurting him." Hearing this, Shui's pretty face paled slightly. But she quickly replied with determination, "I must take control of my own happiness. If it comes to it, I'll just leave the Nangong clan." "You?" Shunning looked at her best friend with a mix of exasperation and resignation, then finally sighed. She advised her kindly, "Xiao Shui, there are plenty of fine young men among the aristocratic families. You don't need to entrust your happiness to him just because he rescued you once. Perhaps you're acting on a momentary impulse now, but someday you'll realize that the concept of a match made in heaven is truly important." June stepped out of the private dining room and saw an SUV roaring away.
Yen was waving at the SUV. She must have just seen Ju off. When she turned around and saw June, her expression froze for a moment.
Boss, you're here too?
Yes.
June nodded. I heard the company's running into some trouble. So you know about it, boss?
Yen hurriedly said, but don't worry, boss. I'll resolve this quickly. It definitely won't delay the project's progress. Yen was a very determined woman, and she was terrified that this incident would leave June with the impression that she was incompetent.
It's fine.
What I mean is, when you go to meet the head of that company, I want to come with you.
Also, don't call me boss anymore, just call me June.
Okay.
Yen nodded. Well then, June, I'll be heading out now. Yen said.
Ju had just given her the master's phone number and address, and she was eager to pay him a visit. After all, she was set to negotiate with the other company tomorrow. Seeing that Yen was about to leave, June quickly spoke up. Wait a minute, could you give me a ride home first?
Okay, all right. Yen nodded.
As Shui and Shunning stepped out of the private dining room, they happened to see June driving away in Yen's car.
Isn't that your crush?
Shunning said pointedly, looks like he is quite popular with the ladies.
Shui nodded in agreement, looks like I'd better hurry up, or someone else will snatch him away.
Shunning felt a bit helpless. The world really had gone mad. The eldest daughter of the Nangong clan was actually this infatuated with a man. If the guys in their circle found out, their jaws would probably drop. As soon as June returned to the villa, he called Liang Yong and asked him to investigate the Junlin Syndicate's recent activities. Liang Yong was as efficient as ever. In less than an hour, he had the information laid out before June and explained, the company opposing the Junlin Syndicate is called Shengshire Corporation. It not only undertakes various construction projects but also operates in multiple industries, including entertainment venues and logistics.
Moreover, the Wang family of Beijing stands behind Shengshire Company.
Beijing is a hotbed of aristocratic families, a place where hidden talents abound. Through generations of intermarriage, the relationships between these families have become incredibly intricate, and their influence is off the charts. Generally speaking, people are reluctant to cross companies with Beijing connections. June looked over the information and fell deep in thought.
Earlier, while in prison, he had met several members of Beijing's aristocratic families.
One of them was a chubby guy who was exceptionally good at flattery. He made June feel quite comfortable back then. Rumor had it he was even the heir to a particularly powerful family.
That guy's been out of prison for a year now.
I wonder how he's doing.
Early the next morning,
June arrived at the Junlin Syndicate building but didn't go inside. Yen, who had quickly heard the news, walked over in her high heels.
Boss, you're here. Why aren't you going up? Your office is gathering dust. Just leave, the company matters to you. As the boss, all I do is count money. It doesn't matter whether I go to the office or not. Also, didn't I tell you yesterday to call me June? Stop calling me boss, you're making me sound old. June laughed.
Through this incident, Yen had shown that she tried to handle matters on her own whenever possible, without bothering him, her boss. This demonstrated that she was a responsible and reliable person, which made June think highly of her.
Okay, June. Yen felt a bit awkward. The car and the crew are all ready. Master Wu is here too. He's in your living room right now. We can leave at any time. Master Wu? Only then did June remember that yesterday Yen had asked Ju to contact someone to find a master to ward off negative energy. Let us go, then.
Okay. Yen made a call, and soon several minivans pulled out of the company parking lot.
One of the minivans pulled up in front of June and Yen. A driver hurriedly got out and opened the door. Mr. Gu, please get in.
The driver didn't recognize June, so he wasn't sure how to address him.
All right. Yen gestured for him to go ahead. June went ahead and got into the car first.
This actually surprised the driver a little. He had no idea who this young man was. After June got in, Yen followed closely behind. Inside the car sat a middle-aged man with a long beard. He was wearing a Zhongshan suit and had his eyes half closed.
Only after June got in did he open his eyes and ask, "Mr. Gu, who is this?"
Before Yin could speak, June spoke up first.
"I'm Mr. Gu's bodyguard." "Bodyguard?"
The middle-aged man couldn't help but scrutinize June closely once more, then let out a soft snort.
"No calluses on your hands, lifeless eyes, light and unsteady on your feet, and a slouching posture. Can someone like this really be a bodyguard? Is money that easy to swindle these days?"
June, however, brushed it off.
"You're wrong. Don't you know about concealing one's energy and returning to a state of natural simplicity? A true master isn't someone you can see through with the naked eye." "You greenhorn, how dare you speak of martial arts in my presence? You're showing off your skills in front of an expert." Master Wu shook his head, his face full of disdain. "I've practiced boxing for 30 years and have only just reached the peak of the Bright Force stage." "How old are you, yet you dare claim to have attained the supreme realm of returning to simplicity? How ridiculous."
Yen, listening nearby, looked on with a touch of admiration and spoke up. "Yesterday, when I went to invite Master Wu, he gave me a demonstration. With a single palm strike, he shattered a 3 cun thick stone brick into pieces."
"Master Wu is truly a martial arts master." Yen said this specifically for June's benefit.
The implication was that, even though June was the boss, he should still be polite to such a master to avoid provoking him. After all, they were counting on him to keep the crowd in check this time.
June, of course, understood Yen's subtext. He gave a slight smile and said nothing more.
This Master Wu had already reached the pinnacle of Mingjin. Shattering gold and cracking stone was naturally no problem for him, but he was still only at the lower realm of martial arts. Only by cultivating one's energy throughout the entire body, controlling it with complete freedom from the inside out, can one reach the highest level of martial arts. But even if these principles were explained, Yen and the others wouldn't understand them. June couldn't be bothered to waste words on them.
Chapter 22, Making a Move.
The car soon arrived at a mansion.
This was the meeting place arranged by Shangshur Company.
As soon as they reached the entrance of the mansion, the car came to a stop.
Everyone got out and walked inside.
This time, in addition to Master Wu, Yen had brought along more than 20 bodyguards and her assistant, a large and imposing group. Shangshur Corporation is known for its monopolistic practices and bullying of the market.
The fact that they've taken the initiative to invite us here means they certainly have ulterior motives.
Once we're inside, I'll be counting entirely on Master Wu. Master Wu smiled faintly and said, "President Gu, you can rest completely assured. As long as I, Wu Hua, am here, it won't matter how many people they send." The smug look on Master Wu's face was impossible to hide. He had been a dominant force in Chuzhou for many years, and his reputation was known throughout the country. Why would he care about a bunch of local thugs?
Hearing Master Wu's words, Yen immediately felt more confident.
As soon as they stepped through the gate, several burly men who had been chatting nearby approached them.
A tall, slender young man with tattoos shouted, "Are you people from the Junlin Syndicate?" Yen nodded.
"Yes, I'm here to see your boss, Du." The young man nodded, his eyes brazenly scanning Yen's body from head to toe, and said, "Our boss, Du, is waiting for you inside." After saying that, he called out toward the interior.
"The Junlin Syndicate is here."
The next moment, with a clatter, more than 20 men surged out from all directions, each looking menacing.
Yen, though just a woman, showed remarkable courage at that moment.
She completely ignored them and strode confidently toward the interior.
Inside the estate, in a gazebo.
2 wicker chairs, a coffee table, and a pot of fine Longjing tea.
An obese middle-aged man was smoking a cigar and sipping tea.
Beside him, a tall woman in a cheongsam with delicate features was brewing tea, carefully monitoring the heat and maintaining the temperature. Along the 50-meter-long path leading to the pavilion stood more than 30 burly men in suits. All of them had their hands crossed over their lower abdomens. Their muscular builds exuded a solemn, menacing aura. The wicker chair opposite the portly man was empty, clearly reserved for Yen, who had come to negotiate.
Yen appeared on the path, accompanied by more than 20 people.
No matter how worldly she was, seeing such a display, she couldn't help but feel a slight twitch in her brow.
The expressions of the bodyguards behind her also became uneasy. A spectacle like this was something one might only see in the movies.
Even June narrowed his eyes. Shengshi group sure knew how to make a grand entrance.
Only Master Wu remained calm and composed. President Gu has arrived. Please, have a seat.
The heavy-set man gave a slight smile, the fat on his face jiggling. Now that she was here, Yen couldn't afford to appear weak. She immediately took a deep breath and walked confidently over to the wicker chair to sit down.
Master Wu and June stood on either side of her.
Ms. Gu, you should already be aware of my purpose in arranging this meeting. Shengshi Group would like to take on the South City Commercial Street project. The portly man cut straight to the chase. Yen smiled. Mr. Du, during the bidding process, your company's quote was too high, which is why we chose another firm.
The contract has already been signed. If you're still interested in collaborating, Mr. Du, you can wait for the next opportunity.
I certainly can't have the Junlin Syndicate breach the contract. That would entail paying a hefty penalty, and business is built on integrity.
Du Ming raised an eyebrow. Mr. Gu, I had thought you came here today in good faith.
If you're going to speak like this, there is no point in continuing this discussion. However, if you don't award this project to Shengshi Group, I'm afraid your commercial street won't be built until the year after next.
How much money will that 2-year delay cost? I'm sure you can do the math, Mr. Gu.
Du Ming poured the brewed light tea into a cup, speaking as he poured, his tone calm and composed, fully in control of the situation.
Mr. Du, do you really think the Junlin Syndicate is easy to push around? Yen's anger began to flare. Mr. Gu, please don't get upset.
The Junlin Syndicate may be a powerful organization, but my Shengshi company is no pushover either.
I've prepared a contract here. Take a look, Mr. Gu.
If you award the construction project for that plot of land in South City to Shengshi Corporation, it'll be a win-win for both of us. I've already told you that project has already been contracted out. There is no way we can give it to Shengshi Corporation now, so there is no need to look at this contract.
Yen flatly refused on the spot. Haha, Mr. Gu, you really have a short temper. But if you don't sign the contract, I'm afraid you won't be leaving here today.
Du Ming smiled contemptuously, tapping his fingers on the table.
Hearing this, Yen's expression changed drastically.
She had long suspected that Du Ming had ulterior motives, and sure enough, he was about to resort to underhanded tactics.
What do you mean by that, Mr. Du? Yen asked coldly. Nothing in particular. It's just that my little brothers don't have the best tempers. If President Gu refuses to sign the contract, they might get angry and do something to harm her.
President Gu is such a beautiful young woman, it wouldn't be good if she ended up with a few scars on her face.
Mr. Du, do you think that just because I dared to come to this meeting today, I didn't come prepared?
I'd like to see exactly how you plan to keep me here. Seeing that the mask had been torn off, Yen saw no need to remain polite any longer. She stood up immediately and said to Master Wu beside her, Master Wu, let us fight our way out. Master Wu nodded, took a step forward, and clasped his fists, declaring, Wu Hua of Wujia Village is here to clear the way for Ms. Gu.
Anyone who dares to block us will have no one to blame but my merciless fists.
Wujia Village is the birthplace of Chuzhou martial arts, and Wu Hua, who presides over the village, is a well-known figure. Upon hearing Wu Hua announce his name, Du Ming merely smiled with disdain.
You think you can fight your way out with just one nailin?
Yen, if you really manage to leave this courtyard today, my Shengshi company will never lay a finger on the South City Commercial Street project again. Just then, Master Wu had already taken a step forward and, with a single palm strike, sent a burly man charging at him, crashing to the ground. His martial arts were indeed formidable. But in the very next moment, he found himself surrounded. Just as he sent another man flying, a baton struck him in the back, causing him to stagger.
Seeing this, Yen's heart sank. What era are we living in? Still pulling that old underworld nonsense? You might be able to take on 1 or 2, but can you really take on 30? Do you really think my men are pushovers?
Du Ming chuckled darkly, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, in the crowd, Master Wu was struggling to fend off attacks coming from all directions. The composure he'd shown earlier had vanished from his face. Although Du Ming's men weren't as strong as he was, they had the advantage of numbers, and every one of them was battle-hardened. The fight had barely begun, and he'd already been struck several times with staffs.
You're asking for death.
Enraged, Master Wu began to fight with all his might. With a single strike, he sent a burly man spitting blood. But in the very next moment, a figure leaped into the air and kicked Master Wu squarely in the chest. Master Wu lost his balance and stumbled backward several steps. Just then, someone else swung a sword at him, leaving a bloody gash across Master Wu's back. These men had no regard for martial ethics. Earlier, they'd only used their fists and feet, but now they were even wielding swords.
Rip!
The sound of tearing fabric echoed through the air. Master Wu staggered backward several steps, retreating back to Yan's side. By now, he was covered in 4 or 5 wounds and looked utterly bedraggled. Master Wu sucked in a sharp breath of pain and said to Yan with a wry smile, "Mr. Gu, it seems I really am getting old. I'm afraid I won't be able to lead you out of here." Du Ming, meanwhile, clutched his teacup, sipped his tea, and said calmly, "My Shangshur company spends over 50 million every year on enforcers.
Do you think that money is spent in vain? If I let Amir Nalan drive us out, where would that leave my reputation?"
As he spoke, he picked up the teapot, personally poured a cup of tea for Yan, gently pushed it toward her, and smiled, "Have some tea, Mr. Gu."
Now, can we have a proper discussion about the contract?
Yan's lovely face had turned deathly pale. She hadn't expected that even Master Wu, as formidable as he was, couldn't break through. Based on what she knew about Shangshur Group, if she didn't sign, her fate today would likely be dire. But if she signed, it would harm the Junlin Syndicate's interests. The thing was, the Junlin Syndicate wasn't even hers. Instinctively, Yan glanced at June. At a moment like this, she was at a loss.
Of course we won't sign the contract.
Besides, your Shangshur Group has delayed our project schedule, so you owe us 10 million in compensation. June, standing beside her, suddenly spoke up.
Chapter 23, A Tough Guy. Who are you? Do you even have a say here?
Du Ming said with a cold expression. He had noticed June long ago. When Yan had sat down earlier, June and Master Wu had stood on either side of her, indicating they held high status. He had originally assumed June was Yan's assistant or something similar. After all, June's hands showed no calluses, and his muscles weren't particularly developed. He didn't look like someone with high combat prowess.
However, June didn't answer his question.
Instead, he continued on his own, 10 million. Consider it an apology to the Junlin Syndicate. As for what you've done to the Junlin Syndicate in the past, I'll let it slide. Yan stood there, looking stunned. She hadn't expected June to say something like that. It was true that June was the boss, and it was also true that his background was no simple matter. But in a situation like this, with even Master Wu having been defeated, it wasn't a good idea for June to provoke the other side right now. Even if he had some kind of backing, he should wait until they escaped before settling the score later. After all, Du Ming was clearly the kind of person who would stop at nothing. Du Ming twirled his teacup in his hand, a hint of a smile on his lips. "What kind of hothead are you? You really don't know when to back down." "I'm the boss of the Junlin Syndicate, not some hothead," June said calmly. At that, everyone present except Yan looked taken aback. Everyone knew that Yan was currently running the Junlin Syndicate, but very few were aware of the true boss behind the scenes. They just hadn't expected him to be so young. "So you're the boss of the Junlin Syndicate. Such a young and promising figure. It's truly a pleasure to meet you." Du Ming quickly regained his composure and said with a forced smile, "Since you're the boss of the Junlin Syndicate, this is the perfect opportunity to discuss a partnership. Once the contract is signed, we'll be brothers from now on." President Gu isn't very sensible. "I'm sure you, as the boss, are more sensible than she is. After all, those who lack common sense usually meet a grim end." June smiled and said, "Did a donkey kick you in the head? I just said we won't sign the contract. Pay Junlin Syndicate 10 million in compensation, and this matter is settled." Du Ming narrowed his eyes, as expected of the boss of the Junlin syndicate. You sure talk big.
I suppose you must have some powerful connections.
But let me tell you this, Xingshi Company is backed by the Wang family in Beijing.
No matter what connections you have, they're useless.
Jun remained silent, but to Du Ming, this clearly meant Jun had run out of options, which only made him feel even more smug. Du Ming took a puff on his cigar and slowly stood up. Mr. Li, it's your Junlin Syndicate's fault for being so unreasonable. If you'd handed the project over to Xingshi Company from the very beginning, none of this would have happened.
Of course, I'm willing to give you a chance to make amends.
If you sign this contract today, everything can be settled amicably.
Otherwise, there's nothing I wouldn't do.
Then you'll experience true despair, like having the tendons in your hands and feet severed.
That's second nature to my men.
Du Ming felt a bit smug. It sure felt good to have the Wang family backing him up. He could humiliate the boss of the Junlin syndicate like this, and the guy didn't even dare to say a word.
You must be feeling pretty frustrated right now, really angry, and dying to punch me, right?
But you don't dare.
Because your life is in my hands.
So, brother, take a piece of advice from me: the more friends you have, the more options you have. Don't cut off your own escape route. Du Ming was getting more and more brazen. Jun, however, narrowed his eyes slightly. Just then, Du Ming poured a cup of tea and handed it to Jun. Bro, drink this cup of tea, then sign the contract like a good boy. After saying this, seeing that Jun hadn't reacted, he cursed angrily. Don't fucking refuse a kind offer and end up with a harsh one. I told you to drink it, didn't you hear me? Finally, Jun reached out and took the teacup. Standing nearby, Yen's heart had sunk to the depths. She had originally hoped her boss would step up and turn the tide, but never imagined he'd end up humiliating himself. It was her own fault for not being fully prepared. She only brought in Master Wu, thinking he'd be enough to hold the fort. Du Ming put the cigar in his mouth, took a deep drag, his face brimming with smugness and scorn. What a load of bullshit about being the boss of the Junlin syndicate. He hasn't even grown a full beard yet in front of me. He is still just going to have to bow his head obediently. Beside him, the woman in a Cheongsam who was in charge of making tea couldn't help but shake her head silently. Sure enough, no one can stand up to Du Ming, not even the boss of the Junlin syndicate. As for the thugs, their faces were filled with utter disdain. The so-called boss of the Junlin syndicate, he is nothing but a lackey in front of our President Du. President Du is truly formidable. Let us see who dares to cross our Xingshi Company from now on. It's just that this kid knows his place. Otherwise, I'd break his legs in a heartbeat. But Jun didn't drink the tea. Instead, he gazed impassively at Du Ming. Some people will never know what kind of force they're up against. The next moment, Jun splashed the tea directly into Du Ming's face, took a few steps forward, grabbed Du Ming by the hair, and slammed his head down onto the table. He casually grabbed a tea needle from the table and violently plunged it into the back of Du Ming's hand. Splatter! The tea needle pierced right through his palm and lodged itself into the table. Blood immediately began to seep out. Ah! Du Ming let out a piercing scream. Yen, standing nearby, shuddered involuntarily as she watched the scene in horror. Jun had actually attacked Du Ming. And he'd even pierced right through his palm. The woman in the Cheongsam who had been brewing the tea turned pale with fear. The numerous thugs, who were the first to react, couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines at the sight of Jun's brutality. This young man was a ruthless one. The next moment, they charged forward without hesitation, brandishing knives and clubs. Jun released his grip on Du Ming's head, cracked his knuckles, and met them head-on. Chapter 24, Jun's Fierce Power. Boom! A burly man who had just charged in front of Jun was bent over like a shrimp before he even had a chance to strike, flying backward like a cannonball. Immediately afterward, Jun leaped high into the air, slamming his knee into another man's face, instantly reducing it to a bloody pulp. Jun landed in the middle of the crowd, plowing through them like a wild bull and knocking several people over in the blink of an eye. A machete swung toward Jun's back, causing Yen to cry out in alarm, "Jun, watch out!" As if he had eyes in the back of his head, Jun sidestepped the blade, spun around, and slashed with the edge of his hand at the attacker's wrist. The machete fell instantly, but before it hit the ground, June snatched it up and, in the same fluid motion, slashed the man across the face. Blood spurted out instantly. June's blow had sliced him open from his teeth all the way to behind his ear. Brutal, absolutely brutal. Even the people from Shengshire Company were shocked by June's ruthlessness. But June didn't give them a moment to react. Wielding the machete, he charged into the crowd, taking out one opponent after another with each swing. With every strike, blood spattered everywhere, showcasing his ruthlessness to the fullest. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the 30-odd burly men had already fallen. Seeing this scene, Yan and the others were all stunned. Even Master Wu couldn't help but swallow hard. He had previously looked down on June, but witnessing June's current performance, it was nothing short of textbook perfect. His strikes were ruthless, targeting vital points, and each strike was a kill. Moreover, in the midst of such a chaotic melee, June hadn't sustained a single scratch. Du Ming, who had barely managed to pull the tea needle out of his hand, stared at the scene in utter disbelief, his heart pounding with shock. Even with his own ruthlessness, he watched in sheer terror. The burly men facing June were utterly cowed. For every step June took forward, they took a step back, no longer daring to charge. Useless! June cursed. Wielding his machete, he strode directly toward Du Ming, looking like a demon god emerging from hell. At that moment, Du Ming was so terrified his heart nearly leapt out of his throat. Stammering, he said, "My Shengshire Company is backed by the Wang family of Beijing. Think carefully. If you offend the Wang family, they won't let you off the hook." The Wang family's influence extended far beyond the capital. They were indeed a golden brand. But no sooner had his words fallen than June raised his hand and brought the machete down in a single swift stroke. Splash! June chopped off Du Ming's entire arm. Ah! In the next instant, Du Ming let out a piercing scream. He collapsed to the ground in agony, wailing incessantly. "Didn't you say the Wang family in the capital was powerful? Now I'll give you a chance. Call them over." "I'll be waiting right here," June said coldly. "Okay." Du Ming clutched his bleeding arm, forcing himself to endure the pain. Drenched in sweat, he struggled to pull out his cell phone and dial a number. The Wang family's influence in Chuzhou extended far beyond Shengshire Company. June had broken his arm. Of course he intended to exact revenge. "Hello, it's Du Ming. I'm screwed." "What? Really?" For a split second, a glimmer of hope flashed in Du Ming's eyes. On the other end of the line, Yan was stunned, but the look in his eyes as he watched June was one of utter exasperation. Since he won, he should just left right away. Instead, he actually told the other guy to go get reinforcements. That was just too brazen. He didn't even know when to quit while he was ahead. By then, Du Ming had already hung up the phone and was glaring at June with venom, his face twisted with hatred. "June, Wang Jun, the Wang family's third young master, happens to be in Chuzhou right now. You're finished. Whenever the Wang family's third young master goes out, he is always accompanied by the Wang family's top fighters." Du Ming gritted his teeth as he spoke in an icy tone. June, however, ignored him, pulled out a chair, sat down, poured himself a cup of tea, and began to savor it. The Wang family's third or fifth young master, in the face of absolute martial prowess, they were all nothing but scum. Back in prison, even the heads of those top-tier financial conglomerates had groveled before him. The Wang family was nothing more than a mid-sized clan in the capital. Yan, sitting beside him, didn't know what to say at a time like this. June actually had the composure to drink tea. Master Wu, on the other hand, felt a sense of admiration welling up within him. Unflappable in the face of crisis, unperturbed even as a mountain crumbled before him, that was the true demeanor of a master. In comparison, he felt he'd lived most of his life in vain. Just as June had been waiting for 20 minutes, the courtyard gate was kicked open. A large group of people stormed in. Leading the group was a young man in casual clothes. With his hair slicked back and an earring in his ear, he gave off a thuggish vibe. He appeared, twirling a butterfly knife in his hand, flanked by a group of men who looked like they meant business. 4 of them wore sunglasses and suits, and their presence was clearly intimidating. At the sight of these men, Yan and the others immediately felt their hearts sink.
But June gave her a smile. Step aside for a moment. Don't be afraid, just treat this as a spectacle. Although Yen was a powerhouse in the business world, she was, after all, a woman. She'd never seen a scene like this before. Especially the men this young man had brought with him, they clearly weren't to be messed with. Who hit one of my Wang family men? Get the hell out here. The young man kept his hands in his pockets as his gaze swept through the crowd. When he spotted Yen, his eyes lit up, and a sly grin spread across his face. He pointed at Yen. She's a looker. Tonight, this young master is going to sleep with her. The young man was brazen, his tone leaving no room for doubt, as if whatever he set his sights on was his for the taking. Yen's face turned pale. June downed the tea in his cup in one gulp, furrowed his brow, and said, I've also got my eye on your mom. How about letting her sleep with me for a night, too? The young man's face instantly darkened. No one had ever dared to insult him. Wang Jun. Kid, so it was you who beat up Du Ming. Fine, very fine. Just wait, I'll make you know what it's like to wish you were dead. Wang Jun's face took on a ferocious expression. His smile was spine-chilling, like that of a demon. Chapter 25, Start preparing your coffin. The veins on Wang Jun's face were clearly visible, his expression brimming with savagery. He pointed at June and ordered his men, beat him to death. As soon as the words left his mouth, the group behind him charged straight at June. They were all armed with knives, intent on taking June's life, even more professional than Du Ming's men. Moreover, the foremost formidable men by Wang Jun's side hadn't even lifted a finger. Yen and the others were already pale with fear. The situation had spiraled out of control. As for the bodyguards she brought along, they were trembling uncontrollably, too terrified to intervene. Seeing this, Du Ming broke into a satisfied grin. He roared with laughter, Kid, you took my arm, I'll take your life in return. It's a fair trade. The group surged forward. Bang! June swung a chair, sending the first man who charged at him flying. At the same time, he charged into the crowd like a cannonball. His fists were like dragons. With a single punch, he sent someone flying. He moved as swift as a hare rising and a falcon diving, fast as lightning. Thud, 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 thud. One by one, burly men were sent flying through the air. Yet not once did the cold, gleaming dagger manage to pierce June's body. In the blink of an eye, all 20+ men who had charged were lying on the ground. June stood in the center, exuding an air of dominance. Du Ming stared wide-eyed, looking somewhat dazed. It was unclear whether it was due to blood loss or June's lightning-fast movements. Wang Jun's face also betrayed a look of surprise. Although these attackers were merely subordinates he'd transferred from another company in Chuzhou, the fact that June had knocked all 20+ of them to the ground while remaining unscathed himself made his skills downright terrifying. You go. Wang Jun ordered the 4 bodyguards beside him. This was his trump card. In the next instant, 4 figures lunged at June like hungry tigers. But just as they closed in, June sent one of them flying with a spectacular high roundhouse kick. Logically, in a duel between masters, a high roundhouse kick like this is more for show than practical use, and it's easy to leave yourself open to counterattacks. But when executed by June, it unleashed terrifying power. After kicking one man away, June immediately grabbed another by the neck, lifted him straight up, and slammed him down. As his body came crashing down, he drove his knee upward. Thud! With a crisp sound, blood spurted from the bodyguard's mouth. When June tossed him to the ground, he lay there like a dead dog. The remaining 2 bodyguards launched a simultaneous attack on June from both sides. But just as they swung their fists, June had vanished from their sight. Before they could react, June's body plummeted from the sky. With a flurry of kicks in midair, he sent both men flying. It took him less than a minute to take down all 4 bodyguards. To Wang Jun's utter disbelief, June kicked a bodyguard who was just trying to get back up, sending him flying 7 or 8 meters away. He walked toward Wang Jun at a steady, unhurried pace. Don't come any closer. What do you think you're doing? I'm the 3rd young master of the Wang family. Wang Jun's voice was trembling slightly at that moment. He raised the butterfly knife in his hand and lunged at June,
But in the very next instant, June seized his wrist and twisted it with all his might.
Crack! The bone snapped. The butterfly knife fell to the ground. Ah!
Wang Junia's entire face contorted as he let out an agonized scream, cold sweat pouring down his forehead.
Didn't you just want me to experience a pain worse than death? Well, how about I let you taste it first?
June grabbed his wrist and twisted it again. His entire arm twisted into a bizarre shape. Wang Jun howled in agony. The excruciating pain nearly caused him to pass out.
Talk. Weren't you being pretty cocky just a moment ago? June applied even more force.
Snot and tears streamed down Wang Junia's face as his head slammed against the ground, caked in dust. Everyone around them stood frozen in shock. It was too brutal, too savage. At the same time, fear flashed in their eyes. This young man was nothing short of a devil.
Stop twisting it. I was wrong, I beg you. Wang Jun pleaded loudly, his voice choked with tears.
It was like a nightmare. He was truly terrified.
Stop. You're the third young master of the Wang family, how can you beg me?
Jun then released his grip on the man's arm. Wang Jun lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath, looking like a dead dog. Yet amidst his fear, a barely perceptible glint of malice flickered in his eyes. At that moment, Jun rummaged through Wang Jun's pockets, pulled out a cell phone, and tossed it right in front of him.
Don't you guys love calling for backup? Go ahead, keep calling. No matter how many people show up today, I'll take them all on.
Hearing this, Wang Jun stared at the phone, a flicker of intensity flashing in his eyes. But in the end, he didn't dare reach for it. He feared Jun was just using this as an excuse to torment him.
He never wanted to experience that kind of agony again in his entire life.
If I tell you to call, you call.
If you don't, I'll twist your other arm into a pretzel. Jun's words made Wang Jun shudder involuntarily. He had no doubt about Jun's ruthlessness. You really want me to call? Don't say I didn't warn you. Gritting his teeth, Wang Jun dialed a number. He was calling Lin Hai, the Wang family's butler.
Before joining the Wang family, Lin Hai had been a notorious gangster with more than a dozen lives on his hands. Later, he was brought under the Wang family's control and willingly became their butler. After joining the Wang family, he didn't tone down his ways. On the contrary, he became even more ruthless. And since he was in Hancheng, not far from Chuzhou, he could arrive the fastest. When people heard of the Wang family, they might simply think of a powerful, influential clan, but when they heard the name Lin Hai, their scalps would prickle. He was a madman.
The call connected quickly. Young master, what brings you to call me?
A voice came through, full of vigor.
Butler Lin, I've been beaten up. I'm in Chuzhou.
He twisted my arm into a pretzel. Hurry over, sniffle, or I'm going to die.
Wang Jun wept bitterly. Who did this? They're incredibly bold.
On the other end of the line, Lin Hai immediately grew frantic. The third young master had come to Chuzhou with him. This time he himself had just gone to Hancheng on business today. He never expected that, after being gone for only half a day, something like this would happen to the young master.
How could he possibly explain this to the family head when he returned?
Given the young master's status in the Wang family, no one in Chuzhou should have dared to provoke him.
Who on earth was it? Who was so bold as to lay a hand on the Wang family's young master? Housekeeper Lin, you have to come right away. If you don't, I'm really going to lose my life.
Wang Jun had never felt so helpless and terrified as he did today.
Was it the person who attacked you who told you to make this call? Housekeeper Lin quickly realized what was going on.
It had to be said, the other party was quite brazen. Not only had they beaten up his third young master, but they actually dared to have the young master call for help.
This was simply outrageous. Yes, he told me to call. Hand the phone over to him. Lin Hai's face was grim. All right. Wang Jun trembled as he handed the phone to Jun.
He hoped Lin Hai would intimidate Jun. He was terrified that this madman would kill him before Lin Hai arrived. Lin Hai's voice on the other end was loud, so Jun could hear every word clearly. He took the phone directly.
"Hello, housekeeper Lin,"
June said with a smirk. On the other end, Lin Hai's voice was laced with fury. "You have the nerve to hit the Wang family's young master.
"Why wouldn't I?
Even if the head of the Wang family showed up, I'd still hit him,"
June said calmly. "You'd better start preparing your own coffin."
Lin Hai's voice was filled with overwhelming murderous intent. If they weren't separated by 100 kilometers, he would have rushed right out of the phone to kill this bastard who dared to provoke the Wang family.
Chapter 26. The boss of the Junlin syndicate is no ordinary man. Everyone around him looked at June with fear.
June's ruthlessness had surpassed their wildest imaginations.
Time ticked by second.
On his way to Chuzhou, Lin Hai made countless phone calls. News that the Wang family's young master had been beaten in Chuzhou had mobilized all of the Wang family's forces there.
Half an hour later, an SUV sped off the highway, heading straight for the estate. Hanchang is 100 kilometers from Chuzhou. A normal drive takes an hour. But they made the trip in just half an hour, a testament to their speed. Meanwhile, as time went on, news of the Wang family's third young master being beaten began to spread within their circles.
Chuzhou really is a place where hidden talents abound.
Even the Wang family's third young master got beaten up.
Now, butler Lin Hai is absolutely enraged and says he'll tear the assailant to pieces.
In villa number 13 of the Shizi domain, Zhu was lazily lounging on the sofa, watching TV.
She was currently on vacation, enjoying the rare chance to live the life of an ordinary girl. Suddenly, she received a call from a friend in Beijing.
Although the Wang family wasn't much of a force in Beijing, in Chuzhou, they were undoubtedly a powerhouse. Did the factions in Chuzhou actually dare to lay a hand on a member of the Wang family?
At first, Zhu didn't think much of it, treating it as mere gossip.
The whole Beijing social scene is in an uproar right now.
It's probably some reckless small-time faction that doesn't realize just how powerful the Wang family is. That's why they dared to make a move.
After all, there are plenty of examples of people biting off more than they can chew.
I heard the other side is being pretty brazen. They're even calling on Wang Juni to send reinforcements.
The exact location is at Lakeside Manor.
As soon as the caller finished speaking, Zhu suddenly shuddered.
He thought to himself, isn't that the very estate where Yen went for negotiations today? Could it be that Yen has provoked the Wang family? With that thought in mind, Zhu didn't waste a moment.
He quickly changed his clothes and rushed toward the estate. At that very moment, accompanied by the roar of an engine, an SUV barreled straight through the main gate.
Roar, roar, roar. At that moment, everyone instinctively looked up.
The SUV plowed its way through the grounds, knocking over fences and debris along the way, and in the blink of an eye, it had reached the gazebo. But it showed no sign of stopping, charging straight toward June's position.
Over the phone, Lin Hai had already determined June's age.
While everyone else had scrambled out of the way, only June stood there with his head held high. His identity was now self-evident. Facing the oncoming SUV, June remained expressionless, showing no intention of dodging, and waited calmly.
"Step on it and run him over,"
Lin Hai roared at the driver.
With a roar, the car accelerated and slammed into him. "Watch out."
Yen's face went pale with fear as she shouted loudly.
Crash. However, in the very next moment,
just as the front of the car surged toward June, June thrust out his fist and struck with such force that the entire hood caved in instantly. The car, hurtling forward at full speed, was brought to a sudden halt. The next moment, June kicked out, sending the car flying through the air and crashing directly into the flower bed beside it. The four wheels were still spinning rapidly, and the entire roof had been smashed flat.
The area instantly fell into dead silence. Everyone's eyes widened in utter shock. Is this even human?
A few seconds later, Lin Hai, his head covered in blood, crawled out of the car. His earlier madness had long since vanished, replaced by endless fear. Lin Hai knew full well just how much strength it took to flip a car with a single kick, let alone for June to have braced the charging car with his bare hands. All along, he'd been wondering what June's trump card was, whether he had some kind of background or something else. Now he knew, such overwhelming physical strength was his greatest trump card.
Are you Lin Hai? June asked.
Lin Hai wiped the blood trickling down his forehead, nodded, and said in a hoarse voice, "It's me." June shook his head and said, "You're no match for me.
Keep calling for help."
Wang Jun, who had been standing nearby hoping Lin Hai would save him, was now utterly despairing. Just from that single move June had made, he knew Lin Hai stood no chance against him.
Sure enough, Lin Hai let out a bitter laugh. "No need to call for help. No matter how many people I bring, they won't stand a chance against you. This time, the Wang family has fallen. Do with me as you please, kill me or torture me, sir."
Lin Hai sighed and bowed his head.
"Kill or torture?"
June chuckled lightly. "Your Wang family has been bullying others with your power. You even told me earlier to prepare a coffin for myself. What a bold claim.
Now you're bowing your head so readily, you really know how to bend and stretch, don't you? But do you really think that just bowing your head and admitting your mistake will make everything go away?"
Lin Hai didn't plead for mercy, because he knew that in the face of a terrifyingly powerful figure like June, words were meaningless. He took a deep breath, then picked up a dagger from the ground and stabbed himself in the lower abdomen. Splatter! As he pulled the blade out, blood instantly stained his shirt red. Lin Hai clasped his fists in a bow toward June.
"I beg you to spare me."
June snorted coldly. "I'll give you credit for knowing your place. Deliver 10 million to the Junlin syndicate within 3 days, and this matter will be considered settled." With that, he signaled Yen and the others to leave the estate. Just as he stepped through the main gate, his voice rang out once more, "If the Wang family refuses to accept this, feel free to come and seek revenge.
No matter how many of you come, I'll take them all on."
As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished completely from everyone's sight.
Silence fell over the estate.
Lin Hai clutched his lower abdomen, his face ashen.
He'd truly been taken down today.
But he had no choice but to swallow this bitter pill.
June was too terrifying. He was no ordinary man.
To cultivate someone like him, there must be an extremely formidable force behind him.
Although the Wang family enjoyed some prestige in the capital, they were ultimately too small. One misstep could bring about the annihilation of their entire clan. Lin Hai's expression was quite complex. Making an enemy of someone like this would undoubtedly be a nightmare.
After June left, Wang Junyi said in a cold, menacing tone, "House Manager Lin, I'm calling father right now to have him send people to Chuzhou."
Lin Hai shook his head.
"Young master, what you should do is persuade the family head to swallow his pride." After speaking, he glanced once more at Du Ming, who was missing an arm. Effective immediately, Du Ming is no longer the general manager of Shangshur Company. He'll be transferred to the Seoul branch to serve as a supervisor. Upon hearing this, Du Ming staggered slightly, his face ashen.
20 minutes later, a military SUV pulled into the estate.
Zhu hurriedly got out of the vehicle. Aside from the chaos, she saw that the estate was completely deserted. She immediately called Yen. Upon learning that Yen was safe, she finally let out a long sigh of relief. To be able to make Lin Hai swallow his pride, the boss of the Junlin syndicate must have some serious connections. Zhu thought to herself.
Chapter 27, It's your honor that I've set my sights on you.
Inside the business van, Master Wu gazed at June with deep reverence. Mr. Li's boxing skills have clearly reached the highest level. I was blind not to recognize such a master. I hope Mr. Li can find time to visit Wu village.
I have many questions about boxing techniques I'd like to ask him.
Master Wu, who had previously been so arrogant, had now completely transformed into June's biggest fan.
We'll talk about it when I have time,
June replied casually. He had no interest in instructing the other man in martial arts. He had plenty of his own business to attend to. The car soon returned to Junlin Tower. After Yen had someone escort Master Wu back to Wujia village, she said, "June, it's lunchtime.
Would you like to grab a bite to eat with me?"
Of course, no problem. With a stunning beauty like Yen extending an invitation, June had no reason to refuse, especially since he was actually hungry. Yen was delighted that June had accepted her invitation. The two of them soon walked into a Chinese restaurant. Since it was lunchtime, the place was packed with diners. The restaurant was quite famous, and many young, beautiful women, heavily made up, were walking around. The sight of all those stunning legs left June dazzled. Of course, compared to Yen, none of them were in the same league, whether in looks or poise. After they sat down at a table, Yen couldn't resist teasing him. "What's the matter? With so many beauties around, have you been dazzled?" June immediately shook his head and said, "I'm not the type to be casual about these things. My eyes aren't for just anyone. I've always stuck to one principle: I only look at whoever's wearing the least." Ha! Yen couldn't help but laugh so hard she was shaking. She hadn't expected June to be so funny. The food arrived quickly. June wasted no time and began to tuck in heartily. Yen, though she was a bit hungry too, remained quite elegant. "June, what exactly did you used to do? You're so skilled." Yen couldn't help but ask. June's actions today had simply stunned her. It still felt like a dream. June had taken down dozens of people all by himself and even flipped a car over. Not even a blockbuster movie would dare to film something like that. "Naylan taught me all that. The Junlin Syndicate was actually bought by Naylan and given to me as a gift." Mentioning Naylan, June actually felt a pang of nostalgia. Yen couldn't help but imagine all sorts of stories. Looking at June again, she felt he was even more shrouded in legend. "June, could you tell me your story?" Yen grew even more curious about the man standing before her. "No time." June refused outright. There were some things from his past he didn't want to bring up. Yen was instantly exasperated. He really was a straight shooting guy. Even if he was going to refuse, he could at least be a little more tactful. "Miss, may I buy you a drink?" Just then, a magnetic voice rang out. Looking up, she saw a man in a suit head to toe and designer labels walking toward her with a glass in hand, a charming smile on his face. Because of her beauty, Yen had been attracting a lot of attention ever since she walked in. June was just thinking that a woman like her must have plenty of suitors. Sure enough, not even halfway through their meal, someone had already come over to strike up a conversation. Yen smiled and declined, saying, "Sorry, I don't like accepting drinks from strangers." To be honest, Yen had often encountered men asking for her contact information. She was already well versed in handling such situations. Usually, after she turned them down, they would leave like gentlemen. But to her surprise, the man showed no intention of leaving. Instead, he continued, "Miss, it's rare for me to take a liking to a woman at first sight, but your charm has deeply captivated me. You may not know me yet, but you've probably heard of the company Urban Beauty. I'm the one who founded it. So I hope you'll give me a chance and give yourself a chance, too." The man seemed to exude a sense of superiority. He carried himself as if to say, "It's your honor that I've taken a liking to you." June shook his head. What a load of crap about Urban Beauty. Yen came from a wealthy family herself. Yen's brows were already furrowed. This kind of persistent pestering thoroughly repulsed her. "I don't care what company you're from, please don't disturb our meal." As she spoke, she glanced at June. In truth, she really hoped June would stand up for her at that moment. But June seemed completely focused on the food on the table, which made her feel a bit disappointed. This instantly made her feel irritated. Rejected once again, the man's pride was slightly wounded. "Miss, I'm just asking you to have a drink with me. Is that so hard? I hope you'll do me this favor, because no one can ever refuse me." The man's voice was a bit cold. His friends were sitting at the table next to them. Going home like this would look bad. Besides, in his eyes, Yen was just putting on airs. "You're wearing a uniform that shows off your thighs, isn't that just to seduce us men? Is it because your male companion is here that you're turning me down? Forgive my frankness, but he is not good enough for you and he certainly can't hold a candle to me." The man glanced at June, who had her head down, eating. Generally speaking, when a man and a woman go out to eat together, they're likely a couple, and a normal person wouldn't come over to hit on them, but the man didn't give June a second thought.
Yen finally snapped, "Please stay away from me, okay?"
Her voice was now incredibly stern.
"Don't get mad."
As he spoke, he actually placed his hand on Yen's shoulder.
"Take your filthy hands off me," Yen said coldly.
But to her surprise, the man, grinning wickedly, continued to run his hand down Yen's back.
"You bastard."
Yen grabbed the water glass on the table and splashed it right in his face.
Splash! In an instant, the entire restaurant fell silent.
Meanwhile, several of the man's friends sitting at another table suddenly stood up and started walking over.
That beauty just splashed water on someone. This isn't going to end well.
They outnumber her, and her companion looks like a coward who'll back down at the first sign of trouble.
He probably won't be able to protect her. Poor thing. I hope they don't hit women.
People began to murmur among themselves, growing concerned for Yen. Just then, the man picked up a napkin from the table and wiped the water from his face.
"Daring to splash water on me, you've got some nerve. But I just love a feisty woman like you.
I just wonder if you're this feisty in bed, too." As he spoke, he reached out to grab Yen's wrist.
For a grown man to get physical with a woman that's rather ungentlemanly, isn't it?
At that moment, June, who had been quietly eating, finally stood up.
"What? Do you have a problem with that?"
The man glared menacingly at June, jabbing his finger into June's chest.
"I'm telling you to get the hell out of here right now. Don't mess with my chances of picking up a girl, or else. I hate it when people get physical with me." June said calmly. "I'm going to get physical with you. How about it? You little punk you're not actually thinking of."
Before he could finish his sentence,
thud!
June slammed the man's head down onto the plate, shattering it on impact. Food from the plate splattered everywhere, and the man's face was slashed open, blood gushing out.
Chapter 28, Take a good look at who I am. Crash! The entire table shook. Grease and leftover food splattered out of the plates. The restaurant fell silent in an instant. Everyone stared at June in disbelief.
They were all stunned. No one would have imagined that June, who had always kept his head down while eating like an ostrich and seemed so timid, would actually strike someone. And he'd gone so far as to slam the man's head down onto the plate. Yen was also taken aback for a moment, but then a look of delight flashed in his eyes, not a trace of worry. Anyone who had witnessed June's strength knew that no one in Shuzhou could afford to mess with him. Just then, the man struggled to take 2 steps back. Blood dripped down his face, and his eyes were filled with ferocity.
"Kid, you dare hit me?"
By then, several of his companions had already approached, some clutching wine bottles, others wielding chairs, clearly preparing to gang up on June. Another was on the phone calling for backup. June, however, acted as if no one else were there. He picked up a piece of paper from the table to wipe the grease stains off his clothes and said calmly, "I advise you to get the hell out of here right now, or I'll make you regret ever being born."
Many people found June's response deeply satisfying.
But those who knew the identity of the man who'd been hit shook their heads, thinking to themselves, "This kid's in big trouble."
"Kid, you're something else daring to lay a hand on me. Do you know who I am? My name is Huofeng.
Huadong from Anxi Street is my cousin. Just wait until his men show up. You won't walk out of here alive."
Upon hearing the man's name, many in the crowd couldn't help but shudder.
It was actually Huadong's younger brother. Huadong was a notorious figure in Shuzhou, known for being ruthless and merciless. This kid was in for trouble, and that pretty girl probably wouldn't escape unscathed either. After all, Huadong's reputation was too formidable. Huofeng wiped the blood from his face with a piece of paper. He took great pride in his handsome features. The thought that they might now be scarred filled him with uncontrollable rage. "Kid, you better get down on your knees right now and beg me to let you cut your own face into 8 pieces, or I'll skin you alive." Behind him, Huofeng's companions surrounded June, afraid he might try to escape. Yen, meanwhile, stood with his arms crossed, watching coldly from the sidelines. As this group hurled threats, they had no idea what kind of person they were up against. Just then, a group of people barged in from outside the shop. The nearby benches and tables were kicked aside.
"Scarface is here!"
someone cried out in terror. A fat man wearing a thick gold chain and covered in tattoos strode in with a large entourage of henchmen, exuding an imposing presence. The fat man had a knife scar on his face that looked like a centipede. But June spotted a familiar figure among the henchmen behind the fat man. It was Bo, his elementary school classmate.
June remembered Bo very well.
Back in elementary school, he'd been the school bully, extorting protection money, picking on classmates, and getting into all sorts of trouble.
He dropped out before even finishing elementary school. But he never dared to pick on June.
Although June had been a model student back then, he'd fight tooth and nail against anyone who bullied him, so even Bo had to give June a second thought. Seeing Bo trailing behind the man with the scar, June sighed inwardly.
Just as he'd expected, June had ultimately gone down this path.
Scarface burst in. A bald middle-aged man couldn't dodge in time and was slapped right across the neck.
"Are you blind, you son of a bitch? How dare you block my way?"
The bald middle-aged man hurriedly bowed and scraped, saying, "Brother Scarface, I'm sorry."
"Put." Scarface yanked open the man's collar and spat right into it.
The man quickly lowered his head, seething, but dared not speak up. Seeing Brother Scarface arrive, Huafeng also flashed a slightly ingratiating smile. Although Huafeng was Huadong's cousin, their relationship was so distant it fell outside the 5 degrees of kinship. By comparison, Brother Scarface was Huadong's true confidant. In Huadong's eyes, Huafeng's status wasn't as high as Scarface's. However, Huafeng was rich and had often paid Scarface handsomely, which was why the latter was always at his beck and call.
"Scarface, you're here. It's this kid right here, he hit me. You've got to help me take him out," Huafeng said. Scarface nodded.
His narrow, slanted eyes fixed on June as he roared, "Get on your knees, you bastard.
Start by slapping yourself in the face 80 times.
But June ignored him, instead turning his gaze to Bo standing behind him. He was certain Bo had recognized him too. As a kid, Bo had been a real piece of work, but back then, he'd probably just been immature. He didn't want Bo to turn into a complete scumbag. After all, no matter how bad a person is, there should still be a bottom line. When Scarface saw that June dared to ignore him, he instantly looked like he was about to devour him and cursed, "You son of a bitch, did you hear me talking to you?
Do you think I want to kill you?" June shot Scarface a sidelong glance and took 2 steps forward.
"Just kneel right where you are. Why get so close? Don't even think about clinging to my leg to beg me. It won't work." Back when Scarface used to bully people, there were always those who would cling to his leg and beg. He assumed June was doing the same. Behind him, his gang of henchmen snickered coldly.
People like them feel uncomfortable if they don't bully someone every single day.
Bo also took a step forward and said to June, "Scarface tells you to kneel, so just kneel.
Don't make Scarface angry."
As he spoke, he glanced at Scarface. "Scarface, I know this kid. He is not quite right in the head. See if you can do me a favor and let him apologize to you, and we'll call it even." Bo wore a submissive, apologetic smile.
"Fuck that. Who the hell do you think you are, asking me to give you face?"
Scarface kicked Bo aside with a single kick, took a step forward, and was about to lay into June.
Just then, Bo stepped in again. "Bro, don't get mad.
I'll make him pay, Mr. Hua back. Just let him off this once."
"Fuck that. If you don't get the hell out of here, I'll beat the shit out of you too. Have you fucking forgotten your own name?"
As he spoke, he made a move to hit Bo.
"Wait a minute."
Just then, June suddenly spoke up, "Scarface, take a good look at who I am."
"Who are you?" "I don't give a shit who you are.
If you lay a finger on Mr. Hua, I'll flay you alive."
Scarface's mouth was full of filthy language.
But soon he rubbed his eyes and exclaimed in shock, "You're the one who showed up at the Yunting Club that day."
Chapter 29, Hit a Brick Wall. At that moment, Scarface's body shuddered.
That day at the Yunting Club, he hadn't gone into the private room. Instead, he'd been standing guard outside. As a result, when a group of men in black stormed in, guns pressed to his head, he obediently crouched in the hallway with his hands on his head. Because of that, he hadn't recognized June at first glance.
He only remembered quietly glancing up as June left.
He hadn't thought of it earlier, but now the more he looked, the more the resemblance became clear. Especially the scar at the corner of June's eye, he remembered it very clearly. He never imagined that standing up for someone today would actually bring him into conflict with this demon. His boss, Hwadong, was still lying in the hospital. He was the one who ordered his men to carry out the body of the brother who'd been beaten to death back then. It had only been a few days, yet the scene was still vivid in his mind. In an instant, beads of sweat the size of soybeans began streaming down his face, and his back was soaked through with cold sweat.
"Scarface, do you remember who I am now?"
June said with a smirk.
"Who the hell are you? Does Scarface even know you?" Hwafong, standing nearby, immediately snapped back. Was this kid trying to curry favor with Scarface? That was a total waste of effort.
With all the money he slipped to Scarface every year, Scarface would definitely take his side. No matter what, he was going to teach this kid a lesson today. Especially that beauty, the more he looked at her, the more he craved her. But the very next moment, a slap landed mercilessly on Hwafong's face. Hwafong realized it was Scarface who had hit him.
"Shut the hell up.
Now, apologize to this big brother right this instant."
"Big brother?"
Hwafong froze on the spot.
"Scarface, does this kid even deserve to be my big brother?" Smack! Scarface landed another slap, leaving Hwafong reeling.
"Damn it, I said he is my big brother, so he is my big brother.
Can't you understand plain language? Are you trying to get me killed?"
With that, he launched into a relentless barrage of punches and kicks against Hwafong without a second thought.
Hwafong was completely dazed by the beating. It wasn't just Hwafong, everyone else around them was stunned as well. What the hell was going on?
Bo, who had been trying to figure out how to save June, was left speechless. He knew Scarface better than anyone. There was absolutely no way he'd suddenly turn kind-hearted and see the error of his ways. That meant June must have something that made him afraid. Hwafong took several hard slaps to the face, blood trickling from his mouth, and shouted, "Scarface, you've lost your mind. We're on the same side. My brother is Hwadong."
"Same side, my ass."
Scarface delivered a vicious kick to Hwafong's stomach.
"Your brother is still in the hospital. Don't you know how he ended up there?" "My brother is in the hospital. What has that got to do with him?" Hwafong shouted. "Fuck you."
Scarface grabbed Hwafong by the collar and landed a vicious punch right on his cheek. "This guy is a total idiot. I've made it so damn clear, and he still doesn't get it. If he didn't hurry up and admit his guilt, he'd soon piss off this demon and no one would come out of this unscathed." Seeing that Scarface was about to strike again, Hwafong, terrified by the beating, quickly put on a pitiful expression and said, "Brother Scarface, wait a minute.
What exactly is going on?
Just explain it clearly. This is the guy who put your brother in the hospital," Scarface said.
Hwafong's body shuddered instantly.
Now he finally understood why Scarface had suddenly changed his attitude toward him. His older brother had always been a bully, but just a few days ago, he'd crossed the wrong person. His leg had been broken, and one of his henchmen had been killed. When he'd gone to the hospital to visit Hwadong, Hwadong had warned him to keep a low profile from now on and not to mess with the wrong people. But he'd completely ignored that advice and carried on as usual. Little did he expect that today, he'd run right into trouble.
Instantly, Hwafong's legs went weak with fear.
He dropped to his knees with a thud and reached out to grab June's thigh.
"Big brother, I was wrong.
Big brother, I."
Bang!
June kicked him squarely in the face, sending him flying 3 meters away, his face full of disgust. Meanwhile, the gang of henchmen surrounding Scarface had all caught on. In an instant, they instinctively took a few steps back, their eyes filled with fear as they looked at June.
"You don't think slapping Hwafong a few times means you're off the hook, do you?"
June stared impassively at Scarface. The next moment, the man with the scar dropped to his knees with a thud. Seeing that his henchmen behind him were still standing there in a daze, he shouted urgently, "Get down on your knees. All of you, get the hell down on your knees."
If you don't want to die, get down on your knees for me.
At the man with the scar's roar, the henchman finally snapped out of it and knelt down in a swarm.
Bo, seeing what was happening, was about to kneel as well.
But June walked straight over and held him up.
Bo, we're classmates. You're not like them. Hearing June's words, Bo's expression grew complicated. Don't hang out with them anymore. June said sincerely. Okay. Bo nodded. Today's events had truly left a deep impression on him.
Scarface hadn't treated him like a human being at all, he treated him like a dog. Each of you slap yourselves 300 times, and I'll let today's incident slide. As for Huafeng, whichever hand he had on my friend's shoulder break his entire arm.
June said coldly. Scarface didn't dare disobey and shouted at his henchmen, quick, quick, slap yourselves.
As for Huafeng's companions, some of whom were still clutching wine bottles and chairs, they quietly set them down and turned to make a run for it. But before they could take a step, Scarface spotted them and roared, "Stop right there.
Get down on your knees. Didn't you hear what Big Brother said?
Did he tell you to
slap yourselves?
Anyone who skips even one slap, I'll sever their tendons." Instantly, the group was so terrified they all dropped to their knees. At that moment, Scarface scrambled to his feet and walked up to Huafeng with a cold expression. "Brother Scarface, what are you going to do?" Huafeng was terrified.
"Didn't you hear what Big Brother said? He's going to cripple one of your arms."
With that, before Huafeng could react, he shoved him to the ground. At the same time, he straightened Huafeng's arm, grabbed a nearby stool, and smashed it down hard.
Crack! The stool split with a loud crack. The arm twisted into an eerie position.
A piercing scream erupted from Huafeng's mouth.
Many people watching nearby felt their eyelids twitch violently. Yen couldn't help but turn her head away.
June, however, remained impassive from start to finish. He pulled out a few bills to pay the owner, then said to Yen, "Let us go."
"Bo, you come out too." Chapter 30, Meeting Zhang Biao.
June and the other two walked out of the restaurant. Even from a distance, they could still hear the sound of slaps coming from inside. Yen wore a smile on her face. She felt that June was standing up for her. Bo, standing beside her, looked somewhat downcast. He had just followed June's lead and walked out with him, which meant he could never go back to Scarface's side. Where would he go from here? He felt a bit lost.
"Bo, this kind of life isn't right for you. Find a proper job." Hearing June's words, Bo let out a bitter laugh. "June, I want to find a job too, but you know my situation.
I dropped out before finishing elementary school. I have no education, no degree, and certainly no skills.
I really don't know what I could do."
June couldn't help but glance at Yen beside him.
"Yen, does our company have any positions that would suit him? Given Bo's situation, none of the other departments are a good fit."
However, there are two departments where he could work: logistics and security.
As it happens, the security department is short a team leader. I just don't know if Bo would be willing." Hearing Yen's words, Bo quickly nodded. "Of course I'm willing."
"Great. Then come to work tomorrow."
Bo was a little excited. "Don't thank me, thank June. He's the boss of this company." "The boss?" Bo was a little surprised.
Among his elementary school classmates, Bo had stayed in touch with a few and knew that June had gone to prison 3 years ago. He'd actually been thinking that if June got out and had nowhere to go, he'd let June tag along with him.
He never imagined June would now be the company's boss.
But thinking back to what had happened at the restaurant earlier, it seemed that Huadong had had one of his legs crippled by June just a few days ago. He wondered how his old classmate had suddenly become so powerful. Yen had to return to the office for a meeting that afternoon, so Bo also took his leave from June.
No sooner had they parted ways than June received a call from Liang Yong.
"Young master, my men found out that Chao and his family are having dinner at Loheju today, and his uncle, Zhang Biao, is there too."
"Good."
June hung up the phone and hailed a cab to Loheju. This Chow had ignored his warning and set his sights on his sister June. Certainly wasn't he going to let him off the hook. At that moment, inside a private room at Loheju, the Zhang family was having a small gathering. A middle-aged man with a cold, stern expression sat in the seat of honor, none other than Chow's uncle, Zhang Biao. Seated beside him were Chow and his family of 3. Throughout the meal, wealthy diners from Loheju would occasionally approach to propose toasts. From start to finish, Zhang Biao remained seated in the seat of honor, never rising from his seat, like a king. Now that you've returned home in glory, Mr. Zhang, I'll be sure to pay you a visit soon. The business tycoons raised their glasses one after another, offering flattery. Some were private entrepreneurs, others were executives at multinational corporations, and still others were underworld bosses, almost all of them influential figures in Chuzhou's high society. Yet at that moment, in Zhang Biao's presence, they were all respectful and courteous. Zhang Biao sat in his chair, unmoving as a mountain, nodding to each person in turn. Now that in Dong Lai, the eldest son of the third branch of the Yin family, had risen to power, Zhang Biao had become the true power broker within the Yin clan. Returning to Chuzhou was like a true dragon arriving in a small pond. In his eyes, the influential figures of Chuzhou were nothing more than loaches, small fish, and shrimp. This pond was, after all, far too small. Only after the last wealthy guest had left did Chow raise his glass. "Uncle, your nephew would like to toast you." Chow wore a white shirt, his face beaming with joy. Ever since his uncle Zhang Biao had returned, he had catapulted himself into the ranks of Chuzhou's top-tier rich second generation, brimming with confidence. Especially with his uncle backing him up, he no longer had to fear that bastard June. Leaving the Yunting Club that day had truly terrified him. Now, he felt as if he'd been given a second lease on life. "We're family, no need to be so formal." Zhang Biao also picked up his glass and downed it in one gulp. Zhang Biao was a martial artist. Alcohol helped improve his blood circulation, so he often drank while training and had a bottomless stomach for it. Chow, I've been back in Chuzhou for a while now, but I'll be heading back to Beijing in a few days." "Didn't you say you wanted me to help you deal with that guy named June?" "Set up a time to meet him. I'll make him get down on his knees and apologize to you." Chow had actually been planning to bring this up with his uncle, but he hadn't expected his uncle to bring it up first. His eyes and brow immediately lit up with delight. Zhang Yid, standing nearby, looked somewhat worried and said, Chow, I don't think that June is someone to mess with. It's better to avoid trouble. Why don't we just let it go?" Upon hearing this, Chow immediately protested, "Dad, have you forgotten how he threatened us back at the Yuntung Club? Now that Uncle S got our back, who does he think he is? Not only am I going to make him kneel before me, but I'm also going to break his legs and sleep with his sister right in front of him, just to show him what happens when you mess with me, Chow." Chow's mother chimed in from the side, "Exactly. Anyone who dares mess with our Chow will pay dearly." Zhang Biao nodded as well and said, "That's right, big brother. Chow's right. With me here, what is there to be afraid of? I'm the manager of the Yin family now. Even in Beijing, I can walk all over the place, let alone a tiny place like Chuzhou. Anyone who dares mess with our family, I'll wipe them out." "Uncle, you're so awesome." Chow hurriedly flattered him. Just as they were talking, the door to the private room was suddenly kicked open with a loud bang. The Zhang family members all turned to look toward the doorway. There stood a young man in casual clothes, his hands in his pockets. Zhang Biao's face darkened, and he snapped, "Who are you?" June, however, chuckled lightly. "I'm the very person you were just talking about." "You're June?" Zhang Biao's eyes narrowed instantly, a cold glint flashing in them. Chapter 31, Breaking the Sound Barrier with a Punch. June's appearance instantly made the atmosphere in the private room tense. Zhang Biao, in particular, narrowed his eyes, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He had originally intended to cause trouble for June, but he hadn't expected the other party to come right to him. "June, you've got some nerve, daring to show up at the Zhang family's dinner party to cause trouble. I guess you don't want to live anymore." With his uncle Zhang Biao backing him up, Chow was brimming with confidence as he snarled a threat at June. However, June merely smiled as he scanned the Zhang family members, then said, "Chow, you're quite bold. I warned you last time if you ever showed your face in front of my sister again, I'd break all 3 of your legs.
Looks like you didn't take me seriously.
Hearing June mention the previous incident, Chow couldn't help but recall June's ruthlessness, and a hint of panic flashed in his eyes. But he immediately shouted, "June, stop showing off.
Do you think I'm still the same Chow I was a few days ago? My uncle's back."
As he spoke, Chow added smugly, "June, do you know who my uncle is? He is from the Yin family in the capital. He is the Yin family as steward."
You must know the Yin family, right?
Even among the countless wealthy families in the capital, they still rank among the very top.
With the Yin family's influence, killing you would be as easy as squashing an ant.
Even Zhou Bingkuan, the chairman of the Chuzhou Chamber of Commerce, has to bow his head and show deference when he meets my uncle. Hearing his nephew boast like this, Zhang Biao couldn't help but let a hint of pride show on his face.
Your name is June, right?
My nephew says you've got some skills. You even dared to pull a gun and kill someone. But in my eyes, that is nothing more than child's play, just a petty skirmish. It's like someone who has never seen the ocean thinking a carp in a stream is huge, truly laughable.
June replied calmly, to see a lake and think you've seen the ocean isn't that even more ridiculous?
Never mind that you're just a lackey for the Yin family. Even if the head of the Yin family himself were here, in my eyes he'd be nothing more than a little loach.
What the hell are you talking about?
Daring to call my uncle a lackey, I think you're asking for trouble, Chow shouted furiously. June, however, paid him no mind, fixing his gaze on Zhang Biao instead. Originally, you could have gone your way and I mine we wouldn't have crossed paths.
But you had to rely on your bit of power to stick up for your nephew.
After serving as a lackey for the Yin family for so many years, you've finally made it to the top. I know it hasn't been easy for you, so why are you so determined to court your own destruction? June lowered his gaze, as if sighing softly.
June, are you even fucking listening to me?
Chow shouted, his face contorted with rage. He grabbed a wine bottle, walked over to June, raised it, and swung it at him, shouting, "You dare show off in front of my uncle? I'll split your head open." But before the bottle could come down, June grabbed his wrist. With a crack, his wrist snapped. Chow let out a piercing scream.
Ah!
Kid, you've got some nerve. Zhang Yud, seeing his son injured, immediately started cursing.
Zhang Biao leapt to his feet, his eyes fixed intently on June, brimming with murderous intent. "Kid, do you know what your actions will bring upon yourself?"
June snatched the wine bottle from Chow's hand. With a crack, he smashed it against Chow's head. Blood streamed down Chow's face. He staggered back 2 steps and collapsed onto the ground.
"What will it bring? I'd love to hear."
June tossed the broken half of the bottle onto the floor and looked at Zhang Biao with a nonchalant air, as if he'd just done something utterly insignificant. "You'll die." No sooner had Zhang Biao finished speaking than he grabbed a chair and hurled it violently at June.
Bang!
June casually threw out a punch, and the flying chair was instantly smashed to pieces. Wood shards flew in all directions, some embedding themselves directly into the wall. "No wonder you dared to crash this dinner party alone. You've got some skills." Zhang Biao's pupils contracted as he said coldly. He was somewhat surprised by June's skills. The force with which he hurled the chair moments ago was comparable to that of a galloping stallion, yet June had shattered it with a single punch. Such power could only be achieved by someone at the peak of the Mingjing realm. However, Zhang Biao showed not the slightest sign of alarm. Known in the underworld as Tiger-Headed Bodyguard, he had entered the Yinjing realm 3 years ago. The next moment, his body leaped upward suddenly, pouncing on June like a hungry tiger. As he moved, a murderous aura surged from his body, as if a gale were rising throughout the entire room. Clouds follow the dragon, winds follow the tiger. Zhang Biao practiced the tiger form, one of the 12 forms of Xingyi. With this lunge, despite being more than 3 meters away from June, he closed the distance in an instant. One fist slammed toward June's head, another struck at his chin, while his knee drove viciously into June's chest. He truly used all 4 limbs like a tiger. June, however, merely smiled coldly. He sidestepped the attack and, at the same moment, unleashed a fist that roared through the air, slamming out with tremendous force. Hearing the sound of the fist tearing through the air, Zhang Biao's expression changed drastically.
A fist breaking the sound barrier? How is that possible? But he had no time to be shocked. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the fist shot forward like a cannonball, slamming into Zhang Biao's chest. Crack! Zhang Biao was instantly struck as if by a massive hammer. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his body hunched as he was sent flying backward, slamming violently into the wall. When he hit the ground, half his chest had caved in. Zhang Yud, standing nearby, was so stunned he momentarily forgot his fear. Zhang Yud knew exactly how powerful his younger brother was with fists of steel, capable of killing an ox with a single punch. Yet now, Jun had beaten him until he was coughing up blood. Meanwhile, Chao, who had been knocked to the ground by Jun, was just now staggering to his feet. When he saw this, he was so terrified that his whole body began to tremble. I gave you a chance last time, but unfortunately, you didn't know how to cherish it. You insisted on courting death. Since that's the case, I'll just have to grant your wish. Jun said coldly, slowly clenching his fist. Chapter 32, The Ancestral Tomb. Seeing the coldness in Jun's eyes, Chao, Zhang Yud, and even Chao's mother were so tense they felt as if they might suffocate. One by one, their faces turned deathly pale as fear rapidly spread through their hearts. They never imagined Jun could be so terrifying. Not even Zhang Biao was a match for him. Chao, have you forgotten the warning I gave you? I gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to cherish it. Jun walked toward Chao, step by step. Don't you dare hurt our Chao. Chao's mother grabbed a knife and fork from the dining table and lunged at Jun's neck. But just as she got close, Jun kicked her, sending her flying into the wall. Don't you dare. Chao instinctively tried to say, don't come any closer, but just as he uttered those two words, there was a loud thud, and excruciating pain surged from his lower abdomen, as if he'd been hit by a car. His whole body was instantly sent flying backward, slamming into a chair with a crack as it shattered into pieces. Lying on the floor, Chao clutched his lower abdomen and writhed in agony, his face contorted with pain. The pain was so intense he couldn't even make a sound. But Jun clearly had no intention of stopping. He casually picked up a steel fork from the table. What are you doing? Zhang Yud rushed forward at that moment. But just as he got close, Jun slapped him hard across the face, sending him flying. At the same time, the fork in Jun's hand shot out like a bullet. That 3-inch-long fork traced a straight line through the air, like an arrow, glinting coldly and moving at an astonishing speed. Thud! In the next instant, the fork sank into Chao's knee. Ah! Chao let out an agonized scream, clutching his knee as he rolled back and forth on the floor. Seeing this, Zhang Biao, who was lying on the ground, saw nothing but despair in his eyes. Because he simply couldn't get back up. Meanwhile, Zhang Yud cursed viciously as he tried to crawl over to save his son. But just as he stood up, Jun kicked him back down to the ground. At that moment, Jun picked up another fork from the dining table and flung it without mercy. The fork flew through the air once more, embedding itself in Chao's right knee. Chao was in so much pain he was nearly unconscious. Both of his legs had been completely crippled by Jun. Then, Jun picked up a third fork. In an instant, fear flashed in Chao's eyes. His body trembled, and he cast a pleading glance. Don't! But the very next moment, the fork flew through the air and pierced his groin. The scream was particularly piercing. Jun coldly scanned the entire Zhang family, who were all lying face down on the ground. With a contemptuous snort, he took out a tissue to wipe his hands, then turned and walked out. The hallway was already packed with people. They could hear the screams coming from inside, but knowing that Zhang Biao was in there, no one dared to go in and check. When they saw a young man emerge, they all looked surprised. Jun, however, paid no attention to the crowd in the hallway and simply walked down the stairs as if nothing had happened. Only after Jun's figure disappeared did someone finally pluck up the courage to run to the door of the private room. Upon seeing the horrific scene inside, they were terrified. A wealthy man rushed to Zhang Biao's side. Mr. Zhang, what happened to you? Zhang Biao clutched his chest, lying there like a dead dog, yet his gaze was exceptionally vicious. Jun, you're ruthless. I'll make you pay 100-fold for this. As the words left his mouth, he accidentally strained his wound, and a mouthful of blood spurted out.
An ambulance arrived quickly and rushed the critically injured members of the Zhang family to the hospital. News of the incident at Loheju spread like wildfire through Chuzhou's high society circles. I heard that Zhang Biao, the tiger-headed protector who just returned to Chuzhou, got beaten up. His chest is caved and he went straight to the ICU and is currently undergoing emergency treatment. No one knows if he'll make it. His status had just skyrocketed after Ndonglai took over as head of the Yin family. He was at the height of his glory. Who would have thought that upon returning home in triumph, he'd nearly be killed? It's truly tragic. Many were speculating about the identity of the person who had struck at Loheju. Rumor has it was a young man. Villa number 13 in the Shizi domain. Zhu was sitting on the couch, munching on snacks and watching TV, when his group chat suddenly exploded with activity. In the blink of an eye, over 100 messages flooded the group, too many to keep up with. Wang Jun, the third young master of the Wang family, just got beaten up in Chuzhou, and now even Zhang Biao, the tiger-headed bodyguard, has been taken down. Chuzhou really is a place where tigers and dragons lie hidden. Who would have thought that little Chuzhou would turn out to be a den of tigers and dragons, a veritable graveyard for the scions of prominent families? I just wonder who the attacker is. I'd actually like to go pay my respects. Zhang Biao got beaten up? After reading the old messages above, Zhu couldn't help but look surprised. At that moment, she was wearing shorts, her fair thighs crossed as she stared at her phone, her curiosity piqued. Zhang Biao was known as the tiger-headed bodyguard, and his martial arts training had reached a level where it was ingrained from the outside in. To send him to the ICU and he's just a young man, who on earth could have done that? With that thought, Zhu couldn't help but pull out her other phone. This was a military-issued phone that had been professionally modified to prevent eavesdropping, and it contained many classified numbers. She hesitated for a moment, but eventually pressed the call button. Hello, could you look into the identity of the young man who intervened at Loheju? The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. On the other end, in the Bai family's living room, Wei had called Chao 7 or 8 times in a row, with the same result each time, and she angrily flung her phone onto the sofa. What's going on with Chao? We were supposed to meet this afternoon, but he's not even picking up the phone. Could it be that June has said something to Chao again? Wei furrowed her brow. After a moment's hesitation, she picked up her phone again and dialed June's number. Hey, June, why isn't Chao answering my calls all of a sudden? Do you know why? As soon as the call connected, Wei couldn't wait to ask. No idea. The next moment, June hung up immediately, muttering under his breath, "What a huge idiot." He took off his jacket and went down to the basement to practice his boxing. Early the next morning, June received a call from Zhou Bingkuan. Last time, June had agreed to help Zhou Bingkuan appraise some items. Prison had brought together top talent from all walks of life, and antiques and collectibles were what June had dealt with most. Besides that, he also picked up a lot about finance, medicine, and even feng shui. There weren't many opportunities to put his knowledge into practice in prison, so setting out with Zhou Bingkuan this time, June was eager to give it a try. Zhou Bingkuan had his driver pick June up directly, and they headed straight to the airport. We're heading to the Baianan region this time. The round trip will likely take 7 days. We're meeting the Jade King of Baianan. He's got nothing but treasures. Zhou Bingkuan explained to June. Chapter 33, Is he a master? The car merged onto the highway. It took less than 20 minutes to reach the airport. The airport in Chuzhou was built on a grand scale. As soon as the car stopped, an assistant immediately picked up their suitcases and carried them aboard. Someone else handled the check-in procedures, so June and Zhou Bingkuan didn't have to worry about a thing. Once inside the airport, Zhou Bingkuan made his way to the departure lounge. There, he saw a burly man with a backpack and headphones sitting there, resting with his eyes closed. Zhou Bingkuan walked straight toward him. When Zhou Bingkuan was within 3 steps of him, the man opened his eyes, stood up, and proactively extended his hand with a smile. "Mr. Zhou, you're here. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Duan." Zhou Bingkuan laughed heartily and introduced June. "This is Mr. Duanya. He used to be an instructor at the 6 Gates and now runs a bodyguard company. Since we're heading to the southern border, a place where the good and the bad mix, he'll be responsible for ensuring our safety.
Hello, Mr. Duan.
June reached out his hand to shake the other man's. From the handshake, June could tell that the man's martial prowess had reached the peak of the Ming-Jing realm, though he still fell slightly short of tiger-headed bodyguard Zhang Biao. His strength was on par with Master Wu's, but if they were to actually fight, Master Wu would definitely be no match for him. For in his eyes, June saw the fierce intensity and killing intent of an eagle. He must frequently engage in combat and hand-to-hand combat. In contrast, Master Wu had lived a life of comfort and privilege. Although his cultivation level had risen, his combat experience and mental fortitude were nowhere near this man's.
Mr. Zhou, you can rest completely assured on this trip to Baianan. With me here, I can absolutely guarantee your personal safety. Duani Zhang said with a strong, resonant voice.
Of course. It was precisely because I heard of Instructor Duan's reputation that I chose your Wuwei security company.
Zhou Bingkuan laughed heartily.
As they spoke, it was already time to board the plane. The group boarded the aircraft one after another.
The flight lasted a full 3 hours. By the time they arrived in Baianan, it was already noon.
As soon as they stepped out of the airport, several minivans were already waiting for them. A middle-aged man with a partially bald head approached them with a smile. Zhou Bingkuan introduced him. This is Mr. Guo Fengchun. Mr. Guo has been a good friend of mine for many years. Every time I come to Baianan, he hosts me.
Mr. Guo runs a jade stone trading center in the Baianan area.
We'll be staying there, and we'll go to see the stones the day after tomorrow.
After some small talk, the group got into the vans.
Arriving at the entrance of the jade mining complex, they were greeted by massive stone lions that looked grand and imposing, and the courtyard was filled with luxury cars.
I've already arranged a welcome banquet on the 3rd floor. Now that Mr. Zhou is here, we absolutely must drink until we're drunk tonight. A few minutes later,
the group made their way up to the 3rd floor. Inside a vast room, once June and the others had taken their seats, a variety of delicacies were served. Though there were only 4 or 5 of them, over 30 dishes were laid out.
How much they could eat didn't matter. What mattered most was the grandeur of the occasion.
Mr. Zhou, I hear you've come this time specifically for those sky-high-priced jade pieces belonging to Yi Xiao, the Jade King.
I wonder which master appraiser you plan to bring along.
To be honest, the experts here in Jade City, though they have exceptional discernment, still fall far short of Yi Xiao. He is notorious for being cunning. If you're not careful, he'll take you for a ride.
Zhou Bingkuan smiled. Mr. Guo, I won't be using your experts. I've brought a true master with me this time. Where is this master?
Guo Fengchun looked puzzled. This time, aside from his 2 assistants, Zhou Bingkuan had brought only 2 other people. One was his bodyguard, Duanya, clearly not some jade gambling master. Could it possibly be this young man named June?
Just then, Zhou Bingkuan began his introduction.
June, Mr. Li, he is the chairman of the Junlin Syndicate in Suzhou, and he is also a master appraiser. Zhou Bingkuan's introduction was solemn, but Guo Fengchun remained somewhat skeptical.
Mr. Li, I wonder if you could show me your expertise after dinner.
After all, we're betting on jade worth over 100 million this time. Hearing Guo Fengchun's words, Zhou Bingkuan also turned his gaze toward June. Ever since June had spotted the picture within a pictured detail last time, he deconsidered June a master, but on second thought, understanding paintings didn't necessarily mean understanding jade.
Sure, no problem. June agreed readily. After dinner,
the group made their way to the jade gambling area. The entire jade gambling city was divided into 5 major zones.
Zone D, Zone C, Zone B, Zone A, and Zone S.
Among them, Zone S contained the most expensive raw jade, with starting prices never falling below 500,000. Since June was just warming up, he naturally wouldn't take him straight to Zone S. Instead, they headed to Zone B. Raw jade in Zone B typically starts at 10,000, making it the area that most tests one's professional eye. Sometimes, jade worth hundreds of thousands or even tens of millions can be uncovered there.
As soon as they arrived, June saw some people already selecting raw jade.
The entire hall was filled with stones. These stones, each worth over 10,000, were scattered everywhere, looking just like trash. An elderly man in his 50s spotted Guo Fengchun and immediately came over to greet him. Guo Fengchun introduced him. Mr. Zhou, this is Master's son from our Jade Gambling City. I recruited him at great expense from another Jade Gambling City. He is a master craftsman renowned throughout the entire Baianan region.
Mr. Guo, you flatter me. I've simply been in the business longer and have more experience.
Master's son replied modestly. A new batch of raw jade has just been delivered.
Did you come here for that batch, Mr. Guo?
Guo Fengchun shook his head slightly. No, Mr. Zhou from Chuzhou brought an expert with him who wants to find a few pieces of raw jade to practice on.
A master craftsman? Master Sun's gaze swept over Zhou Bingquan and the others, finally settling on June. Is he the master craftsman?
Chapter 34, The Outsider.
Master Sun, let me introduce you.
This is Mr. Li, known as June. Mr. Zhou is heading to the Jade King, Yishao, to gamble on jade stones, and Mr. Li will be assisting him as the appraiser.
Guo Fengchun explained.
He, too, had some doubts about June, but since Zhou Bingquan had brought him along, he figured he must have some real skill. Mr. Guo, Mr. Zhou, please forgive my frankness, but Mr. Li is so young he doesn't look like a jade gambling expert. Master Sun spoke bluntly. Even Duanya, who was responsible for Zhou Bingquan's security, couldn't help but shake his head slightly. In fact, when he learned that June was in charge of evaluating the jade for Zhou Bingquan, he had also harbored doubts about June's abilities. Of course, not wanting to offend anyone, he had kept his thoughts to himself. But he strongly agreed with Master Sun's assessment. After a moment's hesitation, Guo Fengchun also spoke up. Mr. Zhou, logically speaking, since you've brought June along, it means you recognize his abilities. It's just that in the jade gambling business, it all comes down to experience and discernment. Mr. Li is so young compared to Yi Shao, I'm afraid he might not be up to the task.
Zhou Bingquan smiled. I trust June.
Zhou Bingquan knew full well that if he voiced any further doubts at this point, he might truly end up offending June. Since you say so, Mr. Zhou, we won't say anything more, Guo Fengchun replied.
Master Sun chuckled and said no more.
June, however, remained composed. Surveying the jade stones around him, he was visiting Jade Gambling City for the first time and found the scene quite novel. This new batch of raw jade all comes from the Tsangshan mine in the Baianan region, a place with an extremely high probability of yielding jade. Since Mr. Li wants to get some practice, this batch is perfect for him to work with.
Sanshan Raf has thick skin, which best showcases an appraiser's skill. Guo Fengchun said.
Those sky-high priced stone kings that Yi Shao has in his possession right now all come from the Tsangshan quarry. So, if you can accurately distinguish the good from the bad in this batch, it will prove whether you're qualified to gamble on jade with Yi Shao. If I strike it rich from this jade gambling, I'll definitely show my gratitude to Boss Guo. Soon, led by Master Sun, the group arrived at the area where the stones were stacked. Each stone was labeled with a number and arranged in rows. A few master appraisers stood nearby, examining the rough stones. After inspecting them, they would assign a price to each stone based on their own judgment. Of course, no one knew what lay inside the stones.
Not even the world's most advanced detection equipment could reveal their true nature.
A price stone might yield top-grade imperial green, or it might turn out to be nothing more than a green rind, with nothing but impurities inside. Master Sun walked into the pile of stones, singled out a piece at a glance, and said, "Boss, if we cut this open, it's bound to reveal green inside."
Master Sun was deliberately showing off in front of everyone.
Guo Fengchun burst out laughing. "All right, let us cut it open and see." Master Sun picked up a pen, drew a few lines on the rough stone, and said to the cutter, "Cut a window." The cutter took the stone from Master Sun and began carefully polishing it. A few minutes later, his movements suddenly stopped, and a look of delight flashed in his eyes.
Guo Fengchun, standing nearby, asked, "Did you find green?" The cutter nodded.
"Yes, boss, there's green."
Master Sun is truly amazing.
Guo Fengchun took the stone and looked inside. It was a sea of green and yellow.
Even someone unfamiliar with jadeite could tell the color was beautiful and smooth.
Guo Fengchun couldn't help but say with a touch of pride, "Did you see that, Boss Zhou?"
This is what a professional appraiser looks like. After saying this, he cast a thoughtful glance at June. June didn't say anything. Instead, he stared at the pile of raw jade in the stone heap, constantly cross-referencing it with what he had learned. Just then, Master's son picked out another 10 pieces of raw jade from the pile, comparing them one by one and discarding the ones he deemed unsuitable. Wait a minute, that piece you just tossed aside is sure to have something remarkable inside. June couldn't help but speak up when he saw the piece Master's son had tossed aside. Don't let its size fool you, it's only about the size of a palm, but there's definitely jade inside. Who knows, we might even cut out some high ice jade from it. June's voice caused Master's son to pause in his movements. He turned his head and looked at June with displeasure, saying, according to the rules of the jade gambling trade, bystanders aren't allowed to interrupt while someone else is examining a stone. If you don't even understand the rules of jade gambling, you're just an outsider. Hua Fengchun also shook his head. This was indeed common knowledge in the jade gambling trade. Mr. Li, you don't really not understand jade gambling, do you? This time, Mr. Zhou is about to buy a stone worth over 100 million yuan from Yi Shao. If you don't understand it, you can't just pretend you do. You'll cause Mr. Zhou to lose his entire investment. Even Zhou Bingkuan couldn't help but furrow his brow. To be honest, the fact that June didn't understand the rules of jade gambling rules that even he knew made him a bit suspicious. Mr. Li, tell me the truth, do you really know anything about jade? If you were just joking with me, that is fine. I'll just consider this a trip to the southern border that I've paid for. As for the appraisal, I'll have Master's son handle it. Zhou Bingkuan spoke rather tactfully, but it was clear he had begun to doubt June. June actually found Zhou Bingkuan's skepticism understandable. After all, he had likely made a basic mistake. After a moment's thought, he walked over, picked up the stone, and said, whether it's real or fake, we'll know once we cut it open. Zhou Bingkuan looked at the raw jade, a hint of hesitation crossing his face. There's a saying in the jade trade, better to open a single line than a whole slab. With such a large patch of green exposed on the surface of this stone, it would likely be difficult to cut out much jade. He couldn't help but say, Mr. Li, I'm afraid this raw material won't yield any good jade. Master's son, standing nearby, snorted coldly. I, son, have never once misjudged a piece. If you think you can snag a bargain from me, Mr. Li, you must be out of your mind. I even suspect, is your identity as a business owner even genuine? Could it be that some con artist has fabricated this business owner persona for you? Master's son's words were harsh. Zhou Bingkuan, however, rebuked him sternly. Master son, you may question Mr. Li's expertise in appraising jade, but his identity cannot be faked. June ignored them, asked Hua Fengchun for a ballpoint pen, drew a line on the rough stone, and said, cut along this line. The worker, focused solely on his job, followed June's instructions. He took the fist-sized rough stone, placed it under the cutting machine, and drove the saw blade directly into the stone. Accompanied by a piercing, grating sound, the stone was split open. Everyone nearby instinctively craned their necks and crowded around. Inside the split stone, they saw a patch of green, lustrous and beautiful. Although the green was a bit pale, the hue was pure, and it was just the right size to make a pair of bracelets. In an instant, everyone around was stunned. There really was green after all. At that moment, Bosqua and the others felt their faces burn with embarrassment. Just moments ago, they had categorically declared June to be a complete novice. Master son, feeling his pride wounded, snorted coldly and said, maybe it was just luck. June scanned the pile of stones and pulled out 2 more pieces. He had actually already selected these during his earlier inspection. He took out the 2 stones, drew a few lines on them with a pen, and told the workers, cut a window. Seeing June so confident, everyone's faces lit up with anticipation. The second stone revealed green after less than a minute of polishing. The third stone required a cut down the middle before the green became visible. All in all, June had managed to pick all 3 correctly. Moreover, the combined value of these 3 pieces exceeded 800,000 yuan, whereas as rough stones, they would have sold for no more than 50,000 yuan at most. In other words, the value had increased nearly 16-fold.
By now, Zhou Bingquan's doubts about June had completely vanished. He felt as though he struck gold. June, meanwhile, smiled as he looked at Master Sun.
What do you think? Does Master Sun still think I'm a novice?
Master Sun looked at June with mixed emotions, sighed, and said with a wry smile, I didn't recognize a mountain when I saw one.
Mr. Li, you're the real expert.
He had no choice but to admit defeat. Beside him, Zhou Bingquan also apologized to June. Mr. Li, I did have some doubts about you earlier.
I apologize. It's fine. I don't hold it against you.
June smiled faintly. By the way, when are we going to see those sky-high priced jade boulders? Zhou Bingquan's expression turned serious. I've set the date for the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow, Mr. Li, you can take a leisurely stroll around this southern region, enjoy the scenery, and sample the local delicacies. June knew that Zhou Bingquan likely had other preparations to make before the jade gambling event, so he didn't ask any further questions. Since he was in Baianan anyway, he figured he might as well enjoy the sights.
Chapter 35, The Foolish Woman. That same day,
June checked into a small Western-style villa in the jade gambling city. Thanks to his brief demonstration that afternoon, Guo Fengchun and the others now held June in even higher regard. Early the next morning, June left the jade gambling city on his own to head to the scenic area. Guo Fengchun had originally intended to send a driver to take June there, but June declined. He preferred to wander around on his own. Having a driver follow him everywhere made him feel a bit uncomfortable. The Baianan region had a hot and humid climate, with spring-like weather year-round, and the scenery was absolutely beautiful. After boarding the tour bus, June took a seat. Next to him sat a strikingly beautiful woman. She exuded a mature, sophisticated aura. Sitting there, she had the air of a young lady from a distinguished family.
It's my first time visiting this area. I'm not sure what there is to see here.
June thought she looked like a local, so he casually asked her. But to his surprise, the woman frowned when she heard June's words.
With so many empty seats on the bus, this guy had to sit right next to her.
And with such a clumsy opening line, he was probably trying to hit on her. She immediately ignored June, turning her head toward the window to watch the trees rushing by. Having been rebuffed, June sheepishly scratched his nose.
He thought to himself, are people from the Baianan region all this aloof?
I was just asking what there is to do at the scenic area. You didn't have to act like that. Having made a fool of himself, June decided to close his eyes and rest. The ride wasn't long. Half an hour later, the bus pulled over, and everyone got off.
After getting off the bus, June headed straight into the park.
Although this was a scenic area, there was no admission fee. As he walked up the mountain path, he noticed that the woman who had been sitting next to him earlier was walking just ahead of him. Because there were so many visitors, everyone could only follow the crowd and move slowly upward. They couldn't go very fast.
Just then, the woman glanced back and couldn't help but frown.
She hadn't expected that the man who failed to strike up a conversation on the bus would be so persistent as to follow her up the trail. Moreover, as she walked ahead, she could feel his gaze brazenly appraising her from behind, which made her feel extremely uncomfortable.
Pervert. Finally, she couldn't help but quicken her pace.
But just then, she saw his hand reaching out toward her and was instantly startled.
Was he really that brazen, trying to grope her in broad daylight?
At the same time, anger welled up inside her, and she turned to loudly rebuke June. But she realized June hadn't reached out to grope her. Instead, he had grabbed a middle-aged woman's arm.
The woman let out a shriek the moment she was grabbed. What are you doing? Let go of me. The woman looked defiant. But with her arm gripped tightly by June, she couldn't break free. Many tourists on the mountain trail stopped in their tracks. Not knowing what was going on, they all watched curiously. Miss, please don't leave just yet.
Ignoring the woman, June turned to Lin Yuqiu and said. Lin Yuqiu looked at June in confusion.
Is something wrong?
Her gaze was wary in her mind. She had already labeled June as a bad guy.
Here's the thing, this woman is a thief.
Check to see if you've lost anything,
June said.
Hearing June's words, Lin Yuqiu hurriedly rummaged through her bag. All her valuables were still there. A hint of disgust flashed in her eyes. This guy would really stop at nothing to get close to her. He'd even go so far as to make up a lie like that. She replied immediately, "Everything is here. I haven't lost a thing." "Are you sure you didn't lose a box about the size of an egg?" "No, don't make a big deal out of nothing. You're young, you should do something productive with your life." With that, she turned and strode off. Upon hearing Lin Yucho's words, the panic that had been in the woman's eyes vanished, replaced by defiance. She shouted, "Sexual assault! Someone's harassing me!" June furrowed his brow and let go of her. The woman glared fiercely at June, her eyes brimming with defiance. At the same time, June noticed 4 or 5 men in the crowd moving toward them. A cold smile involuntarily appeared on the corner of his mouth. The next moment, June turned and walked straight down a side path. The woman gritted her teeth and said, "Trying to escape down the side path? Let us go after him." With that, she set off in pursuit. June made his way to a secluded spot in the woods. No sooner had he stopped than he saw the woman and the 5 men catch up to him. "Why do you stop running, kid? Ran out of options, did you?" The woman glared at June with such malice, as if she wanted to devour him. A middle-aged man standing nearby sneered, "Kid, you sure love sticking your nose into other people's business. This kid's just asking for a beating. We should teach him a lesson, make him realize that when he's out in the world, there are some matters he shouldn't meddle in, and some people he can't afford to cross. Wait until we break his hands," the woman said venomously. "Breaking his hands is nothing, let us break his legs too." The men burst into laughter, their eyes brimming with mockery and contempt. June's face took on an amused expression. "You want to break my legs, is that it?" "That's right. Are you scared?" The middle-aged man let out a series of cold laughs. "If you're scared, get down on your knees and beg us. Who knows? If we're in a good mood, we might just break your hands and spare your legs." A young man standing nearby chimed in, "Kneeling isn't enough, make him lick the soles of our shoes, lick all the mud off them. Kneel, lick the soles, and bark like a dog a few times." The middle-aged man pointed at June, "Do as I say, and I'll only break one of your hands. Otherwise, I'll cripple all 4 of your limbs. If the 5 of you kneel, kowtow, and lick the soles of my shoes, I might consider letting you off with just handing over the stolen goods without maiming you," June said calmly. "What did you say?" The 5 burly men's laughter stopped abruptly, and they stared at June as if he were a fool. This kid must be out of his mind to dare say something like that. The middle-aged man even casually pulled out a dagger and strode toward June. "Kid, you're really asking for it." But before he could strike, there was a loud thud. The man felt a searing pain in his lower abdomen, then was instantly hurled sideways, crashing into a nearby tree. When he hit the ground, a mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth. Dead silence fell. Everyone else stood frozen in shock, never having imagined that this seemingly frail young man possessed such formidable fighting skills. June cracked his neck and beckoned to the remaining men with a flick of his finger, "Come on, come break my legs." The 4 men exchanged glances, their faces betraying fear, and for a moment, none dared to charge forward. But just because they didn't charge didn't mean June would let them off the hook. In the blink of an eye, June vanished from where he stood and appeared right in front of the 4 men. Thud, thud, thud. 1 punch per man. All 4 were sent flying instantly, their faces battered and bruised, and they lay motionless on the ground. "Don't come any closer." The remaining woman stared at June in terror. "Hand over what you stole," June said coldly. Here you go." The woman's hands trembled as she pulled out an exquisite box and handed it to June. June took the box and casually slipped it into his pocket. Then, with a smack, he slapped the woman across the face, sending her spinning in circles on the spot. Just as her body came to a stop. Smack! June slapped her again. The woman's cheeks instantly swelled up on both sides. Her eyes glared at June with a mix of venom and fear, yet she dared not speak. "How dare you glare at me?" June raised his hand again. The next moment, the woman fell to her knees with a thud, sobbing uncontrollably, "I was wrong, I was wrong." As she spoke, she reached out to grab June's thigh. But June kicked her more than 3 meters away and said coldly, "Don't let me run into you guys again. Otherwise, every time I see you, I'll beat you up." After saying that, he strolled leisurely back the way he came. At the same time, he opened the exquisite box and discovered a single pearl inside, about the size of a pigeon's egg. It was a deep, beautiful crimson color.
"What is this?"
June picked up the pearl and held it up to the sunlight. Even though he now had a deep understanding of antiques, he couldn't identify the material it was made of. He put the pearl back in the box and slipped it into his pocket. Meanwhile, the woman let out a long sigh of relief when she saw that June was no longer in sight on the mountain path. Although her status was far from ordinary, she was still just a vulnerable woman, and she genuinely feared that pervert might follow her. "Dad really is something insisting I come to a place like this all by myself without even sending a bodyguard. What if I really ran into danger? The southern border region is so chaotic," she muttered under her breath. Her cell phone suddenly rang. It was her dad calling.
"Yuchio, have you arrived at Chishan yet?"
"I'm here.
I'm on the mountain path right now."
"Good. Now follow Dad's instructions, go to the stone statue at the top of Chishan to meet someone. There's an old Taoist priest there. Once you see him, hand over the blood jade bead from your bag."
"Blood jade bead? What blood jade bead?"
Lin Yuchio froze.
"Dad, what are you talking about? Is it that blood jade bead that has caused all the major factions in the border regions to go crazy trying to get their hands on it? How did it end up with me? Didn't you send Uncle Khan to escort it to the Azura people?"
Lin Yuchio was completely baffled. She knew that the blood jade bead had sparked a bloody rampage in the southern border regions. But she had never even seen what the blood jade bead looked like.
Sending Kong Bo to deliver the blood jade bead was just for show.
"The blood jade bead is far too precious. I anticipated that someone would try to seize it, so I secretly placed it in your bag, intending for you to take it to Chishan and hand it over to Shura's people. I didn't tell you the details because I didn't want you to be too frightened. Hurry to the mountaintop and hand the blood jade bead in the box over to Azura's men.
Once you do that, your mission will be complete." Over the phone, Lin Yuchio's father's voice sounded somewhat excited. This ruse had fooled everyone who would have thought he'd send his most beloved and delicate daughter to carry out this mission.
At that moment, however, Lin Yuchio froze in her tracks. A sense of foreboding welled up inside her. She hurriedly opened her bag, only to find there was no box inside.
Instantly, she understood everything.
That young man hadn't been making up lies to get close to her at all. He really had been helping her catch the thief, yet she had wrongly accused him.
Now that the blood jade bead was gone, what was she going to do?
2 of her father's 4 golden warriors had even died in the struggle to seize the blood jade bead.
In that instant, a wave of regret washed over Lin Yuchio. "I really am a foolish woman." Chapter 36, Shui Xian. June slipped the box into his pocket and made his way to the mountaintop.
He discovered that beneath the statue at the summit sat a man dressed as a Taoist priest. From what he could tell, the Taoist was no pushover. He was a skilled practitioner.
It seems there are quite a few hidden masters within the Taoist order.
However, June only glanced at him a few times before leaving, then went to enjoy himself by the lake in the distance on Mount Chi.
Meanwhile,
Lin Yuchio was waiting anxiously at the foot of the mountain for her father to send someone. The loss of the blood jade bead was a major incident. Her first thought was to track down the thieves. Given her father's influence, he should be able to quickly locate the gang of thieves from the southern border region. I hope the blood jade bead can be recovered, Lin Yuchio thought to herself silently. June spent the day sightseeing and didn't return to Chishan until evening, when he boarded a bus back to Jade Gambling City. On the bus, he saw many of the tourists who had arrived with him that morning, but he didn't spot Lin Yuchio. June had originally planned to return the contents of the box to her if he ran into her. If not, he'd just let it go.
The next day,
the day of the official Jade Gambling event had arrived. June had just woken up when Zhou Bingkuan, Wu Fengchun, and the others were already waiting outside. "Mr. Li, let us go grab some breakfast first, and then we'll head straight to Yishao's Jade Betting City," Zhou Bingkuan said. Yishao, the Jade King, has a lot of stones priced at astronomical figures. To be honest, 100 million yuan isn't even that much. Even an ordinary Stone King starts at 100 million there, and the prices for those stone emperors are downright terrifying. But Yi Xiao is as cunning as a fox. If he is unwilling to open a piece, the price he has set must exceed the raw material's value. It's incredibly difficult to make money off him, Zhou Bingkuan explained to June as they walked. They arrived at the third-floor cafeteria in Jade Gambling City. After eating, they drove straight to their destination. Yishao's Jade Gambling City was the largest of the dozens of such venues in the entire Baianan region. Today happened to be Sunday, so all 9 exhibition halls were open. On regular days, only 1 or 2 were open. The car soon arrived in front of a massive estate. At the estate's entrance, guards in black suits and sunglasses stood on duty. Everyone entering had to go through a security check. The car window rolled down. Guo Fengchun leaned out and said, "It's me." "Oh, it's Boss Guo." The guards immediately cleared the way. Clearly, Guo Fengchun was quite well known in this part of southern border. The car entered the courtyard. After traveling about 500 meters along a straight concrete road, they saw massive exhibition halls on both sides. Each hall was labeled with a number. While other Jade Gambling cities consisted of a single building, Yishao's comprised 9. Moreover, every building housed high-grade raw jade. The sale of these rough stones alone could generate assets worth 100 billion. Yishao truly deserves his title as the Jade King, Wu Fengchun remarked with a touch of envy in his eyes. Indeed, Wu Fengchun's Jade Gambling Complex was no small operation itself, but compared to Yishao's, it was like a minor player next to a giant. The car found a spot to park, and the group headed straight for hall number 1. Hall number 1 was filled with jade stones commanding astronomical prices. Anyone with a net worth of less than 100 million wasn't even eligible to enter hall number 1. When they arrived at the entrance to hall number 1, a row of beautiful hostesses dressed in cheongsams stood there. A man walked right up to them. "So it's Boss Guo who has arrived. Looks like Boss Guo is ready to go all out today." The man clearly recognized Guo Fengchun as well. After saying that, he added, "Although Mr. Gui is a renowned jade merchant in the Baianan region, you still have to follow the rules here." "I understand." Guo Fengchun took out a check and placed it on the table. The amount was 30 million. Zhou Bingkuan, standing nearby, explained, "To enter hall 1, the deposit is 30 million to prove your status." June remained calm upon hearing this. Back in prison, he long heard stories about jade gambling from the other inmates. Though he never witnessed it firsthand, such things were nothing new to him. After all, those eligible to be locked up in the 4th dungeon were true heavyweights. Even the Jade King Yishao would be considered a mere novice in their presence. Zhou Bingkuan couldn't help but nod to himself. He had been amazed the first time he heard about Yishao, yet June seemed completely unfazed. The astronomically priced stones in hall 1, you might not even see one opened in a whole year. Most people who come here are just here for the spectacle. The stones here are like the museum's crown jewels, and very few people have the confidence to make money off the Jade King. Opening hall 1 is also a way for the Jade King, Yishao, to showcase his power. Zhou Bingkuan explained from the side. "So that's how it is. Then, Boss Zhou, what made you decide to buy a stone worth 100 million? June asked. "That's a long story. Last year, I came here to gamble on jade, but Yishao set me up and swindled me out of a full 60 million. I nearly lost my entire investment. I just couldn't let that go." As they spoke, the group had already entered the hall. No sooner had they entered than a woman's voice rang out. "Isn't this Mr. Zhou? Last year, you spent 60 million on a pile of worthless stones. I heard you only recouped 20 million in the end, a 33% gross profit margin. That caused quite a stir and set a new low for jade gambling. What's this? Are you here again this year to hand over money to Mr. Yi?" A seductive woman swayed her hips like a water snake as she approached. She was voluptuous, her face heavily made up, her chin held high with a hint of mockery. Guo Fengchun whispered, "This is Shui Xian'er, a famous jade merchant in the Baianan region. She south very close to the Jade King Yi Shao. Some even say she is his mistress. After Boss Zhou lost last year, he made a fierce vow that he'd make a comeback this year." Upon hearing that Boss Zhou was coming, many merchants from the Baianan region turned out today, just to see if he can recoup his losses this year. After all, his losses last year were so severe that he has become a cautionary tale in the jade gambling world. Guo Fengchun gave a wry smile and cautioned, "This Shui Xian'er is not someone to mess with. Her nickname is Blood Rose. She is the kind of person who'll devour you whole, and she plays dirty. There are plenty of people in the southern border region who've been driven to bankruptcy by her, so you have to be very careful with what you say in front of her." Zhou Bingkuan was also deeply wary of such a figure. He had only come to gamble on jade to regain some face. He certainly didn't dare to truly offend these ruthless borderland figures. So he could only let out a couple of nervous chuckles. "Miss Shui, you're joking. I just couldn't resist the urge. I just wanted to take a look." Seeing that Zhou Bingkuan had backed down, a hint of disdain flashed in Shui Xian'er's eyes. She snorted coldly and strode off into the interior. Many merchants who witnessed this scene couldn't help but shake their heads and chuckle softly. Anyone from outside the province who came to the southern border region had to play by the rules. Even Boss Zhou, who was considered a well-known tycoon in Chuzhou, didn't dare utter a single defiant word in front of Shui Xian'er. Chapter 37, Showing Off His Skills. This Shui Xian'er was indeed quite arrogant. But for a woman to make a name for herself in a place like Baianan, where all sorts of unsavory characters mingled, one could only imagine how shrewd she must be. "Let us go inside," Zhou Bingkuan said with a sigh. He felt uncomfortable about how submissive he'd been just moments ago. But even a mighty dragon doesn't overpower a local snake. This was their turf, and besides, that Blood Rose wasn't just a local snake. She was a full-fledged local dragon. June nodded. The group made their way into the exhibition hall. The stones on display in this hall were all large pieces. Stones priced at over 100 million. To command such a price, they naturally had to be exceptional. Accompanied by her staff, Blood Rose was also admiring the jade. However, just as Guo Fengchun had said, half an hour had passed since they entered, and not a single person had actually reached for their wallet to buy a stone. A crowd had gathered around a large stone, pointing and discussing it. It was a rough stone that stood a full head taller than a person. A small window had been cut into the side, revealing a patch of green, that imperial green, a variety of glass like jade. Imperial green is the highest grade of jadeite, also known as emerald green. Even a random piece commands an astronomical price. And the price tag on this one was equally astronomical, a full 1.5 billion. Zhou Bingkuan explained, "This stone is the true crown jewel of Jade King Yi Shao's collection. It's been kept here ever since it was purchased. Every year, wealthy individuals come to examine it, but no one has ever made a move to buy it." June couldn't agree more. 1.5 billion was certainly no small sum. "Mr. Li, are you interested in examining this rough?" Zhou Bingkuan asked in a low voice. He saw a spark of eagerness in June's eyes. June nodded. "I do have that intention, but I didn't bring that much cash with me. However, in my opinion, if this stone emperor is cut open, you won't lose money on it." June studied the veins in the rough stone and made his own assessment. Zhou Bingkuan's eyes lit up. Cut the stone emperor? To be honest, he was starting to get tempted. June pointed at the stone emperor. "Look at the direction of the veins. From where the window is cut, there is at least 10 kilograms of green inside. And the section where the window is cut is imperial green glass, like imperial green, which sells for nearly 100,000 per gram. This single piece is worth 1 billion. Given the size of the raw stone, this section accounts for only 1/10 of it. If just one more piece of jade emerges below, it will instantly exceed the value of the raw stone itself. Of course, with jade gambling, there is always the possibility that there won't be a single piece of jade below. But statistically speaking, it's worth the gamble." Upon hearing June's words, Zhou Bingkuan's eyes widened in astonishment.
Buying this stone emperor would not only turn a profit but would also allow him to redeem himself. Who would dare to mock him as a cautionary tale in the jade gambling world anymore? Just as June was speaking eloquently, a man behind him slipped away quietly, walked over to Shuexian-er's side, and whispered a few words to her. Upon hearing this, Shuexian-er couldn't help but glance in their direction. Ha! Has Zhou Bingkuan lost his mind? Relying on some smooth-talking young upstart to try and buy the stone emperor, he is just asking to lose his shirt. Shuexian-er's eyes were filled with contempt. Even Yi Xiao wasn't confident he could crack this stone, yet this young man dared to urge Zhou Bingkuan to try. Was he just dying to hand Yi Xiao a windfall? Although Zhou Bingkuan was tempted, he quickly looked troubled. Mr. Li, I only brought 150 million with me this time. Even if I borrow some more from others, I can only scrape together 200 million at most. This stone is worth 1.5 billion. I don't have enough money. Upon hearing this, June burst into laughter. No need to borrow from others, 150 million is plenty. Mr. Zhou, if you win the bid for this stone emperor, you provide the funds and I'll do the work. How about we split the final profits 30-70? You take 70% and I'll take 30%. Well. Zhou Bingkuan furrowed his brow, still somewhat bewildered. If it's really as Mr. Li says, I'd be more than willing, but I still don't understand how 150 million could possibly be enough. Mr. Zhou, you'll find out soon enough. June burst out laughing. Standing nearby, Guo Fengchen couldn't help but interject, Mr. Zhou, Mr. Li, you'd better think this through carefully. This stone has been sitting here for nearly 10 years, and no one has dared to cut it open. Others may not dare, but I do. June was in high spirits. He patted Guo Fengchen on the shoulder, then strode off to another area. After observing for a while, he pointed to one of the stones. This one, I'll take it for 120 million. Upon hearing June's words, a manager quickly approached. Are you certain you want to buy this piece, sir? After all, hall number 1 hadn't seen a sale in over a year. No one expected a deal to close so quickly today. Soon, word spread, and a crowd began to gather around them. 120 million was no small sum. Mr. Zhou, make the payment, June said to Zhou Bingkuan. As Zhou Bingkuan stepped forward, the crowd immediately began to murmur. A large portion of them had come today specifically to see Zhou Bingkuan. I thought that young man was going to buy the stone, but it turns out he is the appraiser Zhou Bingkuan hired. Has Zhou Bingkuan lost his mind? Hiring a young guy like that to appraise his stones, doesn't he think he has lost enough already? Exactly. At that age, how much expertise could he possibly have? Plus, he just walked in, barely took a look, and bought this stone. I think he is just a con artist. Even though Guo Fengchen had witnessed June's skills firsthand, a hint of concern still showed on his face as he said, Mr. Li, why don't you take another careful look? There is no need to rush into a purchase. Shuexian-er laughed dismissively and shook her head, saying, it seems Mr. Zhou still can't accept becoming a cautionary tale in the jade gambling world last year. He is planning to set another record this year. I just wonder how many cents of his 120 million investment he'll actually recoup in the end. June is far too young. Even Yi Xiao, the Jade King, was merely tagging along behind an appraisal master to gain experience at June's age. Keep in mind that Yi Xiao is considered a prodigy in the jade gambling world. It was hard for people to believe just how skilled June could be at appraising jade. You can't judge a book by its cover, nor measure the depth of the sea with a bucket. I trust Mr. Li's appraisal skills, you guys just don't understand. Zhou Bingkuan retorted. With that, he handed over a check. Upon receiving the money, the manager's face lit up with joy. No one would ever dislike a money god who comes bearing gifts. He then asked, would you like to have the stone cut right here? Yes, of course, June replied. He took a marker from a staff member standing nearby, drew a line on the stone, and said, cut it here. The Jade Gambling City was fully equipped with all kinds of tools, and the staff were all professionals. Soon, accompanied by the sound of an electric saw, the raw jade valued at a staggering 120 million was cut open. Everyone immediately saw a lush, watery green. When illuminated by the lights, the interior became visible.
Experienced veterans could tell there was nearly 3 kilograms of jadeite inside. Moreover, the piece that emerged was imperial green, worth 300 million, yielding a gross profit margin of over 200%. In the blink of an eye, they made 180 million. Zhou Bingquan was already laughing heartily. In contrast, the merchants who had just been mocking him all fell silent. Just a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Someone muttered, though their tone was noticeably less confident. Even Xian Er's gaze toward June had taken on a new, admiring quality. This kid-ass got some real skill. Should we keep cutting? The manager asked. No need. June said, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. You've all seen the condition of this rough. There's at least 3 kilograms of jadeite inside. It's definitely worth 300 million. And there are still many parts we can't see below the surface. If we cut out more jadeite from there, we'll really hit the jackpot. So, for 300 million, I'm selling this rough right now. Hearing June's words, everyone present was stunned. Selling it right after cutting it open? What was going on? But Zhou Bingquan instantly understood what June meant. Could it be that June plans to use 180 million to keep rolling the snowball, waiting until it reaches 1.5 billion to buy that stone emperor? I'll buy it. After a moment of silence, a heavy-set man stepped forward. Indeed, as June had said, this rough stone was worth 300 million. Buying it was a surefire profit, and not buying it would be foolish. Hearing him speak up, those who hadn't had a chance to speak earlier immediately began to regret it. If only they'd known, they wouldn't have hesitated. They wrote checks on the spot and immediately had the rough stone hauled away. A few business owners nearby sighed, clearly regretting that they'd been too slow to act. Gentlemen, there's no need to fret, there's a surprise coming up in a moment. With that, June walked over to the second piece of rough stone. Now, many people seemed to understand June's intention. But someone scoffed, this kid just got lucky with one piece, and now he thinks he can make money this way? That's way too arrogant. If he loses money on the next cut, he'll likely lose his entire investment. That's right. He's already won on one, why not quit while he's ahead? June pointed at the jade boulders and said, I'll take this one, and this one, and this one. He pointed to 3 in a row, spending all 300 million he'd just acquired. Cut. At June's command, the jade boulders were immediately split open. Although the second block wasn't imperial green, it was still glass like jade, worth 150 million. While not as good as the first one, the gross profit margin still reached 150%. The third block was dragonstone jade. The fourth was top-grade violet jade. June sold them all on the spot to the merchants present, immediately earning over 700 million. But June showed no signs of stopping. In the blink of an eye, he bought 7 more blocks. Another piece of imperial green with a glass-like texture appeared. By the time all 7 pieces had been cut open, every single one turned out to be a winner, not a single loss. He had secured 1.5 billion. The manager standing nearby turned pale, realizing he was dealing with a true expert. He hurriedly sent someone to report to the boss. At that moment, June held a stack of checks and placed them in front of the manager, pointing to the stone emperor. I'll take this one. Do you want it cut? The manager swallowed hard and asked. No, we'll ship it out as is. June was already certain this stone emperor would be a sure profit. By this point, Zhou Bingquan was utterly in awe of June. He truly made a name for himself. Today's events would go down as a legend in the entire jade gambling world. Zhou Bingquan made a phone call, and a professional team arrived shortly thereafter. This was the very transportation company Zhou Bingquan had specifically asked a friend to contact the day before. They were responsible for transporting the rough jade to the airport, ensuring its safety. The border region was too chaotic. It was not uncommon for rough jade to be stolen immediately upon leaving the jade gambling city. Zhou Bingquan had, without a doubt, thought everything through very thoroughly. Once the materials were loaded onto the trucks, Zhou Bingquan, fearing that delays might lead to complications, set off for the airport along with June and the others, traveling with the convoy escorting the cargo. Meanwhile, back in Jade City, Blood Rose Stanner watched Zhou Bingkuan and his group hurry away, her eyes flickering. I never expected Zhou Bingkuan to bring in such a skilled expert this time. But Yi Xiao's goods aren't that easy to swallow. Snatching nearly 30 billion from him in one go, that's a bit greedy. Xianer toyed with the jade paixio in her hand and instructed a subordinate standing nearby, go find out who is accompanying this Mr. Zhou. Xianer had extensive connections throughout the Baianan region, and information soon came in. The subordinate reported, "Boss, aside from 2 assistants, Mr. Zhou Bingkuan has only brought a young man in charge of appraising jade. His name is Jun, and a man named Duanya from a security firm, nicknamed the Instructor. He used to be an instructor at the 6 Gates and is said to possess the strength to take on 100 men alone." Shui Xianer sneered, "I've actually heard of this Duanya. He is quite famous in the Chu prefecture area." At this point, a hint of contempt crept into her voice. "With skills like that, he is not even a match for me, let alone Yi Xiao." Chapter 38, Yi Xiao arrives. After leaving Jade Stone City, Zhou Bingkuan and his group followed the motorcade, rushing swiftly toward the airport. However, when the motorcade reached a remote stretch of road, their path was suddenly blocked by a fallen tree. Zhou Bingkuan's expression immediately turned wary. "There is something suspicious about this tree appearing here. Be careful." As soon as he finished speaking, he ordered his men to get out and move the tree aside. But the moment the car came to a stop, countless figures surged out from all directions. They really run into a robbery. June quickly followed suit and stepped out of the vehicle. They saw that the road ahead had been completely blocked by burly men dressed in black, about 30 of them, all armed with guns. Upon seeing them, Zhou Bingkuan's expression darkened instantly, and he demanded, "Who are you?" Faced with Zhou Bingkuan's question, a middle-aged man at the front of the group wore a mocking expression. Guo Fengchen stepped forward and whispered, "This man is called Mo Lang. He is a key lieutenant under Yi Xiao, the Jade King. Looks like Yi Xiao is trying to pull a heist on his own people. We're in for a rough day today." June looked at the middle-aged man in charge and noticed that his neck was nearly twice as thick as an average person's. This indicated he was naturally strong. He likely practiced external martial arts and was nearing the peak of Ming Jin, though still slightly below Duanya's level. Just then, Guo Fengchen said with a grim expression, "Mo Lang, this has nothing to do with me. I'm just helping transport the stones. Please let me go." The middle-aged man burst out laughing. "Mr. Guo, you're a veteran of this trade. Now that my boss has stepped in today, we naturally can't leave any survivors. Otherwise, if word gets out, who would dare to bet on jade with my boss anymore? It would ruin his reputation. Blame it on your bad luck." Upon hearing this, Zhou Bingkuan and the others finally pieced together the whole story. Yi Xiao was truly someone who couldn't handle losing. Just then, the team leader in charge of escorting the jade stones stepped forward. "Mo Lang, this escort is the responsibility of our Honghua company. We've worked with your boss Yi many times before. For the sake of Honghua company, would you mind clearing the way? We'll remember this favor." Mo Lang looked at the Red River Company foreman and said coldly, "What's Red River Company? In front of our boss Yi, what face do you have to speak of?" A flash of anger crossed the Red River Company foreman's eyes. "Don't tell me you think Red River Company is easy to bully?" As he spoke, he pulled a handgun straight out of his pocket and aimed it at Mo Lang. "Mo Lang, you'd better step aside. Otherwise, it's anyone's guess who'll come out on top." But no sooner had the words left his mouth than Mo Lang suddenly flicked his sleeve, sending a cold gleam flying from his hand. Bang! In the next instant, a triangular dart was lodged between the team leader's eyebrows. Blood trickled down from his brow, and he collapsed stiffly to the ground. In that instant, a chill crept into everyone's hearts, and terror flashed in their eyes. The dart had actually been faster than a bullet. I've heard Yi Xiao has a team under him extremely formidable that specializes in handling his dirty work. The ones who came this time must be that team. Most people in Baianan had heard the legends about Yi Xiao to some extent, though none had witnessed them firsthand. They usually didn't put much stock in such tales, but the scene they just witnessed had truly stunned them. As these words were spoken, a chill crept into everyone's hearts. If the rumors were true, even if the escort team was armed with guns, it likely wouldn't change the outcome. The Homha company members responsible for the escort standing nearby began to tremble. They were just escorting a shipment of stone. Who could have imagined they'd run into something like this, putting their very lives on the line? Zhou Bingquan's heart sank even further. He'd long known that Baianan was a lawless place, a den of thieves and murderers. That was why he'd hired the Red River Company to provide security. They were all armed with guns, so he'd thought the mission was foolproof. Who could have imagined that Yi Shao's men were this terrifying? Instinctively, he glanced at Duanya standing beside him. Duanya was an instructor at the Six Gates. It was said that not only could he disarm a blade with his bare hands, but disarming a gun was child's play for him.
Gentlemen, are you perhaps underestimating me, Duanya?
At that moment, Duanya spoke calmly, stepping forward a few paces to face Mo Lang directly, his expression one of composed confidence.
Mr. Zhou is the person I'm here to protect. I hope you'll do me the favor of stepping aside. Otherwise, don't blame me, Duanyai, for taking ruthless action. As he spoke, Duanyai pulled a gun from his waist. Your throwing darts may be formidable, but they're not necessarily faster than my gun. Mo Lang chuckled darkly. I was wondering who it was. So it's the instructor from Chuzhou. I've long heard of your reputation. But now that you've come to the southern border, it's not your turn to run rampant. With that, he raised his hand, and 3 streaks of cold light shot straight toward Duanya. Watch out! Zhou Bingquan cried out in alarm. Everyone else's hearts skipped a beat as well. Just moments ago, with a single flick of his wrist, Mo Lang had killed the convoy captain. However, in the next instant, 3 gunshots rang out, bang, bang, bang. The 3 darts were hit mid-flight and fell straight to the ground. Duanya said calmly, I told you, your darts aren't necessarily faster than my gun. Don't even mention throwing 3 at once. Even if you threw 10, I could still shoot them down. Since long-range attacks can't touch you, let me see what the instructor's fist techniques are like. As soon as Mo Lang finished speaking, his body shot forward like a cannonball, charging rapidly toward Duanya. Duanya knew that against a master like Mo Lang, his gun wouldn't land a hit, so he simply holstered it. At the same time, he planted his feet firmly on the ground, his body springing upward like a coiled spring, and met Mo Lang with a punch. True to his reputation as an instructor of the Six Fan Gate, Duanya first exchanged a punch with Mo Lang, then instantly transformed his fist into an elbow strike that crashed down, creating a whistling sound that echoed through the air. Mo Lang was also a battle-hardened master. Unable to land a decisive blow with his first punch, he immediately switched to a defensive stance. But Duanyai, seizing the momentum, unleashed a barrage of elbows and knees at Mo Lang like a storm. Mo Lang hadn't taken Duanya seriously at first, but now he was clearly on the defensive. Duanya's fighting style blended traditional Chinese martial arts, Muay Thai, and a host of lethal techniques. He forced Mo Lang into a continuous retreat. Mo Lang could only block the attacks and was completely unable to strike back. Seeing Duanya gain the upper hand, everyone on Zhou Bingquan's side breathed a collective sigh of relief. Hiring Duanyai as a bodyguard, that million really wasn't money down the drain. Duanyai is a master instructor from the Six Gates. After retiring, he founded a bodyguard company and has protected many well-known tycoons. It looks like we've had a close call today, but we're out of the woods. Zhou Bingquan laughed heartily, in high spirits. June nodded in agreement. Black Wolf was only approaching the peak of the Mingjing realm, while Duanya had already reached the peak of the Mingjing realm. This was a gap in cultivation levels. Furthermore, Duanya had synthesized various martial arts styles, and his combat experience seemed to be richer than Black Wolf's. Duanya had indeed won this battle. Sure enough, the next second, there was a loud boom, and Black Wolf was sent flying backward more than 3 meters, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Mo Lang, you're supposed to be Boss Yi's top warrior, but you don't seem all that impressive. To be beaten like this by a mere instructor, you're really bringing shame upon us people of Baianan. At that moment, a melodious voice rang out. Blood Rose Shuexianer appeared, swaying her hips like a water snake, followed by several subordinates. Seeing Shuexianer appear, the expressions of many people in the crowd changed.
Xian'er was notorious for her ruthlessness and cruelty. She was known to devour her victims whole.
Hearing this, Duanya flew into a rage and said coldly, "A mere instructor? What's this? Do you, Blood Rose, wish to test my strength?
I've long heard that you, Blood Rose, are exceptionally skilled.
Let us see how many of my punches you can withstand."
As he spoke, Duanya flexed his fists, his eyes flashing with a fighting spirit. As someone who made his way in the martial arts world, he was naturally well aware of Shui Xian'er's reputation.
However, having just defeated Mo Lang, his momentum was at its peak. Shui Xian'er chuckled lightly. "Duanya, it's not that I, Shui Xian'er, look down on you. You're simply no match for me. But today, I, Shui Xian'er, am just here to watch the show. Naturally, someone else will deal with you."
I just feel sorry for June, such a genius at jade gambling. If he hadn't offended Yi Xiao, I'd really have wanted to recruit him into my ranks.
Shui Xian'er's gaze fell on June in the crowd. She truly did feel regret.
In the border regions, having a jade gambling genius like him at her disposal would be like possessing a treasure trove. Hearing Shui Xian'er's words, Duanya furrowed his brow.
Could there be another master-level fighter?
Just then, Mo Lang suddenly dropped to one knee in front of them.
"Boss, Missouri Lang has failed. Please step in, boss." "Yi Xiao?" Everyone present paled.
Yi Xiao had actually come in person. At that moment, the crowd ahead spontaneously parted to make a path. A refined-looking man in a white tracksuit stepped forward.
Chapter 39, One-on-One?
Yi Xiao was in his 40s, wore glasses, and looked quite refined. With his hands in his pockets, he gazed quietly at Duanya.
"You're the head coach?"
Duanya was now on high alert. A man's reputation precedes him. Yi Xiao was famous not only for his jade gambling skills but also for his martial arts prowess. It was said he had studied under an elder at White Horse Temple. When he first rose to prominence, his path was marked by bloodshed and violence. No one knew how much blood he spilled or how many bones he trampled upon to reach his current status.
"I've long admired Mr. Yi's reputation. I never expected that on this trip to Baianan, I'd have the honor of sparring with you.
It really was worth the trip." A hint of fighting spirit flared in Duanya's eyes.
"Let us get started. I'm not one for small talk in any way. You're all going to die today,"
Yi Xiao said indifferently.
It was undeniably arrogant. Duanya took a deep breath and assumed a defensive stance.
Facing Yi Xiao, he dared not strike first.
Striking first would mean exposing a weakness.
Standing nearby, Zhou Bingkuan, Guo Fengchun, and the others held their breath. They knew this battle would determine the fate of everyone present. Yi Xiao, however, had no such reservations. Seeing that Duanya wasn't making the first move, he flicked his sleeve, planted his foot on the ground, and like a car drifting instantly charged toward Duanya. His speed was blinding, like a snake slithering through the grass. His feet skimmed the ground as he glided forward. Watching Yi Xiao strike, June couldn't help but sigh. Compared to Yi Xiao, Duanya simply wasn't in the same league.
Duanya probably won't even last 5 moves before he is defeated, June said.
Hearing this, Guo Fengchun, Zhou Bingkuan, and the others all turned their gaze toward June. At that moment, everyone was rooting for Duanya to win. After all, Duanya bore the weight of the lives of more than 20 people present, and June's words made them feel uneasy. The assistant who had traveled with June and the others couldn't help but speak up. "Mr. Li, you may be a master at jade stone gambling, but you don't understand martial arts. Duanya is so skilled he'll definitely beat that Yi Xiao so badly he'll wet his pants." On the other side, Shui Xian'er smiled and said, "You're not only good at judging jade stones, I didn't expect you to have such a keen eye for martial arts, too. Duanya is no match for Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao could kill him with one hand. Here's the deal: if you agree not to reveal what happened today and pledge your loyalty to me in the future, I can plead with Boss Yi to spare your life. How about it?"
"You're not worthy," June said coldly.
"What did you say?" Shui Xian'er nearly lost her temper on the spot. She felt that at a moment like this, since she was willing to save June's life, he should be eternally grateful to her. It was just like throwing a bone to a dog on the verge of starvation. Wouldn't it wag its tail at her?
But June actually said she wasn't worthy. Kid, you're really cutting off your own escape route.
Even if you get down on your knees and beg me later, I won't save you. But at that moment, Duanya had already locked horns with Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao threw a punch straight at Duanya. Duanya raised his arm to block it. There was a loud thud. The single punch sent Duanya stumbling backward 3 steps, his face turning several shades paler. The next moment, he charged at Yi Xiao, letting out a growl as if to steel his own resolve. But Yi Xiao simply shifted his body slightly to the side, dodging the attack.
Then came a fierce knee strike. Boom! It struck like a sledgehammer. Duanya's body was instantly sent flying 5 meters away, crashing to the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood and struggled a few times, but couldn't get back up. Instantly, the area fell silent. Duanya, who had been so formidable just moments ago, had been rendered incapable of fighting in just 2 moves. Zhou Bingquan, Hua Fengchun, and the others, in particular, felt their hearts sink in an instant. Duanya's defeat meant their own lives were now in jeopardy. Yi Xiao didn't even glance at Duanya lying on the ground. Instead, his gaze fixed directly on June in the crowd. So it was you who swindled me out of 30 billion? You've got some nerve. Too bad my money isn't that easy to come by. You'll have to pay for it with your life. Today, you, Zhou Bingquan, Hua Fengchun, all of you are going to die. Zhou Bingquan and the others standing nearby were deathly pale, already plunged into despair. As for the Red River Company as security guards, they were trembling uncontrollably. Clearly, they were of no use. Stop looking around. No one can help you, kid. I gave you a chance to live earlier, but you didn't know how to cherish it. You must be regretting it now, but even if you got down on your knees and begged me, I wouldn't intercede on your behalf. Shui Xian'er's face was full of scorn. I'll admit you're quite capable, but you didn't know your place. You've cut off your only escape route. You've only got yourself to blame. Beside her, Shui Xian'er's subordinates all wore expressions of pity. That kid actually dared to say Boss Shui wasn't worthy just now. He really thought knowing how to gamble on Jade made him something special. Now that he has angered Boss Shui, she has completely given up on him. How pitiful. A person must know their place, otherwise, regret is useless. Exactly. If he'd been willing to beg Boss Shui earlier, the outcome would have been completely different. Zhou Bingquan sighed, Bossly, it's actually my fault that I dragged you into this. It's also because we were too greedy. Shui Xian'er looked at June with a mocking expression. Kid, weren't you being pretty cocky just now? Weren't you full of pride? Why aren't you saying anything now? If you'd stayed that cocky, I'd have respected you as a real man. But now that you've gone soft, you're truly a disgrace. What's the matter? Are you really regretting it? Too bad there's no such thing as a regret pill in this world. Yi Xiao, however, was clearly not as talkative as Shui Xian'er. He merely gave everyone a cold glance, then waved his hand. The gang members behind him all chambered their rounds, preparing to unleash a massacre. Just then, June suddenly laughed. You stupid bitch, you don't know shit. As soon as those words left his mouth, Shui Xian'er's expression turned grim. Even Yi Xiao looked momentarily stunned. But what June said next left everyone speechless. He pointed his finger right at Yi Xiao's nose and said, one-on-one. Chapter 40, 3, 2, 1. In an instant, the arena fell into complete silence. Everyone stared in astonishment at June, who had spoken up. To actually challenge Yi Xiao to a one-on-one fight, this was completely beyond anyone's expectations. But soon, the crowd began to shake their heads and sigh. How could June possibly defeat Yi Xiao? Rather than hoping June would win, it would be more likely for a bolt of lightning to suddenly strike from the sky and kill Yi Xiao. June, it's no use. Even Duanya couldn't withstand 3 moves from Yi Xiao. Going out there is just asking for humiliation. Zhou Bingquan said in a voice filled with despair. In his view, June was merely facing a life or death situation and, unwilling to die so easily, had stepped forward to challenge Yi Xiao.
He was simply trying to buy time, hoping for a glimmer of hope to appear. There was nothing inherently wrong with this approach, but June had forgotten one crucial detail. This was in Baianan, where Yi Xiao held absolute power and no one would ever come to their rescue. Therefore, June's actions wouldn't change a thing. Yi Xiao was like the Grim Reaper himself, he had already decided their fate. Guo Fengchun and the others standing nearby all shook their heads in unison. Faced with the mockery, contempt, and disdain from those around him, June remained utterly composed. He even turned back and smiled at Zhou Bingkuan. Mr. Zhou, trust me, spending $1 million to hire Duanya wasn't your wisest choice. Your wisest choice was bringing me here to Baianan. After saying this, he fixed his gaze on Yi Xiao and asked, do you dare? Guo Fengchun, standing nearby, couldn't bear to watch any longer. June, stop this futile struggle. Yi Xiao could kill you with a single finger. Shu Weixian's eyes, however, were filled with pity, as if she were watching an ant pathetically and laughably trying to wave its pincers just before being crushed underfoot. June, aren't you really regretting it now, rejecting the opportunity one offered you earlier? If you're willing to kneel and beg me now, and agree to be my servant from now on, I can still plead with Boss Yi to spare your life, Shu Weixian said. To be honest, a talent like June was nothing but a cash cow in her eyes. However, June completely ignored her. This made Shu Weixian so furious her teeth itched. Humph. That kid deserves to die. Many in Yi Xiao's camp immediately burst into laughter. Did I hear that right? This kid wants to go one-on-one with the boss? Does he know he is going to die, so he is just trying to put up a last-ditch struggle? He really is pitiful. A genius at Jadestone gambling, he should ve had a future of wealth and prestige, but who would ve thought he'd be killed before he even had a chance to enjoy it? It's his own fault for being so arrogant. Thinking he could even win the boss's money isn't that just asking for death? Boss Shui gave him another chance, and he actually turned it down. Does he think it's shameful to bow down to a woman? Even as he faces death, he is still clinging to that pathetic sense of pride. It's utterly ridiculous. At that moment, Duanya clutched his chest and staggered to his feet, a bitter smile on his face. June, accept your fate. Even I'm no match for Yi Xiao. How could you possibly stand a chance against him? Yi Xiao, however, merely looked impassively at June, who had stepped forward. In his eyes, June didn't look like a skilled fighter at all. His steps were unsteady, his posture slumped, and he lacked even a shred of the vitality and spirit a martial artist should possess. And such a person actually dared to challenge him to a one-on-one duel? He said coldly, "You're not worthy of fighting me." Facing Yi Xiao, the Jade King who ruled the borderlands, June was equally, if not more, eerily calm. He smiled faintly and said, "Whether I'm worthy or not, we'll find out once we fight. Don't think that just because you have a little strength, you can look down on the heroes of the world. Actually, in my eyes, you're not worthy of fighting me either, but you're the one who insisted on provoking me. So I hereby declare that Yi Xiao, the Jade King, is already a corpse." Hearing this, Yi Xiao couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. "Ah, you really do dare to say anything. Normally, I wouldn't bother with an ant like you, but since you put it that way, I'll grant you the honor of dying by my hand." "You stole my line again," June sighed. This Yi Xiao seemed to have lost touch with reality. Guo Fengchun whispered from the side, "It seems June has gone to great lengths to force Yi Xiao into a fight with him, but what is the point? Even if we stall for a little while, reinforcements won't arrive in time." Zhou Bingkuan agreed wholeheartedly. What a shame. If June's martial arts skills were even half as good as his jade mining skills, we wouldn't have to die. Yi Xiao, let us get this over with. Stop dithering, I've got a flight to catch. June was growing impatient. Since you're so set on fighting me, I'll give you a chance. I'll stand here without using both hands. If you can break through my defense, I'll spare your life. Yi Xiao said confidently. Upon hearing this, June looked surprised. Could there really be such a good deal? This guy is really showing off. It seems Yi Xiao doesn't take June seriously at all, he is clearly just trying to toy with him. Even without using both hands, Yi Xiao could probably defeat Duanya. For a fighter like June, landing 100 punches on him would be nothing more than a tickle.
Shu Xian'er said.
Meanwhile, Jun had already rolled up his sleeves and walked straight up to Yi Xiao. He said with a straight face, "I'll give you a chance to back out. Otherwise, once I make my move, you won't have a chance." Yi Xiao shook his head, "No need. As long as I'm standing here, you won't be able to break through my defense. You said it yourself." With that, Jun held up 3 fingers. "I'll count to 3, then I'll strike. Get ready. 3, 2, 1. Chapter 41, God of Wealth. Everyone in the hall held their breath. Although no one really believed Jun stood a chance, at that moment, their hearts still couldn't help but race. Jun was bound to be crippled by Yi Xiao next. After all, after toying with Jun, Yi Xiao would surely finish him off. Even a master of Duanya's caliber had been struck so hard he coughed up blood. Jun would likely have his life taken in a single move. That was what everyone was thinking at that moment. Some people couldn't even help but look away. Shu Xian'er, in particular, let out a sigh of regret. A genius of Jadestone gambling was about to be lost. In the center of the arena, as Jun curled his last finger and suddenly took a step forward, the internal energy within his body erupted instantly through his fist. Bow-legged stance. His right fist, carrying the force of wind and thunder, slammed toward Yi Xiao's chest. Between heaven and earth, the 9 provinces and 8 extremes. The collapsing fist. Swinging his shoulders to shatter the heavens, stomping his feet to shake the 9 provinces. The 8 extremes subdue the universe. Yi Xiao remained unconcerned as Jun lunged forward in his bow stance, but when Jun's right shoulder charged forward and his right fist slammed toward him like a fully drawn arrow, his expression changed. Even with his quick reflexes, he raised both arms to block the blow and protect his upper body. But when that peerlessly fierce force struck his body, this formidable warlord who had dominated the Baianan region was sent flying backward as if struck by a car. His body slammed violently to the ground more than 10 meters away, emitting a dull thud. Shu Xian'er, who had previously worn an amused expression, suddenly paled, her eyes flashing with disbelief. It wasn't just Shu Xian'er, all of Yi Xiao's subordinates including Duanya, Zhou Bingquan, and the others stared in wide-eyed astonishment. This was Yi Xiao, after all, the man who had carved out a formidable reputation in the Baianan region with nothing but his iron fists. Countless renowned martial artists had met their end at his hands, yet now he had been sent flying by a single punch. Jun wasn't just a jade carving master, he was also a martial arts master. This was utterly unexpected. At that moment, Yi Xiao's mind was reeling. Jun, whom he had completely underestimated, turned out to be a martial arts master at the very pinnacle of his craft. The power of that punch was the most ferocious he'd ever witnessed in his life. He'd been taken down today. The next moment, Yi Xiao scrambled to his feet without hesitation, intent on making a run for it. But Jun had already pounced on him like a cheetah. In that moment, Yi Xiao wouldn't dare go head-to-head with Jun. Yi Xiao pulled out a gun and fired at Jun, trying to slow him down. However, the bullets only struck an afterimage. By the time he realized what was happening, Jun had already appeared right in front of him. His fist came crashing down like a massive axe, striking Yi Xiao squarely on the forehead. Crack! A dull thud echoed. Yi Xiao's body was once again sent flying over 3 meters, crashing to the ground. Everyone who looked over felt a chill run down their spines. Yi Xiao's forehead had been shattered, blood streamed down his cheeks, and his eyes were wide open, refusing to close in death. Jun merely curled his lip in disdain. Such pathetic strength. It's over before I've even warmed up. Shaking his head, Jun swept his gaze over Yi Xiao's henchman and said, "Come at me all at once." To be honest, if even Yi Xiao was this weak, his henchman held absolutely no interest for Jun whatsoever. But having witnessed Jun's power, these men didn't dare make a move. In the next instant, they all tossed their guns onto the ground. As Yi Xiao's henchmen, they naturally knew their boss's capabilities. A martial artist like Yi Xiao could easily handle 20 or 30 armed men on his own, let alone Jun, who had killed Yi Xiao in just 2 moves. They had completely lost the will to resist. Zhou Bingquan and the others were still in a state of shock. Duanya, meanwhile, let out a wry smile, recalling how just a few minutes earlier, he had urged June not to put up futile resistance. It turned out that June was the true master. How ridiculous he had been. Wafengchun let out a long sigh of relief. His life was spared. The assistant, who had previously harbored some resentment toward June, was now completely dumbfounded. The only thought running through his mind was, June is too formidable. As for Blood Rose, Shuexian her legs were going weak, and a tremendous fear welled up inside her. If even Yi Xiao had been killed by June, how could she possibly stand a chance against him? Thinking back on all her previous taunts, she realized that if June wanted her dead, she wouldn't stand a single chance of survival. She wanted to slap herself. Why was her mouth so sharp? Besides, wouldn't it have been better to stay home and enjoy a cup of tea? Instead, she had to come here to watch the spectacle, and now she dragged herself into this mess too. The staff of Honghe Company all cheered. The joy of having narrowly escaped death filled their hearts. However, June remained calm inside. Killing Yi Xiao was no big deal. What was all the fuss about? To be honest, if Yi Xiao were locked up in the 4th dungeon, he wouldn't even qualify as a low-level minion. Mr. Li, I was wrong. When June turned his gaze toward Shuexian she almost dropped to her knees before him. She was truly terrified. Over the years, countless people had died at Shuexian's hands. She had always been the one controlling others' lives and deaths. But now that life and death were hanging over her own head, she finally realized just how terrifying it was. Seeing Shuexian's terrified expression, June suddenly smiled. Weren't you acting pretty tough just a moment ago, Boss Shuexian? Why are you backing down so easily now? You gave me 2 chances before, so I'll give you 1 chance too. I can let you off, but you'll have to pay a price. As he spoke, June's gaze swept over Shuexian's graceful figure. Shuexian's heart immediately sank. To be honest, rumors were circulating that she was having an affair with Yi Xiao, but in reality, their relationship was purely professional. She didn't even have a boyfriend. Was she really supposed to offer herself to June just to save her own life? Shuexian bit her red lips tightly, her eyes taking on a pitiful, helpless look. After hesitating for a long time, she gritted her teeth and said, "As long as you're willing to let me go, I'll do anything." Speaking those words drained almost all her strength. Is that so? June chuckled with a hint of amusement. Since you put it that way, Miss Shui, then cough up 100 million to buy your life. What? Shuexian's eyes widened suddenly, her face a mask of astonishment. Just 100 million? She blurted out. What? Do you think that's too little, Boss Shui? No. Shuexian felt the surprise come so suddenly that she couldn't quite process it. Don't worry, Boss Li. I'll have someone draw a check for 100 million right away. No need. I'm rushing to catch a flight right now. Just have someone deliver it to Villa number 9 in Shizi Domain, Chuzhou, when the time comes. Aren't you afraid I'll renege on the payment? Shuexian couldn't help but ask again. Would you dare? June replied with a half-smile. Shuexian's heart sank. That's right, would she dare? With someone like June, how could she possibly renege on the payment? Rest assured, Mr. Li, I'll definitely have someone deliver it. All right, Mr. Zhou, we should be on our way. June walked straight toward the car. Duanya was also helped into the car by attendants. The large tree blocking the road was moved aside by Yi Xiao's men, and the motorcade slowly drove away. At that moment, Xian'er stood where she was, still feeling as if she were in a dream. Yi Xiao was dead, and she had narrowly escaped death. But immediately afterward, her eyes lit up. With Yi Xiao's death, the Jadestone gambling business in Baianan was about to be reshuffled. When there is no tiger in the mountain, the monkey becomes king. With Yi Xiao gone, who could possibly rival her? She'd given June 100 million, yet she stood to earn tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions. This guy was a money tree. Chapter 42, Visitors from the Governor's Office. Inside a factory building in the Baianan region. The thieves who had previously stolen Lin Yuchio's belongings were all kneeling on the ground. Seated in a chair across from them was an imposing middle-aged man. He was none other than Lin Dafu, a notorious crime lord in the border region. Don't let his rather common-sounding name fool you. He commanded a formidable reputation throughout the Bayanan region. At that moment, Lin Dafu's expression was grim. The Bayanan region, situated on Longway's border, was rife with darkness and bloodshed. Lin Dafu had established a firm foothold here through ruthless tactics, but every year new factions rose to power, shaking the Lin family's position. In recent years, the family had gradually begun to decline. Coincidentally, the blood jade bead had recently surfaced. Lin Dafu had learned that Azura, an internationally renowned organization, placed great value on it. So, after going to great lengths to obtain the blood jade bead, he planned to present it to Azura in exchange for their support, hoping to resolve the Lin family's current predicament. In the battle to seize the blood jade bead, 2 of Lin Dafu's 4 golden warriors were killed. His other men also suffered heavy losses, but they managed to secure it in the end. Fearing further mishaps, he devised a plan to throw everyone off the trail. He had his daughter take the blood jade bead to Mount Chi to hand it over to the Azura members, but unexpectedly, it was stolen. Upon learning the news, Lin Dafu immediately mobilized all his resources to track down the thief who had stolen it on Mount Chi, and today he finally found him. However, these thieves claimed that the blood jade bead had been snatched away by a young man. After repeated beatings and threats, it was confirmed that the thieves were not lying. So now, the top priority was to find that young man. Yuchio, do you still remember what the young man who warned you that the item had been stolen looked like? Lin Dafu looked at his daughter, Lin Yuchio, standing beside him. At that moment, Lin Yuchio's face was filled with self-reproach. That blood jade bead was the key to whether the Lin family could continue its glory, and she had let it slip away. If only she had listened to that young man back then and not judged him based on her own biases, the blood jade bead would have been successfully handed over to the Azura organization by now, and the family's difficulties would have been resolved. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yuchio nodded. I can recall his general appearance, but judging by his demeanor, he seemed to be just visiting Bayanan. The problem is, if he isn't from Bayanan, finding him would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Well, Lin Dafu sighed. We'll just have to give it a try. Just then, one of his subordinates walked over and whispered a few words into Lin Dafu's ear. A look of surprise flashed across Lin Dafu's eyes. Yi Xiao was dead, and the Jadestone gambling market in Bayanan was up for redistribution. This might be an opportunity for the Lin family to gain a foothold in the Jadestone gambling industry. With Yi Xiao in charge before, the Lin family hadn't stood a chance. However, that blood rose was no easy opponent. By the way, are there any rumors about Yi Xiao? Lin Dafu asked. The subordinate replied, they say he was killed by people from Chuzhou, but the exact details aren't clear yet. Meanwhile, after Jun and his group had transported the stones to the airport and completed the shipping formalities, they boarded the flight back to Chuzhou. This trip to Bayanan had been a resounding success. Jun's prowess, in particular, further solidified Zhou Bingquan's resolve to befriend him. Even Duanya looked at Jun with a gaze filled with awe. On the plane, he couldn't help but ask, Mr. Li, that move you used to knock Yi Xiao out looked like Baji Quan. So, are you a successor of the Baji Quan style? Since ancient times, there has been the saying, in the arts of literature, Tai Chi brings peace to the world in the martial arts, Baji stabilizes the universe. Baji Quan is fierce and unyielding in incredibly formidable style. Jun, however, shook his head. I do know Baji Quan, but I don't specialize in it. There's a man named Nalan who taught me many different styles of boxing. Baji is just one of them. Having said that, Jun said no more. Those 3 years in prison, however, became a turning point in his life. What Nalan taught him went far beyond just a few martial arts styles. 3 hours later, the plane touched down. Zhou Bingquan had already arranged a team to transport the stones in advance, so Jun didn't have to worry about any of that. The group walked toward the airport exit. But just as they reached the entrance, a group of men in black blocked their path. You must be Jun, right? Jun was filled with confusion, but he nodded anyway and said, yes.
may I ask who you are? The leader of the men in black immediately showed June his badge. We're the Sky Patrol of the governor's office. We've been waiting for you at the airport for 2 days. You've finally shown up. What do you want with me? June asked, narrowing his eyes. These people clearly meant no good. Don't you know what you've done? Men, handcuff him. The leader of the men in black waved his hand, and a group of them immediately moved in to arrest June. June, however, remained calm and said, "Wait a moment. I need to make a few calls to notify my friends." June had recently offended quite a few people, and he feared someone had enlisted the governor's office's influence to come after him. The governor's office was the most powerful institution in Chu Prefecture. The entire region was subject to its commands. The Sky Patrol was a guard unit directly under the governor's office, much like the ancient Imperial Guard, and within Chu Prefecture, it held the authority to arrest, try, and even execute suspects without prior approval. Fine, go ahead. The man replied coldly, clearly unafraid that June might try any tricks. June pulled out his cell phone and first called Old Eagle. Old Eagle was the commander of the Eagle Guard. He had access to staggering amounts of influence, and he obeyed June's every command. The second call went to a man named Chen Hanting, the head of a financial conglomerate. He had been June's loyal lieutenant back in prison, and his influence in Longwa was formidable. The third call went to a major underworld figure named Pifu, nicknamed Sick Tiger, whose sphere of influence happened to extend to Chu Prefecture. All three calls were made to people closest to Chu Prefecture, but not a single one went to Liang Yon. In reality, Nalan's influence was certainly greater than any of these men's, but June wanted to handle these matters on his own. Just like a child who wants to prove to his parents that he can stand on his own 2 feet. This was a tiny, hidden thought deep within June's mind. After making the 3 calls, June held out his hands and let them cuff him. Jobinkuan couldn't help but look at the leader of the men in black and ask, "What exactly is going on?" The man in black smiled and said, "It's Boss Joe. We're simply following the governor's orders. We don't know the specific reasons either." With that, they immediately escorted June into a black minivan, left the airport, and headed toward the governor's mansion. Chapter 43, SSS-class Battle Dragon Order. Chen Hanting, head of a top-tier financial conglomerate. When he received June's call, he was in a tea house in the ancient town of Yunshan, 200 li from Chuzhou, discussing a 10 billion yuan business deal with Cui Yuanhao, the young master of the Cui family. At the entrance, several bodyguards dressed in. With that, Chen Hanting strode out the door. "What if I don't understand?" Cui Yuanhao suddenly asked loudly. "If you don't understand, then get the hell out of here. Say one more word, and I'll slap you across the face, believe it or not." Chen Hanting's expression suddenly turned ferocious. The teacup in Cui Yuanhao's hand clattered to the floor. In an instant, intimidated by Chen Hanting's aura, he didn't dare utter a single word. The secretary followed nervously behind Chen Hanting and began making arrangements over the phone. As they walked out of the tea house, the secretary couldn't help but ask, "Head of the family, everything has been arranged. But are you really going to go in person?" Chen Hanting looked up at the sky and let out a long sigh. "I've been waiting a long time for this call." His tone carried a hint of emotion and a touch of excitement. "Xinzhou, secret training base. This is where the Eagle Guard trains." The Eagle Guard brings together countless elite soldiers. It holds an exceptionally special status in the Central War Zone. Yin Jiqiang, nicknamed the Eagle, is the commander of the Eagle Guard. He has carried out many extremely dangerous missions, boasts a distinguished record of military achievements, and is considered a national asset. Had it not been for the incident involving the killing of prisoners of war, he would have been promoted to a 2-star general long ago. At that moment, inside the base, the soldiers were training, sweating profusely. The door to the command center suddenly swung open, and Eagle emerged with a stern expression. "The governor of Chuzhou is quite bold, daring to detain even my boss. He is practically defying the heavens." Eagle clapped his hands, and instantly everyone stopped training and assembled before him. Eagle looked at the more than 50 men standing before him. These were the brothers who had fought alongside him through thick and thin, the elite soldiers he had trained from scratch. He said, haven't you all been wanting to meet that peerless warrior I've been talking about? Well, right now I'm taking you to Chu Prefecture to meet him. What do you say? Yes. The crowd shouted in unison. Each of them was incredibly excited. Eagle waved his hand, immediately climbed into the SUV parked nearby, left the base, and headed straight for Chuzhou. Huihui Prefecture, Haotian Syndicate Headquarters, the boss's office. Pifu picked up the phone. He wore a white martial arts robe as a gentle breeze blew, his clothes fluttered gracefully, making him look like an ancient immortal. 100 meters behind him stood a row of burly men dressed in black, each as upright as a pine tree, standing perfectly straight. Ring ring. The phone suddenly rang. They arrived at a spacious courtyard, with fully armed Sky Patrol members standing guard all around. In the center of the courtyard stood a chair, occupied by a middle-aged man with graying hair. Dressed in a traditional Chinese robe and clutching a string of prayer beads, the man surveyed June with an impassive expression. So it was you who injured Zhang Biao, the infamous steward? The moment the man spoke, June immediately understood why he'd been captured. It turned out the Yin family had been pulling the strings behind the scenes. The Yin family was a long-established clan in the capital with immense influence. It was only natural that they could command the governor of Chu Prefecture to act on their behalf. Zhang Biao, relying on his position as the Yin family's steward, bullied me and struck me first. I merely fought back in self-defense. Your Excellency, please judge this matter fairly. June said. Yu Xiehua, the governor of Chu Prefecture, snorted lightly. The Yin family's steward was severely injured, and you even castrated Zhang Chao, the young master of the Zhang family, and you still dare to claim innocence? A violent criminal like you deserves the death penalty. Just then, a man in black walked in from outside. Governor Zhou Bingkuan, the president of the Chu Prefecture Chamber of Commerce, requests an audience. So they brought in reinforcements. Yu Xiehua let out a cold laugh. Let him in. It turned out that after June was taken away from the airport, Zhou Bingkuan hadn't even gone home. He had immediately come straight to the governor's mansion in pursuit. He still wielded some influence in Chu Prefecture and hoped to rescue June. When Zhou Bingkuan walked in, he saw the members of the Patrol Heaven Guard maintaining a tight security cordon around the room. Especially when he noticed the firearms they were holding, his heart skipped a beat. Rumor had it that the governor's mansion had an execution ground where the most vicious criminals were put to death on the spot. Could this be the place? Zhou Bingkuan strode forward. Your Excellency, Mr. Li is a friend of mine. I don't know what he did to get arrested. He injured Zhang Biao, the Yin family's steward, Yu Xiehua said. Zhou Bingkuan instantly understood what had happened, and his heart sank. If it were any other matter, it would be manageable, but having offended the Yin family of the capital, that would make things very difficult indeed. After a few seconds of silence, Zhou Bingkuan spoke up. Even if he did injure someone, the matter should be handled by the Six Gates. Surely the governor isn't planning to carry out vigilante justice? So what if we take the law into our own hands? Offending my Yin family is a crime punishable by death. At that moment, a young man in a Western-style suit stepped forward. He wore his hair slicked back, was dressed head to toe in designer labels, and wore an air of arrogance on his face, his eyes flashing with a cold glint. Young Masterin, why have you come out? Yu Xiehua, the governor of Chuzhou, couldn't help but ask upon seeing him. I came out to see who is so bold as to lay a hand on a member of the Yin family. They truly don't know the meaning of the word death. The moment the young man appeared, a chill suddenly ran down Zhou Bingkuan's spine, as if he were being stared at by a venomous snake. He had just experienced this feeling, the same sensation he felt when facing Yi Xiao in the southern borderlands. Zhou Bingkuan took a deep breath and asked, "Who might you be?" "And Donchi, of the Yin family in the capital." "So you're a direct descendant of the Yin family." Zhou Bingkuan thought to himself, this is bad. He hadn't expected a direct descendant of the Yin family to show up. And Donchi replied indifferently, "I'm merely running an errand for my cousin." "You're being far too modest." "The younger cousin of the Yin family patriarch, that's a major figure. I believe there must be a misunderstanding between June and the Yin family. Why don't we sit down and talk this through to clear things up?" Whatever compensation the family demands, I'll cover it on June's behalf. How does that sound? Zhou Bingkuan forced a smile.
And Dongqi, however, let out a series of cold laughs.
Mr. Zhou.
Beside him, Zhou Bingkuan was sweating profusely with anxiety. Thud, 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 the sound of helicopter rotors echoed from the sky. On the horizon, a formation of helicopters rapidly materialized, soaring into the sky above the estate.
Inside the estate, upon hearing the sound,
countless members of the Sky Patrol, including Dongqi, Yu Xiehua, and others, looked up in unison. As they watched the 6 civilian helicopters come into view, puzzled expressions spread across their faces.
These helicopters seemed to be heading straight for their estate. What is going on?
And Dongqi looked at Yu Xiehua, assuming he had arranged this. Yu Xiehua shook his head, his eyes also filled with confusion. The appearance of these helicopters was highly suspicious. As the helicopters continued to move, they eventually came to a halt above the courtyard.
The roar of the rotors grew louder and louder.
In that instant, even the Sky Patrol guards forgot about the execution and stood there, staring blankly at the helicopters. Since the distance wasn't too great, they could clearly see from afar that the cabin doors of the helicopters above had opened.
Boss, we've reached the airspace above the governor's mansion. Target locked. Awaiting your orders.
A slightly distorted voice came over the walkie-talkie.
Drop in immediately. Copy that. Copy that.
The doors of all 6 helicopters opened, and one after another, rope ladders were lowered from the helicopters. Then, one by one, agile figures clad in black swiftly climbed down the ladders. Their movements were professional and their speed was lightning fast.
They really are coming for us. And Dongqi exclaimed in shock.
Countless members of the Sky Patrol grew tense, all aiming their guns at the helicopters in the sky. But just as they raised their pistols, a red dot appeared between the eyebrows of Yu Xiehua, the governor of Chuzhou.
Don't make any sudden moves.
Yu Xiehua suddenly shouted, cold sweat already beading on his forehead.
That tiny red dot seemed like a death curse.
At that moment, the crew from the helicopter finally all disembarked.
After landing, they stood in 2 neat rows.
Meanwhile, the lead helicopter slowly descended.
The strong wind whipped up by the rotors stung everyone's cheeks.
The cabin door opened, and a middle-aged man stepped out. Behind him followed a female secretary in a uniform. The middle-aged man was dressed in designer clothes and wore a pair of custom-made pointed toe leather shoes. His eyes gave off a sinister, icy aura. Set against the backdrop of a group of burly men in suits and sunglasses, he exuded an imposing presence. The moment he appeared, an elderly man who had arrived with Anton Chi's party instantly paled and hurried forward to greet him. So it is the head of the Chen family who has graced us with his presence. The man had assumed this was some high-ranking figure invited by Dongqi. However, before he could even reach him, he was unceremoniously shoved aside by a bodyguard dressed in black.
The elderly man dared not show the slightest sign of displeasure, standing there trembling with fear.
For the man before him was Chen Hanting, the head of the Chen family, a man who could walk all over even the circles of Beijing's aristocratic families, where such clans were as numerous as clouds. Yu Xiehua, the governor-general of Chu Prefecture, recognized the man's identity.
Yet he wore an expression of utter bewilderment. Whether the Chen family wielded absolute power or acted with arrogance and tyranny, he had never had the slightest connection with them, so why had this man suddenly appeared?
Standing beside him, Dongqi was equally perplexed, unable to fathom what was going on. Just then, June, with a gun pointed at his head, casually twisted the handcuffs shackling his wrists into a heap of scrap metal and tossed them to the ground.
He looked at Chen Hanting, who had just appeared, and said, "Hey, Chen, if you'd been 10 minutes later, your boss would have had his head blown off."
And Dongqi and Yu Xiehua's faces paled simultaneously.
Could it be that Chen Hanting had actually come for June?
That's impossible. How could June possibly know the head of such a top-tier conglomerate? When they saw Chen Hanting walking straight toward June, their hearts sank to the bottom of their stomachs. At that moment, Chen Hanting glanced at the Sky Patrol guards standing nearby. When his eyes fell on the captain, who was still pointing his gun at June, he raised his hand and slapped him hard across the face.
Smack! The Sky Patrol captain was instantly stunned by the blow. Facing the fierce Chen Hanting, he stood frozen in place, not daring to move. Chen Hanting stepped in front of June, took a deep breath, and said respectfully, "Boss, Chen S here." Facing this top-tier financial tycoon, June merely nodded slightly. Then he patted Chen Hanting on the shoulder. "Not bad. You arrived just in time." Yu Xiehua and Ndongchi, speechless and at a loss, stared blankly at the scene unfolding before them. Referring to the head of the Chen family as Little Chen, the implications of that were truly staggering. Before Yu Xiehua and the others could recover from the shock of Chen Hanting's sudden appearance, several members of the Sky Patrol rushed over in a panic, shouting, "Your Excellency, a group outside claiming to be the Eagle Guard has forced their way in by car. We can't stop them." Yu Xiehua, Ndongchi, and the others looked in the direction of the commotion and saw several dark green SUVs barreling toward them at full speed. Only when they were nearly upon them did they slam on the brakes. The braking was so abrupt that black smoke billowed from the tires. The doors swung open, and a man with a hooked nose strode out, followed by a group of men exuding an intimidating aura who emerged from the other SUVs. Although they weren't wearing combat uniforms, their matching high-top leather boots, combined with their menacing aura, made Yu Xiehua's brow twitch. He shouted, "This is the governor's mansion of Chu Prefecture. Even the Eagle Guard cannot barge in here without permission. Leave immediately." The man with the hawk-like nose glared coldly at Yu Xiehua and said, "Governor, we're here today because you've taken action against members of our Central Domain War Division." Hearing this, Yu Xiehua's heart skipped a beat. A suspicion formed in his mind, and he asked in a deep voice, "Who?" "June, the chief instructor of the Eagle Soaring Guard in our Central Domain War Division. We've heard that you had him arrested without cause." June again. Who exactly was June to have drawn the attention of both the head of the Chen family and the Central Domain War Division at the same time? After all, these were two factions that had absolutely nothing in common. The head of the Chen family was one thing, but the Central Domain War Division that was one of Longwei's true top-tier forces. Over the years, there had been instances where the War Division had mobilized its forces to directly raise a governor's residence. Compared to the War Division, the forces of the governor's office are truly insignificant. At that moment, June furrowed his brow. "Eagle, who agreed to make you the chief instructor of the Eagle Guard?" Eagle shouted, "Even though the boss hasn't agreed yet, I know he'll agree sooner or later. Besides, the Grand Elder of the Central Region War Division said that if the boss gives his approval, he'll immediately pin 3 war stars on your shoulders." Hearing this, Yu Xiehua, who was already trembling with fear, felt his heart sink completely. Chapter 45, The Infamily is Doomed. At that moment, Ndongchi felt as if he had been plunged into an ice cellar. He knew that this time, he had truly hit a brick wall. Who could have imagined that this June would manage to stir up 2 major factions at the same time? Either of these factions alone was not one the infamily could afford to offend. "It's over." Rumble, rumble. Just then, a blood-curdling scream rang out. More than a dozen cars barreled in recklessly. "Damn it, they dare to arrest even my boss? What a bullshit governor's mansion. Today, I'm gonna cut off the governor's head and kick it around like a soccer ball." A wildly arrogant voice rang out, exuding an air of "I'm the king of the world" dominance. At the entrance, members of the patrol guards were being chased in all directions by the cars. The cars barreled forward. A tall, middle-aged man dressed like a nouveau riche, wearing a gold chain and a flashy shirt, strut in with an air of arrogance. Even his gait exuded an unbridled arrogance. When the man appeared, Ndongchi's expression turned grim. He recognized this man back in the capital. He nearly had his leg broken by him while chasing after a courtesan. In the end, the infamily had been forced to swallow their pride and even sent him personally to apologize. Pifu, a figure who struck fear into the hearts of many scions of prominent families, was the epitome of arrogance and tyranny, known as the sick tiger. Yu Xiehua's sense of foreboding, however, grew ever stronger. "It can't be." Just then, Pifu, who had been acting incredibly brazen moments ago, approached June and immediately reined in all his arrogance. Instead, he bowed his head respectfully and called out with a smirk, "Boss." "Just as I thought." Yu Xiehua let out a long sigh. He knew today was a lost cause. Any one of the three factions that had arrived today was more than he could afford to offend. And now all three had come all because of June, standing right before him. Jobinkuan, standing nearby, felt as if his brain was about to short-circuit. He knew June was the boss of the Junelin Syndicate, and he knew June possessed exceptional Jadestone gambling skills and formidable combat prowess. But he never imagined that June's background would be so terrifying. Eagle, Chen Hanting, and Pifu, all figures who had seemed untouchable to Jobinkuan, had all appeared today for June's sake. Moreover, their attitude toward June was more like that of subordinates. Yu Xiehua and Ndonchi, who had been so arrogant just moments ago, now saw their aura plummet to an all-time low. The situation in the room had undergone a dramatic reversal. June made a gesture. Ndonchi and the few members of the family he brought with him, including Yu Xiehua, were completely surrounded. June, what are you trying to do? Ndonchi, already somewhat dazed by the situation before him, couldn't help but shout the question. As a direct descendant of the family, he was accustomed to arrogance and couldn't immediately accept that someone he once considered a mere ant was suddenly about to step on his head. He was indeed afraid of Chen Hanting, afraid of Old Eagle, and even more afraid of Pifu, but these men all held positions of immense power. What right did this June have to look down on him with such an air of superiority? Of course, his inner voice told him that speaking out at this moment was extremely irrational. But in the heat of the moment, or perhaps because he hadn't yet adjusted to the shift in their respective statuses, the words slipped out before he could stop himself. Eagle, who regarded June as a god, could not tolerate anyone daring to show disrespect toward June. He clenched his fists, glaring at this direct descendant of the family, his expression instantly turning ferocious. But before he could strike, Ndonchi had already been kicked to the ground. Pifu, his face grim, rushed forward and unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks on Ndonchi. He beat him until his face was black and blue, then spat viciously in his face before finally stopping, cursing all the while. Yu Xiehua and the other members of the Sky Patrol standing nearby could only watch, their eyelids twitching wildly. After beating Ndonchi, Pifu still didn't seem satisfied. His eyes turned icy as he glared at Yu Xiehua. "Boss, did this damn governor show you disrespect too?" Hearing this, Yu Xiehua's heart leapt into his throat. Never mind. Why bother quarreling with a dead man? June smiled faintly. Yet this only made fear well up in Yu Xiehua's heart. A dead man? His body stiffened as he stared at June. At that moment, a tremendous chill enveloped his entire being. If anyone else had said something like that in front of him, he would have just scoffed. But given today's lineup, even if he were the governor of Chuzhou, he'd be as good as dead. Beside him, the cold muzzle of a gun was already pressed against Yu Xiehhua's forehead. It was Chen Hanting. With just a nod from June, Yu Xiehhua's head would explode like a crushed watermelon. Cold sweat trickled down Yu Xiehhua's forehead. Let us take out that family scum first. As for this governor, I'll have a nice little chat with him later. June said. Hearing this, Yu Xiehua finally collapsed with a thud onto the chair beside him, gasping for breath. He had come far too close to death just now. Ndonchi, who had been lying there pretending to be dead, jumped to his feet in fright upon hearing this. You can't kill me, he shouted. I'm a direct descendant of the family. If you kill me, you'll face the family's retaliation. As he spoke, he turned his gaze toward Chen Hanting. Head of the Chen family, although your Chen family is more powerful than my family, if the family takes revenge on you, the Chen family won't fare well either. And you, Old Eagle, so what if you're part of the Eagle Guard? If you kill me, won't your superiors discipline you? As for Pifu, the last time you hit me, the family held back. This time, do you think they'll tolerate it again? And Ndonchi shouted his threats. It was true that the family's influence might not match that of the Chen family, the Eagle Guard, or Pifu, any one of them, that is. But the family was, after all, no small clan. If they were to seek revenge at any cost, it would be a major headache. Just then, a car sped toward them. It burst through the gate and raced right up to them. The moment the car came to a stop, the door swung open, and Liang Yong strode out. June looked at Liang Yong with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He Hanti called Liang Yong. Liang Yong must have heard the news and rushed over on his own. The first thing Liang Yong said upon reaching June was, "Young master, the big boss has already ordered a crackdown on the Yin family. As of now, the Yin family in Beijing is finished." Finished? What does that mean? Everyone present looked stunned, completely baffled. The boss ordered a crackdown on the Yin family. Now, all of the Yin family's companies have gone bankrupt, and the crimes they committed have been exposed. The family head, and Dong Lai, has been arrested and imprisoned. From now on, there will be no more in Beijing. Liang Yong explained. And Dongqi's face froze, and he shouted, "That is utter nonsense. Who are you trying to scare? The Yin family has been in business in Beijing for 100 years. It can't just vanish overnight." I don't believe it. Chapter 46, The Terrifying Power of June. And Dongqi was losing control of his emotions. He screamed at the top of his lungs, "Impossible. I don't believe it. The Yin family absolutely cannot be gone. You're spouting nonsense. It's not true, it's definitely not true." Standing nearby, Zhou Bingquan and Yu Xiehua, even after witnessing the terrifying extent of June's influence, found it hard to believe. The Yin family, a distinguished clan for 100 years, wasn't something that could simply collapse so easily. June, however, paid no attention to Dongqi, who had now descended into madness, and instead turned his gaze toward Liang Yong. "Was it Naylan who did all this?" Liang Yong nodded. "Yes." As soon as the big boss learned that the young master had been wronged, he immediately ordered the Yin family to be wiped out. "Where is Naylan now?" June took a deep breath. Ever since his release from prison, the person he most wanted to see was Naylan. "I don't know," Liang Yong replied. "What about Naylan's phone number?" A fine sheen of sweat instantly broke out on Liang Yong's forehead. "You're not going to say you don't know again, are you?" June's voice suddenly turned stern. Liang Yong immediately lowered his head. "Never mind." June sighed. Knowing this must be Naylan's intention, Liang Yong would never dare to defy Naylan's will. Meanwhile, on the other end, Dongqi had already pulled out his cell phone and dialed a number in Beijing. It was the number of one of his brothers. "Xiao Lu, tell me, has something happened to the Yin family?" On the other end of the line, Xiao Lu sounded a bit groggy. "No, I just left the Yin residence half an hour ago." "Third brother, what is wrong with you? What could possibly happen to the Yin family?" Hearing this, Dongqi instantly let out a deep sigh of relief. He looked up at the crowd and burst out laughing. "Did you hear that? Did you hear that? The Yin family is fine. How could anything possibly be wrong with the Yin family?" June, however, looked at him with pity. Since Liang Yong had said so, it must be true. He sneered, "Why don't you have your buddy go back to the Yin family right now and check it out? That way, you can at least die with a clear conscience." "Humph. Stop trying to scare me, I'll go take a look." "Xiao Lu, hurry up, go back to the Yin family right now and check it out." With that, he hung up the phone. He dialed another number. "I'm going to call in Dong Lai, the head of the Yin family, right now." But the phone rang for a long time, and no one answered. At that moment, Dongqi's expression gradually darkened. He tried calling several other influential figures in the Yin family, but the result was the same. Just then, his phone rang. It was Xiao Lu calling. As soon as he answered, a voice choked with tears came through the line. "Third brother, it's over. The Yin family is finished. The head of the family has been arrested, and all of the Yin family's companies went bankrupt within half an hour. Third brother, what should we do? What should we do?" On the other end of the line, Xiao Lu had already broken down. As for Dongqi, his arms hung limply at his sides, and his eyes had become hollow and lifeless. The Yin family was truly finished, all because he sought revenge for one of the family's stewards, all because he relied on the Yin family's power and authority to travel to Chuzhou. Beside him, Yu Xiehhua's body trembled, and a look of disbelief flashed in his eyes. He looked at June, his throat involuntarily tightening. The Yin family was truly gone.
In less than half an hour, the forces behind June had shattered a prominent clan, sending it straight from heaven into the dust. Zhou Bingquan felt as if he were in a dream. This was simply too terrifying.
Governor Yu, I think it's time we had a chat,
June said to Yu Xiehua with a smile. This governor, who held absolute power in Suzhou, was now at June's mercy. His life or death hinged on a single thought of June's. But June had no intention of killing him. This man still had use. After all, he was nothing more than a lackey of the Yin family. And lackeys have never been known for their loyalty. They can be used to one's advantage. Yu Xiehua hurriedly nodded his head like a chick pecking at grain. Mr. Li, everything I've done was forced upon me by the Yin family.
Relying on their status as a distinguished clan, they've been committing all sorts of atrocities. They're truly despicable.
He wasn't stupid at all. He knew full well that at this point, he couldn't afford to have any further ties to the Yin family.
I believe you. June nodded slightly.
Meanwhile, the members of the Eagle Guard all looked at June with curiosity. They had finally met the peerless powerhouse their boss had spoken of. His background was indeed earth-shattering, and his influence seemed to reach the heavens, but to their slight disappointment, he didn't seem nearly as formidable in a fight as their boss had described. Chen Hanting's beautiful secretary was also quietly sizing up June with her lovely eyes. So this was the man the boss had abandoned a 10 billion yuan business to meet. He had delicate, refined features and was actually quite handsome. As for Pifu's three managers Long, Hu, and Bao, they all wore expressions of deep respect. No wonder the boss had said that handling this matter well would take their organization to the next level. June certainly had what it took.
The Yin family is finished. The Yin family is finished.
And Dongqi looked up, his eyes fixed on June with venomous hatred. It's you. You're the one who caused all this. One day, I'll tear you to pieces. June chuckled softly and shook his head.
That day will never come.
As he spoke, he gave Liang Yong a subtle nod. Liang Yong nodded back, drew the gun from his holster, and walked step by step toward Dongqi. Only then did Dongqi seem to calm down, a hint of terror creeping into his expression.
You, what are you doing? Bang! Liang Yong pulled the trigger without hesitation. The bullet instantly left a bloody hole between Dongqi's eyebrows.
Dongqi's body fell straight to the ground, blood flowing out as he drew his last breath.
Liang Yong put away the pistol with a blank expression and returned to June's side. Let us go. June took the lead and walked away.
Immediately, everyone followed close behind him. Yu Xiehua gave a nod to the Xuantian guard, signaling them to clean up the scene.
Then he jogged over to June's side.
Whatever instructions Mr. Li may have, I, Yu Xiehua, will go through fire and water without hesitation.
Governor, there is no need to speak that way.
I just hope you'll look out for me while I'm in Suzhou, June said.
Rest assured, Mr. Li. From now on, I'll follow your lead.
Also, Mr. Zhou is my friend. I heard there was some unpleasantness between him and you in the past. Yu Xiehua shook his head hurriedly. Those past disagreements with Chairman Zhou were trivial matters. I've never held them against him. Chairman Zhou is Mr. Li's friend, so from now on, he is my friend as well. Anyone who crosses Mr. Zhou is crossing me, Yu Xiehua.
Very well.
June was very satisfied with Yu Xiehua's demeanor. To have risen to the position of governor, he must naturally be quite sharp. Then I'll take my leave for now.
He left the governor's mansion. He arrived at a manor.
This was Pifu's property. Chen Hanting's men, the Eagle Guard, and Pifu and his entourage had all gathered here. June pulled out a pack of cigarettes and handed them out to those around him. Since there were so many people, one pack wasn't enough, so he opened another. Just as June put a cigarette in his mouth, Pifu, Old Eagle, and Chen Hanting, standing nearby, simultaneously pulled out their lighters to light his cigarette. When he saw the other two pull out their lighters as well, he felt a slight twinge of awkwardness. These were all habitual gestures they picked up in prison, a way to curry favor with June. To be honest, despite the fact that they now each commanded a group of fierce warriors and acted as if they were invincible. Back in the fourth dungeon, they had all been June's lackeys. Zhou Bingquan stood there in silence. The president of the Chuzhou Chamber of Commerce now seemed somewhat out of place.
After all, Suzhou was just too small a place. At that moment, June took the initiative to pull Zhou Bingkuan over and introduced him. This is Mr. Zhou Bingkuan, a friend of mine. Hearing June's introduction, Pifu immediately came over and slung his arm around Zhou Bingkuan's shoulder. Since you're the boss's friend, you're my friend too, Pifu. If you ever need anything, just let me know. Chen Hanting also pulled out a business card. Mr. Zhou, here is my phone number. I hope we can stay in touch. Zhou Bingkuan was a bit flattered. June, meanwhile, looked at the group standing behind him and clasped his fists, saying, "Thank you all very much for your help this time." Hearing June's words, the others spoke up one after another. It's the least we could do. Mr. Li, you're too kind. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out from within the Eagle Guard ranks. Mr. Li, our boss often says your martial arts are 100 times better than his, but I'm a bit skeptical. May I challenge you? These Eagle Guard members didn't care how much power or influence you had. Their curiosity about June stemmed from the fact that Old Eagle had spoken of him in such superlative terms. Now that they finally met him in person, how could they pass up this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Seeing someone speak up, the other Eagle Guard members grew increasingly excited. I want to challenge Boss Li, too. Let me go first. Don't cut in front of me. Chapter 47, Convinced. Since you all want to challenge me, come at me all at once. As soon as June finished speaking, the Eagle Guard members erupted into an uproar. Are you underestimating us, the Eagle Guard? Even though our boss speaks highly of you, every member of the Eagle Guard is a top-tier soldier. Exactly. Telling us to come at you all at once, not even our boss would dare say something like that. The Eagle Guard members spoke up one after another. Meanwhile, Eagle, the leader of the Eagle Guard, let out a sigh. His brothers had no idea just how terrifying the man they were facing really was. Let us take him one at a time. If we all go at him together, even the King of Heaven himself would be knocked down. At that moment, a burly man stepped forward and addressed June. Meanwhile, Chen Hanting's beautiful secretary couldn't help but ask, "Boss, Mr. Li's build is so different from the Eagle Guard's men. Can he really win?" Chen Hanting smiled faintly, dropped the if. He'll definitely win. Not just one, even a whole group from the Eagle Guard wouldn't stand a chance against him. Chen Hanting, of course, knew just how formidable June was. Forget the Eagle Guard, even if he added his own men and Pifu's people to the fray, they wouldn't stand a chance. The beautiful secretary standing beside him already had stars in her eyes. Is he really that strong? Behind them, Chen Hanting's subordinates were also filled with anticipation. This Mr. Li is pretty cocky, actually ordering the Eagle Guard to attack together. The manager of the Dragon Division exclaimed in surprise. They were the three top warriors under Pifu's command, each exceptionally skilled, but even they might not fare well against the elite soldiers of the Eagle Guard. He'd never dare to make such a bold claim to have the Eagle Guard attack all at once. Upon hearing this, Pifu merely curled his lip, too lazy to explain anything to these subordinates. Anyone who dared to underestimate June's men was a complete idiot. Back when he'd been hung from a tree and beaten for 3 days in prison, it still felt like a nightmare whenever he thought about it. Are you really going to take me on one by one? June stood with his hands in his pockets, staring at them. Of course. Mr. Li, I'm afraid you don't yet understand the combat prowess of the Eagle Guard, but after you're done fighting me, you'll know beating just one of us is already a stretch. By the way, my name is Iron Hammer. Mr. Li, I look forward to your guidance. When he heard the man introduce himself, June was momentarily taken aback. It reminded him of another name, Zhuge Gangdan. This Iron Hammer was right up there with Gangdan. Just as June was about to clasp his fists in a bow, Iron Hammer suddenly threw a punch, slamming it straight at June. The punch was fierce and brutal, leaving June absolutely no time to prepare. It was also incredibly fast as it flew through the air, his sleeve whipped against the air, creating a crackling sound. The attack came out of nowhere, completely disregarding the code of honor, and was so fast it was nearly impossible to defend against. Moreover, the force behind the punch was immense. If hit, June would likely be sent flying instantly. The members of the Eagle Guard were all trained by Old Eagle himself. Like their commander, they were cunning and fond of ambushes. These elite soldiers weren't traditional martial artists to begin with, they struck only to kill, paying no heed to any rules. Iron Hammer's reasoning was simple: since the boss had hyped June up to such legendary heights, June should be able to react even to a sneak attack. If June couldn't even block a single move from him, it would prove that the boss had exaggerated June's combat prowess. That punch was indeed formidable. He declasped his fists one moment and struck the next. Most people wouldn't see it coming and would inevitably panic. Unfortunately for him, he was facing June. Back in the fourth dungeon, Eagle had ambushed June hundreds of times without ever succeeding. Sometimes he'd suddenly attack June in the middle of the night while he was sleeping, but the outcome was almost always disastrous. Just as you'd expect from a soldier trained by Eagle, just as shameless. June shifted his body slightly to the side. It didn't look like a dramatic dodge, but by a hair's breadth, he evaded his opponent's punch. At the same time, he jolted his shoulder forward and unleashed a crushing fist at his opponent. The fist was silent as it approached, but as it neared his opponent's body, it suddenly erupted with explosive force. Compared to Yi Xiao, this iron hammer was still significantly weaker. Although he had tried his best to hold back, he was still sent flying by June's single punch. Tietue, whose punch had just missed, hadn't even had time to react when he felt a terrifying force explode against his lower abdomen. In the next instant, he was sent flying 8 meters away as if riding on a cloud. The entire arena fell into silence. Tietue clutched his lower abdomen and struggled to his feet after several attempts. Although June hadn't used his full strength, the force of that punch still sent a wave of pain rippling through his lower abdomen, nearly bringing tears to his eyes. Impressive. I'm convinced. Iron Hammer gave June a thumbs up. But he immediately added, still, our boss can do the same. I still don't believe you're 100 times stronger than him. Then let us all come at me together. June said calmly. Over on the other side, the rest of the Eagle Guard members perked up as well. They'd already witnessed June's ferocity, but could he really defeat the entire Eagle Guard single-handedly? After all, there were more than 50 Eagle Guard members here this time. Even Pifu, Shen Hanting, and the others looked on with curiosity. They wanted to see just how strong June had become. Then we won't hold back. The Eagle Guard members immediately rubbed their hands together in anticipation and closed in on him. Iron Hammer was one of the top-ranked warriors among the Eagle Guard's elite. The fact that June had sent him flying with a single punch meant that, individually, none of them stood a chance against June. Still, they couldn't let the Eagle Guard's prestige be tarnished. The next moment, as someone shouted, "Charge!" the members of the Eagle Soaring Guard surged toward June all at once. And unlike a chaotic street brawl, they were arranged in a specific formation that allowed nearly every one of them to maximize their combat effectiveness. June let out a cold laugh and raised his hand to deliver a 3-punch combo mid-air. Bang, bang, bang. The elite soldier at the very front was struck 3 times in quick succession in the chest. His body arched like a shrimp, and he flew backward like a fired cannonball, knocking over 5 or 6 of his comrades behind him. Instantly, many of them couldn't help but swallow hard. June was just too fierce. It was just like a blockbuster movie. No one had even seen how he struck before the opponent was sent flying. However, the members of the Eagle Soaring Guard were all elite soldiers. They weren't about to be intimidated so easily, and they charged at June with even greater recklessness. Boom! Just then, June's body turned into a blur as he plunged into the crowd. There was a dull thud as a charging Eagle Guard member was lifted into the air by June and then hurled away. At the same time, he pushed off the chest of another man to leap into the air, delivering a series of dazzling kicks that sent another 5 or 6 people flying. Everyone was stunned. Was this even human? It seemed that when he'd taken on Iron Hammer earlier, June hadn't even been using his full strength. Thud, 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 thud. The sound rang out in rapid succession. In the blink of an eye, the 50-plus men who had charged at him lay sprawled on the ground. In the end, June stood alone in the center of the arena, like a god of war. A member of the Eagle Guard, who had just crawled to his feet, saw June's gaze fixed on him and hurriedly waved his hands in panic. No more fighting. This caused June to lower his raised fist. The next moment, June turned his gaze toward the men Pifu had brought, as well as those brought by Chin Hanting. Do you want to give it a try, too? June had only just started warming up, he hadn't had his fill yet. Hearing this, everyone cringed. They could outnumber their opponents, but against June, no matter how many of them there were, it wouldn't make a difference. Chen Hanting's female secretary's sexy little mouth opened slightly. Today, she had finally witnessed what a true master was like. She always thought the bodyguards under her boss were already quite skilled, but compared to June, they were a world apart. The three generals Dragon, Tiger, and Leopard were utterly stunned. It was hard to imagine that such a terrifying person existed in the world. Eagle, meanwhile, looked at his henchmen as they groaned and grimaced their way back to their feet, a hint of schadenfreude crossing his face. You bunch of idiots, I told you all he was 100 times stronger than me, but you wouldn't believe me. Now you've gotten what's coming to you. After the Eagle Guard members got back on their feet, they all gave June a thumbs up. They were truly impressed. They were genuinely in awe. Chapter 48, Not Knowing a Good Thing When You See It. After Pifu and the others left, June had just returned to his villa in the Shizi domain when he received a call from his younger sister, Wei. Come over to our place. Wei's tone was stiff. She seemed to be in a bad mood. All right. June sighed, wondering what kind of trouble his idiotic little sister was stirring up this time. He had Liang Yong drive him to his aunt's house. At the same time, he considered that it was about time he bought a car of his own. But before buying a car, he'd have to get his driver's license first. When June arrived at his aunt's house, he sensed something was off the moment he walked in. His sister Wei and his uncle Bai Jingting both had grim expressions on their faces. Even his aunt Li Mangyun was frowning, looking as if she wanted to say something but held back. What was going on? June, did you hurt Chow? As soon as June walked in, Wei fired the question at him. Yeah. June didn't see any reason to deny it. Then Chow isn't a good person. Enough. Wei coldly cut June off. June, you've gone too far. Look what you've done to Chow, and now you're even slandering him. I never thought you were this kind of person. 3 years in prison didn't reform you. You really are a dog that can't give up its old habits. As Wei spoke, her eyes welled up with tears. She felt so wronged. It had been such a rare stroke of luck to find Chow, a rich second-generation heir who liked her, but June had ruined it every single time. And just an hour ago, she received word that Chow had been beaten so badly by June that he'd been hospitalized. On the phone, Chow had even defended June, saying June had just acted on impulse and asking her not to be too angry. Just listen to that. Chow is such a good guy, while June is nothing but a total jerk. Beside her, Bai Jingting was also feeling angry. June, what you did was absolutely outrageous. Hitting someone? Do you have any manners at all? No wonder you ended up in prison. If you ask me, a 3-year sentence is too lenient. You should be locked up for 10 or 8 years. Hearing this, June's face instantly darkened. For an elder to say something like that was nothing short of vicious. Bai Jingting, what did you say? June was getting angry too, addressing Bai Jingting by his first name. Seeing the aura June was radiating at that moment, Bai Jingting felt as if he'd been plunged into an ice cellar. He was so frightened that he actually took a step back. But he quickly flew into a rage. June, how dare you call me by my first name? Are you trying to rebel? June snorted coldly. Chow had ulterior motives toward my cousin. I dealt with him to protect her and for the good of your family, too. You're biting the hand that feeds you. You don't appreciate a good deed. You've blamed me time and time again for Chow's sake. If I hadn't stepped in, you and your daughter would be cowering in a corner, crying right now. Not only do you fail to thank me, but you keep falsely accusing me. If you weren't my elder, I wouldn't just call you by your first name. I'd slap you across the face to snap you out of it. Bai Jingting's face turned crimson with suppressed rage. The fury in his chest felt as if it were about to explode, and his hands trembled with anger. Bastard! You're nothing but a bastard. How dare you insult me?
Bai Jingting gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead.
June, you're out of line.
Wei shouted when she saw her father being berated.
Shut up. You're a total idiot too. Has been scheming to harm you, yet you treat him like a treasure. I've saved you time and time again, but you're ungrateful. How could I have such a stupid little sister as you? June, you're nothing but a mad dog.
Wei pointed outside and shouted, "Get out!
You bastard! Get out of the Bai household right now, you're not welcome here." Fine. Fine.
June was furious too, and said coldly, "I'll leave right now."
Do you think I care about being here? Once I'm gone, go find your brother Chow.
When he sells you out, don't come crying to me. With that, he turned and walked straight out the door.
June. At that moment, Li Mengyun panicked and rushed forward to pull June back.
But Bai Jingting grabbed her arm.
Stop. Don't bother with him. Why would you even care about a scumbag like that? But he's my nephew. Li Mengyun's eyes welled up with tears. Besides, June doesn't lie. That Chow is a piece of trash. Shut up. Bai Jingting roared.
All you know is how to spoil your nephew and take his side unconditionally. Did you hear what he just said? Someone who shows no respect for his elders is nothing but a good-for-nothing. Don't let him come to our house anymore, lest he steal things from us.
Wei, standing nearby, nodded and said, "Dad's right, Mom. You spoil June too much. Do you know what a beating he gave Chow? He almost ended up in the ICU.
Li Mengyun, however, shook off her husband's arm.
I don't care. June has lost both his parents, he is so pitiful.
He just spoke a bit harshly in the heat of the moment. That wasn't his true intention.
I'm going to go get him back. But the very next moment, Wei spread his arms and blocked the doorway. Mom, I won't let you go. Smack!
Li Mengyun reached out and slapped Wei across the face.
Get out of my way. Wei stared at Li Mengyun in stunned silence. Mom, you've never hit me in my entire life. Are you really hitting me for that bastard? With that, she covered her face and ran straight out into the hallway.
Li Mengyun froze in her tracks. She acted on impulse just now, but in that moment, she was filled with regret. Beside her, Bai Jingting, furious, plopped down onto a chair.
Go ahead and make a scene. Look what you've turned this family into. It's all June's fault.
If it weren't for June, none of this would have happened.
He's your beloved nephew. Go find your nephew, then. My daughter has run away. Do you want your daughter or your nephew?
Li Mengyun stood there in a daze, tears streaming down her face.
Why was her life so hard?
Just then, Wei, her eyes red, ran down the stairs. Seeing June walking toward the exit of the complex, she spat right at him.
Pa, you bastard. With that, she passed June and hailed a taxi outside.
At the same time, she dialed Chow's number.
Brother Chow, where are you? I'm coming to find you.
On the phone, Chow's tone was a bit impatient at first, but then suddenly softened. Okay, I'll send you an address.
Come over. Chapter 49, Beat him to death, it's on me. Walking out of his aunt's house, June was in a bad mood. Being misunderstood by his own family left a bitter taste in his mouth.
June walked aimlessly and, before he knew it, spotted a bar called Time. After a moment's thought, he walked right in. The soothing music and flickering lights inside the bar made June feel as if he'd instantly forgotten his troubles. He approached the bar and, looking at the wide variety of drinks on display, ordered something at random.
Give me a beer.
As he spoke, June let out a wry smile. Since his release from prison, very little in the world could shake June's composure, but Wei was the little sister who followed him around since childhood. They'd once been really close.
June, it's you?
Just then, a surprised voice rang out. He looked up to see a woman at the bar staring at him with beautiful eyes. It was Yuhan.
What are you doing here? June was taken aback as well.
He knew Yuhan's family ran a company while they weren't exactly wealthy. She certainly wouldn't have to work here as a bartender. A friend of mine owns this bar.
I'm just helping out since I have free time, Yuhan said. This drink is on me to thank you for your help that day at the Yunting Club. Thanks, then.
June didn't hesitate, picking up the glass and swirling it. He watched the bubbles swirl and sparkle under the lights, then tilted his head back and took a big gulp.
Yuhan looked at June curiously. She keenly sensed that he seemed a bit preoccupied. Moreover, under the flickering lights, June's face actually had a unique charm. Why haven't I ever noticed before how handsome he is? Yuhan thought to herself. Just then, Yuhan's expression suddenly turned uneasy.
She muttered, "Oh no, those guys are back.
What am I going to do now that my friend isn't here?"
It turned out to be a group of menacing, burly guys strutting in. Each of them was covered in tattoos and wore thick gold chains. The only thing missing was the words "I'm a thug" written on their faces.
Damn, today's been a blast. It's been ages since I've had this much fun beating someone up. Too bad that kid isn't here, it's a bit of a letdown.
A guy with a face full of rough features shouted. Even the music in the bar couldn't drown out his voice. That guy used to show off in front of me, thinking he was protected by Scarface. Now that he has left Scarface, he has nothing.
We'll go back tomorrow. I bet we'll run into him.
Right.
If we can't find him, we'll beat up his family.
I bet he won't keep hiding like a scared little turtle.
Broda burst out laughing.
The group made their way straight to the bar.
Yuhan instinctively asked, "What would you gentlemen like to order?"
As soon as Broda saw Yuhan, his eyes lit up.
Whoa, when did this bar get such a hot chick? Little lady, how about hanging out with me after your shift?
Yuhan couldn't help but frown, a hint of disgust flashing in her eyes. However, smelling the strong reek of alcohol on his breath, she knew it wasn't the right time to cross them. She had no choice but to force a smile and give a non-committal chuckle.
Brother De was about to sit down on a stool at the bar.
Seeing June sitting in the middle seat, he immediately snapped impatiently, "Kid, move over."
Yuhan immediately turned her gaze toward June.
Last time, June had stormed into the Yunting Club and taken Wei and her out of there. She knew June had some martial arts skills. If he could step in and teach these thugs a lesson, that would be perfect. But instead, June stood up from his stool, holding his glass, and walked over to sit in a corner. Brother De sneered with disdain. He relished this feeling the most, being domineering and unchallenged, with no one daring to cross him. Yuhan, however, couldn't help but feel disappointed he was such a wimp. June sipped the liquor in his glass. He hadn't missed the look of anticipation in Yuhan's eyes just now, but with so many scumbags in the world, he couldn't very well take on every single one he came across. Besides, these petty thugs weren't on his level.
Would you go out of your way to chase down and beat up a dog barking at you on the side of the road? Only if you had nothing better to do.
Just then, June heard his phone ring. He glanced at it and saw it was Yen calling.
Could it be something from the company?
As soon as he answered, Yen's voice came through.
"June, do you know where Bo is?"
He was at work, but suddenly he ran out, saying he was quitting.
"I've been calling him, but he's not picking up. I have no idea what's going on."
"Bo?
What's going on?"
June furrowed his brow as well.
Bo had only been at the Junlin Syndicate for a few days. Why would he suddenly walk out on the job?
"Don't worry about it. I'll look into it." After saying that, June prepared to call Bo. But before he could even dial the number, a figure with bloodshot eyes and a knife in hand appeared at the bar's entrance. It was Bo, of all people. At that moment, Bo's eyes blazed with fury as he glared intently at Dagu and his crew, roaring, "Fuck your mother. You dare come to my house and wreck the place? My dad is 60 years old, how could you bring yourselves to do this?" Bo's roar, combined with the knife in his hand, instantly drew gasps from the bar's patrons. Dagu and his crew heard the commotion as well. When they saw Bo, however, they showed not a trace of fear. Instead, they broke into savage grins. "Bo, you're here, kid. We were just worried we wouldn't find you. Back when you were with Scarface, you crossed me time and time again. Now that Scarface isn't there to back you up, I'm going to beat up your family.
How's that? And it's not just your family, I'm going to cripple you, too.
As he spoke, Brother De pulled a dagger straight out of his pocket. The few henchmen standing nearby each grabbed a liquor bottle, some picked up chairs and slowly began to close in on Bo. These guys were used to fighting all the time, so their coordination was flawless. Even though Bo had a knife in his hand, he was likely going to be at a disadvantage.
Wait a minute.
At that moment, June stepped forward.
Brother De frowned and cursed, "Who the hell do you think you are? Get the hell out of here."
Just a moment ago, June had obediently left with his glass after a single word. He certainly didn't take June seriously. However, June ignored him and instead turned his gaze toward Bo.
"Bo, is this the reason you're quitting the Junlin Syndicate?"
When Bo realized it was June, a look of panic flashed across his face. June genuinely wanted to help him, and he was deeply grateful to June. Leaving the Junlin Syndicate now felt like he was letting June down. But he said anyway, "June, I appreciate your good intentions, and I want to turn over a new leaf and live an honest life, but there are people who won't let me. That guy, Dagu, he stormed into my house, smashed everything up, and even beat up my father. If I keep working as a security guard, they'll only get more brazen.
I have no way back." "No,"
June said coldly, "of course you have a way back.
Once you join the Junlin Syndicate, you're one of my people.
If anyone bullies you, I, June, will be the first to stand up to them." As he spoke, June shot a cold glare at Brother De, whose face was etched with a menacing expression.
"You beat up my friend's father?" Brother De nodded dismissively. "Yeah, so what?"
His gang of henchmen standing nearby burst into laughter.
"Sounds like this kid wants to stand up for Bo. What a wimp.
He should take a good look at himself in the mirror.
I think he is clearly asking for it.
If he didn't know who Brother De is, he'd end up with a broken head. I'd snap a streetlight pole in half if I got really pissed."
"Damn it, stop messing with me."
Brother De cursed angrily, then pointed at June's face and said, "You little bastard, get on your knees, and I won't beat you to death today."
"Is that all it takes for me to kneel?" June suddenly burst out laughing.
"Yeah, otherwise I'll smash your head to pieces today."
Dagu couldn't help but feel smug. In the distance, Yuhan let out a sigh. Why is June such a wimp?
I thought he was stepping up to stand up for his friend, but it turns out he is just here to be humiliated.
Just then, June suddenly struck, landing a punch.
Dagu's body was sent flying, slamming into a nearby table and sending the liquor on it flying everywhere. As Dagu's henchmen nearby were about to attack, June had already charged over, knocking each one down with a single punch, quickly taking them all down. Then, dragging him like a dead pig, he hauled Dagu to Bo's feet and said, "Go ahead, cut him down.
I'll take the blame."
Dagu had been struggling to get back up, but upon hearing this, he was so terrified he nearly wet his pants.
"Wait a minute, you can't touch me." Dagu suddenly shouted, "I just joined the Hautian Syndicate. Hitting me means going against the Hautian Syndicate." Chapter 50, Leopard arrives.
The moment Dagu shouted the words Hautian Syndicate, even Bo, who had been seething with rage, snapped back to his senses in an instant.
The expressions of many people around them changed drastically.
"I never expected the guy to be from the Hautian Syndicate. The Hautian Syndicate is a major power spanning
Shu, Qing, and Yun provinces. This kid is done for now.
He beat up someone from the Hautian Syndicate. That's a huge deal.
I often travel to Qingzhou on business.
That's where the Hautian Syndicate is headquartered, and almost everyone there knows about them.
Above all, the Hautian Syndicate is ruthless. They absolutely won't tolerate anyone bullying their people.
A couple of years ago, when I was in the capital on business, I heard that a direct descendant of the Yin family had offended the boss of the Hautian Syndicate.
He ended up getting beaten to a pulp.
In the end, the Yin family not only didn't dare to go and demand justice, but actually took that direct descendant with them to the Hautian Syndicate boss to apologize.
Even the prominent families in Beijing don't dare cross the Hautian Syndicate. That shows just how terrifying they are.
Inside the bar, the crowd began to buzz with discussion. Originally, they'd been sympathizing with Brother Day, but now they all felt pity for June. They felt that June had really gotten himself into serious trouble this time.
The Hautian Syndicate was notorious for fiercely protecting its own.
Bo's face had already turned pale.
He knew all too well that the Hautian Syndicate was a colossus that controlled half the underworld.
June had actually been dragged into such a vortex because of him.
He hurriedly whispered to June, "June, you'd better leave. Don't get involved in this, I'll take full responsibility."
Upon hearing this, June smiled slightly. Bo hadn't let him down. It was rare for him to say something like that at a critical moment. Of course, he wasn't the least bit worried.
The Hautian Syndicate wasn't that Pifu's organization?
This was the perfect opportunity to teach Pifu's subordinates a lesson on his behalf. Bo had already sunk into despair. Meanwhile, Yuhan had initially found it satisfying to watch June beat up Daegu and the others. But when Daegu revealed he was a member of the Hautian Syndicate, Yuhan was so startled that he lost his grip on his cup, which fell to the ground.
"What's the matter, kid? Scared now? Too late. My Hautian Syndicate's leopard just happens to be in Shuzhou.
I'll call him right now and have him come over." As he spoke, Daegu reached for his cell phone. But June walked up with a cold smile and kicked him squarely in the lower abdomen.
"Leopard, my ass.
Even if you called Pifu himself, he wouldn't dare say a word." Struck by June's kick, Daegu immediately gasped in pain. Yet a sickening madness spread across his face.
"Hit me, go ahead.
The harder you hit me, the more miserable your death will be when Leopard gets here." As he spoke, he began dialing the number again, his hands trembling.
The onlookers around them all cast pitying glances his way.
In their eyes, June was finished.
He has messed with the Hautian Syndicate and hasn't he even tried to make amends yet, and now he actually dares to hit someone? How crazy is that? He's as good as dead this time. Haven't you heard? Leopard from the Hautian Syndicate is here.
The dragon, tiger, and leopard are Pifu's three greatest warriors, ruthless and merciless. He even said he wouldn't give Pifu a second thought if they showed up.
That's truly the audacity of the ignorant. Many people found June's behavior baffling.
But June simply pulled up a chair from nearby, sat down, and was actually waiting patiently for the other party to make the call.
Yuhan didn't even know what to say.
She had previously thought June was a bit of a coward, but it turned out he wasn't a coward at all. He was downright brazen.
"June, I've dragged you into this." Bo sighed. He suddenly understood June's actions. Run? What good would running do? June wasn't an ordinary person. Even if he ran, the company would still be there. You can run away, but you can't hide. "Hello, Leopard." Just then, the call went through. "Brother De whined, I got beaten up. I even mentioned the Hautian Syndicate, but they didn't care. You have to know that you personally approved my joining the Hautian Syndicate. I'm one of your men, after all. You got beaten up? How useless are you? You're really bringing shame to the Hautian Syndicate. Where are you? I'm coming over right now to check it out."
On the other end of the line, Leopard said with displeasure. If it weren't for Pifu's plan to expand the Hautian Syndicate's influence in Shuzhou, a loser like Brother De wouldn't have had a chance to join the Hautian Syndicate in the first place. As soon as the call ended, a look of joy spread across Brother De's face.
Brother Leopard was actually coming.
Even if he didn't step in to defend him personally, for the sake of the Hautian Syndicate's reputation, Brother Leopard would certainly not let this kid off the hook.
"Kid, just wait until Brother Leopard gets here, you're done for."
Brother Leopard has a truly brutal temper.
Brother De seemed rejuvenated, giving June a cold smile.
Bo felt all the strength drained from his body. The knife in his hand clattered to the ground with a clunk.
Things had now reached a point of no return. Who do you think Brother Leopard is?
He is one of Pifu's three top generals. June, you've really stirred up a hornet's nest this time. Yuhan let out a long sigh, filled with nothing but sympathy. Meanwhile, June lit a cigarette, crossed his legs, and acted as if nothing had happened. If anything,
after all this commotion, he actually felt much better. They waited for about 20 minutes. The sound of screeching brakes came from outside. A black SUV pulled up in front of the bar. Leopard, who had a leopard tattooed on his arm, walked in, flanked by a group of his henchmen. Brother De scurried over to greet him. Meanwhile, Johanna's heart was in her throat, worried for June. With a big shot like Leopard showing up, he might even kill June right on the spot. She really wanted to help June, but unfortunately, she didn't have the clout to do so. Leopard, you're finally here. Brother De approached with a sycophantic grin, only to be brusquely shoved aside by Leopard. Get lost. How did I end up with a useless piece of trash, like you? Leopard cursed loudly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Having a henchman he'd just taken under his wing get beaten up was indeed a bit of a blow to his pride. Chapter 51, Brother De gets beaten up. Leopard walked into the bar. He was dressed in a suit, his hair slicked back and gleaming, and his feet shod in custom-made Italian brown leather shoes. He looked every inch the big shot. The moment he appeared, the entire bar fell silent. Only the raucous music and flashing lights continued. A man's reputation is as powerful as a tree's shadow. As one of Pifu's 3 top lieutenants and the manager of the Leopard division, Leopard was a golden brand. A name alone was enough to intimidate many rival factions into submission. What exactly happened? After Leopard walked in, he placed his hands on his hips, and Brother De, who had just been pushed aside, came right back over. Leopard, here's the deal. I took care of a sworn enemy, but he wouldn't accept it, so he brought some guys to beat me up. The guy he brought was a real fighter. I couldn't beat him, so I brought up Leopard's name, but the other guy said he didn't even care if Pifu himself showed up. De embellished the story as he spoke. He didn't mention a single word about how he'd beaten up Bo's dad first. And that kid was way too cocky. When he found out I'd called Leopard, he sat there in his chair with a look of utter disdain, just waiting quietly. He clearly doesn't take Leopard seriously at all. Plus, he hit me really hard. Look at the state he has left me in. As he spoke, he pointed to the swollen part of his cheek. Since the lighting was dim and they were standing close together, Leopard, disgusted, slapped him across the face and shoved him aside. Get lost. Don't get so close to me, your breath stinks. Yes, it's my fault. De said, bowing and scraping. Seeing De spouting nonsense, Bo couldn't help but interject, Leopard, that's not how it happened. Ideal retired from the underworld and was working an honest job, but he showed up at my house and beat up my 60-year-old dad. That's why I couldn't stand it. I came here to get revenge. As for my friend hitting him, he was just standing up for me. It was a matter of loyalty. In the underworld, loyalty comes first. I've heard the Houtian Syndicate also places great importance on loyalty. Leopard, I'm sure you can understand, my friend. Upon hearing this, Leopard replied impatiently, we in the Houtian Syndicate do indeed value loyalty above all else, but that loyalty is for our own people. Anyone who hits one of my men, no matter the reason, will pay the price. No matter how wrong Brother De was, it's up to me to deal with him. It's not anyone else's place to take him down. Hearing this, Bo immediately fell silent, a look of despair flashing in his eyes. He knew it was useless to say anything more. It was clear that, regardless of the facts, the other party was determined to stand up for Brother De. Meanwhile, Brother De, standing nearby, couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. This Bo was truly stupid. Right or wrong, he was now a member of the Houtian Syndicate. Leopard, in order to uphold the Houtian Syndicate's dignity, naturally had to stand up for him. Otherwise, how could he command respect in the future, and how could others ever fear the Houtian Syndicate? In this world, people always side with their own, not with what's right. And yet you actually tried to reason with Leopard. The Houtian Syndicate has always been domineering. They can only punish their own people. No one else is allowed to interfere. That young man has gone silent. Is he sitting there playing ostrich? Looks like he is scared. Many people shook their heads in disbelief. They could already predict how things would unfold. Yuhan's heart sank. She pulled out her phone, hoping to use her connections to help June, but soon broke into a wry smile. The Hautian Syndicate's status was too high with her family's limited connections, she simply didn't have any clout. Just then, June slowly stood up from his chair, flicked his cigarette butt onto the floor, and stamped it out, then cast a calm glance at Leopard. Because the bar was dimly lit, Leopard couldn't make him out at first, but when a beam of white light happened to sweep across June's face. In that instant, Leopard couldn't help but swallow hard, his body stiffening slightly. "Hello, Manager Yun." June looked at Leopard with a half-smile. It had been less than 2 hours since he and Leopard had parted ways. He hadn't expected to run into him again so soon. Having just witnessed June's formidable power, Leopard now knew full well that he'd bitten off more than he could chew. He knew all too well just how terrifying June was. Moreover, when Pifu had brought Long, Hu, and Bao to Chuzhou this time, he specifically instructed them to handle the matter flawlessly. If they could please June, their influence might just rise to new heights. If the boss found out he provoked June, he'd likely be skinned alive. "Leopard, it's this kid, he's the one who beat me up like this. You've got to stand up for me. Better yet, kill him," Dagu said smugly. But before he could finish his sentence, smack! A vicious slap landed squarely on Dagu's face. The blow sent Dagu spinning in a full circle. The blow knocked one of Dagu's teeth out of his mouth, leaving him frozen in place, bewildered by what had just happened. The next moment, without a word of explanation, Leopard grabbed Dagu by the collar and landed several hard punches to his head. As he beat him, he shouted, "You bastard! How dare you bully people in my name? Have you forgotten how I taught you? I've already retired from the underworld, yet you still won't let it go. You even hit my old man. Are you even human? You thought you could bully people just because you're powerful? You thought you could ruin my reputation out there? Just wait till I beat you to a pulp." Beaten by Leopard, Dagu crouched to the ground, clutching his head, and begged for mercy. "Leopard, stop hitting me, stop hitting me. I was wrong, please spare me." The onlookers were all stunned. What was going on? This wasn't how the script was supposed to play out. Leopard kicked Brother De to the ground and didn't stop there. He grabbed a chair and smashed it viciously into him. It looked like he was trying to beat Brother De to death. Leopard knew full well that Dagu had offended June, and that June was surely seething with rage. If he didn't let June vent his anger, he'd be the one taking the beating next. Bo was already dumbfounded, staring at the scene in utter bewilderment. Behind the bar, Yuhan stood with her mouth agape in shock, her eyes filled with a dazed expression. She couldn't wrap her head around it. Could it be that the rumors weren't true, that the Hautian Syndicate was actually quite reasonable? Chapter 52, June's background. Brother De lay there clutching his head, too scared to move. Leopard cast a quick glance at June. Seeing the half-smile on June's face, he immediately realized that June's anger had likely subsided. Only then did he clap his hands and address the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, this Brother De has been bullying others and tarnishing the reputation of our Hautian Syndicate. He is no longer a member of our Hautian Syndicate. I deeply apologize for my poor judgment in choosing my associates." Hearing Leopard's words, everyone thought they must have misheard. Leopard, the manager of the Leopard division, legendarily ruthless and violent, turned out to be such a man of principle after all. After speaking, Leopard turned his gaze toward Bo. "Young man, the Hautian Syndicate will cover all of your father's medical expenses. I apologize to you." Bo found it all a bit surreal and hurriedly replied, "Thank you, Leopard." Only then did Leopard feign surprise as he recognized June. "Oh my, isn't this Bosley? I never expected to run into you here so soon after we parted ways." Saying this, he stepped forward with a warm smile and shook June's hand. He acted as if he were greeting his own father. June was utterly amazed by this sudden change in demeanor. In an instant, many people in the room looked on with surprise. So he actually knew June. No wonder June had been acting so brazenly. Meanwhile, Brother De, who had been crouching on the ground clutching his head, suddenly understood everything the moment he saw this scene. It turned out he'd bitten off more than he could chew. He'd provoked Leopard's friend. Bo, standing nearby, also stared at June in surprise.
He hadn't expected that June, fresh out of prison, not only owned a massive corporation worth hundreds of billions but was also acquainted with Leopard from the Hautian Syndicate.
Yuhan, for her part, was filled with curiosity.
She realized she couldn't quite figure June out anymore, but she also breathed a long sigh of relief.
Since June knew Leopard, today's incident would surely end without any real danger.
But before she even had 3 seconds to breathe easy, June's next move made everyone in the bar's eyes widen in shock.
He flat out shook off Leopard's hand and said coldly, "Do I even know you?" How dare he snub Leopard like that?
Everyone in the bar shuddered in fear, their eyes filled with shock.
This kid's getting a bit too cocky.
It was extremely rare for Leopard to actually hit one of his own men. But this guy was publicly humiliating Leopard right to his face. After all, people in the underworld value face above all else. Sometimes, they even risk their lives for the sake of saving face. Even those outside the underworld knew that publicly humiliating someone was a major taboo in that world. This kid must have some connections. He has lost touch with reality and gotten too big for his britches. Some people had already begun to silently mourn for June in their hearts. When Leopard turned on him later, it was bound to get bloody. Yuhan was so scared her hand trembled, and her mouth hung wide open. Even if you know Leopard, you shouldn't talk like that, it's just too disrespectful. She hurried out from behind the bar, slipped quietly up behind June, tugged at his sleeve, and whispered, "June, apologize to Leopard right away." Meanwhile, one of Leopard's henchmen standing behind him had already furrowed his brow, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. They were members of the Hautian Syndicate's Chuzhou branch. This time, after Pip left, he specifically instructed Leopard to stay behind and hold the fort in Chuzhou. For members of the Hautian Syndicate, who were used to acting arrogantly on a daily basis, there was no way they would allow anyone to speak to their boss like that. But just as the other man was about to make a move, Leopard burst out laughing. "Mr. Lee's criticism is spot on.
It's truly my fault for not keeping my men in line. It's only natural that you're angry, Mr. Lee."
"What?"
Hearing this, everyone's jaws dropped.
One by one, they stared wide-eyed, filled with disbelief. What had they just heard? After June had snubbed Leopard, Leopard didn't fly into a rage on the spot. Instead, he was deliberately trying to curry favor.
What was going on? What exactly was the relationship between June and Leopard? Yuhan was stunned as well. Wasn't June just a convict fresh out of prison?
Even if he had some fighting skills, he certainly didn't deserve to be treated this way by Leopard.
Surely he couldn't be Leopard's long-lost younger brother? Had some cheesy TV drama plot spilled over into real life?
June, however, merely looked at Leopard impassively. "I'll let you off this time. But if there's a next time, even Pifu pleading on your behalf won't help."
Pifu pleading for mercy? Is he that cocky?
Everyone in the bar was stunned by what they heard. Just then, the man behind Leopard finally lost his temper.
"Who do you think you are, daring to call our big boss by his first name?"
No sooner had the words left his mouth than Leopard slapped him across the face with the back of his hand.
Smack!
The man staggered backward, nearly falling to the ground.
"How dare you speak to Boss Lee like that? Boss Lee is a friend of our boss." Hearing Leopard's words, the man froze in place.
And in the bar, everyone suddenly realized the truth.
No wonder he actually knew Pifu.
"Mr. Lee, my subordinate was out of line.
Please don't be angry."
Leopard adopted the most humble tone possible. June wasn't the type to hold a grudge, so he just snorted and said, "As for this brother, I hope he receives the punishment he deserves." Leopard immediately ordered the men beside him, "Someone, take care of him."
His subordinates nodded and walked over, grabbing Daegu by the collar and dragging him away. "Mr. Lee, is there anything else you need?" "I'll handle it all. My friend's father was beaten.
Your company is responsible for his medical expenses, as well as the damage to his home."
"Don't worry about that, Boss Lee.
I'll make sure everything is taken care of."
Leopard patted his chest in assurance. "Good. That's all then. Just remember to keep your men in line from now on.
Your boss may be formidable, but the world is vast, and there are many he can't afford to cross.
Don't let success go to your heads. Yes, yes, yes. Leopard nodded his head like a chick pecking at grain.
June couldn't be bothered to waste any more words on him and waved his hand. Go back to work.
Sure thing. Hearing this, Leopard wiped the cold sweat from his brow and, feeling as if he'd been granted a pardon, led his men away.
It wasn't until they stepped out of the bar that he let out a relieved sigh, still shaken by the ordeal. One of his men beside him couldn't help but ask, "Manager, you're the boss's right-hand man.
Even if that guy knows the boss, wasn't he being a bit too cocky?"
Hearing his subordinate's words, Leopard let out a bitter laugh.
He's no ordinary friend. To be precise, even the boss is afraid of him. Although the boss isn't his subordinate, he is practically no different from one. What? Leopard's men's eyes were filled with disbelief.
At the same time, a cold sweat broke out on their backs.
That ordinary-looking young man actually had such a terrifying background.
Only now did they finally understand Leopard's actions.
This June is a true dragon.
A small place like Chu Prefecture simply can't contain him. Sooner or later, he'll soar to the heavens.
Chapter 53, June, it turns out I misunderstood you. Bo, can you go back to work now? After Leopard and the others left, June smiled at Bo. June, thank you. I'll definitely work hard. I'll quit again.
Take care of things at home first.
I'll come visit Uncle another day.
June patted Bo on the shoulder.
Bo nodded.
Worried about his father, he took his leave.
Once Bo had left, Yuhan couldn't help but step closer. June, why do they call you Mr. Lee? Probably because I look like a boss.
June replied offhandedly.
Yuhan immediately pouted.
That answer was way too dismissive.
Then how did you meet Pifu?
That was what she was really curious about.
To someone like her, Pifu was definitely a big shot, way out of her league. In prison. I see.
Upon hearing this, Yuhan felt a slight pang of disappointment. She thought June might have some secret, high-profile identity.
So he actually met Pifu in prison.
This was a bit of a letdown compared to what she imagined.
June, do you want to grab a bite to eat? Seeing June turn to leave, Yuhan finally couldn't help but speak up. To be honest, she was still very curious about June.
And regardless of whether June was actually impressive or not, having connections like Pifu made him someone worth getting to know.
I don't have time.
June flatly refused her.
Come on, June.
I still need to thank you for saving me last time. You've got to give me a chance to prove myself.
Yuhan grabbed June's arm and pleaded in a playful tone.
Just then, her phone suddenly rang. It was her aunt, Li Mengyun.
June, where are you right now?
Your sister's been kidnapped by Chow. That bastard, he is going to hurt your sister, and we can't track him down at all.
Don't you know Boss Joe?
He has got connections everywhere.
Could you ask him to send someone to track him down? Chow kidnapped Wei?
June's face froze in shock. He realized that Wei had run out of the residential complex earlier. She must have gone to find Chow. With 3 of his legs crippled by June and the infamily's downfall, Chow was likely to have developed a twisted mindset. That fool he warned her time and again that Chow had ulterior motives, yet she gone right into his clutches on her own. June hurried to reassure her, "Auntie, don't worry.
I'll call Boss Joe right now.
I'll definitely bring your little sister back to you safely." With that, he hung up and dialed Old Eagle's number.
Old Eagle, help me track a phone number. Yes, it's very urgent.
After hanging up, he felt much calmer and looked over at Yuhan.
Did you bring your car?
Yuhan had already caught the gist of the situation from the phone call and hurriedly nodded, pulling out her keys.
June took the keys and headed outside. But he noticed that Yuhan had actually followed him. Why are you following me? Wei and I are friends too. I want to do my part. Yuhan said. Fine. It didn't really matter to June whether Yuhan came along or not. After getting into Yuhan's Beetle, June drove straight out of the parking lot.
Just as he pulled onto the road, he received a call from Eagle. The location had already been sent to Jun's phone. Once Jun saw the location clearly, he slammed his foot on the gas pedal, and the car shot forward. Suddenly, Yuhan was pressed flat against the back seat, her hands clutching the armrests, her face pale with fear. She was a model student who usually didn't drive faster than 60 miles per hour. The speed was terrifying. But she quickly got used to it. Still, watching the stream of cars rushing by in the rearview mirror made her heart race.
Jun, do you usually drive this fast? Yuhan couldn't help but ask.
Jun shook his head. No, I don't have a driver's license.
I don't usually drive. What? Yuhan's face went pale.
Just then, the car took a sharp turn.
Whoosh! Yuhan's face slammed against the car window with a loud thud.
Before she could pull her face away from the glass, another right turn sent her careening toward Jun's seat. The entire ride was a nerve-wracking ordeal. After enduring a nightmare of a bumpy ride, the car screeched to a halt in front of a villa.
Stay in the car. Don't get out.
Jun ordered coldly, then got out and ran straight toward the villa.
Inside the villa at that moment,
Wei's hands were bound with duct tape, and her body was wrapped in layer upon layer of it, accentuating her delicate figure. But Chow, sitting across from her in a wheelchair, had nothing but venom in his eyes. Wei's face betrayed her fear as she said, "Brother Chow, it was that bastard Jun who hit you. It has nothing to do with me."
Why are you tying me up?
Hearing this, a hint of madness flashed in Chow's eyes. I won't let Jun off the hook either, but neither will I let you.
If it weren't for you, would I have ended up in such a miserable state?
As he spoke, Chow toyed with the gun in his hand, pointing it at Wei's head and making clicking sounds with his mouth. Every time he laughed, Wei's body trembled with fear.
Ha! Chow wore a sinister grin.
Wei, with a face as pretty as yours, do you think your head would explode like a watermelon if I pulled the trigger? Hearing this, Wei was so terrified she nearly wet her pants. Don't kill me, Brother Chow, I beg you.
Aren't you the one who likes me the most?
I'll be your girlfriend, I'll marry you, I'll do anything you want.
Put.
Chow spat contemptuously.
Wei, you slut who likes you anyway? I just wanted to have some fun with you, but you actually think you're a heartthrob. I have a fiancée.
She is a perfect match for my family.
Who do you think you are? If you want to marry into our family, you can keep dreaming.
Hearing this, even in the midst of her extreme fear, Wei's expression turned one of utter shock, as if she couldn't believe what she was hearing.
What did you say? You have a fiancé? You've been lying to me the whole time? That's right. Chow burst out laughing. You stupid woman.
My family is so rich, there are so many beautiful women lining up to be my girlfriend.
Why on earth would I ever set my sights on you? To me, you're nothing but a fling. It's all that Jun's fault.
If that bastard hadn't shown up, I would had you long ago.
Damn him.
That kid ruined me, and I won't let him off easy.
After I kill you, I'll kill him too. He ruined my of getting laid. That bastard Jun is too ruthless. All I wanted was to sleep with his sister. You were willing to sleep with me, what is it to him? That son of a bitch, I'm going to make sure he dies a horrible death.
Wei stood there frozen, tears streaming down her cheeks. So Jun was telling the truth after all.
And to think I used to believe I was irresistible. I even fantasized about marrying into a wealthy family.
I never imagined it would all be nothing but a joke. If only I'd listened to Jun and stayed far away from Chow, I wouldn't have ended up like this. As she watched the cold, black muzzle of the gun in Chow's hand slowly extend toward her, Wei's heart sank into utter despair.
I'd already secretly dialed the number a moment ago. Why hasn't anyone come to save me yet? Am I really going to die here today? Chapter 54, Such Family Ties. Bang! With a loud crash, the villa's security door was suddenly kicked open with brute force.
Wei, who had already given up all hope, looked up with her red, swollen eyes. At the doorway, she saw a figure that wasn't particularly tall.
Jun? It's him! A look of joy spread across Wei's face. Chow also spotted June. His expression shifted from panic to malice. Hey June, so it's you. Chow let out a sinister laugh, his gaze fixed on June like that of a hungry wolf. I was planning to kill Wei first and then find a way to finish you off, but I never expected you to come right to me. It's truly a stroke of luck. June, your day has finally come. Chow hated June with a deep, bone-chilling hatred. Originally, he wouldn't have dared to face June directly after all. He'd already witnessed June's prowess, but now it was different. He had a gun in his hand. In Chow's view, no matter how formidable one's martial arts might be, they couldn't stop a bullet. Chow aimed the gun at June. June, get down on your knees and beg me. Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I'll spare your life. One shot, and your head will blow right off. Chow was smug. He was about to get his revenge, and June had no chance of escaping death today. In the face of a bullet, all that talk about martial artists was just bullshit. Too bad. Even if you got down on your knees begging for mercy, I wouldn't spare you, June said, shaking his head with a look of pity. June, you still dare to be so arrogant at a time like this? You're really asking for it. Hearing this, a savage glint flashed in Chow's eyes, and his expression twisted into a ferocious grimace, like that of a rabid dog. The gun in his hand trembled as he aimed it at June and pulled the trigger. Die! I'm going to kill you! Chow roared. Bang! The gunshot rang out. Ah! Wei was already screaming in terror, tears streaming down her face. Ha, if your uncle were here, he definitely wouldn't let you shoot at me. June gave a dismissive smile, shifted his body, and vanished from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already right in front of Chow. Clunk! With a crisp sound, the pistol fell to the ground. At the same time, June snapped Chow's wrist, exposing the white bone. Ah! Chow's face contorted in pain, and cold sweat trickled down his cheeks. Standing nearby, Wei was filled with surprise and relief. June wasn't dead after all. Was she going to be saved? June walked over, tore the tape off Wei's body, and said, "You go ahead and leave first." Brother June, what are you going to do with him? Wei couldn't help but ask. Hand him over to the 6 gates. What else can I do? June shrugged. That's good. Wei let out a long sigh of relief. She'd really been afraid June would do something impulsive. I'll wait for you outside. Staying here made Wei feel unsafe, so she hurried out. After Wei left, June stared impassively at the suffering Chow, his eyes filled with coldness. I never would have thought that even in a wheelchair, you'd still be capable of harming others. I was planning to spare your life, but unfortunately, you're determined to bring about your own demise. So I'll just have to grant you your wish. Outside the villa, Wei had barely stepped out when she spotted Yuhan in the car. Yuhan opened the car door, stepped forward, and took Wei's hand, asking with concern, Wei, are you okay? That bastard didn't hurt you, did he? Wei shook her head, her eyes red. I'm fine. Thank goodness brother June arrived in time, otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to see you. As long as you're okay, that's all that matters. As long as you're okay. Yuhan repeated over and over. By the way, where's June? Why didn't he come out with you? Brother June said he'd wait for the 6 gates people. Before she could finish, a figure emerged from the villa. The 6 gates people will be here soon. That good for nothing Chow won't get away. Let us get out of here first. June said nonchalantly. Both girls' eyes lit up with joy. Wei thanked him sincerely. Just use your brain a little more from now on, June said exasperatedly. With that, he opened the door, slid into the passenger seat, and leaned out to shout, What are you waiting for? Drive! Oh! Yuhan sat down in the driver's seat and only then realized what was happening. Why do I have to drive? She asked. I don't have a license, I can't drive. June said matter-of-factly. You can't drive? You've got to be kidding me. You almost rubbed me against the windshield just now. Yuhan was extremely annoyed as she recalled the scene from earlier, but seeing that June had already closed her eyes,
she had no choice but to slam her foot down on the gas pedal. Despite her usually steady driving, the car shot forward and quickly disappeared down the road.
20 minutes later, the car pulled up in front of Lee Mengyun's apartment building.
Wei, let us get out of the car.
Don't pay any attention to this jerk, Yuhan said resentfully.
Ha?
Where's Wei?
The next moment, as she looked at the empty back seat, she was completely dumbfounded. It seemed Wei hadn't had time to get in the car before she'd driven off. Yuhan had no choice but to go back to pick up Wei, while June called Liang Yang
to handle the aftermath.
Upon entering the building, he first checked in with his aunt to let her know he was safe.
Not long after, Wei finally made it home.
June, thanks for everything today. Although Bai Jingting felt a bit embarrassed, he hesitated for a moment before stepping forward to speak to June. June smiled. Wei is my sister, it's only natural for me to help.
That Chow is such a scumbag. I was blinded by him back then.
From now on, whenever Wei looks for a boyfriend, I'll make sure to vet him thoroughly as her father.
June nodded.
That's right. The world out there is a dangerous place. Wei, being a young woman, could easily get taken advantage of. Just then, Wei, who had recovered, walked over. Brother June, you're really amazing. It was nothing special. It was all thanks to Boss Joe for giving me the location, otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to get there in time.
Wei was silent for a moment. Could we arrange to meet Mr. Joe sometime?
I'd like to treat him to a meal to thank him properly. While I'm at it, I'll ask if we can attend the elite gala in a few days. I've heard it's attended by Chuzhou's high society. If my dad could make a few connections there, he'd be set for life.
Plus, there'll be plenty of rich young men there. Maybe I'll even find love at the gala.
As she finished speaking, June was momentarily at a loss for words. But Bai Jingting, who understood the ways of the world better than his daughter, immediately said, June, we won't let you go through all this trouble for nothing.
We'll definitely make it worth your while.
June was speechless. Looking at his uncle and sister, whose eyes were brimming with eagerness, he couldn't help but sigh.
This kind of family bond was truly heartbreaking.
Since they wanted to attend the celebrity gala, he'd help them this once, but only this once. From now on, aside from showing respect to his aunt, he'd try to keep his interactions with this father-daughter duo to a minimum.
Chapter 55, The Plot.
June stayed at his aunt's house for a while before leaving.
Yuhan stayed behind to keep Wei company.
To be honest, June was genuinely a bit disappointed in his younger sister.
She was just as opportunistic as his uncle.
Shortly after leaving his aunt's house, June received a call from Zhou Bingkuan. He said the rough stone had already been transported back to his museum, and he was preparing to have workers cut it open to see exactly how much jade it contained. June naturally had no objections. He'd let Zhou Bingkuan do as he pleased. By the way, Mr. Zhou, I heard there's a gala for the elite coming up soon. I'd like to bring a few relatives to attend. Upon hearing this, Zhou Bingkuan burst out laughing. Actually, this gala is all about the jadeite. It's meant to bring together the elite of Chuzhou so we can sell the jadeite then. Zhou Bingkuan explained his plan.
That very evening, the jadeite rough was cut open.
Zhou Bingkuan called to say that the total yield was nearly 60 kilograms of imperial green jadeite worth 60 billion. According to the 30-70 split they agreed upon earlier, June would receive 18 billion. This meant June had effectively received a massive sum of 18 billion for nothing without spending a single penny. Zhou Bingkuan was even more delighted. He'd spent only 150 million, which had turned into 42 billion. Such a profit was something he'd never even dared to dream of before. At the same time, his admiration for June grew even deeper. 5 days later, June and his aunt's family arrived at the entrance of the Yunhai Grand Hotel, where the elite gala was being held. After presenting their invitations, they walked inside. Today, his uncle was dressed in a suit. Though he was getting on in years, he still had a certain dashing charm. Aunt Li Mengyun wore a strapless evening gown, while Wei, standing beside her, looked even more radiant and stunning. Regardless of Wei's character, she had certainly inherited her aunt's excellent genes and was exceptionally beautiful. Otherwise, Chow wouldn't have gone to such great lengths to win Wei over. The banquet hall was filled with prominent figures from Chuzhou's high society, men and women alike, all dressed to the nines and exuding extraordinary charm. June, however, didn't take the event seriously. He was dressed in casual clothes, which drew a lot of attention as soon as he walked in. At a gala packed with celebrities, showing up in casual attire was like a splash of green amidst a sea of flowers.
Bro, try not to walk with me later.
Otherwise, people will think you're my boyfriend, and many wealthy young men might decide not to get to know me.
After a moment's hesitation, Wei cautioned June.
June was at a loss for words. His little sister was completely fixated on breaking into high society. It seemed the incident with Chao Han-ti taught her a lesson yet.
Wei, June, you're here?
Just then, a voice filled with delight rang out.
Yuhan, wearing a long black dress, walked over with a radiant smile. Yuhan, what are you doing here? Wei said, somewhat surprised upon seeing Yuhan. Given Yuhan's family background, she clearly wasn't qualified to attend a banquet like this.
Last year, my dad took on some projects from Chairman Zhou. This time, one of Chairman Zhou's managers specifically gave my dad an invitation, so I'm attending the banquet as a family member.
Yuhan said excitedly.
Behind her, a tall, middle-aged man was talking with Bai Jingting. It was Yuhan's father, Zhu Yu. Because of Yuhan and Wei's relationship, their parents had also become quite close.
Dad, let me introduce you.
This is June, Wei's cousin.
He is incredibly skilled. Yuhan pulled her dad over.
Zhu Yu sized June up from head to toe, but his brow furrowed slightly.
You're attending a formal dinner like this and didn't even bother to change into something more formal? That's not right.
After saying that, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he strode forward.
President Wang, you're here.
As soon as a bald middle-aged man appeared up ahead, Zhu Yu rushed over to greet him.
This left Yuhan feeling a bit embarrassed.
June, don't take it personally, my dad didn't mean anything by it.
Yuhan explained immediately. It's fine. June smiled. He really didn't mind.
To June, the man was nothing more than a stranger.
Yuhan, you got here early. Have you spotted any handsome, wealthy second-generation rich kids yet?
Wei tugged at Yuhan's sleeve and asked in a low voice.
You know what? You're right, there really is one. Yuhan instantly perked up with excitement.
June shook his head, deeply convinced that his little sister was beyond hope.
He walked over to the restroom door and lit a cigarette on his own. For June, this kind of party held little appeal.
However, he was quite looking forward to the final segment, the jade auction. After all, a portion of the proceeds would end up in his own pocket. 60 billion was just a conservative estimate. Perhaps they could sell it for 10% more. After all, top-grade imperial green jade was a rare find. Meanwhile, Wei, dressed to the nines, quickly caught the attention of many men in the room. A man in a blue suit approached her, a glass of wine in hand.
Beautiful lady, might I have the pleasure of buying you a drink?
Seeing a man strike up a conversation with her, Wei's face lit up with a hint of delight. But the moment she got a clear look at his face, her expression turned cold. This man was none other than Zheng Yang, the rich second-generation heir whom June had beaten up 3 years ago for molesting Lu Qi. She never expected to run into him here. As he approached, a smirk played on his lips, and his hand reached directly for Wei's back. Just as Wei was about to dodge, she heard the click of high heels nearby. The moment she turned her head, a hard slap landed squarely on her face.
Smack!
You filthy slut, how dare you seduce my husband? The one who struck her was Lu Qi. Wei clutched her face, staring at the furious Lu Qi in the cold, mocking expression on her husband's face. She instantly realized this had clearly been a premeditated act.
Chapter 56, I've got my brother to back you up. Lu Qi's slap instantly drew the attention of everyone around them. Everyone watched the scene in stunned silence.
You shameless bitch, you actually seduced my husband.
I'll beat you to death.
As she spoke, Lu Qi raised her hand to strike Wei across the face again. Just then, Yuhan stepped in and grabbed her arm.
What are you doing? Don't you dare hurt my friend. Your friend?
Your friend is just a slut who seduces a married man.
Everyone, come take a look.
My husband and I came to this dinner party, and while I was away, this shameless woman threw herself at him and seduced my husband,"
Lucci accused loudly.
Instantly, the looks people cast at Wei were tinged with disgust.
"No matter where you are, seducing a married man is immoral. Lucci, you're talking nonsense."
Wei was so flustered she was on the verge of tears. "I didn't seduce her husband, it was her husband who came up to me first to strike up a conversation. Besides, they set this up on purpose to frame me."
"But at a time like this, who would listen to her defense?
This woman really has some nerve. She seduced someone else's husband, got caught red-handed, and now she is trying to wriggle out of it."
"Exactly.
Look at her all dolled up, she is clearly no good. Even the hostesses at the bar are more respectable than her.
She is desperate to break into high society.
So young and not doing anything decent. I hate people who destroy other people's families the most."
Lucci is the lobby manager at Qinghu Bank.
"She has helped me with my banking. She is a great girl.
How could she possibly frame her?
I think she is the one seducing that man's husband. Morals are going downhill these days. There are still such shameless women out there. She deserves to be beaten."
The people around them chattered away, offering their opinions.
Many were clients of Qinghu Bank who had dealt with Lucci before. Although Lucci wasn't exactly a saint, she was a master of disguise and had built up a decent reputation in the circle. On top of that, her husband, Zhang Yang, had business dealings with some of the people present, so naturally, no one was going to take the side of Wei, whom they never even met. What's more, most of the people there knew each other, yet none of them had ever met Wei. In that split second, an image took in everyone's minds, that of a materialistic woman who had gone to great lengths to get into the party just to mingle with the wealthy. This was especially true for some wealthy wives with their own husbands straying who hated women like this the most.
At that moment, they all took their frustration out on Wei.
Wei's eyes welled up with tears, but no matter how she tried to defend herself, no one would listen. Yuhan, standing nearby, tried to stand up for Wei but was berated and had people pointing fingers in her face.
Lucci wore a smug smile, as if her scheme had succeeded.
Jun's sister had actually shown up at a high society gala. There was no way she was going to let her have her way. Just then, Jun walked over. Once he understood the full story, he immediately shot Lucci a cold glare and said, "Apologize to Wei right now, or I'll make you pay." Upon seeing Jun, Lucci showed not the slightest hint of guilt. Instead, a glint of hatred flashed in her eyes.
"You want me to apologize to her? Is she even worthy of it? And who do you think you are, just a convict fresh out of prison daring to bark at me like that? A country bumpkin like you isn't even fit to attend a gala like this." Lucci glared at Jun with utter contempt.
Standing beside her, her husband, Zhang Yang, had an icy glint in his eyes. Years ago, Jun had stabbed him in the lower abdomen. Although that had sent Jun to prison, it had done nothing to ease the hatred in his heart.
So the two of them are in cahoots, huh?
Everyone else here is dressed to the nines for the banquet, but he is in casual clothes. He is clearly just
a hick from the lower classes.
Bringing his sister to a banquet like this, the motive is obvious.
No wonder she is trying to seduce someone else's husband. They're desperate to climb their way into high society.
What a bizarre pair of siblings. I've really seen it all now. Miss Lucci is the young mistress of the Zhang group. Why would she lower herself to falsely accuse her? I think this brother and sister are up to no good.
Ladies and gentlemen, just look at the clothes this kid is wearing. Does he look like the kind of person who'd attend a gala like this? I'd say he clearly snuck in. Lucci delivered another blow to Jun.
In fact, that is exactly what she was thinking. At a gala of this caliber, no one's net worth is less than 10 billion.
Jun, a former convict fresh out of prison, from a family of poor farmers for 3 generations, what right does he have to be here? Exactly.
At a gala of this caliber, dressed so shabbily, I'd say there's an 80% chance he snuck in. The security outside is way too lax.
Hurry up and call security to kick them out.
Just looking at this disgusting brother and sister makes me sick to my stomach.
A chorus of criticism erupted all around them.
Lu Qi, with her masterful acting skills, had won the crowd's support, making her grow even more smug.
Did you hear that? Get the hell out of here now.
Once security arrives, you're in for a world of trouble.
June watched it all unfold with indifference.
The woman standing before him was someone he had once loved deeply. He never imagined she could be so vicious. Thinking back, he realized just how foolish he had been. His gaze fixed on Lu Qi's heavily made-up face as he said, word by word, "That hideous face of yours is truly revolting. I didn't want to see you again after I got out of prison, but you insisted on coming after me.
If you're willing to come clean now and clear Wei's name, I can go easy on you.
Otherwise, once I unleash my wrath, it'll be too late for you to regret it."
Upon hearing this, Lu Qi couldn't help but laugh, retorting sarcastically, "What are you talking about? Are you kidding me? Making me regret it? Are you even worthy of that? You're just a hick. Don't you see where you are? How dare you threaten me? My husband is right here. Do you think he wouldn't have someone break your legs with just a word?
June, in my eyes, you're nothing but a clown, a second-rate clown who doesn't belong on the big stage." Lu Qi ranted furiously, her so agitated that her face began to contort slightly. "If I'm a clown, then you're a filthy cunt," June retorted with utter contempt.
"What did you say? You dare insult me?"
Lu Qi instantly reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She clenched her fists, desperate to tear June to pieces.
This guy actually dares to insult people? He is pretty brazen. It's been a long time since I've seen someone this brazen.
His sister seduced someone else's husband, yet he acts so self-righteous.
A hick like him really has no manners. I think he just needs a good lesson.
Give him a couple of slaps across the face, and he'll see the light."
June's words sparked a wave of indignation among the onlookers.
There were all sorts of sarcastic and scornful remarks. June, however, ignored the voices and turned to his sister, Wei, saying, "Go on, slap this woman across the face twice.
Don't be afraid, I've got your back." Chapter 57, Utter Audacity.
June's attitude was extremely confrontational, but Wei didn't dare go up and slap Lu Qi. Although Wei knew that her brother June was on good terms with Zhou Bingquan, the host of this banquet, it was nothing more than that.
Lu Qi's husband was the junior director of the Zhang Group, with connections reaching every corner of Chuzhou. Zhou Bingquan had invited their family to the dinner simply because he got along well with June.
If June caused a scene, it would reflect poorly on Zhou Bingquan.
He might even hold June responsible.
"Bro, I think we should just let it go." Wei hesitated for a moment and tugged at the hem of June's shirt. Just then, Lu Qi, standing nearby, wouldn't stand for it.
"Hit me? June, you're really something. I'm so scared."
"You'd better explain yourself clearly today, or I don't think you'll be able to walk out of this banquet hall so easily." As soon as Lu Qi finished speaking, the people nearby began to murmur.
"What kind of hick is this? How dare she be so arrogant, even threatening to hit Miss Lu?
She really doesn't know her place.
What's Miss Lu Qi's status?
She is the young mistress of the Zhang Group and works at Qinghu Bank. She knows countless influential figures. Forget about hitting Miss Lu Qi. Even if he so much as touches a single finger of hers, the consequences would be more than he could handle.
This is a dinner hosted by Chairman Zhou.
Daring to cause a disturbance here, he must not know the meaning of the word death. I hear the Zhang family has just established ties with the governor's office. If young Master Zhang were to mobilize the governor's office's influence, he'd be in for a world of trouble.
Everyone looked at June with scorn.
The way they looked at him was as if they were looking at a pathetic loser. Seeing that his sister didn't dare to strike, June glared coldly at Lu Qi. "Since my sister refuses to act, then slap yourself 10 times across the face. Let us call this matter settled, and I won't pursue your false accusations any further."
Lu Qi's eyes brimmed with scorn as she retorted, "June, must you have been kicked in the head by a donkey to say something like that? Telling me to slap myself 10 times? Who do you think you are? Let me ask you this, are you threatening me? What's the matter? Haven't 3 years in prison brought you to your senses yet?
Think carefully about the hardships you endured in prison before deciding what words to utter.
I'm giving you a chance now.
Get down on your knees and lick the soles of my shoes, and I'll let you go.
Otherwise, this isn't over today.
Hearing Lucia's threat, Wei couldn't help but feel afraid. He whispered, "Bro, let us just call it quits.
We're just ordinary folks, we can't take on big shots like them. Let us go. Can't we just skip this dinner party?"
June, however, shook his head and said, "That's out of the question. She hasn't paid the price yet, and besides, we're VIPs personally invited by Zhou Bingkuan himself.
If anyone's leaving, it'll be them." Ha ha. Hearing this, someone couldn't help but burst out laughing. Did I hear that right? He said he is a VIP invited by Chairman Zhou? I think he might have a misunderstanding of the term VIP. Maybe he is referring to a VIP dog?
If you ask me, he is not even qualified to be Chairman Zhou's dog.
Where did this hick come from? He must be delusional. Does Chairman Zhou even know who he is?
Ha ha ha, that's the funniest joke I've ever heard.
The guy is still living in his own fantasy world and hasn't woken up yet. Listening to someone like this is lowering my IQ. Hurry up and have security throw him out. Wei also wore a wry smile.
It was true that Zhou Binghui had invited them, but hadn't they had to beg Zhou Bingkuan for those spots? They were hardly VIPs. Lu Qi curled her lip in contempt.
Chairman Zhou invited you as a VIP? You really do like to flatter yourself.
When Chairman Zhou arrives, I'll be sure to ask him about this.
June's expression had already turned cold. Lu Qi, you're truly stubborn.
Since you refuse to slap yourself 10 times, I'll have to do it myself.
With that, June rolled up his sleeves. Seeing this, Lu Qi showed not the slightest fear and shouted, "What? You want to lay a hand on me? Don't you see where we are? Is this a place where a country bumpkin like you can run wild?"
At that moment, Zhang Yang, who had remained silent until then, stepped forward. He glared coldly at June and said, "June, you've got some nerve trying to commit an assault at Chairman Zhou's banquet. You clearly don't know the meaning of the word death. Chairman Zhou is a prominent figure in the Chuzhou business community, and he has just struck a partnership with the governor's office.
Disrupting his banquet is tantamount to offending the governor's office. That alone is enough to land you back in prison for another 3 years."
As soon as Zhang Yang finished speaking, many in the room nodded in agreement. Some women even covered their mouths and giggled softly, their eyes filled with pity. I never would have thought Chairman Zhou was about to strike a deal with the governor's office. This is truly earth-shattering news. The Zhang family truly lives up to its reputation as a family connected to the governor's office. They even know inside information like this.
That's right.
I've heard the Zhang family's project in Wanjiahe has received investment from the governor's office. With that connection alone, the Zhang family is bound to rise to great heights. That kid has crossed the Zhang family.
He is going to rot in prison now.
The crowd buzzed with speculation. June, I'm giving you one chance right now. Get down on your knees, lick the soles of my wife's shoes, kowtow 120 times, and shout 100 times that you're a dog.
If I'm in a good mood, I might just let the security guards beat you up instead of sending you to prison."
Zhang Yang took off his glasses, wiped them with a flannel cloth, put them back on, and wore a grim expression.
"Is that so? Is that the only way you'll let me off?"
June asked with a faint smile on his face.
The people around him couldn't help but laugh. Now he finally realizes how formidable the Zhang family is. Is he ready to back down?
What a complete disgrace.
Wei sighed. Wasn't he his brother June just asking for humiliation?
Earlier, when he told him to leave, he refused to listen.
The Zhang family has connections to the governor's office. How could anyone possibly provoke them?
Lu Qi, after all, you and my brother were so in love back then.
How can you bear to humiliate him like this?
For the sake of our past relationship, please let my brother off this once. Little did she know that Wei would have been better off not bringing this up. The moment she did, Lu Qi reacted as if her tail had been stepped on, roaring, "Shut up!
Who was ever close to your brother? A hick like him, does he even deserve it? Standing nearby, Zhang Yang's face darkened with anger as he snapped, June, didn't you hear what I said? Get down on your knees and kowtow, or I'll kill you. The events of the past weren't exactly something to be proud of, and Zhang Yang was very sensitive about anyone bringing them up. You talk too much. June took a step forward and then slapped him across the face. Smack! Zhang Yang was struck on the right side of his face and knocked flat on the ground. His top-of-the-line glasses, specially custom-made from abroad, were sent flying several meters away and shattered into pieces. The entire room fell deathly silent. No one had expected June to actually dare to strike out. It was nothing short of audacious. Chapter 58, The End. A country bumpkin who had somehow managed to sneak into the banquet actually dared to slap Zhang Yang, the young director of the Zhang Group. Everyone was stunned and shocked by June's slap. Wei turned pale with fear. His cousin was far too impulsive. He really caused a huge scandal this time. Oh my god, what did I just see? Oh, Zhang Yang has been slapped. Where did this country bumpkin get the nerve? He has really stirred up a huge scandal. Striking the Zhang family's young master at Chairman Zhou's banquet is tantamount to offending both Chairman Zhou and the governor's office at the same time. The Zhang family's young master being struck is an utter disgrace. How could the Zhang family let this slide? This kid is in deep trouble. Many people now looked at June with a touch of pity. Not to mention the Zhang family, no matter how small, would tolerate something like this. June, some country bumpkin who somehow snuck into the banquet, dared to run amok at the event. It was nothing short of a catastrophic blunder. Lucci snapped out of it and rushed over to help Zhang Yang to his feet, then shouted at June, June, you dare hit my husband? You're as good as dead. The Zhang family's influence is beyond your wildest imagination. I'm going to send you to prison. You'll rot there for the rest of your life. And your sister? I won't let her off easy either. She'll go to prison with you too. The Zhang family has that kind of influence. At that moment, Zhang Yang also crawled to his feet, clutching his face. June's slap had been brutal enough to knock out 2 of his molars. Now, looking utterly disheveled, Zhang Yang glared viciously at June. June, you're finished. I'll make sure you die a miserable death. Hearing this, June let out a contemptuous, cold laugh. 3 years ago, he'd been thrown into prison completely defenseless. That sense of helplessness and despair would never happen again. What's going on? Who dares to cause a disturbance at the elite gala? Just then, a middle-aged man in a uniform walked over. He was holding a walkie-talkie and looked stern. Manager Wan is here. Manager Wan is Chairman Zhou's right-hand man. He is in full charge of organizing this dinner. This has turned into a major scandal. Manager Wan is notorious for being ruthless and merciless. When I came in earlier, I saw Zhang Yang and Manager Wan chatting cordially. They must be on good terms, so Manager Wan will surely side with Zhang Yang. That kid has really hit a brick wall this time. If he'd just bowed his head and admitted his mistake earlier, he'd have gotten off with a beating at most, but now it's not that simple. You're absolutely right. Some people just won't learn their lesson until it's too late. Now he won't even have time to cry. As the chairman of the Chuzhou Chamber of Commerce, Zhou Bingquan held a pivotal position in the business world. As for his subordinate, Wan Rong, though he was merely a lowly manager, the title was little more than a formality. Everyone knew that because Wan Rong had once served as Zhou Bingquan's driver, he was Zhou Bingquan's true confidant. Moreover, Wan Rong was a ruthless man in every sense of the word. Many stories about his exploits still circulated in Chuzhou business circles. Bro, what are we going to do? We're stuck now. Wei's voice was on the verge of tears. She was truly terrified. Yuhan, what are you doing standing here? What does this have to do with you? At that moment, Zhu Yu, who had heard the commotion, rushed over and hurriedly pulled his daughter away, afraid she might get dragged into this. Although Yuhan hesitated, she didn't dare defy her father. She could only look at her best friend Wei with a pang of sympathy. Barring any unexpected turn of events, Wei and June were both finished today. Manager Wan, this man snuck into Chairman Zhou's banquet and even assaulted someone. I hope you'll stand up for me.
Zheng Yang said in a menacing tone. Upon hearing this, Manager Wan's expression turned cold.
He nodded and said, "Rest assured, young Master Zhang. This is Chairman Zhou's banquet. How could I possibly allow anyone to disrupt it? Besides, we hit it off immediately when we met. I will certainly help you settle this score." With that, Manager Wan turned directly to June and ordered the security guards who had just arrived, "Arrest him." In an instant, a group of security guards rushed forward, ready to subdue June. "Wait a minute."
June suddenly spoke up, glaring coldly at Manager Wan.
"I'm a VIP invited by your boss, Mr. Zhou. Do you dare lay a hand on me?"
Seeing June take such a firm stance at that moment, some of the onlookers began to waver in their certainty.
Could this kid really be Zhou Bingquan's guest? How else would he dare act so cocky toward Manager Wan?
Yeah, most people would back down by now. After all, Manager Wan represents Chairman Zhou.
Hearing this, Manager Wan couldn't help but laugh. "Kid, you still dare to pull that line at a time like this? Chairman Zhou put me in charge of this VIP gala.
I personally arranged for my staff to deliver every single invitation to the attendees' doorsteps. But as far as I recall, there is no one by your name on the list." Hearing this, the onlookers began to shake their heads.
So that's how it is this kid really snuck in.
Manager Wan is in charge of the entire event, and he didn't even know this guy was here. No wonder he showed up in ordinary casual clothes. For a broke-ass like him, this must be his best outfit.
A guy who snuck in, and he still dares to act so cocky? I've really seen it all today.
Still being so defiant at a time like this, it's only because Manager Wan knows the inside story.
If it were anyone else, they might actually been fooled by him. Kid, what else do you have to say? Manager Wan glared at June.
Of course my invitation wasn't delivered by someone you sent. Chairman Zhou handed it to me personally.
June replied calmly. Some people couldn't help but burst out laughing.
A few women, laughing so hard, hurriedly covered their chests to avoid exposing themselves.
Upon hearing this, Manager Wan was so enraged he burst out laughing. Kid, you really do talk big without a second thought. My boss is the chairman of the Chuzhou Chamber of Commerce. How many people in all of Chuzhou are worthy of having him personally deliver an invitation? And as far as I know, my boss did personally deliver one invitation for this banquet to Mr. Yu Xiehua, the governor of Chuzhou. You're not going to tell me you're Yu Xiehua, are you? Ha 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 ha.
At this, the crowd around them burst into laughter.
In everyone's eyes, June was nothing but a joke.
Lucci felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction at that moment. This time, June was as good as dead.
Chapter 59, Secretary Liu arrives. What on earth is going on? A panicked voice rang out.
Bai Jingting and his wife, Li Mengyun, pushed through the crowd and ran over. When they saw their daughter and nephew standing in the center of the crowd, their faces betrayed a look of alarm. Just moments ago, they had run into an acquaintance and chatted for a while in the hallway. They never expected that the moment they walked in, they'd find a crowd gathered together. They thought they vaguely recognized their nephew and daughter in the crowd, but assumed they must have been mistaken, only to discover it was true.
Wei and June offended someone from the Zhang family, and June even hit Zheng Yang. Yuhan whispered.
Hearing this, Bai Jingting and his wife felt their heads spin. They nearly collapsed to the ground.
He hit someone from the Zhang family? This is unthinkable. What on earth happened?
Li Mengyun hurriedly grabbed her daughter's hand, on the verge of bursting into tears. That woman teamed up with Zheng Yang to frame me. She even falsely accused me of seducing her husband. June couldn't stand by and watch, so he hit her husband.
Wei recounted the entire sequence of events. Li Mengyun was furious.
Bai Jingting, however, felt as if he'd been struck by lightning. His wife might not know, but he was well aware of the Zheng family's influence.
It's over. This time, it's really over.
Bai Jingting muttered to himself. I didn't expect them to come as a group.
It seems my security measures were indeed inadequate. I let people like this slip through.
Manager Wan said coldly.
Aren't you going to verify this? What if I really am your boss's VIP? June said.
Manager 1 shook his head dismissively. I know all my boss's friends, the rest no one by your name.
Stop deluding yourself. Now, just surrender quietly and await your punishment. Don't try to resist, or your fate will be grim. June couldn't help but laugh. Your boss must be blind to have a subordinate like you. Looks like I'll just have to give your boss a call. With that, June pulled out his cell phone. June, stop putting on an act. Lucci said loudly.
Manager 1, he is just an ex-con who is fresh out of prison. There is no way he knows Chairman Joe, he is just trying to buy time.
An ex-con? Manager 1 nodded immediately upon hearing this. The odds of an ex-con knowing his boss were practically zero.
In other words, if he had the connections to know his boss, he wouldn't have ended up in prison in the first place. Immediately, Manager 1 ordered impatiently, security, take them down. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of security guards immediately closed in on June. Lee Mengyun panicked and hurriedly reached out, shielding June in way as if protecting her own child. Just like when June was a child, whenever something happened, her aunt would always stand up for her. But Lee Mengyun had forgotten that June was no longer a child, and that she wasn't facing the unreasonable shrews from their old village anymore. No sooner had she stepped forward than a security guard shoved her to the ground. The next moment, after knocking Lee Mengyun down, the guard wasn't done yet. He raised his foot and actually aimed a kick at her. But before the kick could land, there was a loud thud, and the guard was sent flying. June rushed over to help his aunt to her feet, his gaze icy as he fixed it on the rest of the crowd.
You're really asking for it.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than he struck without mercy, sending one security guard flying sideways with a single punch, followed by a rapid-fire barrage of punches. Thud, thud, thud. June knocked them all to the ground, and they let out cries of pain. Manager 1 couldn't help but narrow his eyes at that moment. June's strikes were so fast that by the time he even registered what was happening, his men were already sprawled on the floor. I didn't expect a country bumpkin like you to have any fighting skills. No wonder you dared to come and disrupt the banquet. Manager 1 let out a cold laugh and clenched his fist. I haven't had to get my hands dirty in a long time since becoming manager. Looks like today I'll have to step in personally. Manager 1 used to be Zhou Bingquan's driver not only because he was competent, but also because of his martial arts prowess, which allowed him to double as Zhou Bingquan's bodyguard. That was the source of his ruthlessness. Everyone who had ever crossed Zhou Bingquan had been dealt with in the most brutal fashion. Manager 1 is about to make his move. That kid's got some decent skills. I just wonder how many of Manager 1's moves he can block. Rumor has it that before joining Boss Zhou, Manager 1 used to make a living fighting in underground brawls in the southern borderlands. He is incredibly tough in a fight. Amid the crowd's murmurs, Manager 1, a savage grin on his face, advanced step by step toward June. Kid, you've got some moves, but it's a shame you decided to start something on my turf. As soon as the words left his mouth, his foot shot out like a venomous snake, slashing toward June's face. The speed was blinding like a bolt of lightning, and most people wouldn't stand a chance of dodging it. But he was up against June. The moment his foot neared June's body, June sidestepped effortlessly, dodging the blow. Then, from the bottom up, he delivered an uppercut that slammed into Manager 1's chin. Crack! Manager 1 was sent flying, crashing into the table behind him. The crowd quickly scattered, and a wave of gasps rippled through the room. June walked step by step toward the fallen Manager 1, who showed no panic in his eyes, only venomous hatred. You bastard, you dare hit me? You're as good as dead. However, June wasn't about to waste words on him. He casually grabbed a dinner knife from a nearby table and flung it without mercy. Whoosh! The knife cut through the air with a whistling sound and instantly sank into Manager 1's knee. Ah! Manager 1 let out a piercing scream. Many people around them stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Even now, it felt like a dream to them. They couldn't believe this country bumpkin would dare treat Manager 1 with such cruelty. June, you're as good as dead. Not even a god could save you. Lucci screamed from the side, a hint of a cold smile in her eyes.
This time, June had thoroughly alienated Zhou Bingquan.
Zheng Yang narrowed his eyes as well. He hadn't expected that June, who had gone to prison 3 years ago for injuring him, still hadn't learned his lesson and would dare to injure Manager Wan. Although Manager Wan was just a manager, he was Zhou Bingquan's lackey. If you want to beat a dog, you have to look to its master first. Bai Jingting was so terrified he was about to collapse to the ground, muttering, "It's over, it's over." Beside him, Yuhan let out a heavy sigh.
June is still too impulsive. Just then, a voice tinged with anger rang out. What on earth is going on here? It's such a mess. President Zhou and Governor, you are due to arrive any minute. What is Wan Rong good for? Don't they know how to maintain order? It's Secretary Liu. Someone exclaimed in surprise.
The only person who dared to address Manager Wan by his first name like that was Lu Ting, Zhou Bingquan's personal secretary.
Chapter 60, June is truly Chairman Zhou's distinguished guest.
As the saying goes, a 7th-rank official at the Chancellor's gate. As Zhou Bingquan's secretary, Lu Ting commanded a degree of respect even from the top business tycoons in Chuzhou. After all, she was the one who truly represented Zhou Bingquan's will. Lu Ting's arrival meant Chairman Zhou was on his way, and the situation was spiraling out of control. Many people stepped aside to make way for her. Lu Ting spotted Manager Wan lying on the ground at a glance and furrowed her brow.
What is going on? Manager Wan cried out loudly, Secretary Liu, it's this kid. He falsely claimed to be the boss's VIP guest, acted with utter arrogance, disrupted the banquet, and even injured me.
Manager Wan pointed at June as he accused him. Because of his leg injury, he tried several times to get up but failed each time.
I am Zhou Bingquan's VIP.
June spoke up when he saw everyone's eyes turn toward him.
Hearing June's words, many people couldn't help but shake their heads. This guy, he is still trying to wriggle out of it at a time like this? Can't he see that Zhou Bingquan's secretary is here?
I don't know who Zhou Bingquan's friends are, but as his former driver, Wan Rong should know, and surely his secretary, Lu Ting, must know as well.
So it's Mr. Li.
Lu Ting's attention had been completely focused on Manager Wan lying on the floor. Only now did she notice June was present, and her face immediately took on a respectful expression. As Zhou Bingquan's secretary, Lu Ting was well aware that June was the boss of the Junlin Syndicate.
Last time at the museum, Zhou Bingquan had come back humming a tune after seeing June off. She also knew that June had traveled to Baianan with Zhou Bingquan. She even booked the flight tickets herself. So June's presence at the banquet was undoubtedly the result of a warm invitation from Zhou Bingquan. It looks like Wan Rong has offended June. In an instant, Secretary Liu had formed a rough guess in her mind and said aloud, Mr. Li is, of course, President Zhou's distinguished guest. As soon as those words left her mouth, everyone around her was stunned. If this June was indeed Zhou Bingquan's distinguished guest, didn't that mean Manager Wan had shot himself in the foot?
Manager Wan also froze on the spot, even forgetting the pain. After all, he was merely Zhou Bingquan's driver. Zhou had promoted him to manager only because he performed well. At the company, he been strutting around, flaunting his past as Zhou Bingquan's driver. But everything he had was given to him by Zhou Bingquan, and just as Zhou could give it all, he could take it all away. Now that he had offended Zhou Bingquan's distinguished guest, if Zhou Bingquan held him accountable, his wealth and prestige, his career prospects, and his honor would all be lost. He hurriedly explained, Secretary Liu, Mr. Li was dressed so casually that I never imagined he was the boss's distinguished guest. If I'd known, I would never have dared to be disrespectful to him. Secretary Liu, however, paid him no mind at all and instead turned to June.
Mr. Li, you are my boss's distinguished guest.
It is my fault that you were wronged. My staff was inconsiderate. I will certainly make things right for you. After saying this, he shot a cold glance at
Manager Wan.
Your injuries are quite serious.
Go to a hospital immediately for treatment. The company will cover the medical expenses. We'll also pay you 6 months back pay. Once you've recovered, you don't need to come back to work. Go find a better job.
What? Upon hearing this, Manager Wan's heart sank completely. Although these words came from Lu Ting's mouth, not from his boss, Zhou Bingquan, he knew that Lu Ting was exceptionally skilled at reading Zhou Bingquan's mind.
Since she had made this decision, it meant that if Zhou Bingkuan had been there, he would have done the same. With that thought, Manager Wan couldn't help but cast a pleading glance at Zheng Yang beside him. He had gotten himself into this mess precisely because he stood up for Zheng Yang. At that moment, Zheng Yang was also completely dumbfounded. June was actually Zhou Bingkuan's VIP. What right did this country bumpkin, fresh out of prison, have to be here? Lu Qi, in particular, couldn't accept this reality. In her mind, June should have been a complete mess right after getting out of prison. Alright, everyone, please spread out. Chairman Zhou will be here shortly. Mr. Li, as our VIP guest, please take a seat inside. Lu Ting said politely. Okay. June was just about to step forward. Wait a minute. At that moment, Zheng Yang suddenly shouted loudly. Instantly, he drew everyone's attention. Secretary Lu, you can't fire Manager Wan. On the contrary, you should kick this June out of the banquet. Hearing these words, everyone around them was stunned. He was already said to be Zhou Bingkuan's VIP. How could he possibly be kicked out of the banquet? Even Secretary Lu couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Young Master Zhang, you aren't joking with me, are you? Of course not. Zheng Yang raised his head and said, I heard that Governor Yu Xiehua is also attending this banquet today. I wonder if that's true. Of course it's true. Lu Ting nodded. Since that's true, does Secretary Lu know what kind of relationship the governor's office has with my Zheng family? Hearing this, Secretary Lu's expression turned serious. I'd love to hear the details. My grandfather was Governor Yu's teacher. Otherwise, why do you think Governor Yu would invest in the Zheng family? And as far as I know, Chairman Zhou has just struck a partnership with the governor's office, thanks to the mediation of a powerful figure. If I were to go to Governor Yu and ask him not to cooperate with Zhou Bingkuan, what do you think Governor Yu would do? Upon hearing this, Lu Ting's expression changed instantly. Although Zhou Bingkuan held a very high status in Suzhou, compared to the governor's office, he was practically insignificant. In the past, Zhou Bingkuan had also tried to forge ties with the governor's office but had never succeeded. For some unknown reason, their relationship had suddenly grown close this time. As Lu Ting saw it, her boss must have paid a heavy price to establish this connection. If firing Manager Wan were to ruin the relationship they worked so hard to build, wouldn't she become the one to blame? The others also looked as if a light bulb had gone off in their heads. They'd almost forgotten about the Zhang family's ties to the governor's office. This was getting interesting. Will Secretary Lu Ting choose June, or will she choose to protect the relationship with the governor's office? Meanwhile, the Wei family, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, found their hearts racing once more. The governor's office was, after all, the largest overt power in Shu Prefecture. How could Zhou Bingkuan possibly risk offending the governor's office over a young man he met at the antique market? Lu Qi also shouted from the side, Secretary Lu, please kick this country bumpkin out of the banquet immediately. Let us pretend the earlier incident never happened. Otherwise, when Governor Yu arrives and learns that his old mentor's grandson has been wronged, do you think he'll fly into a rage? Secretary Lu looked troubled and sighed, saying, Mr. Li is the boss's VIP guest. I have no authority to expel him. As for Manager Wan's situation, the boss will be here shortly. Let us wait until he arrives before making a decision. After saying this, Secretary Lu approached June and whispered, Mr. Li, why don't you apologize to the Zheng family? Otherwise, I'm afraid today's incident won't end well. Chapter 61, The Governor's Office and the Zhang Family End Their Partnership. Although June's status as Zhou Bingkuan's distinguished guest had been confirmed, an even greater crisis arose immediately afterward. The Zhang family had connections with the Governor's Office, a power that even Zhou Bingkuan needed to curry favor with. No matter how highly Zhou Bingkuan regarded June, he couldn't possibly risk offending the Governor's Office for the sake of a single young man. So if the governor's office were to take action against June, he'd still be finished. That was the thought on everyone's mind. Well. Secretary Lu also looked deeply concerned. Don't worry. I'll handle things with the governor's office. June gave Secretary Lu a faint smile. Hearing this, Secretary Lu could only sigh.
It wasn't that she didn't trust June, it was that the governor's office wielded too much power.
If the matter wasn't handled properly, it could lead to a major crisis.
But seeing June act as if he didn't give the governor's office a second thought, it was no wonder she was worried.
June, so young yet worth hundreds of billions, was truly extraordinary.
But if he let this go to his head, he was bound to suffer the consequences. Just then, a commotion suddenly broke out in the ballroom. Zhou Bingkuan, the guest of honor at today's banquet, and Chuzhou Governor Yu Xiehua entered together. Zhou Bingkuan has actually struck a deal with Yu Xiehua. It seems the information young Master Zhang revealed was entirely accurate. With Governor Yu attending the elite gala in person today to lend his support to Zhou Bingkuan, Chairman Zhou's position in Chuzhou's business community is now unshakable.
Many were murmuring among themselves.
Although Zhou Bingkuan was the chairman of the Chuzhou Chamber of Commerce, there were still many business tycoons in Chuzhou whose influence was no less than his own. In fact, his position as chairman wasn't
exactly secure.
Every year, countless people seek to take his place. But with the support of the governor of Chuzhou,
Zhou Bingkuan's influence will reach its peak. Who would dare challenge him for the presidency? The governor may not be wealthier than Zhou Bingkuan, but with a single word, he could reduce even a top-tier business tycoon like Zhou Bingkuan to bankruptcy. Governor Yu is here. He is definitely going to stand up for the Zhang family. That June is in for trouble.
Although Governor Yu is domineering, he deeply respects his teachers and values the way.
He has repeatedly advocated in public for the principle that once a teacher, always a father.
Since the Zhang family are descendants of his teacher, he'll certainly take their side.
Governor Yu is a hardliner. He has always been ruthless toward his enemies.
The arrival of Governor Yu Xiehua and Zhou Bingkuan brought the banquet to a climax. Even in Yu Xiehua's presence, Zhou Bingkuan wore a hint of flattery on his face. If not for June, Zhou Bingkuan would never have been able to gain entry into Yu Xiehua's inner circle.
Governor Yu, you finally arrived.
As soon as Yu Xiehua walked in, Zhang Yang hurried over to greet him.
Zhang Yang, you're here at the banquet too?
Yu Xiehua smiled when he saw Zhang Yang. Thanks to his teacher, he had once been a guest at the Zhang family's home and had some recollection of Zhang Yang.
Uncle Yu, if you hadn't come, I would have been kicked out of the banquet, Zhang Yang complained impatiently. What happened?
Yu Xiehua immediately furrowed his brow.
He noticed Zhang Yang's severely swollen cheek. I stepped in to teach him a lesson.
Just then, June walked over and stood directly in front of Yu Xiehua.
Hearing June's words, everyone present held their breath in anxiety. The Bai family, in particular, was so terrified they nearly fainted. How dare he speak to the governor like that? Isn't he afraid of bringing down a massive disaster on himself?
Hearing June's words, Yu Xiehua's heart skipped a beat.
It seemed Zhang Yang had offended June.
At the same time, his expression darkened.
It was one thing for Zhang Yang to strut around under his name on a daily basis, but to actually offend June, wasn't he that just asking for trouble? Governor Yu looks really angry. I can practically sense the killing intent.
This June is in for some serious trouble.
He beat up the governor's men, then had the nerve to show off right in front of him. Isn't that asking for death? No one would put up with that. Do you think His Excellency the Governor might just throw June straight into jail?
After all, it's just a matter of the governor giving the order.
Zhang Yang, what exactly happened?
Governor Yu Xiehua asked, his face stern.
Zhang Yang embellished the story. This June, relying on his status as boss Zhou's VIP guest, was arrogant and overbearing.
At the banquet, he attacked me over a minor disagreement and even injured the righteous manager Wan.
Uncle Yu, you must stand up for me.
Hearing this, Yu Xiehua's expression grew even more grim.
As a shrewd man, how could he fail to detect the exaggeration in Zhang Yang's words?
It was clear that Zhang Yang had provoked June, then tried to use his connection with manager Wan to get back at June, only to end up getting beaten by June himself. Governor Yu, it was young Master Zhang and his wife who first framed Mr. Li's sister. Secretary Lu hurriedly defended June. She had just had someone look into the whole situation and was deeply disgusted by the behavior of Mr. and Mrs. Zhang.
Hearing Secretary Lu's words, Zheng Yang immediately took offense. Uncle Yu, did you see that? This June has teamed up with Zhou Bingkuan as secretary to bully me. They clearly don't respect you at all. If you ask me, you should just stop working with Zhou Bingkuan altogether. Hearing this, Yu Xiehua's expression changed completely. It was one thing for Zhang Yang to spout nonsense earlier, but now he was actually trying to influence his decision. Originally, out of consideration for the fact that Zhang Yang was the grandson of his old mentor, Yu Xiehua had been thinking about how to protect him in front of June. But upon hearing these words, he instantly realized that Zhang Yang had truly brought this upon himself. Enough! Yu Xiehua cut Zhang Yang off. I've already understood the full story, and Mr. Li is not to blame for this. Zhang Yang, you've been flaunting my name to show off and tarnish my reputation. What punishment do you deserve? Although teacher Zhang and I share a mentor-disciple bond, that doesn't mean the Zhang family can do as they please in Suzhou. I hereby declare that I will order a thorough investigation into all the misdeeds committed by the Zhang family under the governor's office's name, and I will ensure justice is served to the public. Furthermore, all cooperation between the governor's office and the Zhang family is hereby terminated. Tomorrow, I will have the governor's office steward handle the formalities. Hearing Yu Xiehua's words, everyone present was stunned. What on earth was going on? Zhang Yang, in particular, looked utterly incredulous. Uncle Yu, aren't you making a mistake? You should be punishing this peasant. Shut up! Yu Xiehua interrupted coldly. Don't call me uncle. I'm not that close to your Zhang family. Besides, this is just the first step. I haven't settled the score with you for offending Mr. Li yet. How you'll be punished next depends entirely on Mr. Li's decision. Having said that, Yu Xiehua turned his gaze toward June. Whether the Zhang family lived or died didn't matter. What mattered was appeasing June. Just then, Zhou Bingkuan suddenly spoke up. Why don't we take this somewhere else? Indeed, with so many people watching outside, it wouldn't look good if word got out. After receiving a nod from June, the group left immediately. Zhang Yang and Lu Qi followed behind, their hearts pounding with anxiety. Honey, what are we going to do? Lu Qi was already starting to panic. Don't worry. Uncle Yu was just putting on a show for outsiders. You'll see it'll be that June who ends up in trouble. Hearing this, Lu Qi's heart finally settled, and her face regained some of its former radiance. Chapter 62, The Yin family has been ruined and you still dare to question Boss Li? After Yu Xiehua and the others left, the entire banquet hall erupted like a pot boiling over, sparking a frenzy of speculation. What's going on? The governor is actually willing to sever ties with the Zheng family for June's sake. Does this June have some kind of formidable background? No wonder he was so calm. But I've never heard of anyone named June before. Where did he just pop up from? You really can't judge a book by its cover. Meanwhile, Manager Wan, lying on the floor, felt utterly despondent. He had been counting on Zhang Yang to save him, but now it turned out even Zhang Yang couldn't save himself. Someone nearby cast a pitying glance his way. Manager Wan, who was used to being arrogant, had finally hit a brick wall. On the other side, the three members of the Bai family exchanged glances. Wei was particularly bewildered and asked, I never expected Governor Yu to speak up for Brother June. I just don't know how Brother June managed to forge such a connection with Yu Xiehua. Standing beside him, Li Mengyun was overcome with excitement. He has made it. He has made it. My nephew has made it. The Li family has produced a dragon. Meanwhile, Bai Jingting was still in a daze. No matter how he tried, he simply couldn't connect June with those high-ranking figures. But if June didn't have an extraordinary background, given Governor Yu Xiehua's status, why would he directly distance himself from the Zhang family and stand up for June's rights? The more he thought about it, the more his mind felt like a tangled mess. Uncle Bai, congratulations to you both. Yuhan also walked over and said sincerely. To be honest, she felt a bit envious. If she'd known earlier that June's identity was so extraordinary, she would have been a bit more enthusiastic toward him. You're being too optimistic. At that moment, Juyu spoke up. Brother Zhu, what do you mean by that?
Bai Jingting looked up at Zhu Yu in astonishment.
Younger brother Bai, I heard Jun just got out of jail. He shouldn't have had the chance to meet so many influential figures in such a short time, right? He your nephew, you know his background better than anyone. Hearing Zhu Yu's words, Bai Jingting nodded.
It's understandable that he met Zhou Bingkuan at the antique market, but the idea that he knows Governor Yu Xiehua is simply inexplicable.
Yet just now, Yu Xiehua was clearly standing up for Jun and even stated he would sever ties with the Zhang family. That's just a facade. Zhu Yu said.
Yu Xiehua is the governor, the highest-ranking official in Suzhou. No matter how domineering he may be behind closed doors, he still has to protect his reputation in public. If he had openly sided with the Zhang family's young master and punished Jun just now, just imagine what people would say about him once word got out. Hearing Zhu Yu's words, Bai Jingting suddenly saw the light. Li Mengyun and Wei, who had been excited moments before, instantly turned pale.
Brother Zhu, are you saying that Yu Xiehua is only pretending to side with Jun, that it's all just for show? Exactly. Otherwise, why would Zhou Bingkuan suggest moving the location to handle this?
He is probably afraid that once the venue changes, Yu Xiehua will immediately change his tune. Moreover, the Zhang family won't let this slide, and your Bai family will face utter ruin. Hearing this, Bai Jingting's face had gone deathly pale, and his voice began to tremble. What are we going to do?
Zhu Yu sighed, go home and prepare to hand over all your assets. Perhaps that will appease the Zhang family's wrath. At this point, there is no other choice. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang and his wife followed Zhou Bingkuan and the others all the way to the top floor of the hotel. The Yunhai Grand Hotel was a renowned landmark in Suzhou. The top floor housed a luxurious restaurant surrounded by massive, floor-to-ceiling windows, offering a panoramic view of the entire city of Suzhou. At that moment, there wasn't a single guest in the entire restaurant, and Zhang Yang followed the others inside. As soon as he crossed the threshold, Zhang Yang said, Uncle Yu, there are no outsiders here now. You don't need to keep up the act. Lu Qi, standing beside him, also looked relieved. That's right, Uncle Yu. Your performance just now was so convincing it actually scared me. Who was putting on a show for you too? Yu Xiaohuai's face was as still as water, his eyes blazing with fury. This Zhang Yang, even at a time like this, he still hadn't figured out what was going on. He shot the couple a cold glance, his eyes filled with a hint of disgust. Get down on your knees and apologize to Boss Li. Zhang Yang was stunned by Yu Xiaohuai's words and froze in place. Lu Qi, standing nearby, also stared wide-eyed. Zhang Yang tried to say something, but Yu Xiehua kicked him hard in the stomach. I told you to kneel, didn't you hear me? Yu Xiehua was truly furious. As a high-ranking figure accustomed to a life of luxury, he generally wouldn't resort to physical violence. With that single blow, Zhang Yang knew things had truly gone off the rails. Mr. Li is my, Yu Xiehua closest friend. Zhang Yang, let me make this clear, if you don't secure Mr. Li's forgiveness today, you and the entire Zhang family can expect to face the full wrath of the governor's office. Only then, upon hearing those words, did Zhang Yang truly become afraid. Standing nearby, Lu Qi couldn't help but interject, Uncle Yu, aren't you making a mistake? This Jun is just a reform through labor convict fresh out of prison, a penniless kid. He must be lying to you. After saying this, she turned her gaze toward Jun. Jun, speak up. You're lying to the governor, aren't you? If the governor finds out the truth later, even 10 heads won't be enough to save you. Shut up. No sooner had Lu Qi finished speaking than Yu Xiehua slapped her across the face. Daring to be rude to Boss Li, I think you're asking for trouble. Uncle Yu, please calm down. My wife meant no harm. Zhang Yang hurriedly interjected. He didn't believe Jun could have such an impressive background either, but clearly, Yu Xiehua had already been completely taken in by Jun. No matter what he said now, Yu Xiehua wouldn't listen, so he could only defuse the situation for the moment and investigate later. Jun, that country bumpkin, had only been out of prison for a few days and was already calling himself Mr. Li. Wasn't that ridiculous? Lu Qi's vision was spinning from the slap.
Thinking of how that bastard June had been strutting around in front of him, he seethed with anger. Governor, you must see right from wrong. This June is truly a fraud. Fuck that. Even the family in the capital was wiped out by Mr. Lee. I witnessed it with my own eyes, and yet you still dare to sow discord here, Yu Shiehua cursed furiously. Chapter 63, Apology. Uncle Yu, did you really witness it with your own eyes? Zhang Yang asked again for confirmation. Yu Shiehua's words caused Zhang Yang's expression to shift slightly. Given Yu Shiehua's status, it was impossible for him to be lying, which meant June truly possessed some immense, hidden influence that Zhang Yang knew nothing about. Yu Shiehua wore a cold smile. Of course I saw it with my own eyes. Boss Li's influence reaches the heavens. It's far beyond anything you could ever imagine. In front of Boss Li, a mere family like the Zhangs could be wiped out in the blink of an eye. Yu Shiehua now held June in the highest regard. Even he had to tread carefully to curry favor with June. For the Zhang family to dare offend him was nothing short of courting death. Boss Li, how would you like me to handle this? With just a word from you, I'll immediately destroy the Zhang family. Yu Shiehua declared. His words made Zhang Yang's heart skip a beat. Standing nearby, Lu Qi, refusing to give up, said, Uncle Yu, I think you should still investigate June's identity carefully. Go to hell. Yu Shiehua was thoroughly enraged. He stepped forward and slapped Lu Qi across the face 7 or 8 times in quick succession. Even after that, he still wasn't satisfied. He roared at Zhang Yang, you dare to slander Boss Li? If you don't give Boss Li a proper explanation today, your Zhang family had better prepare to die. At that, Zhang Yang dropped to his knees with a thud right in front of June. I'm sorry, Boss Li. I was blind. It was my fault. He kept his head bowed. But after waiting for quite a while, June still hadn't said a word. He looked up and saw June staring at Lu Qi. Without hesitation, he said, Mr. Li, I know Lu Qi is your ex-girlfriend. If you like her, I'll give her up to you. I'll divorce her right now. What did you say? Lu Qi screamed instantly. Zhang Yang, are you out of your mind? June shook his head. I don't want a used pair of shoes. As soon as those words left his mouth, Lu Qi flew into a rage, stamping her feet and pointing at June as she screamed, Who are you calling a used pair of shoes? June, you country bumpkin, how dare you look down on me? Before she could finish, Zhang Yang stood up, walked over, and slapped Lu Qi across the face. Shut up! You filthy whore, how dare you yell at Boss Li? Let me tell you, you're no longer the young mistress of the Zhang family. After saying this, Zhang Yang, still seething with rage, kicked Lu Qi in the body. Lu Qi's face turned pale, and the sparkle in her eyes was gone. She seemed unable to recover from this sudden turn of events. Had she really been kicked out of the Zhang household just like that? Was she no longer the young mistress of the Zhang family? Mr. Li, are you satisfied with this resolution? Zhang Yang was now groveling as low as he could. Tomorrow, the Zhang family will send someone to my house to apologize and offer compensation to my sister. Then you'll have both your legs broken, and this matter will be settled. As soon as June finished speaking, Zhang Yang's face turned ashen, and he shouted, June, you're going too far. Too far? June's lips curled into a smirk. Zhang Yang looked up and met Yu Shiehua's icy gaze instantly. The rage in his heart was doused as if by a bucket of cold water. He knew that if he didn't comply, an even more terrifying fate awaited him. At that moment, he finally realized the status June held in Yu Shiehua's heart. Instantly, his face was etched with despair. All right. With that, he closed his eyes. Uncle Yu, have your men do it. Yu Shiehua waved his hand, and immediately a man in black stepped forward from behind him. He drew his gun and fired 2 shots straight into Zhang Yang's knee. Blood spattered as Zhang Yang clutched his knees and collapsed to the ground. Beside him, Lu Qi went limp with fear. Liquid trickled down her legs. She had actually wet herself from fright. June shot the 2 of them a look of disgust, and suddenly lost all interest. I won't be attending tonight's jade auction. I'm heading home. With that, he stood up and walked toward the exit. Tonight's events had finally put an end to the feud that had landed him in prison 3 years ago. June took the elevator straight out of Yunhai Tower, sent a text message to his sister Wei to let her know, and returned to his villa in Shizi Domain.
Early the next morning.
No sooner had he opened his eyes than he received a call from his uncle-in-law, Bai Jingting, asking him to come over to their house.
What's the matter? I didn't even get a good night's sleep. Yawning, June walked into his aunt's house.
But he immediately sensed that something was off. His uncle, Bai Jingting, said with obvious displeasure, "June, a major crisis is looming, and yet you still have the nerve to sleep."
What crisis?
June looked completely bewildered. His uncle, Bai Jingting, snapped, "June, you really are as clueless as they say.
Do you actually think Yu Xiehua is really going to punish the Zheng family?
He is just putting on a show for others, to protect his own reputation. Once the fuss dies down, the Zheng family will definitely seek revenge on us, and by then, the entire Bai family will be dragged down because of you." As the two were speaking, Bai Jingting's sister, Bai Shuron, and her husband, Feng Baxian, walked in. No sooner had they entered than Bai Shuron launched into a tirade at June. "You jinx! Of all the people you could have offended, you had to go and cross the Zheng family.
Do you have any idea how much power the Zheng family holds?
It's not even dawn yet, and already many people are clamoring to cut ties with your uncle's company.
At this rate, I'm afraid the Bai family will go bankrupt before tomorrow even comes.
Your spit is splashing on my face, and your breath stinks. You must not have brushed your teeth this morning," June said with a look of disgust.
Bai Shurong's face darkened.
She hadn't expected June to still be so sharp-tongued at a time like this. "You don't need to worry about the Zhang family, the matter was settled properly last night.
The Zheng family will send someone over shortly to apologize. Once they do, those who were threatening to cut ties with my uncle's company out of fear of the Zhangs will naturally back down."
June sat down in a chair, poured himself a glass of water without a second thought, and said,
"Ha!"
Bai Shurong let out a few cold laughs. "June, at a time like this, you're still deluding yourself. If the Zhang family really comes to apologize, I, Bai Shurong, will take your last name."
Hearing this, June shook his head. "No way.
I certainly don't want a brain-dead daughter like you."
"You?"
Bai Shurong was so furious her whole body was trembling. Just then, the doorbell rang. The security monitor showed several figures dressed in black. Leading them was a middle-aged man in his 40s.
He addressed the monitor, "I am the Zhang family's butler.
Acting on the young master's orders, I have come specifically to offer my apologies to Miss Wei."
Chapter 64, The 2.1 Billion Fortune.
The Zhang family had arrived, and Bai Jingting went out to personally welcome them inside.
The head butler turned his gaze toward Wei. "Is this Miss Wei?"
"My young mistress, Lu Qi, publicly slandered you and has since been expelled from the Zhang family. My young master is unable to come in person due to an injury, so I have come
specifically to apologize to Miss Wei. Here is a check for 30 million.
I hope Miss Bai will accept it." The Zhang family butler's words left everyone from the Bai family speechless.
Bai Shurong's face turned bright. Li Mengyun turned to June and asked, "June, what on earth is going on?"
"Governor Yu is fair and impartial. He does not abuse his power for personal gain. This is naturally Governor Yu's decision, and the Zhang family dares not defy it,"
June explained.
The butler's gaze toward June immediately took on a note of reverence. Only then did he realize that this seemingly unremarkable young man standing before him was none other than Mr. Li, the very man who had nearly brought utter ruin upon the Zhang family. "I've accepted the check, and I've accepted your apology. Go back and tell your family head that if he still has any grievances, he is welcome to come find me. I'll take them on," June said coldly. These words startled everyone present. What audacity to openly issue a threat to the Zhang family! The Zhang family had bowed their heads because of the governor, not because of you, June. The Zhang family's steward forced a smile and said, "Thank you, Mr. Li, for your magnanimity.
How could the Zhang family ever dare to provoke you again? If Mr. Li has no further instructions, I'll take my leave."
The butler quietly wiped the cold sweat from his brow as he spoke. Although June stood before him with an air of nonchalance, he still felt an invisible pressure emanating from him. Especially June's calm gaze, those eyes, like an abyss, sent shivers down his spine.
June nodded. He had no particular fondness for the Zhang family.
Well then, Mr. Bai, Miss Bai, and everyone else, we'll take our leave for now,
the butler said as he led his entourage out. Even 3 minutes after they left, the room remained deathly quiet. No one had yet recovered from the shock of what had just happened. Bai Shirong's face was ashen. She was naturally delighted that the Bai family had weathered the storm. But when she thought back on the words she'd just spoken to June, she felt as if her face had been slapped. It stung. The Zhang family had actually come to apologize in person. She'd made a complete fool of herself earlier. This was the second time she'd lost face in front of June. Bai Jingting, on the other hand, let out a long sigh of relief. This disaster had actually been resolved so effortlessly. He'd already been prepared to lose everything he owned. And now he'd even gained 30 million. At the thought of that sum, Bai Jingting's eyes lit up. Although the Bai family had also established a company, his firm was simply too small. For him, 30 million was already a colossal sum. Wei also came to her senses. Staring at the check in her hands began to tremble slightly. Uncle, with this 30 million, it'll be more than enough for Wei's dowry. June spoke up. Also, Wei, don't even think about marrying into some wealthy family. Wealthy families aren't necessarily a good thing. Look at what happened. When trouble struck, Lu Qi was kicked out immediately, left with nothing. It's better to find someone who truly cares about you. Hearing June's words, Wei nodded. Brother June, you're right. But Bai Shirong, standing nearby, was displeased. June, the Zhang family only agreed to back down because of Governor Yu. What are you trying to pull here, acting all high and mighty? And now you're lecturing others? You just got out of prison, don't have a proper job, and just loaf around all day. Do you even have the right to lecture anyone? It's still better than you, who just yaps non-stop whenever something goes wrong, isn't it? June curled his lip and shot back. Standing nearby, Bai Shirong's eyelids twitched with anger. All right, we're all family here. Let us not argue. Bai Jingting spoke up at that moment. Having just been scolded by June, he now realized that, as an elder, he'd lost some face. However, this misfortune had turned into a blessing. Bai had received a check for 30 million, so he was still in a good mood. Just then, Feng Boxian held up his phone and said, "Look quickly, the Zhang family has already issued a public apology in the media. It was Lu Qi, that venomous woman and daughter-in-law of the Zhang family, who deliberately framed our Wei. As soon as this news breaks, all the business we lost will come flooding back." Hearing Feng Boxian's words, the Bai household was filled with joy. At the same time, Bai Jingting's phone rang. Brother Bai, congratulations. I never expected my judgment to be wrong. I'm truly sorry. To make amends, how about I treat your whole family to a meal at Rongzhuanju? We can also celebrate the Bai family's narrow escape this time. The call was from Zhu Yu. Sure. Bai Jingting didn't want to turn down Zhu Yu's kindness. After all, the Bai and Zhu family's companies still had plenty of areas for future collaboration. Since President Zhu is treating us to a meal at Rongzhuanju, let us all go together. Bai Jingting said. Soon, the whole family arrived in a grand procession at their private dining room at Rongzhuanju. Just before entering the private room, June's phone rang as well. It was Zhou Bingkuan calling. Mr. Li, yesterday's jade auction brought in a total of 7 billion. I'll have your share delivered to you. Thank you for your trouble, Mr. Zhou. June felt a quiet sense of satisfaction. 70 billion, that meant 21 billion for him. This was money he'd earned with his own 2 hands. The banquet was already set up in the private room. The Zhang family held a press conference to prove Wei's innocence to the public, and that vicious woman Lu Qi was expelled from the Zhang family. That's truly worth celebrating. This whole affair was made possible entirely thanks to Governor Yu's sense of justice. We've laid out this feast today, first, to celebrate the Bai family, and second, to mark the partnership between our 2 companies. Zhu Yu raised his glass and laughed heartily. Brother Zhu, thank you for treating us today. Here's to our 2 companies growing stronger and stronger. Bai Jingting said cheerfully as well, raising his glass and drinking it in one gulp. Wei, Congratulations. Yuhan also raised her glass and toasted Wei.
After downing the drink, her face flushed a rosy red, adding a touch of color to her complexion.
June, may I sit next to you?
The moment those words left her lips, the previously lively atmosphere instantly turned awkward.
Everyone froze. Yuhan, what does this mean? Have you taken a liking to June?
At that moment, her father, Juyu, had already begun to look rather displeased. He was actually surprised that June knew Jo Binkuan, but recalling the events at the banquet, June's reckless behavior made him realize that such a person was prone to trouble and would not make a suitable son-in-law. Moreover, for his daughter to act this way in front of so many people was simply too improper.
Yuhan, just sit right here.
Juyu's wife, Yuli, who was standing nearby, grabbed her daughter's arm and pulled her back into her chair. But no sooner had she sat down than Yuhan raised her wine glass again.
June, I'd like to toast you. You really were quite the hero in this Wei affair.
No sooner had she finished speaking than Bai Shirong, sitting nearby, interjected, "What kind of hero is he? All he does is cause trouble."
If it weren't for the governor's great sense of justice, who knows how miserable the Bai family would be right now. I think he has nothing but a jinx. Miss Shu, don't let him fool you. Don't talk nonsense. Feng Boxian tugged at his wife's sleeve.
His wife was great in every way, but she had a sharp tongue and couldn't hold her tongue. Bai Jingting, however, paused for a moment before saying, "You can't blame Aunt Shirong for saying that, June.
You really do need to rein in your temper.
Don't think that just because you're lucky enough to know Chairman Jo Binkuan, you're the king of the world. If you keep acting this cocky, you'll end up back in prison sooner or later." Li Mengyun looked a bit displeased and was about to speak, but Wei, sitting next to her, shook his head to silence her. Juyu also took the opportunity to speak up. "June, Uncle has heard about your situation. Being impulsive when you were young, taking the wrong path, and ending up in prison, that doesn't mean anything.
Who hasn't been hot-headed at some point? But you're not a kid anymore. It's time to settle down and think things through before you act.
Also, don't take it personally that I'm being blunt, but given your circumstances, you really aren't a good match for my daughter, Yuhan."
I don't have any improper intentions toward Yuhan. June tried to defend himself. Enough.
Juyu raised his hand to silence him.
You don't need to say anything else.
My Yuhan is beautiful and comes from a good family. It's only natural that you like her, but some things are best kept buried deep in your heart.
June, did you hear that? Uncle Zhu is teaching you a lesson in life.
Bai Shirong chimed in at just the right moment, playing off Juyu's words and making June sound completely worthless.
Enough. Both of you, shut up. Even Wei couldn't stand it anymore. Bang!
Just then, the door to the private room suddenly pushed open. A group of men with menacing expressions burst in. The leader had his hair slicked back, was shirtless, wore a suit draped over his shoulders, and had a toothpick clenched between his teeth. His gaze swept viciously across everyone in the room.
But we only just started eating. Yuhan muttered under her breath. Juyu's expression darkened, and he snapped, "Yuhan, what nonsense are you spouting? We're already done eating what's there left to eat?"
After saying this, he bowed and scraped, "We'll leave right away." Having moved in the Chuzhou circles, he naturally knew what kind of people worked at Yifeng Company. They bullied businesses, committed every conceivable crime, and their rise to wealth was steeped in bloodshed. They were simply not the sort of people small companies like the Zhu and Bai families could afford to provoke. Seeing her father's expression, Yuhan was a bit reluctant, but she knew these were people her family couldn't afford to offend, so she pouted and stood up. The Bai family remained silent as well, though they were annoyed. They knew they simply couldn't afford to cross these people.
Wait a minute. It looks like you just spat that toothpick into my bowl.
Just then, June spoke up in a calm, detached tone. The leader with the slicked back hair sneered, "So what if I spat it in your bowl?
If I felt like it, I'd even piss in your bowl."
Beside him, Bai Jingting kept giving June meaningful glances, hoping he wouldn't stir up trouble. Yifeng Company was no small operation. It wasn't a company just anyone could afford to mess with.
"You little bastard, get up and get the hell out of here." My patience is running thin.
I'm the manager at Ethane Company. If I don't beat someone up for 3 days, my hands start itching.
If you don't clear out within 2 minutes, I'll break your legs.
Forget about eating, go eat shit instead. The man with the slicked back hair ranted and raved, his mouth full of filthy language.
However, June showed no intention of leaving.
Instead, he pulled out a cigarette, lit it without a care, and exhaled a puff of smoke.
The man's expression instantly turned cold, and he snapped, "Are you a fucking idiot? Didn't you hear me tell you to get the hell out? Are you just ignoring me?
Get the hell out of here within 2 minutes, or I'll show you why the flowers are so red." Bai Jingting looked at June and said, "June, let us go.
Don't cause trouble."
But June just smiled. Everyone else just started eating, we're not full yet.
Why should we leave? Uncle, just sit back and relax. What's this Ethane Company? I've never even heard of it. It's probably just some small-time company that popped up out of nowhere.
Hearing this, the man with the slicked back hair flew into a rage. "Kid, are you looking to die?
How dare you call my Ethane Company a small-time company? You've got blind as a bat.
Where do you come from, you hick? You've got zero sense of the world. Fourth brother, I say don't waste your breath on this kid. He just asking for a beating. In a minute, we'll crack a bottle over his head, and then he'll know what my Ethane Company is all about," one of the henchmen shouted. A hint of worry flashed in Wei's eyes. Judging by June's behavior lately, it seemed he was intent on going head-to-head with these guys. She couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. Before he went to prison, June had been a good student who never got into fights. Back then, she thought to herself, if only my June were a little tougher, he could step up and protect me when it really mattered. And since his release from prison, June had indeed become tougher, just like at yesterday's banquet, when he stood in front of her without hesitation, which had touched her deeply. But June's temper was far too hot-headed now, and he was prone to stirring up trouble.
She heard of Ethane Company, a logistics firm. Back in the Shenlong Logistics District, 8 out of every 10 fights were linked to Ethane Company. You just spat a toothpick into this bowl.
Now eat that toothpick raw, and I'll let today's incident slide. I can't be bothered to get angry at small-time thugs like you. June shifted the soup bowl slightly, pointed at the toothpick floating on the surface, and said with a straight face. Yang Si, however, narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Kid, what did you say?
Say it again if you've got the guts."
June took a drag on his cigarette, flicked off the ash, and said calmly, "I told you to eat that toothpick.
Can't you understand plain language?"
At that moment, the hearts of the Bai and Shu families both gave a sharp jolt.
They knew today's events were likely to take a turn for the worse. Sure enough, Yang's
face took on a ferocious expression. Accustomed to being arrogant and domineering, he hadn't expected to encounter someone even more brazen than himself.
Yang Si's gang of henchmen standing nearby also began roaring with anger.
That little bastard's just asking for it. How dare he make fourth brother eat a toothpick?
Some people won't grow up until they get beaten.
They don't know their own place.
Stop wasting your breath on him.
Just drag him outside and beat him up. That'll teach him a lesson.
June said calmly, a good beating really will teach him a lesson. Otherwise, he'll keep thinking he has some big shot.
Kid, looks like you really don't have any respect for my Ethane Company. Yang Si reached out and grabbed the soup bowl on the table, about to splash it in June's face. But in the next instant, his wrist was seized by June. No matter how hard he struggled, his hand felt as if it were pinned in midair, unable to move. A trickle of cold sweat was already running down his face. Yet no matter how much force he applied, it was to no avail. It felt as if his wrist were clamped in an iron vise.
That soup cost money, don't waste it.
Besides, you'll be eating it yourself in a moment, so you can't spill it. June slowly pressed down, and the soup bowl was gently set back on the table. Only when Yang Si released his grip on the soup bowl did June nonchalantly let go of his wrist. Seeing this, the people from Ethane Company all looked on in surprise. This young man seemed to have some skills. Yang Si rubbed his aching wrist and glared menacingly at June.
Kid, no wonder you dare to act so cocky in front of me. But do you really think those few tricks of yours are enough?
As he spoke, Yang Si pulled a dagger from his pocket. With a clang, he drove it straight into the table, his eyes fixed on June with a chilling glare. No matter how skilled you are in martial arts, you're no match for a kitchen knife. I, Yang Si, have been roaming the underworld for years. I've taken down more than a few masters who could take on 10 men at once. I told you to leave, and you should just left quietly. Instead, you dared to provoke me. With that, he pointed at the soup with the toothpick floating in it and said, "Swallow this soup toothpick and all, then get down on your knees and bang your head on the ground 20 times, admit you were wrong, and I'll let you off like a fart."
Yang Si's face was brimming with arrogance. The gang of henchmen behind him also drew their knives one after another.
The only reason these men had managed to carve out a place for themselves in the underworld was because they were ruthless.
June shook his head. "What if I say no?" "No?
If you dare disobey, not a single person in this private room, not one, will walk out of here on their own 2 feet today. Especially you all. Knock out your teeth one by one and see if you still dare to talk back." Hearing this, the members of the Zhu and Bai families shuddered involuntarily.
We're in big trouble now. Chapter 66, Zhou Bingkuan arrives.
"June, hurry up and apologize to Manager Yang." Bai Jingting urged him anxiously. Looking at the knives glinting coldly, he felt a wave of fear wash over him. "That's right, June, stop trying to be a hero.
Do you want to get us all killed?"
Zhu Yu also shouted, seething with hatred for June. If everyone had just left quietly, nothing would have happened, but June had to go and show off. June, however, remained completely unfazed as he picked up the soup bowl and gave it a shake, making the bamboo skewer inside stand out starkly.
Seeing June's gesture, Yang Si couldn't help but sneer. "What? Now that you see the knives, you're scared? You're going to drink this soup now? You're nothing but a coward. You won't cry until you see the coffin."
"Huh, thought you were such a big shot, but you're still going to have to drink that soup obediently.
I despise cowards like you the most. I don't think drinking soup is enough.
Let us make him drink my piss later and let him taste how salty it is."
The gang of henchmen mocked him shamelessly.
June shook his head slightly. "People shouldn't get too cocky, because you never know when you'll run into someone you can't afford to mess with."
"Shut the hell up and drink it already!" Yang Si shouted angrily.
Just then, June suddenly struck, instantly grabbing Yang Si by the neck and slamming his head down on. Zhu Yu and the others stared dumbfounded at the scene.
This was way too brutal. Yuhan's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, "Cool! So cool!"
At that moment, Yang Si's face was caked in blood, and he grimaced in pain. Looking at his subordinates sprawled on the floor, a hint of fear crept into his gaze as he watched June. He hadn't expected June to be this strong. "I was planning to have a civilized conversation with you all, but why did you have to draw your knives?
That's really rude."
June sighed and sat down on the chair. He pointed at the toothpick lying on the floor and said, "Swallow that toothpick whole, and you can all get the hell out of here." Yang Si glared at June with a cold, menacing look. "Kid, I'll admit you've got some skills, but don't forget we're
from Yifeng Company. I've memorized every single one of you here today. Just wait for Yifeng Company's revenge."
As he spoke, he pointed at Zhu Yu, Bai Jingting, and the others.
"You, and all of you, just you wait." Yang Si growled menacingly.
Hearing this, Zhu Yu and Bai Jingting's faces paled.
"We're done for. We really screwed up this time. It's all June's fault. That guy doesn't know how to keep his cool."
It was just supposed to be a simple change of dining location, but he had to go and provoke the people from Yifeng Company. Now he has made a name for himself, but he has dragged everyone else down with him. Bai Jingting and Zhu Yu felt their hearts sink to the bottom of a pit.
June, however, sneered with disdain, "Still trying to act tough at a time like this? I think I went easy on you guys just now. Kid, you're getting cocky.
Just wait a minute, and I'll show you exactly what price you'll pay for messing with my Yifeng Company." As he spoke, he barked at a subordinate standing nearby, "Go notify President Gong right away."
The subordinate nodded and was about to leave. Just then, a figure walked in. "No need. I'm already here." A dignified middle-aged man walked in.
He was dressed in a suit, wore gold-rimmed glasses, and had a refined, cultured demeanor. Seeing the pitiful state of Yang Si and the others, he couldn't help but furrow his brow, then fixed his gaze directly on June.
"Young man, did you beat my brother up like this?" June nodded. "What? Do you want to taste my fists too?"
Hearing this, President Gong merely smiled faintly.
A gentleman uses his words, not his fists. Using violence is something only uncivilized people do.
As he spoke, he pulled a business card from his pocket and placed it on the table.
"Allow me to introduce myself.
I am Gong Tianan, Vice President of Yifeng Corporation, and a former lawyer. Now, I'm officially notifying you of two things. First, Yifeng Corporation ranks among the top 100 companies in all of Chuzhou.
Judging by the looks of you lot, you're probably in business yourselves.
Well, congratulations, you've picked a fight with Yifeng Corporation. Before long, you'll be facing the risk of bankruptcy.
Second, this young man assaulted one of our Yifeng employees in a public place.
I'll have the company's legal department handle this matter, and you'll be treated to a pair of stainless steel handcuffs and 10 years of free room and board in prison."
After speaking, Gong Tianan looked smugly at everyone present. He thoroughly enjoyed this feeling of holding absolute power and controlling the fate of others. His gaze swept imperceptibly over Yuhan and Wei. Both young women were exceptionally attractive.
Once he de-investigated the backgrounds of their families and driven them into a corner, a little pressure would be all it took to ensure they willingly send their daughters into his bed.
Gong Tianan spoke up.
Zhu Yu, Bai Jingting, and the others looked grim, a sense of despair rising within them. The vice president of Yifeng Company, nicknamed Gong the Skinflint, was a man who would devour people whole. Though he always wore a smug smile, countless people had been driven to ruin by him. When he said he would bankrupt their two companies, it wasn't just empty talk, he truly had the power to do it. Zhu Yu hurriedly forced a smile and said, "President Gong, we did indeed make a mistake here, but it was this kid who threw the punch, it has nothing to do with me." Bai Jingting also tried to distance himself from the situation, but Li Mengyun tugged at his sleeve, and in the end, he didn't say anything that might cause further trouble. Wei, however, spoke up indignantly, "It was your man who attacked someone with a knife. My brother June was only acting in self-defense."
"Ha ha." Gong Tianan laughed dismissively.
"Young lady, you're still too young. Never mind that this kid threw the first punch. Even if he hadn't, I could still send him to prison."
"Of course, you can save him if you want.
If you accompany me to a hotel tonight for a little heart-to-heart, I'll show mercy and let you off the hook." His gaze roamed over Wei with ill intent. Wei's face instantly flushed with anger, and she shouted, "Rogue!
Bastard!" Seeing that Wei refused to comply, Gong Tianan said coldly, "You ungrateful wretch. Since that's the case, just wait.
It won't be 3 days before you're begging me on your knees. When Yifeng Corporation steps in, we'll show you what true despair feels like."
A wicked grin played on Gong Tianan's lips.
Yifeng Corporation had always operated with such high-handedness. But soon, he could no longer smile. A voice full of authority rang out from the doorway, "For a mere Yifeng Corporation to dare act so arrogantly, this truly opens my eyes." Zhou Bingkuan. Chapter 67, 2.1 billion. June turns out to be a hidden power broker. The moment the voice rang out, Gong Tianan's body shuddered involuntarily. As a well-known enterprise in Chuzhou and a member of the Chuzhou Chamber of Commerce, Yifeng Company naturally knew Zhou Bingkuan, the chamber's president. Zhou Bingkuan was a figure whose mere sneeze could send shockwaves through Chuzhou's business world. Although Yifeng Company was usually arrogant and tyrannical, committing every conceivable evil, they usually only bullied those weaker than themselves. Zhou Bingkuan, the president of the Chamber of Commerce, was simply not someone they could afford to offend. He never imagined that simply stepping on a group of people in the neighboring private room who clearly had no significant connections would actually draw out a big shot like Zhou Bingkuan. As Zhou Bingkuan's voice rang out, tinged with a hint of anger, cold sweat began to bead on Gong Tianan's forehead. He turned around and looked at Zhou Bingkuan with a fawning smile. However, what met his gaze was Zhou Bingkuan's icy stare. His heart sank gradually, for it was clear that Chairman Zhou was furious. As for the reason behind his anger, it was already self-evident. There must be someone among these people whom Zhou Bingquan recognized.
So it's Chairman Zhou. What brings you here?
I was just joking around with this young.
At that moment, Feng Boxian's eyes betrayed a hint of respect.
He previously had the privilege of meeting Zhou Bingquan once, and just as he was about to speak, he saw that Zhou Bingquan had already walked up to June, a warm, spring-like smile on his face, and said, "Mr. Li, the jade auction last night totaled 70 billion.
Here's a check for 21 billion. I've brought it over for you."
The moment Zhou Bingquan spoke, the entire private room fell so silent you could hear a pin drop, and everyone's eyes widened. It wasn't just because of Zhou Bingquan's attitude toward June, but more importantly, because of the message conveyed by his words. 2.1 billion. Zhou Bingquan had actually brought June 2,100 million.
What did 2.1 billion even mean? It was a colossal sum that Bai Jingting's company could never earn in a lifetime. Meanwhile, Gong Tiannan's expression froze. My God, what kind of person had he offended?
Zhou Bingquan hurriedly replied, "Mr. Li, you're being too formal. Without you, I wouldn't have made 4.9 billion either." June said, "By the way, Mr. Zhou, is this Yifeng company really that impressive? They were just threatening to make me pay dearly." Hearing this, Zhou Bingquan replied dismissively, "It's barely ranked in the top 100 companies in Suzhou, just a bunch of hicks who made a fortune these past few years by relying on their chairman's connections.
Don't worry. Once I get back, I'll have the Chamber of Commerce halt those projects we're collaborating on with Yifeng Company." Hearing Zhou Bingquan's words, Gong Tiannan was instantly struck dumb with fear.
Zhou Bingquan was planning to take down Yifeng Company. He was on the verge of tears. He owed everything he had today to Yifeng Company if Yifeng Company fell victim to Zhou Bingquan's crackdown.
Hearing Zhou Bingquan's words, Gong Tiannan knew pleading for mercy was useless.
Dejected, he led his men out of the private room.
"Mr. Li, since there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. I'll treat you to tea another day. Chairman Zhou, have a safe trip." June escorted Zhou Bingquan out.
When he returned, everyone in the room was looking at June differently.
"June, sit down quickly. Tell us what's the story with these 2.1 billion.
Bai Jingting, shedding his usual stern and cold demeanor, said to June with a beaming smile. Zhu Yu even nudged his daughter's arm.
"Yuhan, didn't you just say you wanted to sit next to June?
Look how young and wealthy he is. You really should learn from his experience."
"June, you're something else. You're so wealthy, yet you're still so low-key."
"It's your Aunt Xiaorong's birthday in a few days. You absolutely have to come," said Feng Boxian. "Brother June, here's a toast to you." Wei also raised his glass. Watching these people act so haughty in public yet so obsequious behind the scenes, June couldn't help but shake his head slightly. However, seeing how happy his aunt, Li Mangyun, looked, he ultimately didn't want to lose face with them and agreed to their requests one by one. June didn't feel like staying any longer, so after going through the motions with them, he found an excuse to leave Rongshuan residence.
Crouching by the roadside, June lit a cigarette.
He had barely taken 2 puffs when he saw 2 figures, an older man and a young woman, running toward him. They were wearing white tracksuits. The older man looked to be in his 60s, while the young woman was in her early 20s. Though dressed in athletic wear, she couldn't hide her stunning figure. However, upon seeing the two, June couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. While in prison, he and Nalan had studied martial arts, and to better understand the human body, he had also delved into the study of medicine. Now, to his trained eye, the older man's complexion appeared slightly bluish, a sign of a brain disorder. As they were about to pass each other, June couldn't help but call out, "Old man, stop right there, or you'll lose your life."
Chapter 68, I'll give you 30 million.
After lunch, Wang Wanwan accompanied her grandfather out for some exercise. This was the only time she managed to set aside in the past 6 months, so she was really enjoying the moment. As she ran over, she spotted the young man squatting by the roadside, smoking. Wang Wanwan had encountered many people in life who were struggling, and the kind-hearted Wang Wanwan felt sympathy for them. She just hadn't expected this man to have such a negative mindset because his own life wasn't going well. He went so far as to curse her grandfather to death. That moment made her furious.
She immediately glared at June and said, "What's wrong with you? What has my grandfather ever done to you to make you curse him so viciously?
If you don't explain yourself clearly today, don't blame me for being unkind."
As she spoke, Wang Wanwan's eyes flashed with a menacing glint, and her slender, jade-like fingers clenched tightly.
Don't let her delicate appearance fool you. She is a black belt in Taekwondo. June knew she had misunderstood him, so he immediately said, "Beautiful lady, your grandfather really does have a brain condition.
He needs to get to the hospital for treatment right away.
Above all, he must avoid strenuous exercise, otherwise, he might die before we even make it to the hospital."
How dare you spout such nonsense? Wang Wanwan clenched her teeth in anger.
Alright, Wanwan, people like this who are unhappy with their lives and only know how to take their frustrations out on others are full of negative energy. There's no need to bother with them, the elderly man said to his granddaughter. After speaking, he was about to continue his run.
June spoke up again, "I'm telling the truth. If you keep running, I'm afraid you'll pass out in 3 minutes and be dead in 10. I've said my piece. Believe it or not, it's up to you." With that, June stubbed out his cigarette and got up to leave. After June left, Wang Wanwan said discontentedly, "Grandpa, why didn't you let me teach him a lesson?
That kid is truly despicable." The old man smiled. "That kind of trash is good for nothing except spewing complaints and negativity towards society. Arguing with him would only lower our standards.
Alright, let us keep running."
With that, the old man took the lead and started running. But just 10 meters into his run, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, then collapsed straight onto the ground, his entire face turning purple.
His breathing instantly became faint and labored. Wang Wanwan was immediately horrified. "Grandpa, what's wrong? Grandpa!"
But the old man showed no sign of response.
Recalling what June had said moments ago, Wang Wanwan didn't hesitate for a second. She hurriedly got up and ran after June. Fortunately, June hadn't gone very far, and she caught up with him quickly. She blocked June's path. "Sir, I was wrong."
But she was a split second too late. June's palm had already struck the old man's forehead. The blow was so forceful that the old man's head even bounced off the ground.
The onlookers began pointing and whispering among themselves. "What's going on here?
Nalan is already dead, and he is still hitting him with his palm.
It seems like that woman just asked him to save her." Save her? He looks so young. Does he look like the type to save people? Besides, have you ever heard of saving someone by slapping them with your palm? At that moment, Wang Wanwan was completely enraged.
She raised her leg and launched a high roundhouse kick at June. However, just as she lifted her leg, June grabbed her ankle. When Wang Wanwan felt June's grip as firm as an iron clamp, she realized this young man was a master.
Wang Wanwan roared, "You bastard! If anything happens to my grandfather, I won't let you off the hook. I'm treating your grandfather."
June released her ankle. Wang Wanwan immediately lost her balance and stumbled backward several steps. Just then, the elderly man, who had been lying motionless on the ground, suddenly began to cough. He coughed up a mouthful of thick phlegm, and his breathing became easier. He was actually cured. Wang Wanwan, who had been about to attack again, froze in her tracks. Then a look of joy spread across her face as she rushed over to support her grandfather and pat him on the back.
"Grandpa, how are you feeling?"
The old man's eyes were still a bit dazed. It took him a few seconds to come to his senses. He stood up and took June's hand.
June smiled.
"Healing the sick and saving lives is my duty, but I've only temporarily relieved your symptoms. You still need to go to the hospital for professional treatment. Of course, if you trust me, I can also prescribe a formula for you to regulate your health with traditional Chinese medicine."
"We certainly trust you,"
the old man said eagerly.
"Young man, you saved my life. How could I not trust you?" "That's right." Wang Wanwan nodded repeatedly from the side. "All right. Do you have paper and a pen? I'll write down the prescription for you. Just get the herbs, boil them, and take the decoction." June had been a bit nervous using his medical skills for the first time,
But now that he cured the old man, his confidence soared.
I have some here.
A man wearing gold-rimmed glasses standing nearby took a sheet of paper and a fountain pen from his briefcase and handed them to June. They had all witnessed June's medical skills earlier and were deeply impressed by him.
June took the pen and wrote out the prescription.
The old man looked at it and nodded repeatedly.
Your calligraphy is bold and shows great skill. After handing the prescription to the elderly man, June was about to leave. Wang Wanwan suddenly spoke up, Sir, your medical skills are so exceptional.
As it happens, a friend of mine has a father suffering from a terminal illness.
I wonder if you could possibly take the time to examine him. At this point, Wang Wanwan immediately added, If you can cure my friend's father, she'll be willing to pay whatever fee you ask. June had only just given a small demonstration of his skills today and was eager for more practice, so he nodded. All right. Where does your friend live? When should I go? She lives in the eastern suburbs of Chuzhou.
If it's convenient for you, it would be best to go right now. Her father has been on his deathbed for the past few days.
Wang Wanwan said excitedly upon hearing June's agreement. All right. June agreed immediately.
Sir, since I have to take care of my grandfather, I'll have someone drive you there directly.
How does that sound? No problem. June nodded. Wang Wanwan made a phone call, and before long, 2 minivans pulled up.
Wang Wanwan helped her grandfather into one of them, while June got into the other, and they headed straight for the eastern suburbs. Eastern suburbs, Villa District. The vans pulled up at the entrance to the villa compound. A woman was standing anxiously at the gate, looking around. When she saw June get out, a look of surprise clearly flashed across her face. She obviously hadn't expected June to be so young. But the next moment, she rushed over, grabbed June's hand, and pulled him inside.
My father is dying.
If you can save him, I'll give you 30 million.
Chapter 69, June's ace in the hole. Inside the villa.
The place was in complete chaos.
June finally met the patient he was there to treat.
A middle-aged man lay on the bed, barely clinging to life, hanging by a thread.
No wonder the woman was so frantic.
My father was hit by a car a while back and suffered heart damage. The hospital was at a loss and told us to start making funeral arrangements. He has been coughing up blood since this morning, and now he can't even swallow water. There was a hint of tears in the woman's voice. Inside the room, a doctor was examining the patient. Although it wasn't a hospital, June saw the room filled with medical equipment. He guessed even a hospital in the city center wouldn't be much different. A group of people was standing by the doorway, presumably the woman's family members.
The moment June stepped into the room, the ECG flatlined.
The doctor, who had been busy working, slumped as he set down his instruments, sighed, turned to face the crowd at the door, and said, Young master, madam, I'm truly sorry Mr. Gu cannot be saved. As soon as he finished speaking, the woman burst into tears. Everyone else in the room had tears welling up in their eyes. The woman standing next to June staggered, nearly collapsing to the floor. June quickly reached out to steady her and said, I might be able to save him. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire room fell silent, and all eyes turned to him. When they saw how young June was, the glimmer of hope that had flickered in their eyes instantly faded. Gu Wan, however, seemed to have grasped a lifeline. She stared intently at June and asked, Is that really true?
June smiled and nodded.
Of course it's true.
Just then, Gu Wan's older brother, Gu Hao, snorted coldly. What kind of quack are you? Dad's heart has already stopped beating.
Even Dr. Jiang, a master of medicine, has confirmed his death.
How could you possibly treat him? How many times have we been duped and how much money have we lost these past few days because of Dad's illness? Haven't you learned your lesson yet? Standing nearby, Dr. Jiang also blared angrily at June.
Anyone and everyone dares to come out and impersonate a doctor these days.
May I ask if you have a medical license?
The Gu family is already heartbroken over the loss of a loved one, and now you charlatans are rubbing salt into the wound. Mr. Gu has already suffered so much.
Are you really going to desecrate his remains as well? Dr. Jiang was furious. He had a good At that moment, he felt as if he were facing an enraged tiger. If he dared to say another word, he would be mercilessly torn to pieces. Normally, treating illnesses and saving lives is nothing more than a trivial matter for me, but since you've offended me, if you want me to save his life, it'll cost you 100 million. June spoke in a calm, detached tone. Hearing this, many of those present were utterly shocked. He has really got some nerve asking for 100 million right off the bat. Not even the most famous miracle doctors in Beijing would dare to ask for that much. Dr. Jiang snorted coldly, "Kid, you're so desperate for money you've gone mad. 100 million? You might as well just rob a bank." But June merely cast a calm glance at Gu-won. "Will you treat him, or not?" Gu-won looked at her father, who lay lifeless on the bed, and finally nodded resolutely. "Treat him. As long as you can cure my father, I'll give you not just 100 million, but 10 million. Very well. Your father should count himself lucky to have a daughter like you." After saying this, June strode over to the bedside. After assessing the patient's condition, June raised his palm, a faint mist rising from it, and pressed it directly against the man's chest. This was his greatest achievement since entering prison. It was also the key to his remarkable progress over the past 3 years. Sanlong-ju. Had the patient not been teetering between life and death, June would never have used it so lightly. Chapter 70, Resurrected. The Azure Dragon technique was a breathing method passed down to June by Nalan while he was in prison. According to Nalan, June was the only person who had managed to reach a basic level of mastery in this art within just 3 years. At that moment, as June placed his palm over the patient's heart, a faint, almost imperceptible white mist began to flow into the patient's heart. As the white mist flowed in, the injury to the heart began to heal bit by bit. Dr. Jian watched June's actions and couldn't help but let a look of anger cross his face. What kind of charlatan is this, pulling off these tricks? Is this how you treat patients? It's nothing but a farce. He is clearly a fraud, just another one here to swindle people out of their money. These people are truly despicable. Drag him out and break his legs. Countless relatives of the Gu family, witnessing this scene, began shouting in unison. Gu Hao's eyes were practically shooting fire. "You bastard! Get your filthy hands off him right now, or I'll beat you to death." Gu Hao was truly enraged. The loss of his father was painful enough as it was, yet this despicable charlatan had the nerve to come here and deceive people. A crowd of Gu family relatives rolled up their sleeves, ready to rush forward and attack him. "Miss Gu, stop them, or you'll miss your only chance to save your father," June said coldly. Gu-won didn't really trust June either, but hearing his words, she couldn't help but feel a pang of fear. Even Gu-won's mother said, her voice choked with emotion. "No. Wan said he is a miracle doctor. Just let me be selfish one more time." By then, June had already closed his eyes, a fine sheen of sweat beading on his forehead. The Sanlong-ju, a breathing technique, causes true qi to circulate ceaselessly within the body, and this true qi contains boundless vitality. This was why, despite having practiced martial arts for only 3 years, June's strength surpassed that of countless martial artists who had trained for half their lives. However, the Azure Dragon art also had some drawbacks. While it was fine for regular cultivation, using it in combat could easily disrupt one's mental state, causing one to fall into a frenzied state. At this moment, channeling true qi into another person's body was an enormous drain on June. 100 million for the consultation fee was truly not expensive. As the true qi surged in, the wound near his heart began to heal, gradually showing signs of recovery. The blood, which had stopped flowing, actually began to flow slowly once more. At that moment, June finally lowered his hand from the patient's chest and wiped the sweat from his brow. It would likely take a great deal of nourishing tonics to recover from the exertion he just endured. June let out a long sigh of relief, turned around, and said, "I've cured him. It should take about 10 minutes for him to come back to life." Hearing June's words, Gu-won could hardly believe it. "Sir, are you serious? My dad is going to live?" June nodded. "Of course. Please pay the consultation fee." "Okay." Gu Wen hurriedly pulled a bank card out of her pocket. There's 30 million on this card.
As for the remaining 70 million, just give me an account number, and I'll have someone transfer it to you right away.
But before June could take the card, Gu Hao snatched it away from her. Sis, you've lost your mind. How can you believe such nonsense? He is clearly trying to run off with the bank card. Do you see Dad showing any signs of life?
Dr. Jiang also said coldly, "Kid, your scam is way too amateurish.
Do you think we're all idiots?"
Standing nearby, Gu Wen's mother pointed at June, trembling all over, and shouted, "You scammer!
Everyone, stop him, don't let him get away. We'll call the police and have him arrested right away."
June, however, merely smiled faintly. He picked up a pen and paper from the side, wrote down a bank account number, and handed it to Gu Wen.
"Here's my account number.
Transfer 100 million into it within 2 hours.
If it's even 1 fin short, I can save his life or take it away at any moment."
With that, he strode directly toward the exit.
"Think you can just walk out?" "No way." Gu Hao swung his fist at June. But June didn't even turn his head.
With a wave of his hand, Gu Hao was sent flying as if carried by a gust of wind, crashing into the wall. Instantly, the remaining relatives, intimidated by June's power, instinctively stepped aside, watching helplessly as June strode away.
"That bastard, that con artist. We can't just let him get away like this.
I'm calling the police to have him arrested."
Gu Hao cursed loudly. A middle-aged man standing nearby nodded. "Howard, leave this to me. Uncle has some connections at the 6 gates.
I'll make sure he spends 8 or 10 years behind bars."
Does he really think the Gu family is someone to mess with?
Great. Once we catch him, I'm definitely going to slap him twice across the face,"
Gu Hao said viciously.
Just then, Dr. Jiang's expression suddenly changed as if he'd seen a ghost. He froze in place, his face filled with shock.
"What's wrong?" Gu Wen was the first to notice Dr. Jiang's unusual reaction.
But immediately afterward, she, too, stood frozen in place. Everyone in the room was instantly speechless, their faces etched with expressions of utter disbelief. On the flat line of the monitor, the electrocardiogram suddenly began to fluctuate. His heartbeat had returned. It was slow at first, but after a few breaths, it had come remarkably close to that of a healthy person. Mr. Gu, who had been declared dead, had come back to life. Everyone present found themselves breathing heavily, unable to believe what they were seeing. A man who had no heartbeat, no breathing, and had already been declared dead had now miraculously come back to life. It was simply unbelievable.
How on earth was this possible? He must be a miracle doctor.
At that moment, Mr. Gu, lying on the hospital bed, began to twitch his eyelashes, as if trying to open his eyes.
He is really alive. Gu Hao let out a loud cry as well.
In that instant, it felt as if a thunderbolt had struck him. His head was buzzing.
This is completely unscientific.
Meanwhile, Gu Wen had already rushed to the bedside, weeping with joy. Gu Hao, who had just been ranting about teaching June a lesson, instantly turned his gaze toward the outside of the room. His eyes were filled with a complex mix of emotions. $1 million was a large sum, but to June as he was now, it was truly nothing to speak of. Seeing June so casually turn down $1 million, a hint of surprise flashed in the old man's eyes.
"My name is Wang Yulin.
I truly admire your noble character, young man.
You and Wan are both young. We should keep in touch. By the way, may I ask your name?" "My name is June."
At that moment, Wang Wan spoke up, "Mr. Li, how is my friend's father doing?"
"He should be all better by now."
"Really?" A look of surprise and delight spread across Wang Wan's face.
"Mr. Li's medical skills are truly exceptional. You're nothing short of a miracle doctor."
Wang Yulin said, "Mr. Li cured my illness and refused to accept payment.
I am truly grateful. I wonder if you could leave me your phone number so I might have the chance to repay you." "That's no problem at all." June immediately pulled out his cell phone.
Wang Yulin hurriedly nudged his granddaughter's arm.
"Quick, write down Mr. Li's phone number."
"Why me?" Just as Wang Wanwan was about to speak up, she caught her grandfather giving her a stern look, so she obediently jotted down June's number.
All right, Wanwan, you drive Mr. Li home. Wang Yulin instructed. Make sure you take Mr. Li all the way home. Wang Wanwan immediately furrowed her brow.
They clearly had a driver, why did he have to make her do it?
No need.
I'd like to take a walk anyway, it's been a long time since I've had some quiet time to myself.
With that, June set off walking into the distance. Once June was out of sight, Wang Wanwan pouted. Grandpa, are you deliberately trying to get me to spend more time with him? Why else would you make me write down his number and drive him home?
Even if he is a skilled doctor, you can't just hand your granddaughter over like that.
Wang Wanwan looked thoroughly displeased.
As far as she was concerned, Grandpa was just trying to set her up with someone without even asking her opinion. It felt like a total lack of respect.
Wang Yulin sighed. Wanwan, Grandpa is only doing this for your own good.
This June is a rare gem among young men, a true standout. If you could marry him, Grandpa would have peace of mind.
Grandpa, what nonsense are you talking about?
I've only met him once, and there are so many talented young men pursuing me, aren't they all better than him? Hearing this, Wang Yulin immediately flew into a rage, his beard bristling and his eyes bulging.
You really have no eye for talent.
As for those few garlic cloves in your circle, Grandpa doesn't think a single one of them is worth looking at. Compared to June, they're a world apart. Wang Wanwan hadn't expected her grandfather to speak so highly of this young man they just met. But she honestly couldn't see what was so remarkable about him, aside from his exceptional medical skills. She retorted defiantly, Grandpa, it's one thing to say that about others, but surely young Master Jinyu is better than June, isn't he? Xiao Jinyu was a figure revered almost like a god within the circles of prominent families. Born into a distinguished military family, he began training with the army at age 12, was specially recruited into the Central Region Military District at 15, and after retiring from the military at 24, founded his own company with operations spanning both domestic and international markets. His influence had long since extended far beyond Chu Prefecture. He was a figure everyone in those circles looked up to.
Wang Wanwan had always admired Xiao Jinyu deeply, regarding him as her idol.
She couldn't believe that the young master of the Xiao family wasn't 100 times better than that June.
Well. Wang Yulin fell silent. After a moment, he spoke up, that young man from the Xiao family is indeed extraordinary, but this June gives me the feeling that he might not be any worse than the Xiao family's young master. Besides, the line of women vying for the Xiao family's young master's attention stretches all the way from Chu Prefecture to the capital, whereas this June might just be a dark horse. Upon hearing this, Wang Wanwan pursed her lips.
Grandpa, no matter what you say, I still like young Master Xiao. Besides, this June isn't as outstanding as you make him out to be. It was already 2 hours later when June returned to his villa in Shizi Domain. Taking a stroll outside had helped dispel some of the pent-up frustration in his heart, and his mood had improved considerably. Just as he reached the entrance of his villa, he spotted Liang Yong, who looked somewhat pale.
Young master, you're finally back. I have something for you. Following June inside, Liang Yong took out a box and opened it to reveal a lifelike ginseng root. This is a 1,000-year-old ginseng root.
The big boss said there is too much impurity and negative energy in the world, and that taking this ginseng to cultivate would be beneficial for you, young master. June didn't even glance at the ginseng, however instead, he fixed his gaze on Liang Yong.
Are you injured?
Liang Yong gave a wry smile. I ran into a formidable opponent this time, but I managed to fulfill my mission and secure the ginseng.
So that's what you've been busy with in Chu Prefecture lately? June immediately realized what was going on.
Liang Yong nodded.
You've really gone through a lot. Who injured you?
Well. Liang Yong immediately began to stammer.
If you don't tell me the truth, I don't want this ginseng. June's expression hardened.
Hearing this, Liang Yong sighed. It was someone from Azura. When the ginseng turned up in Chu Prefecture, the boss ordered me to get it at all costs, and Azura was also trying to get their hands on it.
Azura? What kind of organization is that? June asked. Azura is very mysterious. Their influence isn't limited to long with their headquarters or overseas. Their leader is a very mysterious figure. But don't worry, young master. The reason I got injured this time is that I didn't know the Azura people were coming beforehand. Otherwise, the big boss would have sent even more formidable experts, and they wouldn't have stood a chance. Is the person who injured you still in Shuzhou? June asked again. Liang Yong nodded, yes. For Azura, ginseng is something they're determined to get at all costs. They won't give up easily. I was just about to report this to the big boss and ask him to more experts. No need. I'll handle it, June said. Young master, Azura's people aren't easy to deal with. Trust me. June patted Liang Yong on the shoulder. In the living room of his house stood a figure clad in black. Like a ghost, he had appeared without a sound. Will you hand over the 1,000-year-old ginseng willingly, or shall I slit your throat and take it myself? The figure said slowly, his voice icy and his gaze as venomous as a snake's. June's eyes narrowed slightly. He realized it was likely Liang Yong who had come to see him and that he'd already been followed. The fact that the man had entered his house without a sound proved he was a master of stealth. Are you one of Azura's men? June asked. You're quite clever. It seems Liang Yong has already told you. I don't know what your relationship with Liang Yong is, but hiding the ginseng here will only bring you disaster. Azura is not an organization you can afford to offend. The man in black said grimly, advancing step by step toward June. As he neared June, a flash of cold steel suddenly appeared, slashing toward June's throat. Clearly, everything the man had just said about June simply handing over the ginseng was meant to lull June into a false sense of security, all in preparation for this sudden strike. Even though he didn't take June seriously, he still struck with all his might. This was an essential quality of an excellent assassin. Unfortunately for him, he had run into June. As the blade flashed past, June simply leaned back slightly and dodged the attack. Then, moving like lightning, he struck out, slamming his palm directly into the man's chest. The man in black's face instantly turned ashen. But it was already too late. The next moment, struck by June's palm, he was sent flying and slammed into the wall. When he hit the ground, his chest had completely caved and his eyes were wide open, and he was already dead. He's too weak. He couldn't have been the one who injured Liang Yong. June shook his head, then found a piece of cloth to cover his face. He hoisted the corpse, left the Shizi domain, and headed to the outskirts, where he casually tossed the body into a small grove. He clapped his hands and was about to head back when he suddenly stopped in his tracks. He sensed dozens of figures stealthily approaching. They appeared to be soldiers. June realized these men had formed encirclement that was steadily closing in. I don't think I've provoked the military, but whatever. June sprinted off in one direction. Stop right there. From behind a tree, a man raised his gun. But in the next instant, June saw a flash before his eyes, felt a sharp pain in his neck, and collapsed limply to the ground. Several of his companions nearby, hearing the commotion, rushed out as well. June simply knocked them all unconscious and rummaged through one of their IDs. The Ice Blade Guard of the Central Region. General, we had already formed a perimeter, but the enemy was too powerful. 3 of our soldiers were knocked unconscious, a subordinate reported. Have them come forward to explain themselves. General, he said. Soon, 3 young men appeared before them. What happened at the time? Tell me. True to his military background, General, he spoke crisply and to the point. We were conducting a search as ordered when a figure suddenly appeared. I didn't even have time to pull the trigger before I was knocked unconscious. What did he look like? Zhu couldn't help but ask from the side. After all, the soldiers in charge of this manhunt were from the Ice Blade Guard of the Central Region Combat Division. The Ice Blade Guard was ranked among the top 5 special forces units in the entire Central Region Combat Division, and every soldier in it was exceptionally skilled. To be knocked unconscious the moment they spotted a figure, just how formidable must the opponent have been? No wonder the Azura members were killed. I didn't get a clear look at his face.
I only remember he was wearing a white tracksuit and seemed quite young, the soldier said.
Not very old? A white tracksuit?
When did such a skilled fighter appear in Shu Prefecture? Zhu and He Yunhui both furrowed their brows. General Tang, it seems tonight's operation has failed. I'll take this body back to identify the person. With Azura's people appearing in Shu Prefecture, this is going to be extremely difficult to handle. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you further, General Tang.
He Yunhui said. General He, you're too kind.
You're my senior brother, just give me your orders.
Jun returned to the Shizi domain villa and resumed his cultivation. The next morning,
seeing that the money hadn't been transferred yet, his expression turned cold. He headed straight out to the Gu family residence. Meanwhile, Zhu, who was out for her morning run, suddenly stopped in her tracks.
A white tracksuit, not very old, and living at the Shizi domain villa isn't that the mysterious person who killed the Azura yesterday?
The next moment, Zhu hurried after him. But when she rounded a corner, she found that he was already long gone. Since you live at the Shizi domain villa, I'll definitely track you down, Zhu vowed silently.
Chapter 73, I can save you, and I can kill you. At that moment, the Gu family villa was filled with a festive atmosphere.
Gu Yannian, the head of the Gu family, was the pillar of the household. As long as he was there, the Gu family stood as solid as a rock.
At that moment, Gu Yannian, dressed in loose-fitting white clothing, was sitting in a rosewood chair.
His hair was meticulously combed back, his face radiating an air of authority, and he was full of vitality. One would never guess that just yesterday he had been lying in bed, on the brink of death. Dad, congratulations on your full recovery. Gu Hao, dressed in a suit, stepped forward with a glass of wine to offer his congratulations.
Since Gu Yannian had narrowly escaped death, the Gu family had organized a private celebration today.
Congratulations, Wenwen, don't worry. I already called Wang Yulin yesterday and probed the matter indirectly. He and that man merely ran into each other on the street. It was just a passing encounter. Besides, that's 100 million in consultation fees. Even the most expensive miracle doctor in Beijing charges no more than 1 million per visit. To dare ask for 100 million, he is clearly asking for an exorbitant sum. If he really comes knocking, just give him 1 million.
Gu Hao, standing nearby, nodded and said, "That's right, Dad's right.
Besides, Dad's been in this line of work for so many years. What storms hasn't he weathered? Do you really think he'd capsize in a gutter?" Hearing her father's words, Guwen still harbored some doubts, but she felt slightly more at ease. She recalled her father's secret phone call yesterday to mobilize his men. The Gu family had made plenty of enemies over the years, yet they managed to stay unscathed all this time, and for good reason. Just as the Gu residence was bustling with activity, a figure appeared at the entrance to the villa. He could hear the commotion coming from inside. In addition, June sensed that numerous security guards were stationed around the villa. But June didn't give these men a second thought. Creak. He pushed open the gate and strode in with confidence. The moment June stepped into the courtyard, a man in a black suit emerged and glared at him coldly. "Who are you?" With one hand clasped behind his back and a smile on his face, June said loudly, "Mr. Gu, I've come to collect my medical fee." His voice was so clear and resonant that the commotion inside the house fell silent. The next moment, a rush of hurried footsteps echoed, and the villa's door swung open. Gu Yannian and a group of Gu family members poured out. He really came. Guwen couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety. Beside her, Gu Hao's eyes flashed with a cold glint. Gu Yannian, however, wore a composed smile as he narrowed his eyes at June. "So it's the divine healer who has arrived. I must thank you for your miraculous healing, which cured my illness." As he spoke, Gu Yannian pulled out a bank card. "I've long since prepared the consultation fee for the divine healer. Here's 1 million, a small token of my appreciation." As he spoke, he gave a subtle nod to his son, Gu Hao, standing beside him. Gu Hao took the bank card and walked straight toward June. But just as he reached June, he was sent flying by a flick of June's sleeve. June sneered, "We agreed yesterday on a consultation fee of 100 million.
You're trying to fob me off with 1 million? Do you really think I, June, am someone to be pushed around? I can save your life, and I can take it away.
Mr. Gu, I didn't come here today for that 100 million consultation fee. I came to take your wretched life.
And to let your entire Gu family know the consequences of breaking a promise. Gu Yannian's face had already darkened by now.
When I woke up yesterday, my son told me you were exceptionally skilled. Seeing you today, I can confirm you're indeed formidable.
But to say you're here just to take my life, Gu Yannian, is a bit presumptuous. Do you realize that your life or death now hangs on a single thought of mine?
As soon as Gu Yannian finished speaking, a thunderous clatter of footsteps echoed from all directions, and a swarm of figures appeared, surrounding June.
Chapter 74. Do you believe me now?
One after another, figures clad in black suits appeared, all men over 1.8 meters tall, exuding a fierce presence with eyes full of menace at a glance. They were clearly highly skilled.
These were all men Gu Yannian had urgently mobilized last night.
It seems you've been prepared for this all along.
June gave a cold smile.
There were more than 30 of them in total. Judging by their appearance, each one could take on 10 opponents single-handedly. They were all professionally trained. In particular, several of them had bulges at their waists. Clearly, they were carrying guns. But such a force would only be effective against someone like Master Wu, who lacked real combat experience. If they were to face Yi Xiao or even Duanya, they wouldn't stand a chance, let alone June. The Gu family had clearly never encountered a true martial artist before. They thought this meager force would be enough to control everything.
This is just an appetizer. Gu Yannian's face radiated the confidence of someone in complete control of the situation.
I know you're exceptionally skilled, so I prepared a special feast just for you. As he spoke, Gu Yannian clapped his hands, and instantly, 3 more men stepped out from behind him. These 3 men had a distinctly different aura from the 30-odd others, exuding a dangerous presence. June, in particular, sensed a murderous intent emanating from them, a clear sign that these men had taken lives before. These 3 are mercenaries from the border south region. Each one is capable of taking on 100 men single-handedly.
Gu Yannian introduced them smugly.
They chose to come to Chuzhou to live a peaceful life because they made too many enemies in the border south. Each one earns 2 million a year, and since joining me, they haven't had a chance to fight yet.
That's rather interesting. June remarked indifferently.
All 3 had reached the Mingjing level.
Well, Master Healer, are you satisfied with the gift I've prepared for you? Now I'm giving you one last chance. Take the 1 million and leave quietly. Otherwise, not only will you walk away empty-handed.
The man in a suit closest to June's body suddenly arched into a shrimp-like position, flying backward like a fired cannonball and crashing onto the steps several meters away. At the same time, June's body had already turned into a blur as he charged into the crowd.
Gu Yannian's elite fighters hadn't even figured out what was happening before they were flung aside one by one, falling in a heap. Yannian's expression changed instantly. Fury flared in his eyes as he roared, "Quick! Take that kid down, dead or alive, I don't care." 3 elite fighters sprang into action simultaneously, turning into 3 blurs as they charged toward June. Bang, bang, bang. But in the very next moment.
However, June ignored his warning, his stride not faltering in the slightest.
"Don't come any closer, or I'll shoot," Gu Yannian said again. Bang.
The next moment, Gu Yannian saw a flash before his eyes, and the gun in his hand had vanished. June had instantly covered a distance of 5 or 6 meters, appearing right beside him, holding his gun.
"You." Gu Yannian was about to speak. Bang. June had already mercilessly pulled the trigger, piercing his thigh. Ah! In an instant,
Gu Yannian let out a blood-curdling scream as blood stained his pant leg crimson. The members of the Gu family were so terrified they didn't dare breathe. The next moment, June shoved the muzzle into Gu Yannian's mouth.
"I told you, I can save your life, and I can take it away. Do you believe me now?" Chapter 75, A Man Like a God.
The muzzle was still scorching hot. With it shoved directly into his mouth, Gu Yannian let out muffled whimpers, his heart filled with regret and fear. In the blink of an eye, June had crushed all the strength Gu Yannian had prided himself on. He was practically godlike.
Only then did he realize why June had come alone, with such overwhelming power. What need was there for any backing?
He himself was the ultimate backing. In the face of such power, his own trump card seemed utterly laughable.
Kid, let go of my older brother. I have connections with the Six Gates. Gu Yanling, Gu Yannian's second younger brother, stepped forward and shouted angrily. Bang!
In the next instant, June raised his gun, and a spray of blood erupted from the man's shoulder.
Instantly, the entire Gu family fell silent, frozen with fear. However, June didn't even spare him a glance. The muzzle of his gun was once again aimed at Gu Yannian.
His finger on the trigger slowly tightened. Gu Yannian's heart sank instantly, and cold sweat poured down his face like a spring. As soon as June's finger tightened completely, a bullet would pierce right through his head.
Having just narrowly escaped death, he understood the preciousness of life all the more. Doctor, I admit I was in the wrong.
I'll pay your consultation fee. Please spare my life. Facing this life or death moment, Gu Yannian was terrified. I'll transfer 100 million yuan to your account immediately, without the slightest delay. June remained unmoved, his fingers still slowly tightening.
500 million. I'll give you 500 million. Seeing that June wasn't swayed, Gu Yannian hurriedly upped the ante. 500 million is already 1/3 of my family's fortune. If you kill me, you won't get a single penny. What's in it for you?
It would only satisfy a momentary urge. But if you agree, I'll hand over the 500 million immediately, and I promise I'll never send anyone after you.
Gu Yannian's back was already soaked with cold sweat as he looked at June with pleading eyes.
But in June's eyes, he saw nothing but indifference.
It was as if a god were looking down on an ant.
June's fingers were already halfway clenched. One more squeeze, and a bullet would pierce his skull, ending his life forever. Master Healer, I'm willing to surrender all my wealth and serve you as your slave from now on.
My life means nothing to you. If you spare me, perhaps I can do many things for you. From now on, I'll be your dog. As the words fell, Gu Yannian had already closed his eyes. This was the last thing he could do.
If he still couldn't move June, then he'd have no choice but to die. After waiting a few seconds, he opened his eyes and saw that June had lowered the pistol that had been pressed against his head. To be honest, June's anger had mostly subsided. Whether he killed him or not really didn't matter anymore. If he could get his hands on the Gu family's fortune of over $1 billion, plus have someone like this at his beck and call, that wouldn't be so bad. After all, June needed his own people. He couldn't always turn to Liang Yong or rely on Naylan for everything.
Remember what you just said, or I can take your life at any moment.
Hearing this, Gu Yannian's face lit up with joy, and he let out a long sigh of relief. The members of the Gu family, whose hearts had been in their throats, also breathed a sigh of relief.
First, transfer 500 million to my account.
As for the rest of the Gu family's wealth, transfer it all into my name within a week. If you dare pull any tricks, I can guarantee you'll die a very painful death.
With that, June raised his hand and tapped his finger against Gu Yannian's brow.
In the next instant, a wisp of white mist surged directly into his body, and a red line appeared out of thin air on his brow.
What is this? Gu Yannian asked in terror. Nothing much, just a little trick. If I find out you've betrayed me, you'll die instantly and silently.
Don't worry, there won't be a shred of pain like this, for example. As he spoke, June snapped his fingers. Instantly, an excruciating pain radiated from Gu Yannian's head, as if a seed had taken root and begun to sprout inside his skull, threatening to burst through his skull.
Ah! Gu Yannian let out a piercing scream.
But when June snapped his fingers again, the excruciating pain vanished into thin air, and even the red line on his forehead gradually faded away.
At that moment, Gu Yannian was completely convinced this man was nothing short of a demon.
The Gu family members standing nearby also felt a chill that penetrated their very souls.
Could there truly be such supernatural powers in this world? Just what kind of person had the Gu family offended? There are many methods in this world that you cannot even imagine.
Even without using what I just did, I could take your life at any moment. But rest assured, as long as you obediently follow my orders, none of this will happen.
I understand, Gu Yannian nodded bitterly, speaking with the utmost deference.
He no longer dared to harbor even the slightest doubt about Jun's words.
My name is Jun, remember it. Junlin Syndicate is my company.
Simply transfer all your assets to Junlin Syndicate.
With that, Jun drifted away, leaving the entire Gu family standing there with ashen faces.
The joy they felt moments earlier at Gu Yannian's miraculous return from the dead had vanished without a trace. For the sake of 100 million yuan, they ended up losing the Gu family's entire fortune. But the problem was, they didn't dare disobey. Jun's methods were already deeply etched into their minds. Compared to immense wealth, their lives were still the most important thing.
Eldest brother, are we really just going to hand over the Gu family as 2 generations of hard work like this? Second uncle Gu Yanling, who boasted of having connections with the 6 gates, said reluctantly. What else can we do? We'll just have to accept our fate. But even though the Gu family has lost all its wealth, we've now aligned ourselves with Jun.
Perhaps this misfortune will turn into a blessing. We might just be able to earn back over 1 billion.
Hearing this, Gu Yanling couldn't help but sigh.
The members of the Gu family all hung their heads in dejection.
They took it as Gu Yannian's way of comforting them. What else could they do? Jun returned to his villa in Shizi Domain.
Just as he reached the entrance, he heard a shrill shout from behind him.
Stop right there!
Jun turned around and saw Zhu holding a gun, aimed directly at him. When she got a clear look at Jun's face, Zhu froze in her tracks. Seeing the white tracksuit, she assumed she caught the person who killed Shura. She never expected it to be Jun.
What are you doing here? Zhu holstered her gun and asked irritably. I live here. I told you that last time. Jun felt a bit exasperated. Did his classmate really have such a bad memory? You really live here? Now Zhu was starting to feel a bit skeptical.
After all, if Jun didn't live here, it would be hard to explain why he was standing at the entrance to Villa number 9.
Of course I do. Why would I lie to you? With that, Jun pulled his access card out of his pocket.
But no matter how many times he swiped it over the reader, there was no response.
Damn it, the magnetic strip is worn out. Jun cursed under his breath.
Hearing Jun's words, Zhu paused for a moment, then couldn't help but chuckle softly, a touch of exasperation in his voice. It was a real shame this classmate of his wasn't an actor, and to think he actually believed Jun really lived here.
The access card had lost its magnetic strip? What a coincidence, who would believe that?
Jun shrugged and said, looks like I'll have to go to the property management office to recharge it first.
Go ahead, then. Zhu said.
After Jun left, Zhu couldn't help but shake her head, a hint of disappointment in her eyes. It's not scary to take a wrong turn in life and end up in prison, but what is truly scary is lying over and over again for the sake of so-called pride. Before, Zhu had simply thought Jun had a strong sense of self-respect, but now she felt that Jun was a bit too vain, and that wasn't good.
It doesn't matter where you live, why bother putting on a front?
When Jun returned from the property management office after recharging the card, he found that Zhu was already gone. I was actually planning to invite Zhu in for a glass of water, but I guess she must have had other things to do.
Jun thought to himself. He opened the door and walked inside.
But just as he stepped through the door, before he even had a chance to take a sip of water, his phone rang. Mr. Li, this is Wang Wanwan. To thank you for coming to my rescue, my grandfather would like to invite you to his birthday banquet.
I wonder if you're available.
Wang Wanwan spoke on the phone while glancing at her grandfather, Wang Yulin, standing beside her.
Wang Yulin nodded at her, signaling for her to say exactly that. Well, I'm afraid I won't be able to make it. Jun refused outright. He knew what Wang Yulin was up to. He just wanted to use this opportunity to get to know him, didn't he? But he really wasn't in the mood for that.
Mr. Li says he is not available.
Wang Wanwan told her grandfather. Wang Yulin's expression darkened, and he snatched the phone from his granddaughter's hand. Mr. Li, this is Wang Yulin. You're a renowned physician. I imagine you're quite interested in medicinal herbs, aren't you? Representatives from Medicine King Corporation will be attending this birthday banquet, and they'll be auctioning off medicinal herbs there. Medicinal herbs? Jun's interest was piqued.
Although he now had the 1,000-year-old ginseng, given his cultivation pace, it would last him at most a month. After that, he wouldn't be able to sustain his practice. If Medicine King Company had medicinal herbs of sufficient age, it would be nothing short of a lifesaver for Jun.
Send me the address in time, and I'll be there. That's wonderful news, Wang Yulin said excitedly on the other end of the line.
After hanging up the phone, Jun sliced another piece of ginseng and began his cultivation practice.
That evening, Liang Yong arrived at the villa. Young master, I've uncovered some information.
It seems that, in addition to searching for ginseng, the Azura people are also looking for something else. Furthermore, members of several factions from Baianan have also appeared in Chuzhou, and their objectives seem to be the same as those of the Azura people.
Oh? Anything that can attract the Azura people must be something extraordinary.
Jun couldn't help but think of what Wang Yulin had mentioned, the medicinal herb to be auctioned off at the birthday banquet.
Could they be after that herb? This made Jun look forward even more to the birthday banquet 5 days later. Chapter 76, A Scapegoat. Wang Yulin's birthday banquet was held on a cruise ship 100 li off the coast of Chuzhou. That morning, Jun, dressed in casual clothes, arrived at the heliport with Liang Yong.
Since the venue was out at sea and could only be reached by helicopter, many prominent figures from Chuzhou's business circles had already gathered at the heliport. They were all dressed in their finest, the men in suits and ties, and the women looking especially glamorous.
Jun was somewhat surprised. It seemed Wang Yulin was pulling out all the stops for this birthday celebration. Mr. Li, what a coincidence! Upon seeing Jun, Gu Wen hurried over. She was wearing a V-neck dress. Her fair, slender neck and delicate, graceful collarbones resembling a work of art.
With her snow-white skin, red lips, slightly upturned nose, and rosy smile, anyone who saw her couldn't help but feel their heart race.
Gu Wen and Wang Wanwan were friends, so naturally she had received an invitation as well.
At that moment, the look in Gu Wen's eyes as she looked at Jun carried a hint of fear. Clearly, the events of a few days ago had left a deep impression on her. And even if Jun hadn't stormed into her home, his status as the boss of the Junlin syndicate alone was enough to command Gu Wen's respect.
Jun, however, nodded with his usual composure. The Gu family had already transferred all their assets to Junlin Company, which pleased him greatly. Miss Gu Wen, we meet again.
Just then, a very smug voice rang out. A dapperly dressed man walked over, his gaze carrying a hint of intensity as he looked at Gu Wen. However, upon seeing him, Gu Wen's expression remained rather impassive. She didn't seem particularly taken with him.
Miss Gu, what a coincidence!
It's as if fate has brought us together across 1,000 miles. And you've become even more beautiful in the few days since I last saw you. The human body has only 206 bones, but when I see you, I suddenly have 207. Gu Wen paused for a moment, clearly not understanding what he meant. Jun, standing nearby, couldn't help but chuckle. That's the most original pickup line I've ever heard.
Hearing Jun's interjection, the man's face darkened slightly, and he asked, Miss Gu, who is this?
Seeming to sense the man's displeasure toward Jun, Gu Wen immediately walked over, slipped her arm through Jun's, and nestled into his embrace. Then, pursing her lips, she introduced, this is my boyfriend, Jun. The man was so furious he nearly spat blood. The young lady of the Gu family, whom he'd been pining for so long, had actually been snatched up by someone else right under his nose. With a grim expression, he scrutinized Jun from head to toe, even examining the way Jun tied his shoelaces.
Finally, he said sarcastically, Miss Gu, what kind of taste do you have, choosing such a hick? Look at him, his entire outfit isn't worth more than 5,000 yuan. How could someone like that possibly be worthy of you?
As he spoke, he pointed to his own clothes.
A bespoke Italian suit, Velis leather shoes, and do you see these gold-rimmed glasses?
They're from Rodas, worth 100,000 euros, which is equivalent to 670,000 long coins.
Kid, do you feel particularly inferior? Do you really think you can compare to me?
June quietly looked at him for a few moments, then said calmly, "You're an idiot." Then he reached out and wrapped his arm around Gu-won's slender waist, walking toward the helicopter parked nearby.
Gu-won shuddered. She hadn't expected June to put his arm around her.
Instinctively, she tried to break free, only to find that June's large hand was like an iron clamp, making it impossible for her to move even an inch.
If we're going to put on a show, we have to go all the way, otherwise, how can we fool anyone? June whispered into Gu-won's ear.
Meanwhile, the other man was grinding his teeth in fury. If it weren't for Wang Yulin's birthday banquet today, he would have already lost his temper and charged over to punch him.
June, with his arm around Gu-won, boarded the helicopter.
Soon, the man also climbed aboard, sitting directly across from June, his gaze so intense it seemed he could set them ablaze.
Gu-won had thought June would let go once they were on the helicopter.
But when she saw Yang Chang get on, she had no choice but to let June keep his arm around her, though her face burned with embarrassment. Before long, the helicopter was full, and it began to take off.
Everyone was a bit surprised when they saw June. They recognized Miss Gu, so with June holding her, was he her boyfriend?
But judging by June's attire, he looked a bit too casual.
After all, this was Wang Yulin's birthday banquet, and Wang Yulin was a well-known figure in Suzhou. Wearing casual clothes to such a formal occasion was a bit beneath him.
Mr. Li, could you please take your arm off her?" As the helicopter took off, the sound of the rotors was deafening. Taking advantage of the noise, Gu-won whispered to June.
"Oh." June withdrew his hand with a mischievous grin. He done it on purpose. She used him as a shield, so why shouldn't he get a little something in return?
To be honest, though, Gu-won's body was soft and supple. Holding her felt quite comfortable. Only after June removed his hand did Gu-won let out a long sigh of relief. Being in such close contact with a stranger made her heart race. But just as his hand let go, the plane suddenly climbed sharply. A jolt threw Gu-won off balance, sending her tumbling into June's arms, making it look as if she embraced him of her own accord.
Miss Gu, aren't you being a little too forward?"
June teased. She'd taken advantage of the situation and was still acting innocent. Gu-won hurriedly scrambled away from June, brushed the strands of hair that had fallen across her eyes, her cheeks flushed crimson. At the same time, she thought bitterly to herself that June must have done that on purpose to take advantage of me. After about 20 minutes of flight, the plane landed on the cruise ship's deck. The passengers disembarked one after another. Yang Chang was walking just ahead of June and Gu-won. As soon as he stepped out of the cabin door, he saw Wang Yulin standing below with his granddaughter to greet them, and the guests were all rushing to greet Wang Yulin.
When he spotted Yang Chang, a smile immediately spread across Wang Yulin's face.
"Young Yang is here. You're getting more and more handsome. You've definitely inherited your father's excellent genes."
The people around them couldn't help but glance their way.
Earlier, when Wang Yulin had seen other guests, he had merely nodded slightly. That was as far as his greeting went. But facing Yang Chang, he took the initiative to crack a joke, which spoke to Yang Chang's extraordinary status. Yang Chang couldn't help but feel a bit smug, and he didn't forget to turn and glance at June on the helicopter to highlight the difference between June and himself. June, however, didn't seem to mind in the least. After stepping out of the cabin, he very gentlemanly helped Gu-won down. Just then, Wang Yulin completely ignored Yang Chang standing beside him and hurried forward, his voice full of excitement. "Mr. Li, you're finally here. I heard you were on this flight, so I came especially to welcome you.
I'm truly delighted that you could attend my birthday banquet."
Chapter 77, Penniless. Wang Yulin's words caused surprise to flicker across the faces of everyone around them. They never expected this casually dressed young man to be Wang Yulin's distinguished guest. Just moments ago, they had looked down on him on the plane. Yang Chang, who had been so full of himself just a moment ago, now looked rather grim. The fact that Wang Yulin had left him behind to greet June showed that, in Wang Yulin's eyes, June held a higher status than he did. Just moments ago he'd been smug, but now, looking back, he felt like a complete clown.
"Mr. Wang, you're too kind."
June, however, responded to Wang Yulin's welcome with a lukewarm, indifferent tone. This only fueled further speculation about his true identity.
Mr. Lee, there are plenty of entertainment options on the cruise ship. Let Wan show you around in a bit. As he spoke, Wang Yulin waved to his granddaughter, Wang Wan. Wang pouted as she walked over.
Originally, Wang had been grateful to June for saving Wang Yulin, but now that Wang Yulin was so determined to set her up with June, she felt a sense of rebellion. As a result, she even started to find June a bit annoying. "Grandpa, there are quite a few friends here today, and I need to spend time with them,"
Wang Wan said reluctantly. "They're nowhere near as important as Mr. Lee.
Besides, Mr. Lee saved Grandpa's life. He is an honored guest.
Grandpa is quite busy today and can't personally entertain Mr. Lee, so of course you'll have to step in." "Fine, then I'll just go say hello to my friends."
With that, Wang Wan turned and walked toward the crowd behind her. There, a group of men and women were looking around expectantly.
As soon as Wang Wan approached, they immediately began asking questions in a flurry. Wan, who is that young man? Why did Grandpa Wang go out of his way to greet him personally? Yeah, look how casually he is dressed. Could he be some kind of big shot? Wang Wan shook her head. He is no big shot. He is just that guy I told you about before, the one who saved my grandfather on the road and knows a little medicine. I don't know what Grandpa Wang was thinking. He is determined to set me up with him. That is where Grandpa Wang is wrong. Wan, you're the most beautiful girl in our circle. Even if he knows a little medicine, he is not good enough for you." "Exactly. I think that guy is a bit out of his depth, too. If I were him, I'd keep my distance from you." "All right." Wang Wan cut her friends off. "My grandpa asked me to accompany him for a walk, so I'll have to leave you guys for now." With that, she returned to June's side and linked her arm through Guwan's. "Guwan, how is your dad's illness?" "He has fully recovered, all thanks to Mr. Lee." Guwan's expression grew slightly awkward as she said this. After all, it wouldn't look good if word got out that the Gu family had tried to renege on their debt, only to have June show up at their doorstep demanding payment. "That is good to hear. Mr. Lee really is a skilled doctor," Wang Wan said. "Mr. Lee, there are lots of fun places to explore on the cruise ship. Let us take a look around first. There is still over an hour before the birthday banquet begins." With that, she led June on a tour of the ship. As they stepped inside the cruise ship, they were greeted by a buzz of noise. Wang Wan explained, "The main hall inside is specifically for guests to gamble and have fun. My grandfather chartered the cruise ship for 3 days. All the entertainment facilities are provided by the ship itself. If you're interested, Mr. Lee, you can try your hand at it." "I'll just take a look." June smiled. As soon as the group stepped into the casino hall, they spotted Yang Chang sitting at a gambling table. Behind him was a crowd of men and women, Wang Wan's friends, who were clearly on good terms with Yang Chang and were offering him advice. "Come on, let us go check it out too." Wang Wan felt a bit tempted when she saw her friends were all there. She was a well-behaved girl who wouldn't normally go to places like this. It was also her first time seeing people gamble in person. June, of course, didn't mind. Guwen, standing beside him, had been quiet the whole way. Now that the entire Gu family was effectively acting as June's subordinates, she, as the eldest daughter of the Gu family, naturally felt obligated to accompany June. When Wang Wan and the others arrived, the group of young men and women greeted them warmly. By then, Yang Chang had already won quite a bit of money. He was holding a lit cigarette, his face betraying his unhidden smugness. "Yang Chang, you've won quite a bit here," Wang Wan exclaimed in surprise upon arriving. "It's just pocket change, not even enough for a month's allowance," Yang Chang said with great arrogance. Brother Yang has gambled at the big casinos in Las Vegas. Of course he wouldn't even bat an eye at this small change. How could Brother Yang possibly take this little cruise ship casino seriously? The men and women around him all began to flatter him. Yang Chang's family was involved in many shady businesses, and Yang Chang himself knew many big shots in the underworld. His social circle was vastly different from that of other rich kids. Everyone looked up to Yang Chang. Yang Chang couldn't help but glance smugly at Guwen, but unfortunately, she had her head down, lost in thought,
which left him slightly disappointed. His eyes darted around, and he said, "The small-time gambling over here is no fun. Let us head inside. The minimum bet there starts at 100,000. After saying this, he turned his gaze toward Wang Wanwan. "Wanwan, let us go in together. I'll show you guys what it's all about." Well, Wang Wanwan couldn't help but glance at June beside her. She was there on her grandfather's orders to accompany June, so she had to go along with whatever June wanted, otherwise, her grandfather would scold her if he found out. Whatever. June didn't really care either way. Soon, the group made their way inside. It was much livelier inside than outside after all, with such large sums at stake, there were naturally more onlookers. Especially at the tables furthest inside, the gamblers sitting there all exuded the air of big shots. Many beautiful women dressed as bunny girls, in revealing outfits, stood nearby holding trays. Professional croupiers, wearing white gloves, meticulously carried out the guests' requests. June noticed that one gambler's chips had piled up into a small mountain by his estimate, likely over 10 million. But June didn't feel happy for him. In a casino, while some strike it rich overnight, others lose everything. Who knows? In a few days, he might run into that guy at a junk stall on the street. What do you think? Want to place a few bets? Yang Chang asked with a smile. The rich kids all hesitated a bit. But Yang Chang had already placed 30,000 as the first bet, which quickly doubled to 60,000. This got everyone's attention, and they followed Yang Chang's lead. They all won a little here and there. June, aren't you going to play around? Out of money? Yang Chang looked at June. He'd been holding a grudge ever since June had bested him earlier. He'd only be happy if June lost a few hands. Generally speaking, young men are hot-blooded and can't stand being provoked, especially in front of so many beautiful women. But to his surprise, June remained completely unfazed. Yang Chang sneered. So he's just a penniless bum. Soon, another round of betting began. Yang Chang piled all his chips into one bet and ended up winning over $1 million in one go. The rich kids who followed Yang Chang's bets had all doubled their money and were thrilled beyond measure. Brother Yang, you're absolutely amazing. That's right, Brother Yang. It's all thanks to you that we're getting rich. Even Wang Wanwan was starting to feel tempted. Yang Chang was brimming with confidence, convinced he was the center of attention right then. At that moment, he couldn't help but glance at June again. What's the matter? Are you that timid, you're turning down free money? Follow me, and you'll win every bet. If you're short on cash, I can lend you some. Guwen, standing nearby, shot Yang Chang a disdainful glance. Mr. Li is a big shot, he's worth 10 billion. He just doesn't want to play. Ha ha. A big shot? Yang Chang couldn't help but laugh out loud. He can't even come up with 100,000, and he dares to call himself a big shot? Guwen, you've even started lying just to defend your little boyfriend. Wang Wanwan, standing nearby, sighed as well. Back when June had refused the 1 million consultation fee, to be honest, she had some suspicions about his true identity. But judging by the situation now, June must have been putting on a front back then. If it were young Master Jinyu, he probably wouldn't even bat an eye at throwing a few million around. Grandpa, comparing June to young Master Jinyu is really giving him too much credit. Chapter 78, Overestimating Him. June watched for a little while longer, but then lost interest and turned to walk out. Wang Wanwan was about to accompany him, but June told her to stay and spend more time with her friends. This suited Wang Wanwan just fine, so she stayed behind. Gu Wen, on the other hand, followed June around like a little sidekick. This made Yang Chang's expression grow even more sour. So much so that even the money he just won didn't seem as sweet anymore. I don't understand how this kid managed to win Gu Wen's favor. Yang Chang grumbled discontentedly. June saved Gu Wen's father's life, I suppose she is grateful to him. Wang Wanwan said. In truth, she also felt that Gu Wen was a bit too submissive toward June. In his presence, she seemed to lose all sense of her own judgment, a far cry from the stunningly beautiful young lady of the Gu family she usually was.
Was it just because he saved her father? Or was there another reason?
Just then, a voice suddenly rang out from nearby.
You were just talking about medical skills and such. What was that about?
A young couple walked over. The woman was wearing a white Tang-style gown, giving her an ethereal, otherworldly air. Many people present instantly recognized her background. She was from the Medicine King Company. This was the standard uniform of the Medicine King Corporation. The man beside her, though not particularly handsome, in fact, quite ordinary, even drew a look of respect from Wang Wanwan. For he was Yu Kuang, the son of the governor of Chu Prefecture. The fact that the governor's son was personally accompanying her indicated that this woman held a high position within the Medicine King Corporation. Sure enough, after Yu Kuang walked over, he took the initiative to introduce her. This is Songjin, the daughter of the chairman of Yaowine Corporation. She is very interested in the topic you were just discussing.
With Yu Kuang's arrival, everyone present grew somewhat subdued.
Even Yang Chang, who had been so full of himself moments before, immediately reined in his arrogance. In Chu Prefecture, the governor's office was the most powerful force in the open.
Compared to them, Yang Chang's modest wealth was practically negligible. Hearing Yu Kuang's question, Wang Wanwan explained, the head of the Gu family was hit by a car a while back. He was on the verge of death, but somehow he was brought back from the brink. Wang Wanwan recounted the entire story about June. After listening, Songjin immediately took a keen interest.
My Yaowine company not only deals in medicinal herbs but also specializes in medical practices. However, pulling someone back from the brink of death like that, even our top master physicians would find it difficult to achieve.
I'm actually quite curious about him. He just stepped outside. He is probably out getting some fresh air.
If Miss Song wishes to see him, just go find him and ask him a few questions.
A man standing nearby said.
All right.
Songjin nodded.
She had originally intended to go inside and take a look at the gambling, but upon hearing about the master physician, she instantly lost interest in the gambling. Yu Kuang, standing beside her, frowned slightly. He had a vague feeling that the name June sounded familiar, but he couldn't quite place it at the moment. He, too, had just returned to Chuzhou today after studying abroad. Soon, they spotted June on the deck. So the group made their way toward June in a grand procession, attracting the attention of quite a few people around them.
You must be Mr. Li, right?
I heard you cured a patient with heart damage.
I'd really like to know how exactly did you do it?
As soon as Songjin approached, he asked eagerly. June, however, furrowed his brow slightly. Setting aside the fact that his treatment methods were too bizarre to discuss with others, even if he could, why would he so readily reveal such miraculous life-saving techniques to just anyone? For the other party to ask so directly was, to put it mildly, a major breach of etiquette.
No comment.
June replied coldly on the spot.
With that, he turned and walked off in another direction, leaving the group standing there in the lurch.
Guwen hurried to keep up with June, but her face was etched with worry. She had recognized the man standing next to that woman as the governor's son. Although June's abilities were extraordinary, he was being a bit too arrogant.
Wasn't he just making enemies for no reason? The Gu family was tied to June. What if they couldn't handle him and took their anger out on the Gu family instead?
The governor's mansion was a force capable of destroying the Gu family with a single word.
Songjin's expression had already turned grim.
She was beautiful, and as the daughter of the chairman of Medicine King Corporation, she was extremely proud. And yet this man dared to treat her with such an attitude. Yang Chang and the others standing nearby were all utterly shocked. Wang Wanwan was at a loss for words. If her grandfather knew how arrogant this June was, he would surely retract his high opinion of him. After all, even her grandfather had to go to great lengths to maintain ties with the governor's office. This June is a bit out of touch with reality.
Yang Chang, standing nearby, seized the opportunity to fan the flames.
Yu Kuang remained silent, though his ashen face made it clear he was in a foul mood. Besides, this son of the governor was no pushover. Back in Chuzhou, he'd been arrogant and tyrannical. Eventually, Yu Xiehua had no choice but to send him abroad to study.
He'd only just returned today and had already been invited to Wang Yulin's birthday banquet.
As for Songjin, the heiress of Yaoan Company, she was a woman he'd only recently met and was currently pursuing.
He'd even patted his chest and assured Songjin that in Chu Prefecture, his Yu Kuang's influence was greater than the heavens themselves.
He never expected that June would refuse to give Songjin face right in front of him. This was tantamount to slapping him in the face. June took Guwen out onto the deck to enjoy the breeze and gaze at the shimmering sea, which helped him forget what had happened earlier. When the time was right, they returned to the venue where the birthday banquet was being held.
By then, Wang Wanwan and the others had also made their way back to the main hall. When Wang Yulin saw that Wang Wanwan wasn't accompanying June, his expression immediately darkened.
Wanwan, I told you to take Mr. Li for a walk. What did you do instead?
Seeing her grandfather's anger, Wang Wanwan replied, Grandfather, why don't you ask me why I stopped accompanying him?
A look of puzzlement crossed Wang Yulin's face. Judging by his granddaughter's tone, there must be more to the story. June is way too arrogant. He actually offended Yu Kuang, the governor's son. We'd better keep our distance from someone like that, otherwise, we'll get dragged down by him sooner or later.
He offended the governor's son? What exactly happened? Now even Wang Yulin's expression grew grave. So Wang Wanwan recounted the incident, embellishing the details as she went. After listening, Wang Yulin was silent for a long time before saying, This June is so reckless. It seems I've overestimated him.
Chapter 79, Your Dad Will Break Your Legs. June and Guwen found a random seat and sat down. As for today's birthday banquet, June's only anticipation was the medicinal herbs to be auctioned off by the Medicine King Company.
Yao Wine Company was a pharmaceutical enterprise specializing in the production of traditional Chinese medicine.
It employed many highly skilled physicians and operated several hospitals under its name. Mr. Li, Yu Kuang is, after all, the governor's son.
Isn't it a bit unwise to offend him like this? After a moment's hesitation, Guwen finally spoke up.
Seeing the look of concern on Guwen's face, June knew exactly what she was thinking.
He smiled faintly and said, Don't worry. He's just Yu Kuang.
Even if his father, Yu Xiehua, were to show up, he'd have to treat me with the utmost respect.
Hearing June's words, Guwen fell silent for a few seconds.
To be honest, she didn't believe it, even though June's abilities were nothing short of supernatural.
But who was Yu Xiehua?
The governor of Chuzhou, a high-ranking official with immense power and influence, backed by numerous capable and extraordinary subordinates.
How could he possibly be expected to show deference to June?
Just as the two were speaking, a woman's voice rang out, full of delight.
Mr. Li, you're here too. June and his companion looked up to see a alluring woman walking toward them.
She was tall with a curvaceous figure, wearing a black strapless maxi dress, a white sheer cardigan draped over her shoulders, and a pair of black high heels. She looked both sexy and elegant. She moved with light, graceful steps toward June's table, a faint smile on her face.
Yan?
June was a bit surprised.
He hadn't expected Yan to be attending the banquet as well.
But then again, considering that today's event had gathered the elite of Chuzhou, Yan, as the president of the Junlin Syndicate, was naturally among the invitees.
Yan, do you know her well?
Just then, a voice rang out from behind Yan. It turned out to be Yu Kuang, the son of Yu Xiehua, and Songjin, the daughter of the chairman of Yaoan Company.
At that moment, Yu Kuang looked at June with a surprised expression. He was clearly taken aback that Yan knew June.
Songjin, on the other hand, wore a cold expression. She was deeply dissatisfied with June's earlier rudeness. It seems Yan and this Yu Kuang must be friends.
June thought to himself. Smiling at Yan, he said, Yan, you're wandering off again during work hours. This time, I'm really going to dock your pay.
Yan pursed her lips and smiled softly. She walked over, grabbed June's arm, and said in a playful tone, Boss, you can't dock my pay. I generated 500 million in profits for the company this month, you know. Their exchange left Yu Kuang and Songjin utterly stunned.
From what Yen implied, this young man was actually her boss. The head of the Junlin syndicate was surprisingly young. Thinking about it that way, it was no wonder Jun had carried himself with such an air of arrogance earlier. After all, to be worth 10 billion at such a young age and to own a massive enterprise like the Junlin syndicate meant his background was certainly no ordinary one. Mr. Lee, I was a bit presumptuous earlier. I hope you won't hold it against me. At that moment, Songjin suddenly spoke up to apologize to Jun. If Jun were just an ordinary person with exceptional medical skills, his ignoring her would be considered arrogant and ignorant, but since he was the owner of a 10 billion yuan conglomerate, his arrogance became entirely justified. That's the logic behind the saying, the weak have no right to be rude. Although Songjin had a bit of a spoiled rich girl temperament, her upbringing had taught her to read the situation far better than the average person. At that moment, Yu Kuang, standing nearby, furrowed his brow slightly. So what if Jun was the boss of the Junlin syndicate? Compared to him, the son of the governor, Jun was still in a completely different league. The Junlin syndicate is considered a rising force in Chu Prefecture. Mr. Lee is truly a promising young man. However, Mr. Lee should be more careful with his words in the future. While the Junlin syndicate, valued at 20 billion, is no small entity in Chu Prefecture, it doesn't even rank among the top 500 in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Yu Kuang adopted a haughty, condescending tone. You're right, young master Yu. One really shouldn't be too arrogant. That said, I hope you'll keep those same words in mind as well. After all, your parents can protect you for a time, but they can't protect you forever, Jun said calmly. Upon hearing this, Yu Kuang's expression changed. He had originally intended to use his status as the governor's son to lecture Jun, but he hadn't expected Jun to turn the tables and lecture him instead. Beside them, Gu Wen's face had long since turned deathly pale, and even Yen frowned slightly. Yu Kuang might be nothing more than a spoiled rich kid, but he represented the governor's office. Are you lecturing me? A hint of coldness had already appeared in Yu Kuang's gaze. Don't think that just because you're the boss of the Junlin syndicate, you're some big shot. In front of me, you're nothing. Do you believe I'll have my men throw you into the sea in a moment and make you swim all the way back to Chuzhou? I don't believe it, Jun shook his head. Because your father would break your legs. Hearing this, Yu Kuang clenched his fists unconsciously. He was used to being arrogant and domineering. He was a tyrant even abroad, let alone back in Chuzhou on his own turf, and yet someone actually dared to provoke him to his face. Fine. It seems that since I've been away from Chuzhou for so long, some people have forgotten the fearsome reputation of Yu Kuang. Upon hearing this, Yen's face paled. Yu Kuang, that scourge of society, was audacious beyond belief. He was capable of anything. What worried Gu Wen even more was whether her family would be dragged into this. Chapter 80, The Governor Arrives. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Yulin and the others were staring in Jun's direction. When Yen and Jun had greeted each other with laughter and pleasantries, they had briefly thought that Jun truly had formidable connections. But after seeing Yu Kuang's ferocious expression, they couldn't help but shake their heads. Yang Chang, in particular, said disdainfully, "This kid has thoroughly enraged the governor's son this time." Wang Wanwan added, "Grandpa, you saw it too. This Jun is nothing but trouble. If we get too close to him, we'll really get dragged down by him." Wang Yulin sighed and started walking toward Jun. Wang Wanwan hurriedly grabbed her grandfather's arm. "Grandpa, where are you going? Jun did save my life, after all. How can I just stand by and watch him offend the governor's son? With my connections, I'll try to mediate on his behalf. Perhaps we can help them turn hostility into harmony." Hearing this, Wang Wanwan shook her head vigorously. "Grandpa, everyone knows the governor's son is arrogant and tyrannical. If you go to intercede for him, what if you end up getting on the wrong side of the governor's household?" But no sooner had the words left her mouth than Wang Yulin raised his hand and slapped her across the face. Smack! The sound was sharp and crisp, and the blow caused Wang Wanwan to involuntarily take a step backward. Wang Yulin shouted angrily, "Have all the lessons I've taught you over the years gone straight to the dogs? No matter what kind of person he is, he did save my life. Am I supposed to just stand by and watch him get into trouble with the governor's mansion? If you can't even distinguish between kindness and enmity, then you're unworthy of being my granddaughter, Wang Yulin's granddaughter. Hearing Wang Yulin's words, tears welled up in Wang Wanwan's eyes. Grandfather, are you actually hitting me for that man's sake?
Wang Yulin, however, angrily flung his sleeve aside. Just as he took a step forward, a commotion erupted in the distance, and someone shouted, "Chairman Zhou is here." Zhou Bingkuan, accompanied by his secretary Lu Ting, strode toward them. Zhou Bingkuan was the chairman of the Chuzhou Chamber of Commerce, a top-tier tycoon in the Chuzhou business circle, and most importantly, rumors had recently been circulating that he had close ties to the governor's office.
Given Zhou Bingkuan's status, Wang Yulin was required to greet him in person. He glanced at Jun's seat, then at Zhou Bingkuan approaching. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to greet Zhou Bingkuan first. After all, it wouldn't be too late to mediate Jun's situation once the banquet was over.
Oh my, Chairman Zhou's presence truly graces this gathering.
Wang Yulin laughed heartily as he stepped forward to greet him.
At that moment, everyone around them turned their attention to the pair. Upon seeing Wang Yulin, Zhou Bingkuan walked over and shook his hand.
Old friend Wang, today is your big birthday. I've specially prepared a gift for you.
With that, he presented an antique painting. Chairman Zhou, you're far too kind.
Wang Yulin had someone put the painting away.
At that moment, Zhou Bingkuan scanned the crowd with his gaze. Then, amid the stunned stares of those present, he walked right past Wang Yulin and approached Jun, exclaiming with delight, "Mr. Li, you're here too." At that moment, many people around them wore puzzled expressions, speculating about Jun's identity.
Wang Yulin also looked somewhat surprised.
He hadn't expected Jun to actually know Zhou Bingkuan, and by the looks of it, their relationship was anything but ordinary. Over on the other side, Yang Chang, Wang Wanwan, and the rest of the young crowd stared wide-eyed.
Even Yu Kuang was taken aback.
If Jun and Zhou Bingkuan had a special relationship, that would be a bit of a predicament. After all, Zhou Bingkuan had recently been collaborating on a project with the governor's office. But if he were to let Jun off the hook just like that, he felt a bit reluctant.
Just as Yu Kuang was wrestling with these conflicting thoughts, another wave of commotion swept through the room.
Yu Xiehua, dressed in a suit, walked in flanked by several members of the Sky Patrol. Instantly, everyone's attention shifted away from Jun and his group and focused on Yu Xiehua. The moment Yu Xiehua appeared, he instantly overshadowed everyone else in the room.
Governor Yu has arrived.
Wang Yulin hurried forward to greet him. Yu Xiehua bowed his hands in a manner typical of the underworld. "I wish you, old brother Wang, blessings as vast as the East Sea and a lifespan as enduring as the southern mountains. I've specially prepared a gift for you." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and his men behind him unveiled the red cloth. A jade rui of emerald green, carved from jadeite and of the rare imperial green variety.
Upon seeing the gift, Wang Yulin insisted he was unworthy of such an honor.
But Yu Xiehua burst into laughter.
"No need to be so polite, brother Wang.
This jadeite was a gift from Chairman Zhou. I'm simply passing it on." It turned out that after the imperial jade stone was cut open that day, it sold for a high price. To curry favor with Yu Xiehua, Zhou Bingkuan had paid out of his own pocket to give one of the pieces to Yu Xiehua. Yu Xiehua had it carved into 2 jade rui, keeping one for himself and bringing the other to present to Wang Yulin today. Wang Yulin was no stranger to fine art and knew just how valuable this jade was. Top-grade imperial green jade is a rare sight indeed, let alone a piece this large. "Your Excellency, I will cherish this gift deeply."
"Ha, old Wang, don't mention it."
Yu Xiehua patted Wang Yulin on the shoulder. Wang Yulin hurriedly ushered Yu Xiehua inside. But just then, Yu Xiehua suddenly changed course and walked straight toward Jun and the others.
Wang Yulin's heart skipped a beat.
Yu Xiehua was known for his domineering ways in Chuzhou. If he found out someone had crossed his son, wouldn't he fly into a rage?
Meanwhile, Yang Chang was already gloating.
That Jun he has done for this time.
Governor Yu is going to stand up for his son.
Over on the other side, Yan and the others were also on edge. When Yu Kuang saw his father approaching, he called out happily, "Dad." But Yu Xiehua seemed not to hear his son's words. He walked straight up to Jun and said politely, "Mr. Li." Facing this governor who held absolute power in Chuzhou, Jun merely gave a faint nod.
Chapter 81, A Big Shot.
Yu Xiehua, governor of Chuzhou, was truly the most powerful figure in the region. He represented the strongest force in Chuzhou on the surface, but few people knew that even Yu Xiehua feared someone, and that person was Jun. Yu Kuang stood there wide-eyed, staring dumbly at his usually imposing father, who now appeared so deferential before the young man. This left his normally sharp mind somewhat at a loss. Especially since Jun's composed demeanor seemed to take his father's deference for granted. Jun gazed calmly at Yu Xiehua, showing none of the respect one would typically expect when facing the governor. All around them were countless gazes filled with surprise and curiosity. At that moment, numerous speculations arose regarding Jun's identity. Yang Chang and the rest of the group were completely dumbfounded. Wan, in particular, gazed at that serene figure in the distance, who at that moment seemed to be bathed in a halo of light.
It seems I really did underestimate him. Who exactly is this young man? How could he command such respect from Governor Yu?
Governor Yu referred to him as Mr. Li.
I wonder which company he runs.
I've heard that Zhou Bingkuan was able to collaborate with the governor's office because a mysterious figure acted as a go-between.
Could it be him? But how old is he?
In his 20s. He must have just graduated from college. The people around them were buzzing with speculation.
Everyone was filled with curiosity about Jun. However, no one questioned Jun's status anymore. Judging by the deference shown by Zhou Bingkuan and Yu Xiehua, it was clear just how influential he was. Wang Yulin's mind was in turmoil. He had originally thought Jun was just an ordinary person with exceptional medical skills. But now, he had transformed overnight into the most powerful figure, one whom even the governor of Chuzhou treated with respect. This shift in status left him deeply moved. Beside him, Songjin stood frozen in shock, yet felt somewhat relieved that he apologized to Jun in time. After all, offending such a figure, even though the Medicine King Company wasn't limited to Chuzhou, was the last thing he wanted to do, as he didn't want to create a powerful enemy for his company. "Dad, what on earth is going on?" Yu Kuang asked resentfully.
Proud by nature, he had never known the meaning of fear in his mind. His father was a godlike figure in Chuzhou. And this man whom he had previously looked down upon, what right did he have to boss his father around like that? Given the situation at the scene, anyone with even a modicum of sense could tell that Jun's status was far from ordinary. Yet, in the heat of the moment, Yu Kuang still blurted out his question aloud.
Smack! In the very next instant, Yu Xiehua slapped his son across the face and roared, "Do you have any manners? How dare you be so rude in front of Mr. Li? Apologize to him immediately."
A father knows his son best. Yu Xiehua was well aware of his son's character. If his son had offended Jun before he arrived, this slap would prevent Jun from holding it against Yu Kuang.
But the blow left Yu Kuang stunned. The many guests around them were also taken aback.
It was common knowledge just how much Yu Xiehua doted on his son, yet now he had slapped him simply because of the other man's rude tone. Many of the wealthy guests, having processed what had just happened, suddenly realized something, and their gazes toward Jun were now filled with horror.
"All right, your son didn't say anything." Jun smiled faintly.
Only then did Yu Xiehua glare fiercely at his son. After that, Yu Kuang no longer dared to say things like throwing Jun into the sea. He just stared at Jun with a look of resentment. Meanwhile, Wang Wanwan, her face still bearing the mark of the slap, approached her grandfather, hesitating as if she wanted to say something.
"Grandpa, Wang Yulin sighed.
Having slapped his granddaughter, he felt a twinge of regret.
"Wanwan, don't blame Grandpa.
You saw it yourself. This Jun might not be any worse than Xiao Jinyu." Wang Wanwan cast a complex glance at the young man who had now become the center of attention. "But I still think young Master Jinyu is a bit better," she muttered under her breath. By this time, Jun had already taken his seat. Zhou Bingkuan, Yu Xiehua, and the others all sat down in the seats next to Jun. Originally, Jun's seat was rather secluded, and no one would have paid it any mind, but in that instant, it became the focal point of the entire room.
Guwon watched as big-shot business tycoons kept coming over, eager to get to know June.
Many of them were figures the Gu family could never hope to reach, no matter how hard they tried. Suddenly, she understood what her father had meant. The Gu family had lost over $1 billion, but by aligning themselves with a powerhouse like June, they might earn tens of billions or even hundreds of billions in the future.
The birthday banquet began.
As the host, Wang Yulin naturally had to make a toast and give a speech.
Everyone presented their congratulatory gifts. After the series of formalities concluded, an hour had already passed. Finally, it was time for the herbal medicine auction that June had been eagerly anticipating.
Representatives from Medicine King Corporation carried several crates directly onto the stage.
But just at that moment, rumble!
A massive roar echoed from the sky.
A helicopter appeared overhead.
The helicopter's door opened, and a rope was lowered.
Immediately afterward, figures began sliding down the rope, one after another.
The guests at the scene all looked puzzled at this sight.
They initially thought it was a performance arranged by Wang Yulin.
But when they saw countless security personnel rapidly closing in on the people descending, everyone realized that the situation was not as simple as it seemed.
Chapter 82: The forces of Chuzhou are negligible.
This group descended from the helicopter, led by a middle-aged man dressed entirely in black, whose gaze sent a chill down one's spine.
Wang Yulin walked straight up to him, furrowing his brow as he said, "Who are you? Today is my birthday banquet.
If you don't want to make enemies with the Wang family, please leave immediately." To his surprise, the man completely ignored Wang Yulin, instead fixing his gaze directly on the crates that the Medicine King Company had brought out. Everyone present seemed to have figured out these people's intentions. Who are these people?
They dare to crash Wang Yulin's birthday banquet and cause trouble. It looks like they're after those medicinal herbs from Medicine King Company. Neither Wang Yulin nor Medicine King Company are ordinary forces.
For these people to dare to snatch something from the jaws of a tiger, their background must be far from simple. Judging by the way they jumped out of the helicopter just now, they were highly professional.
Here in Chuzhou, I've never heard of any local faction capable of that. They're most likely outsiders. If they're over the river dragons, this could get tricky.
These people will stop at nothing, they just pull off a heist and disappear. Years ago, a wealthy man in Chuzhou was murdered in his own home by an over-the-river dragon, and to this day, the killer has never been caught. Wang Yulin's expression darkened when he saw that the other party had completely ignored him.
Since you all refuse to leave, it seems I'll have to ask you to leave myself. Wang Yulin waved his hand, and the security personnel behind him immediately closed in.
At such a large gathering, especially one where most of Chuzhou's wealthy elite had gathered at sea, Wang Yulin could not afford to take responsibility for any incidents that might occur. That's why he made sure his security measures were thorough. The security personnel responsible for maintaining order were none other than the men of the renowned Master Duanya.
"Move out."
The head of security waved his hand, and the group immediately surged toward the uninvited guests.
Meanwhile, Duanya stood on high ground, surveying the entire venue.
He had to be on guard against any potential inside accomplices. After all, Wang Yulin had chartered this cruise ship. None of the crew members on board were Wang Yulin's own people. Having run a bodyguard company for many years, Duanya was highly experienced.
"Coach, these people mean trouble. They're not going to be easy to deal with."
A subordinate standing nearby approached Duanya and said. Duanya, however, smiled confidently.
"Don't worry.
With Boss Lee here, they won't be able to make much of a splash."
"Mr. Lee? You mean that young man?" The subordinate glanced in June's direction, feeling somewhat surprised.
He hadn't expected Duanya to hold June in such high regard. At that moment, facing the charging security guards, the middle-aged man in black leading the group merely flicked his sleeve lightly, and immediately several people were sent flying. At this, even Duanya's expression changed. Not even a feather could be added, nor a fly allowed to land. To send people flying with just the flick of a sleeve, this was a master of hidden force. Martial arts are divided into manifest force, hidden force, and transforming force. Duan Yai, though renowned as a martial arts instructor whose fame reverberated throughout Chuzhou, was still only at the peak of manifest force. If he couldn't advance further before the age of 40, as his physical abilities declined, he would never attain hidden force in this lifetime. Every hidden force master is a truly remarkable figure. In ancient times, such a person would have been capable of founding their own martial arts school.
It seems I'll have to step in personally. Duanya sighed and walked straight down the stairs.
I am Duanya, the head instructor.
I humbly request your guidance.
As Duanya's voice rang out, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Instructor Duanya was a legendary figure in Chu Prefecture, known as Duan the Invincible.
Instructor Duan, thank you for your trouble.
Wang Yulin murmured as Duanya passed by him. Hearing this, Duanya let out a wry smile. He had been forced to step forward. Deep down, he had no confidence in defeating his opponent.
You won't make it.
The middle-aged man, who had remained silent until then, finally spoke. It seemed, however, that he didn't take Duanya seriously at all. Even Duanya felt a surge of anger welling up inside him.
We'll only know if I can do it once I try.
With that, he suddenly lunged forward in a fighting stance, driving a punch toward the middle-aged man. The speed was blinding, accompanied by the thunderous roar of his fist's momentum.
Everyone's spirits soared. Wang Yulin, in particular, fixed his gaze intently on the center of the arena.
Even from several meters away, Duanya's punch radiated such immense explosive power that it could be felt. Yet the middle-aged man's face remained utterly composed. Only as Duanya's fist neared him did he suddenly strike out, his palm meeting Duanya's fist head-on. His palm appeared soft and limp, but the moment Duanya's fist struck the center of his palm, he clamped down on it instantly. Then, with just a gentle shake, Duanya's entire body was sent flying like a ripple, his body crackling with every joint, and he landed 5 meters away. He lay face down on the ground, struggling for a long time but unable to get back up. An experienced snake catcher, upon grabbing a snake by the tail and giving it a gentle shake, causes the snake's entire skeleton to dislocate, rendering it incapable of resistance. The middle-aged man's move was strikingly similar to that of a snake catcher. The moment he seized Duanya's fist, he applied the principle of leverage, channeling his force into it, causing a chain reaction in Duanya's bones that ultimately led to their dislocation. His mastery of force had reached the pinnacle. The crowd fell deathly silent. No one had expected that Duan Yai, the renowned martial arts instructor of Chu Prefecture, would be unable to withstand a single move from his opponent. The middle-aged man, however, shook his head gently. Unless one delves into the realm of hidden force, how can one truly comprehend the vastness and profundity of boxing? Only then did he turn his gaze toward Wang Yulin. I'll take all these boxes of medicinal herbs from Yaowan Company.
You have no objections, do you? Wang Yulin's face immediately darkened.
The people from Yaowan Company standing nearby turned deathly pale. The man had defeated Duanya with a single move. His strength was terrifying.
Who could possibly stand against him? But those medicinal herbs from Yaowan Company were worth over 100 million. Were they really just going to hand them over without a fight? Yu Kuang looked at Song Jin's pitiful expression and couldn't help but glance at his father, Yu Xiehua.
But just as he was about to speak, Yu Xiehua shook his head, dismissing the idea. If we were in Chuzhou, I could indeed mobilize troops, but this is on a cruise ship. Our people simply wouldn't have time to get here.
The people nearby sighed in unison.
The other side must have calculated this precisely, which is why they came to seize the medicinal herbs. At that moment, Wang Yulin couldn't help but speak up. Sir, you've come onto this cruise ship so brazenly to commit robbery, but do you realize that everyone aboard today is of extraordinary standing?
Aren't you afraid of bringing down a massive disaster upon yourself?
Hearing this, the middle-aged man burst out laughing.
Since I've come this far, how could I not know your true nature? But even if you all combined your energy, what difference would it make?
In the face of my organization, the forces of Chu Prefecture are utterly insignificant.
What an arrogant tone. May I ask which organization you belong to? Wang Yulin asked.
The middle-aged man proudly uttered 2 words, Azura. At those words, the entire crowd was stunned. Meanwhile, Liang Yong approached June and whispered, "This man is called Poison Scorpion. He is a hallmaster of Azura.
He is the one who injured me." Chapter 83, Tiger Form, Cleaving Fist.
The mere mention of Azura sent shockwaves through the crowd. The Azura organization's reputation was truly formidable. It ranked among the world's most powerful forces.
Who would have thought they'd actually come to Chu Prefecture? No wonder they were acting so haughty. The members of Azura certainly had every reason to be proud.
This batch of medicinal herbs from Medicine King Corporation has actually caught Azura's attention.
This is bad news.
Once Azura steps in, forget about Little Chu Prefecture. Even in the entire Dragon Kingdom, there are few forces capable of standing up to them.
Medicine King Corporation will just have to accept their misfortune this time. Songjin, standing nearby, let out a heavy sigh.
They had originally planned to use Wang Yulin's birthday banquet as an opportunity to auction off that batch of medicinal herbs at a high price.
Who could have imagined it would attract such ruthless thugs?
This time, the Medicine King Corporation is truly going to lose everything. Even Yu Xiehua, the governor of Chu Prefecture, fell silent. He might be a powerful figure in Chu Prefecture, but compared to an organization like Azura, he was nothing more than a minor player.
Seeing the reactions of everyone present, Poison Scorpion was very satisfied as he gazed impassively at Wang Yulin.
"Hurry up and have the people from Yao Wine Company hand over the herbs willingly."
"Do you really want me to take them by force?" "Let them load the herbs and take them away."
Wang Yulin turned and shouted at the people from Yao Wine Company. "Hand over the herbs willingly and they might spare their lives. Otherwise, given Azura's reputation, they might well unleash a bloodbath." The people from Yao Wine Company looked as if they'd lost their parents. Not daring to disobey, they hurried over to carry the crates.
However, at that moment, Poison Scorpion fixed his gaze directly on Liang Yong.
"Liang Yong, my subordinate followed you to the villa in Shizi Domain, but then lost track of you.
Did you kill him?"
"You snatched a 1,000-year-old ginseng right from my hands, Poison Scorpion. Instead of rushing to hide somewhere, you still dare to hang around Shuzhou.
Do you really think my Azura men are easy to mess with?"
A grim expression crossed Poison Scorpion's face as he spoke in an icy tone. "Liang Yong, I'm willing to spare everyone else on this cruise ship today, but you must die."
As soon as he finished speaking, the wealthy guests present all turned their gaze toward Liang Yong. Who is this Liang Yong?
To dare snatch food from the tiger's mouth and fight Azura's men over ginseng, he is no ordinary man.
Look how close he is standing to June. Could they be in cahoots?
Even Yu Xiehua, Zhou Bingquan, and the others turned their gaze toward June. Others might not know, but they had just heard Liang Yong reporting something to June. As Poison Scorpion finished speaking, he clasped his hands behind his back and glared coldly at Liang Yong. His Azura men had already surrounded Liang Yong, fearing he might jump into the water to escape. Meanwhile, Duanya, who had been lying on the ground, managed to struggle to his feet with the help of a subordinate standing nearby. Yet a cold smile played on his face. It was clear that Liang Yong and June were closely connected.
If Poison Scorpion were to kill Liang Yong, there was no way June would stand idly by.
Liang Yong, however, had remained silent the entire time, simply standing there quietly. Of course, he wasn't afraid of Poison Scorpion, but with the young master present, it wasn't his place to speak.
"What's the matter? Liang Yong, have you already accepted your fate?"
A hint of contempt flashed across Poison Scorpion's lips. He hasn't accepted his fate, he just doesn't want to talk to a dead man. Amid the incredulous stares of the crowd, June slowly stood up. In an instant, the people sitting next to June grew flustered. Yen hurriedly interjected, "Boss, you shouldn't be standing up right now." Songjin's eyes betrayed a hint of surprise and confusion. As for Gu Wen, she was so frightened that her whole body was trembling.
Can't this Mr. Li just give it a rest? Why does he love stirring up trouble so much? Is Azura a force that just any ordinary group can afford to provoke? Who are you?
Poison Scorpion narrowed his eyes, glaring coldly at June. I'm the one who killed those Azura men, and that 1,000-year-old ginseng is sitting right at my place right now. As soon as June finished speaking, the room erupted in an uproar.
Did I hear that right? This Mr. Lee claims he killed Azura S-men? He looks so skinny and frail he doesn't seem like the type who knows martial arts. Could it be that he knows that Lian Yong, so he is saying this on purpose? He is quite a man of honor, after all. But showing loyalty at a time like this could cost him his life. Azura kills without batting an eye. My God, he is so bold. I admire his compassion, but I despise his stupidity even more. It's over. Given Shura S style, he is as good as dead. The wealthy crowd shook their heads in unison. They simply couldn't see how Jun could possibly stand up to Shura S men. Even Governor Yu Xiehua had fallen silent at a time like this. Even the most powerful connections were useless. Unless, of course, you could defeat Shura S men. Wang Wanwan couldn't help but stamp her feet in frustration, desperate to rush over and drag Jun away from the scene. No matter the reason, stepping forward at a time like this was utterly irrational. Originally, Shura S men were after Lian Yong at most, they'd kill him. Now that Jun had stepped in, not only would he fail to save Lian Yong, but he'd end up sacrificing himself as well. It was truly foolish. Yang Chang, however, wore a smug, schadenfreude-filled expression. He both hated and feared Jun. He couldn't wait for Jun to be killed by Shura S men, then Guwen would be his. Kid, are you serious? Poison Scorpion glared intently at Jun. Of course. Do you really think I'd be joking with you at a time like this? Hand over the 1,000-year-old ginseng, and I'll let you keep your body intact, Poison Scorpion said coldly. Facing Poison Scorpion, a figure who struck fear into the hearts of all the wealthy in Chuzhou, Jun's expression remained calm from start to finish. It seems you still haven't grasped the situation. As soon as the words left his mouth, he suddenly took a step forward. In an instant, he vanished from where he stood, only to reappear right in front of Poison Scorpion. He raised his palm as if gripping a massive axe and brought it down with brutal force. The 12 forms of Xingyi. Tiger form, cleaving fist. Chapter 84, Is This Even Human? After Jun vanished from sight, Wang Wanwan couldn't help but gasp in surprise. That speed is just too fast. Do you guys think Jun can beat Poison Scorpion? Wang Wanwan looked at her companions beside her. There is no way he can beat him, Yang Chang said with a cold laugh. You guys aren't in the martial arts world, so you don't know how terrifying the Azura people are. Even on a global scale, the Azura are an extremely brutal force. Every single one of their members is a master, not to mention that Poison Scorpion is the Azura S Hall master. Jun's speed might seem impressive to you, but you don't understand martial arts. The Azura are definitely much stronger than him. Yang Chang spoke eloquently. In truth, he didn't understand martial arts either, but deep down, he believed the Azura were invincible, and he didn't want Poison Scorpion to be defeated by Jun. If even someone as fast as Jun can't beat Poison Scorpion, just how powerful must Poison Scorpion be? Wang Wanwan looked shaken, her face filled with concern. If the members of Azura weren't strong enough, how could they hold their own in the world? Yang Chang said loudly. In his mind, the members of Azura were invincible. In fact, the Azura organization was indeed a legend in the world since its rise. No other faction had ever gained the upper hand in a confrontation with them. It wasn't just Yang Chang, many others present shared this view. The might of Azura had become a deeply ingrained impression. They found it hard to believe that Jun could defeat the Hall Master of Azura. Jun raised his fist high and brought it crashing down. A giant axe cleaving through a mountain. At that moment, a look of horror flashed across Poison Scorpion's eyes. It was as if Jun were actually wielding an axe in his hand. He had perfected this move to a divine level. Back! The next second, Poison Scorpion pushed off the ground without hesitation and leaped backward, but it was still a split second too late. Boom! As the punch struck, a thunderous roar echoed through the air. The very air exploded, with shockwaves surging through it, causing everyone present to feel a buzzing in their eardrums. At that moment, everyone felt the floor tremble. Even Poison Scorpion, who had retreated at top speed, was still struck by the force of that punch. His entire body was instantly propelled backward like a cannonball. Before his body even hit the ground, blood spurted from his mouth. What? Shock spread across the faces of everyone present. Poison Scorpion was, after all, the head of the Azura sect, a man of astonishing power, yet June had sent him flying with a single punch. Moreover, June's fist hadn't even made full contact with his body. The force of the punch had merely swept across his chest, yet it had unleashed such devastating power. The combination of that punch's motion and the sound it produced was nothing short of spine-chilling. You didn't even need to feel the force of that punch firsthand. Just witnessing his fighting style was enough to instill fear. It was simply too ferocious. That scene was deeply etched into everyone's minds. It felt as though he could easily cleave a bull in two. When June lifted his foot, a footprint was left on the deck, as if it had been stamped there. Many who witnessed this scene wore expressions of utter disbelief. Is this even human? At that moment, Poison Scorpion, having landed, turned without hesitation and sprinted toward the edge. He knew he'd truly hit a brick wall this time. Even the elders of the Azura sect might not possess such combat prowess. So he decisively chose to flee. As long as he jumped into the sea, he'd have a sliver of hope. However, he had barely run 20 meters when June's figure vanished from where he stood once more, transforming into a series of afterimages as he swiftly gave chase. At the same time, he lunged through the air like a tiger charging down a mountain, his fist slamming directly toward Poison Scorpion's back. Shingi, tiger form fist. Feeling the rush of wind from behind, the battle-hardened Poison Scorpion knew that if he continued to flee and was struck, death would be certain. In that moment, he turned without hesitation, crossing his arms to form a cross, preparing to block June's punch head-on and then use the force of the blow to make a swift escape. But little did he know just how naive his plan was in the face of a master like June. June's tiger form fist maneuver channeled the power of his entire body. It was powerful, heavy, and unstoppable. Combined with the weight of the downward strike from mid-air and the momentum of his charge, the force of the fist alone reached nearly 10,000 Jin. Under the blow, Poison Scorpion immediately felt excruciating pain in his arms, and the sound of bones snapping echoed in his ears. Before his eyes, both his arms were split clean in half by the strike, exposing white bone stumps. His body flew backward like a kite with a broken string, landing 30 meters away. He was only a few meters from the edge of the cruise ship, but as he coughed up a torrent of blood, he no longer had the strength to jump into the sea and escape. Everyone in the arena stood with their mouths agape, utterly stunned. From the moment June struck until Poison Scorpion was completely incapacitated, less than 3 minutes had passed. June's ferocious boxing style, in particular, had completely stunned them. That's terrifying. Yen covered her mouth, her face a mask of disbelief. Song Jin's eyes betrayed a hint of surprise, but mostly deep fear of a power that seemed out of place in this world. Yu Kuang's heart was pounding wildly, and his body was trembling slightly. Thinking back on his earlier provocation of June, he felt a wave of dread wash over him. Wang Wanwan stood frozen in place, as if struck by lightning. In her mind, she kept comparing June to Xiao Jinyu. Yet she discovered that young Master Jinyu, who had been like a god in her eyes since childhood, seemed to be utterly outclassed by June. Yang Chang was so terrified his legs were shaking. Even Liang Yong's eyes betrayed a hint of surprise. This young master's prowess far exceeded his expectations. He truly lived up to his reputation as Nalan's chosen heir. The remaining Azura members scattered without hesitation, rushing toward both sides of the cruise ship, clearly planning to do the same as the Poison Scorpions had done earlier. The Sky Patrol and Duanya's men acted in unison to intercept them. At that moment, June looked up at the sky and saw a helicopter circling overhead. Someone inside appeared to be observing him through binoculars. It was the very same helicopter that had brought Poison Scorpion and his men. It was now hovering 200 or 300 meters above the cruise ship. Clearly, the occupants were acting with impunity, relying on their aerial advantage. June frowned, while Yushiewa, Jobinkuan, and the others beside him also looked up at the sky, a hint of coldness in their eyes. They desperately wished they had a rocket launcher in their hands right now to blow that helicopter out of the sky. Just then, June suddenly grabbed a table, aimed it in the direction of the helicopter, and hurled it. A distance of 200 or 300 meters might seem like an insurmountable chasm to an ordinary person, but to June, it was nothing. Chapter 85, The Price. Up in the sky. There were 3 people on board the helicopter.
Aside from the pilot, a middle-aged man with a chiseled, angular face was observing the scene below through binoculars. At the same time, he occasionally picked up the camera hanging around his neck to take photos. As the head of the Azura sect, Poison Scorpion held an extraordinary position. The fact that he was now dead was no small matter. He had to gather intelligence on the enemy and report back to headquarters. That young man down below was indeed terrifying by his estimation. His combat prowess was nearly on par with that of an Azura elder. It was fortunate they hadn't gone down with Poison Scorpion, otherwise, they'd likely be dead by now. Of course, they were absolutely safe now. At a height of nearly 300 meters, people on the ground were completely powerless against them. Get the grenades ready. When we leave, throw them down. Let us collect some interest first, and then avenge Poison Scorpion once reinforcements arrive from headquarters. Got it. The assistant beside him turned and pulled a box from inside. Upon opening it, a row of hand grenades was revealed inside. The middle-aged man resumed his observation, but the moment he picked up his binoculars, his expression changed instantly. My God, what had he seen? Quick! He was just about to say something. In an instant, a table shot toward them like a cannonball, piercing the sky and crashing directly into the helicopter. The table was moving at an incredible speed, bursting forth with overwhelming force, growing larger and larger in the middle-aged man's eyes. It was heading straight for his exact location. 300 meters away. How could someone possibly throw a table that far? Boom! A massive crash echoed as the open cabin door was struck directly, sending a violent tremor the entire helicopter. Below, Yu Xiehua and the others all stared in disbelief. To hurl a table from the cruise ship, spanning a distance of 300 meters, and strike the helicopter, what kind of strength was this? At the same time, they felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Even after the deaths of Poison Scorpion and his men, the helicopter continued to circle overhead with impunity, a silent provocation in itself. Now June had delivered a forceful response. Even at a height of 300 meters, they weren't necessarily safe. Bastard! That bastard! Throw a grenade and blow them to pieces. The middle-aged man was jolted so hard he nearly fell out of the cabin door. The entire helicopter was shaking violently. Fortunately, the pilot was skilled and quickly regained control. But just then, June grabbed the massive iron rod used to support the colorful flags from beside him. He then hurled it like a javelin. In an instant, the 6-meter-long iron rod shot forward, emitting a terrifying whistling sound through the air. The man who had just been about to throw the grenade turned pale with horror and shouted at the pilot, "Quick, climb higher." But it was already too late. The massive iron rod struck the helicopter head-on. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out. Just as the helicopter was about to take off, its windows were shattered, and the pilot was impaled by the long rod, pinned in place. The entire helicopter lost control and began to tilt and roll. Finally, it traced an arc and plummeted into the sea. Faint screams could be heard coming from inside the helicopter. The hand grenade the man had just pulled the pin from hadn't had time to be thrown. As the helicopter fell, it dropped directly into the cabin. Consequently, before the helicopter even hit the water, it exploded with a bang, turning into a massive fireball. As the fireball hit the water, the surrounding seawater instantly boiled, creating an spectacular scene. Instantly, a chorus of gasps rose from the cruise ship. Countless people stared at the scene in stunned silence. Yang Chang, Wang Wanwan, and the rest of the young group seemed to have been frozen in place by a spell. At that moment they stood motionless, all gazing at the spot where the helicopter had fallen. Everyone's eyes were filled with sheer horror. How could a single person be this powerful? They had already witnessed Jun's formidable strength, but they never imagined he could even shoot down a helicopter. This was simply terrifying. Yu Kuang, Songjin, Yen, and the others were also utterly shocked and found it hard to believe. Wang Yulin couldn't help but pinch himself hard to make sure what he was seeing was real. He had realized earlier that Jun was a dark horse, but only now did he realize he was a true dragon. But with Jun being so exceptional, his granddaughter was likely no match for him. In an instant, Wang Yulin felt a pang of disappointment. Beside him, Guwen lowered her head, her expression complex. She had already witnessed June's supernatural abilities before, but at the time, she had been filled with fear of that mysterious power. Today's scene, however, left her more awestruck than ever. Zhou Bingkuan and Yu Xiehua stood there in a daze for several minutes before finally coming to their senses, and they couldn't help but shout in delight. As for June, after shooting down the helicopter, he calmly sat back in his chair, his expression serene, as if he'd just done something utterly trivial. The scorpion was dead, yet they still dared to peer through binoculars and take photos from up there. If he didn't make them pay the price, the Azura members would think June was a pushover. If he didn't beat them to a pulp, he'd be letting down all those big-time criminals he'd taken down in prison. As for the Azura organization, who cares? If they angered June, he'd march right into their headquarters and wipe them out. Of course, June had no idea where their headquarters were. Mr. Li, I apologize for my earlier behavior. I hope you'll be magnanimous and not hold this against me. Yu Kuang stepped before June and apologized once more. This time, there wasn't a trace of defiance. He was respectful and courteous. Songjin also smiled broadly. Mr. Li, your intervention saved my Yaowan company from over 100 million in losses. Here is the list of medicinal herbs you may take, half as a token of gratitude from Yaowan company. Songjin was no ordinary man. He was offering tens of millions worth of medicinal herbs solely to curry favor with June. No need. I'll pay whatever the price is. June took the list of medicinal herbs, but after reading it, he furrowed his brow. Although these herbs were of good quality, they were no match for 1,000-year-old ginseng. With the people from the southern frontier and Azura gathered in Chuzhou, these medicinal herbs shouldn't be worth such a massive effort on their part. Unless, aside from the herbs, they have some other ulterior motive. But what could that be? Clearly, it's not the 1,000-year-old ginseng. Because Liang Yong had said that while these people were searching for the 1,000-year-old ginseng, they had been secretly looking for something else all along. That thing is very likely even more precious than the 1,000-year-old ginseng. What exactly is that thing? June furrowed his brow slightly. Chapter 86, Unworthy. At 3 p.m., June left the cruise ship and returned to Chuzhou City. The sole reason he had attended Wang Yulin's birthday banquet was for the medicinal herbs. Unfortunately, these herbs left June deeply disappointed, but something was better than nothing. June ultimately spent 50 million to purchase half of the medicinal herbs. Although they weren't as valuable as the 1,000-year-old ginseng, the quantity was substantial, and they would suffice for June's daily needs. On the drive back to his villa in Shizi Domain, when he arrived in front of his home, he noticed a black sedan parked there. As June got out of his car, the door of the other vehicle opened, and a middle-aged man dressed in black stepped out. The man was clearly waiting specifically for him. June furrowed his brow. He could faintly make out a woman sitting in the back seat of the car. This middle-aged man seemed to serve as both a driver and a bodyguard. He walked straight up to June and said, "My wife would like to have a word with you. Please get in the car." At that moment, the car window rolled down, revealing a dignified and noble face. She was in her 40s, wearing sunglasses, and even from a few meters away, June could sense a powerful aura and a chill emanating from her. It was a pride that ran deep in her bones, a presence that could only be cultivated by someone who had long held a position of authority. Just as June was sizing her up, the woman in the car spoke. "Are you June? I'm Fu Hong, Shui's mother. Could we find a different place to talk? Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. I just want to make a few things clear." June furrowed his brow slightly. The woman's tone was stiff and bossy, making June feel very uncomfortable. Still, June was curious to hear what she had to say. He nodded immediately, "Sure." With that, he opened the back door and got in. Seeing this, Fu Hong's expression grew even colder. The bodyguard's eyes blazed with anger. The back seat wasn't a place just anyone could sit in. "Let us go," Fu Hong ordered the bodyguard. After receiving a nod from June, Liang Yong didn't follow them. The car soon arrived at a tea house. When June entered the private room, the woman gestured for him to sit down. Then she waited quietly.
A tea attendant in a light blue cheongsam skillfully brewed the tea. Fu Hong picked up a teacup with her slender, delicate fingers. Her face, shrouded in rising steam, was beautiful yet dignified. She took a gentle sip of tea and cut straight to the chase. My daughter, Shuer, turned down a arranged marriage because of you, so I hope you'll stay away from her. Jun took a sip of tea of his own accord, then twirled the teacup between his fingers without speaking, seemingly pondering the implications of Fu Hong's words. Shuer was the woman Jun had rescued outside the bar last time. She had later treated Jun to a meal, but after that, they had lost all contact. Now, out of the blue, a middle-aged woman had shown up, claiming Shuai had turned down a family-arranged marriage for his sake. To be honest, Jun thought it was a bit of a stretch. You can afford a villa in Shizi Domain and drive a luxury car worth millions. To be honest, your status already surpasses that of most people your age. In the eyes of many, you're already out of reach. There are plenty of women lining up to marry you. It's just that you don't understand the gap between you and Shuai. After all, Chu Prefecture is simply too small. Never mind you, even the governor of Chu Prefecture Wun Ti stand a chance against the Nangong clan. Seeing Jun's calm and composed demeanor, Fu Hong was somewhat taken aback. To be honest, being able to remain so composed at a time like this was something only a very few among the younger generation of the Nangong clan could manage. However, the moment she thought of how crucial this upcoming marriage alliance was to the Nangong clan, her gaze instantly turned icy. So I want you to promise me that you'll stay away from my daughter from now on and never see her again. Otherwise, no matter what power or background you have behind you, I will crush you into the dust, ensuring you never rise again. By the time she reached this point, Fu Hong's tone had grown utterly icy. So much so that the woman brewing tea nearby couldn't help but shiver. Yet Fu Hong, who had been closely watching Jun's expression, felt disappointed once more. Jun showed not the slightest reaction to her intimidating presence. Jun simply set down his teacup, a hint of amusement playing at the corners of his mouth. First of all, I have no connection whatsoever to your daughter. Hearing this, Fu Hong's heart instantly settled. She thought Jun must be a smart man, but what he said next instantly filled her with rage. But I won't agree to your demands. Who I choose to see or not to see is my right. It's none of your business, and you're not worthy of having a say in it. The words unworthy caused a cold glint to flash in Fu Hong's eyes. The bodyguard standing beside her couldn't help but take a step forward, but Fu Hong stopped him with a single glance. After her initial anger subsided, Fu Hong quickly broke into a smile. I understand your pride, but that's because you don't know what the Nangong clan is all about. If you did, you'd realize just how foolish your words are right now. Also, I can dismiss what you said earlier as the immature ramblings of a young man, but if I ever see you with my daughter again, I'll make you regret it. Fu Hong slowly stood up and turned to leave. You can't explain ice to a summer insect. She'd already given him a kind warning. If he didn't get the hint, there was nothing she could do. I may not have had much interest in Shui before, but now that you mention it, I simply must see her again. Before Fu Hong could leave, Jun's amused voice rang out. At that moment, even Fu Hong, who prided herself on her exceptional composure, felt anger flare in her eyes, and her voice took on a chill. Boy, you're playing with fire. Chen Lu, teach him a lesson. Fu Hong had finally been thoroughly provoked by Jun. All right. The man nodded expressionlessly. Without another word, he took 2 steps forward and stood before Jun. Kid, which arm do you want to lose? The man asked, brimming with confidence, clearly not taking Jun seriously at all. Chapter 87, I like you. Kid, which arm do you want broken? Chen Lu clenched his fist, a cruel, cold smile flickering at the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, Fu Hong stood nearby with her arms crossed, showing no intention of stepping back. She knew full well how capable her bodyguard was. Dealing with a young man like this would be a matter of seconds. I want to break your arm. Jun smiled faintly and slowly stood up. You really want to learn your lesson until you're in a coffin, Chen Lu snarled. The next moment, he suddenly launched his attack, striking like a tiger pouncing on its prey. One punch aimed at Jun's face, another defending himself, while simultaneously driving a knee strike toward Jun's abdomen. His opponent was clearly well versed in modern combat. His strikes were as swift as lightning, extremely fast, and full of ferocity. June let out a cold laugh. With an eagle grip, he accurately seized Chen Luo's fist, while at the same time bringing his right elbow down like a spear, driving it into Chen Luo's knee. Thud! In an instant, Chen Lu felt as if his knee had slammed into a hard metal plate, and excruciating pain shot through him. Ow! He sucked in a sharp breath. Realizing he was up against a master, he tried to step back. But just then, June clenched his fingers, crushing Chen Luo's fist. At the same time, he lunged forward, slamming his shoulder hard into Chen Luo's chest. Thud! With that blow, Chen Luo's entire body was instantly lifted off the ground, and he flew backward. But his fist was still clenched in June's hand. No sooner had he been sent flying than June yanked him down, slamming him face first onto the ground. At the same time, June stepped on his shoulder and twisted it backward with a sharp crack. One of his arms was twisted into a pretzel. Ah! Veins bulged on Chen Luo's neck as he gritted his teeth, cold sweat streaming down his face. He struggled to get back to his feet. But June released his arm and delivered a kick that sent him flying 6 or 7 meters away, slamming him into the wall at the corner of the private room. Fu Hong, standing nearby, had turned deathly pale. She hadn't expected June to be such a skilled fighter. Even Chen Lu was no match for him. Especially when she saw the terrifying look in June's eyes as he gazed at her, she instinctively took a step back, feeling a surge of fear. Even though she was the third lady of the Nangong clan, at that moment she was, after all, just a woman. "Mom, you mustn't hurt June." Just then, an anxious voice rang out from outside. A beautiful woman in a white dress burst into the room. Upon seeing the scene inside, she froze in her tracks. It was different from what she had imagined. At the same moment, a series of hurried footsteps echoed from the staircase. A group of burly men in black suits surged into the room. Upon seeing them, Fu Hong's composure finally returned. She glared coldly at June. "Boy, you'll pay the price for hitting my men." At that moment, Shui stepped forward and stood in front of June. "I decided to call off the engagement on my own." June knew nothing about it. "If you want to hurt June, you'll have to step over me first." Seeing the determination in her daughter's eyes, Fu Hong stared at her for a long moment before finally letting out a sigh. She said to June, "Shui is protecting you today, but a man can't hide behind a woman forever. I'll settle the score with you sooner or later." "Shui, come with Mom." Shui said, "I have something to say to June." "Mom, please leave first. I'll give you 3 minutes. If you dare run away again, I'll chop this kid to pieces and feed him to the dogs." Fu Hong said coldly. She had Chen Lu helped to his feet and stormed off in a huff. Only after Fu Hong had completely disappeared from sight did Shui let out a long breath and pat her chest. Her large eyes, as clear as autumn water, gazed at June, and her face flushed. Just as June was wondering what was going on, Shui suddenly leaned in close to him, then stood on her tiptoes and, like a dragonfly skimming the water, gave June a light kiss on the cheek. Summoning her courage, she said, "June, I like you." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned and ran straight toward the direction Fu Hong had gone. June, meanwhile, stood frozen in place. The scent of Shui still lingered in the air, and the faint warmth and softness of her red lips against his cheek echoed in June's heart. Does that mean she just confessed her feelings to me? June rubbed his nose, feeling quite bewildered. 3 minutes later. June stepped out of the tea house. Just as he emerged, he saw Liang Yong hurrying toward him, his expression grave. Before June could ask, Liang Yong spoke up, "Young master, there's an ambush near the tea house. It's aimed at you. They've been following you since the villa in Shizi domain. I sensed someone was tailing you, so I followed them." June nodded to show he understood. Just then, several figures emerged near the tea house. There were about a dozen of them, all skilled fighters with powerful auras. One middle-aged man in particular, dressed in a long robe, looked quite peculiar, with a long braid hanging down his back. If it weren't for the modern-style buildings surrounding them, one might have thought they'd traveled through time. The man with the long braid wound it around his neck 3 times, then walked step by step toward June. He didn't stop until he was 5 steps away from June. He held out his palm toward June and said, "Hand over the item, and I'll spare your life." Don't try to resist. The Bien Nanyun family is not someone you can stand up to. People from the Bianan region? Are you here for that 1,000-year-old ginseng? June asked. To his surprise, the man gave a contemptuous, cold laugh. Stop playing dumb. The young lady of the Lin family lost her blood jade bead, had your portrait drawn, and sent people all over the world to search for you. Compared to the blood jade bead, what is that ginseng worth? The young lady of the Lin family? The Bianan region? The blood jade bead? June seemed to suddenly realize something. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a bead. It had to be said that the bead was indeed beautiful. He would sometimes take it out just to play with it. Judging by the other man's tone, it was apparently even more precious than a 1,000-year-old ginseng root. When the blood jade bead caught the sunlight, it gave off a mesmerizing glow. A burning intensity had already flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. Hurry up and give me the bead now. Do you hear me? He said impatiently. His tone was urgent and excited. Kid, hand over the blood jade bead, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, you'll taste the bitterness of despair. I have 1,000 ways to make you wish you were dead. Do you hear me? It seems you're determined to get your hands on this blood jade bead. But I'm really curious, what exactly does this bead do? What makes you willing to travel all the way from the southern frontier just to snatch it? June twirled the blood jade bead in his hand and asked with a touch of curiosity. The man seemed to regain a bit of his composure and replied, since you've also possessed the blood jade bead for a while, I might as well tell you. This blood jade bead is a sacred artifact of the Jiuli clan. Many superpowers across the world are searching for it. You can imagine just how precious it is. Chapter 88, Can't Take a Hit. He never expected that the other item Azura had been searching for had actually been in his possession all along. He truly had been carrying a priceless treasure without even realizing it. But how exactly was this blood jade bead supposed to be used? He'd been studying it for several days and still hadn't discovered anything special about it. Just as June was about to ask more questions, the man with the long braid grew impatient and snapped, "Take him down." This kid isn't taking the hint. Yes, sir. 3 henchmen began advancing step by step toward June. Their footsteps were steady, and they were all formidable fighters. Their eyes were filled with cold indifference. To them, killing a young man was the simplest thing in the world. The southern frontier had always been a haven for criminals. Each of these men had untold amounts of blood on their hands. One man clenched his fist, a savage grin spreading across his face. Kid, a blood jade bead isn't something you can just keep for yourself. Hand it over right now, or else. Before he could finish his sentence, June had already moved. He vanished from where he stood in an instant, so fast that no one could even catch a glimpse of him. The next moment, June had already appeared right in front of the man. Before the man could even react, his body flew sideways like a kite whose string had snapped. He crashed to the ground more than 10 meters away, spewing blood from his mouth. The remaining 2 accomplices hurriedly assumed defensive stances. But in the blink of an eye, they too were sent flying backward. In less than 3 breaths, all 3 men had been knocked down. Nothing special. June clapped his hands. It was as easy as flicking away 3 ants. At that moment, the man with the long braid and his henchmen all turned pale. Only then did they realize that the young man before them was not someone to be taken lightly. The man with the long braid, in particular, stared coldly at June, a hint of apprehension rising in his eyes. His men were no slouches. For someone to have defeated them so quickly, the opponent had likely already reached the peak of Mingjing. But he knew there were only a handful of people in Chu Prefecture who had reached the peak of Mingjing, and this young man was not among them. Moreover, given how young he was, how could he possibly possess such cultivation? It had taken him a full 30 years to reach the peak of Mingjing. This left the man filled with shock and doubt. Though he had believed he was in complete control of the situation, a sense of unease now crept into his heart. June stood where he was with his hands behind his back, making no further moves to attack but waiting quietly instead. He knew that even if he displayed his formidable strength, it might not be enough to scare his opponent off. That is just how people are unless they experience something firsthand,
even if they see it with their own eyes, it's hard for them to fully accept it.
Greed makes them cling to false hope.
Sure enough, after a brief flicker of emotion crossed the man with the long braidless face, he let out a cold laugh and said in a chilling tone, "I never expected that at such a young age, you'd already reached the peak of Mingjing. You're truly a prodigy in the martial arts. But even among those at the peak of Mingjing, there are strong and weak. Someone like you, if allowed to grow, would undoubtedly become terrifying. Therefore, I've decided to kill you." The next moment, the man with the long braid moved. He took a single step, his foot skimming the ground as if drifting, and instantly closed the distance to June. At the same time, his palm, sharp as a blade, struck directly at June's throat. The force of that palm strike was enough to sever even an iron pipe. "Remember, the one who kills you is Hade Shang, a bowie from the Great Qing Yun Princess Mansion." "The Great Qing is finished. What Princess Mansion are you talking about?" June snorted coldly and raised his hand to block the palm strike. "Your speed is impressive, but your power is too weak. It seems you've only just broken through to the peak of Mingjing." Haidisheng let out a cold laugh. Seeing June's counter, he actually felt reassured. June smiled faintly. "Are you sure?" As soon as the words left his mouth, June suddenly threw a punch. At a distance of less than 1 chi, the movement was small, but the close-range force was fierce, a classic Wing Chun technique. As the punch landed, the sound of air bursting filled the air, striking Hade Shang's abdomen with precision. Originally, when June threw his punch, Hade Shang had already channeled his energy to his lower abdomen, which had hardened like a slab of iron. But when the sound of the air bursting rang out, his expression changed instantly, yet it was already too late to defend himself. In the next moment, he felt a terrifying force pierce his skin and surge into his body. Intense pain surged through him, and his body instantly arched like a shrimp as he was sent flying backward. He landed 7 or 8 meters away. He struggled to his feet, but a metallic, sweet taste filled his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. At that moment, fear flashed in Hade Shang's eyes. His opponent was definitely more than just at the peak of Mingjing. He was going to be defeated today. He stood there, his body trembling slightly. He could see that the spot where the fist had struck had caved in, and he had no idea how many bones lay broken beneath the skin. "Who exactly are you?" Haidisheng asked. Someone with June's level of skill couldn't possibly be a complete unknown in the martial arts world. Yet he couldn't for the life of him figure out June's identity. "My name is June. You've probably never heard of me." Sure enough, the other man furrowed his brow. By then, June had already stepped right in front of Hade Shang. The next moment, a fierce glint flashed in Hade Shang's eyes as he launched a black tiger heart-piercing strike at June. A man like him would never willingly stand by and wait to be killed. But just as his palm struck out, June kicked out without hesitation. That kick was filled with a ferocious energy, striking first despite being launched later. Hade Shang's expression changed drastically. Forgetting all about attacking June, he retreated rapidly to dodge the attack. However, June closed in immediately, launching another strike. He planted his foot firmly, and his entire body suddenly seemed to grow much taller. He swung his arm, bringing it down fiercely toward his opponent. Hade Shang, who had just dodged June's attack, saw June charging at him like a god wielding an axe and was so terrified that his soul nearly fled his body. In his panic, he raised both arms to shield his head. With a crack, the sound of breaking bones echoed through his arms. The blow's momentum showed no sign of slowing. After breaking through his arm's defense, it struck Hade Shang squarely on the shoulder. Thud! Under the immense force, Hade Shang fell straight to his knees. The next moment, June delivered a kick, sending Hade Shang flying another 5 or 6 meters before he collapsed onto the ground, his entire chest caved in. Blood gushed continuously from his mouth, making him look like a dead dog. June slowly walked up to him, looking down at him with a face full of indifference. "Tell me what the blood jade bead is used for, and I'll spare your life." As soon as the words left his mouth, Hade Shang gave a wretched smile, opened his mouth slightly, then his head lolled to one side, and he drew his last breath. "This." June's expression froze instantly. "Seems I may have been a bit too rough, but can I really blame myself?
It's not my fault he was so weak. Chapter 89, You're Wrong. Although Hade Shang was dead, his men were still there. When June looked up at the others, the men Hade Shang had brought with him all began to tremble, their eyes filled with fear. They knew full well just how powerful Hade Shang was, and now he'd been killed so easily. The next moment, even though there were more than 20 of them, they still chose to flee as quickly as possible. This time, June didn't even have to lift a finger. The sound of gunfire rang out all around them. Several bodies fell to the ground, and figures appeared from all directions. They were Liang Yong's men. Bring them over here, June ordered. Soon, the remaining 7 were brought. June and all knelt there. June looked at them impassively and said, "Answer my questions truthfully, and I'll spare your lives." One man raised his head, a hint of eagerness in his eyes. "Is what you said true?" "Of course." "All right, ask away." The man was clearly not the type with the steely resolve to sacrifice his life to protect a secret. "What exactly is the blood jade bead? How is it used?" June asked. The man replied without hesitation, "The blood jade bead is a rare treasure from the Jolie clan. It first appeared at an auction, and the person who won it was later found murdered in their home. Various factions vied for the blood jade bead, and it eventually fell into the hands of the Lin family. It's said the Lin family wanted to present it to the Azura to gain their protection. A while back, news suddenly broke that the young lady of the Lin family had lost the blood jade bead. She drew a portrait of the person in the painting, and the Lin family has been secretly searching for that person. Someone spotted you on the airport surveillance footage. Based on that day's footage, everyone deduced that the owner of the blood jade bead was in Chuzhou. So the major clans have been flocking to Chuzhou. As for the blood jade bead's specific purpose, we servants aren't in the know." Upon hearing the words Miss Lin, a figure suddenly flashed through June's mind. "It seems that woman is Miss Lin. The Azura's people came to Chuzhou primarily to find me. The battle over the 1,000-year-old ginseng is likely just a side issue." "Which members of the Azura have come to Chuzhou?" June pressed further. Since the two sides were now enemies, June naturally intended to eliminate the threat completely. He wanted to know if anyone besides Poison Scorpion had come to Chu Prefecture. It's said that Azura sent a hall master. A hall master is already a high-ranking figure within Azura. I don't know anything else. Only Poison Scorpion? June furrowed his brow. At that very moment, the man who had been kneeling there noticed June's brief lapse in concentration. Suddenly, he leaped to his feet, a cold gleam in his hand as he lunged toward June's chest. June's expression turned icy. Just as the dagger was about to pierce his clothing, he seized the attacker's wrist like a bolt of lightning and twisted it with all his might. The dagger clattered to the ground, and the man's wrist snapped instantly. At the same moment, gunshots rang out nearby. Liang Yang and his men, having reacted in time, opened fire. All those kneeling on the ground were shot dead. The man who had attacked June, however, survived. His face was now etched with fear. His eyes held a hint of coldness. "I told you I'd let you go. Why did you still attack me?" "Ha!" A cold smile crossed the man's face. "Don't think I don't know just how ruthless you people are. Once you get the information you want, you'll kill us all. That's why I never believed for a second that you'd let me go." Hearing this, June was momentarily taken aback and shook his head. "You're wrong. I really did intend to let you go. Too bad." With that, June reached out and grabbed the man by the neck, giving it a gentle twist. With a crack, the man's head lolled limply to one side. June casually tossed him to the ground. Just then, several black cars sped toward them. Their sirens flashed red. "It's the Luxiangmen." Liang Yong hurried over to June. Clearly, the fight here had caught the attention of the Six Gates. "Then let the Six Gates handle these bodies. Let us get out of here." With that, June turned and got straight into his car, and Liang Yong's men quickly vanished into the streets. A dozen or so minutes later, the entire street was swarming with Six Gates agents. Even the patrol guards from the governor's mansion had shown up. In addition, a large crowd of onlookers had gathered. At the entrance to the street, several cars sped up. Because the area was so crowded with onlookers, they had no choice but to stop the cars, get out, and walk toward the scene. Leading the group was a woman extremely beautiful, with a heroic air about her. She wore a long black dress and white high heels, her back straight and poised. Walking at the front of the group, she wore a black coat that gave her an even cooler, more aloof vibe. She wore sunglasses, followed by a row of bodyguards dressed in black, each exuding a formidable presence. If Jun had been there, he would have recognized her as Lin Yuchio, the woman he'd seen on the tour bus in Baianan. Ever since losing the blood jade bead, Lin Yuchio had been searching everywhere for Jun's whereabouts. Upon learning that Jun had gone to Chuzhou, she personally led her team there. And just half an hour ago, she received word that members of the Yun family had been spotted near the tea house. She knew the Yun family was also searching for the blood jade bead, so she hurriedly led her team over. Now that the Yun family has made their move, it's very likely the blood jade bead has already been stolen. I never expected they'd beat us to it. Now that it's fallen into the Yun family's hands, it'll be very difficult for us to get it back. Lin Yuchio said as she walked. Her cold, stern face betrayed a hint of anxiety. A middle-aged man standing beside her nodded. That's right, Mississippi. The Yun family's influence is no less than that of our Lin family, and their history dates back to the Qing dynasty. Now that the blood jade bead is in their hands, they'll surely leave Chuzhou in a hurry. They're backed by other major factions as well. Once the blood jade bead falls into the hands of the Yun family's backers, we'll have absolutely no hope left. We can only hope that the kid who took the blood jade bead is incredibly lucky and can escape the Lin family's pursuit. But with even the 6-fan gate here, I'm afraid he is unlikely to survive. As they spoke, they finally arrived at the scene.